Xu Jingming's gorgeous campus belle cousin never expected that her trash little cousin would actually score first place in the national exam. Not only are recruiters from the top 3 universities fighting tooth and nail over him, but he even secured a $1 million scholarship from their school, all because right before the exams he unexpectedly awakened the S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. And the best part? It can eventually evolve into the ultimate SSS rank Chaos Divine Thunder. In a tense classroom at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, a chalkboard announces just 1 day left until the unified exam. The class teacher, Chen Fan, gives final instructions. He tells students taking the liberal arts exam to prepare the IR stationery, and gives a more serious reminder to those taking the martial arts exam to prepare the IR combat gear and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan then warns about the deadly risk of the martial arts college entrance exam. He strongly advises any student with an awakened ability below D level not to take it. From his seat, a student named Xu Jingming smirks, feeling the teacher's warning is directed at him. He thinks to himself that he has transmigrated into this world, called Blue Star. It is technologically similar to his old one, but it is also inhabited by ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts. To counter this, some humans have awakened superpowers. In this world, people can awaken various abilities at age 16, which are rated on a scale from F to S. However, the majority of people only awaken skills between F and D. As he considers his own power, a small flash of lightning appears. He reveals that his ability is an E-grade weak electricity, and he notes with disappointment that its power is only comparable to a simple stun baton. As Xu Jingming reflects, a blonde-haired classmate, Huang Tian, taps on his desk. He mockingly asks if Xu Jingming still plans to take the martial arts exam, calling him E-grade trash, who would only shame the school. Huang Tian suggests Xu Jingming should just choose liberal arts and offers him a future as a small clerk in his company. Before Xu Jingming can answer, a female classmate, Lin Qingli, stands up and tells Huang Tian to mind his own business. Annoyed, Huang Tian scoffs at her and promises to show her who is best during the exam. As he walks away, he glances back and adds a cruel remark, predicting Xu Jingming will die on the exam grounds. After Huang Tian leaves, Lin Qingli turns to Xu Jingming with concern. She advises him to ignore Huang Tian's words and suggests that switching to liberal arts might not be a bad option. Xu Jingming listens to her silently, his expression unreadable. Lost in thought, Xu Jingming looks at his Great Xia Unified Exam Registration Form. The form lists his E-level elemental ability. In the Great Xia Kingdom, education is split into liberal arts and martial arts. Those with low-level abilities can choose liberal arts for an ordinary life. The martial arts path is far more dangerous. Students must enter a designated area and fight fierce beasts to the death to pass. Only by surviving can one hope to enter an ability user university. There, with years of training, even an unranked person can become a truly powerful ability user. Xu Jingming understands why his teacher and Lin Qingli are worried. He knows they fear what might happen if he takes the exam. However, he also recognizes that he cannot escape the constant threat of the beasts. This thought triggers a painful memory of a beast tide from his past, where he knelt as a child crying over the lifeless bodies of his parents. The memory strengthens his resolve. He doesn't want to be powerless again. With determination, he holds up his registration form and firmly declares that he will still choose the martial arts exam. As the sun sets, Xu Jingming is in a training hall, practicing relentlessly with a long spear. He channels his electrical ability into the weapon, causing blue lightning to crackle along its length. With a cry, he executes a powerful swing. The intense training quickly leaves him drained. He lets out a large yawn, complaining about how tired he is, and then collapses onto the floor, his spear falling beside him. Lying on the ground, Xu Jingming thinks about his training. He has been practicing with the spear for 2.5 years. Despite his efforts, his proficiency is still at a beginner level. He bought a spear technique called Lightning Gale Break for 300,000, which he believes makes him a little stronger than other ordinary E-class awakened ones. As he lies there, a grim thought crosses his mind. He knows the death rate for students below D class in the exam is increasing every year. This thought strengthens his resolve. To get into an awakened university, he must be prepared to fight with everything he has. He pushes himself up and approaches a machine, clenching his fist. As his hand nears the machine's panel, a blue holographic interface suddenly materializes, displaying "System Activating." Xu Jingming's eyes widen in shock as he tries to comprehend what is happening. The system's activation finishes, and a new message asks if he wants to claim the newbie gift package. Still on the floor, he realizes this could be the legendary cheat system for transmigrators. His shock turns into excitement. A wide grin spreads across his face as he wonders what the gift package contains. The system immediately reveals the contents: an S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. He is momentarily speechless. An S-rank ability is exceedingly rare. In a major country like Manhwa, a person with one is instantly recruited by top universities and cultivated into a powerhouse. Xu Jingming is stunned by his unbelievable fortune. The revelation fills him with hope. He realizes that even though he was born as E-rank trash, this system gives him a chance to change his destiny. With a determined grin, he reaches out his hand, crackling with his old weak electricity, and says, "Claim," accepting the gift without hesitation. Immediately, 3 system windows appear. The newbie gift package is claimed, 200 ability points are credited, and the system begins distributing his new S-rank ability, Purple Cloud, Thunder, God's Lightning. The power surges directly into his heart. The process is incredibly painful. An immense power erupts from within him as violent purple lightning surges through his body, tearing his shirt. A progress bar appears, slowly climbing as the energy explodes outwards, shattering the interior of the room. The blast is so powerful it blows out the apartment window. The commotion is noticed on the street below. A woman points up at the strange energy, and her child asks what is happening. A young man frantically makes a phone call, urging someone to call the fire department for the Xu family's child. Inside, Xu Jingming writhes in agony as the integration continues past 50%. On the streets, people look up as the sky turns dark and ominous. Above the apartment, a colossal dragon formed of crackling blue lightning materializes. The event attracts powerful individuals. A man in a high-rise wonders if a powerful beast is invading. Elsewhere, a military commander orders Jiang Cheng's 3rd Legion to high alert. Back at the apartment, the lightning dragon swirls in the sky before diving back down, funneling its immense energy into Xu Jingming's body. Xu Jingming lets out a final scream as the system's progress bar jumps to 100%. The light and pain fade, replaced by a simple message: ability transformation complete. The overwhelming energy subsides, leaving Xu Jingming in his devastated training room. He slowly clenches his fist, feeling the immense power he now commands. Potent blue and purple electricity crackles around his hand. A confident grin spreads across his face. He recognizes this S-rank ability is on a completely different level. He thinks his old ability was like an electric baton, but this new power feels strong enough to shatter a person with one strike. His excitement is lessened as he sees the destruction. The windows are shattered and the walls are cracked. He thinks the commotion was a bit too large and feels relieved he managed to control some of the energy. He then remembers the other part of his reward: 200 ability points. He wonders aloud what they are for as he touches the system interface. The system explains that ability points are obtained by killing fierce beasts and can be used to increase his levels and skills. A mischievous grin returns to his face. He expresses his delight at the simple cheat system and tells it to open the system panel. A detailed status screen appears, displaying his new profile, his name, his level as an unranked awakened, his new S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and his 200 available ability points. With the unified exam just 1 day away, Xu Jingming's eyes glow. He knows he must use these 200 points wisely to maximize his combat power. Lightning crackles around his hand as he tells the system to allocate the points for him. Xu Jingming decides to use his points logically, reasoning that all abilities come from the human body and spirit. He chooses to strengthen these 2 attributes first. As the system processes the points, his stats for physique and spirit quickly increase. A surge of dark purple energy erupts and swirls around him. He looks slightly dazed, marveling at the feeling of his vital energy and thoughts being enhanced. Clenching his fist, he feels the new power inside him. He throws a test punch, and a vortex of blue and purple lightning explodes from his fist, a display of power far beyond what he could do before. He looks at his hand, surrounded by crackling energy, and understands that by raising his basic attributes, his control over his combat skills and powers will also be stronger. The system panel confirms the upgrade, showing his physique is now 141 and his spirit is 160. It explains that each ability point was equal to 0.2 units of vital energy, or spirit energy. A confident grin spreads across his face. He believes that with his current strength, getting into an Awakener university will be easy, but he wonders how he now compares to the other 700,000 candidates in the province, especially the geniuses trained since childhood. Deciding to find out, he kicks his spear up from the rubble on the floor. As he catches it and slings it over his shoulder, he resolves to go to the martial arts hall to test his new power levels. As he prepares to leave, his apartment door is suddenly kicked open. A team of 3 firefighters bursts in, ready to fight a fire, leaving Xu Jingming stunned. The lead firefighter, looking confused by the lack of a fire, explains they received a call about a fire at this location. Standing in the wrecked room, Xu Jingming calmly explains that the commotion was caused by his ability training, and that everything is now fine. The lead firefighter accepts the explanation, knowing that incidents with awakened individuals are common. He radios his team to fall back. As he leaves, he looks back at Xu Jingming with admiration, thinking how formidable the younger generation is to cause such a commotion just by practicing. Shortly after, the fire truck drives away. As Xu Jingming, now in his school uniform and carrying his spear, walks down the street, a neighbor he calls Uncle Yang asks if he is okay after the fire. Xu Jingming reassures him everything is under control. Noticing the spear, the neighbor praises him for being so diligent, practicing even with the exam the next day. The story then explains that martial arts halls are important in this world. To advance, an awakened person must train their physique and spirit. The halls provide training grounds, which are essential since not every family can afford a private training room. The 2 most famous martial arts hall chains are Thunder and Brutal Bear. Xu Jingming arrives at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The narration explains that the Brutal Bear Hall is expensive, mainly for students from rich families. The Thunder Hall, however, is free for all high school students, making it very popular. Inside the busy hall, Xu Jingming sees a familiar face in a group of students. The girl, with long black hair and red eyes, is Tang Qi, his cousin. He approaches her and asks why she is at the Thunder Hall. Surprised to see him, Tang Qi replies that she just came with a friend. Xu Jingming politely excuses himself, telling Tang Qi and her friends to continue their visit while he heads to the training room. As he walks away, Tang Qi watches him, thinking he seems a bit different. Her cheerful friend, Xiaoya, is immediately taken by Xu Jingming's appearance, calling him handsome and asking Tang Qi who he is. Tang Xi explains he is her cousin, Xu Jingming, also a third-year student taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya swoons, saying he would make a great boyfriend. A male friend teases her for falling in love, and she enthusiastically agrees. Hearing this, Tang Qi decides to bring her friend back to reality. She reveals that Xu Jingming's awakened ability is only E rank. The news shatters Xiaoya's fantasy, and she cries out what a pity it is. The male friend smirks, commenting that it's commendable for someone with an E-rank ability to take the martial arts exam. Tang Qi, however, looks worried, saying courage is meaningless when the risk is so high. Changing the subject, Tang Qi reminds the group they are there to visit the hall. Xiaoya agrees, mentioning she's spent all of high school at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall and suggests relaxing before the big exam is a good idea. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming finds an empty training room. He stands before a large, round target with his spear. As he grips it, he notices it feels much lighter. He realizes the spear hasn't changed. His own body has become much stronger. He considers that this old weapon might not be suitable anymore, but with the exam tomorrow, there's no time to find a new one. He decides to first test his peak physical strength without his lightning ability. He takes a deep breath, tightens his grip, and thrusts the spear forward. The weapon slams into the center of the target with incredible force. The strike leaves a spiderweb of cracks in the advanced training target. A digital display above it flashes the number 321. The room's equipment is made from a special memory metal, allowing it to automatically repair itself. Xu Jingming is astonished. His pure physical strength has doubled. He knows the strongest output for a normal, unranked awakened is only around 100 calories, making his base strength exceptional. Satisfied, he decides to try his new S-rank ability. His eyes glow blue as he prepares to channel the Purple Heaven's Divine Thunder. Arcs of purple and blue lightning crackle around his body. With a powerful leap, he brings his spear down on the target, creating a massive explosion of electrical energy. He looks up at the new reading, an incredible 3,021 calories. Xu Jingming is thrilled by how powerful his S-rank ability is. The standard for a first-tier awakened is only 1,000 calories. The fact that he, still unranked, can unleash an attack comparable to a mid-tier first-tier awakened shows his new potential. But he isn't done. With lightning still crackling around him, he declares that this is not his limit. He decides to use his true killer move, a technique stacking his enhanced strength, his ability, and his combat skills into one strike. He channels all his energy into the spear, which becomes covered in intense purple lightning. He swings the spear in a wide arc. As the spearhead nears the target, the lightning condenses into a single, bright sphere of power. With a fierce cry of "Break!" He unleashes the attack. The spear connects, resulting in a massive explosion of purple energy that completely engulfs the target. The force of the attack sends a shockwave through the entire martial arts hall. In the main stadium, students are shaken, with one crying out, wondering if it was an earthquake. On the training room floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and their friends are thrown off balance. The male friend recognizes the powerful energy fluctuations, stating they are on the level of a true awakener. They wonder if a new Awakener-level high school student has just appeared since all the known ones train at the other hall. Driven by curiosity, Tang Chi says they should go see. The group follows the trail of energy down the corridor. As they turn a corner, they come face to face with Xu Jingming, who is leaving the area with his spearhead now wrapped in a cloth. Tang Chi calls out to him, surprised to see him there. Xu Jingming calmly says he is heading home to prepare for the exam, giving no hint of the power he just used. His friend wishes him luck but dismissively tells the group to forget him, pointing to the training room Xu Jingming just left, saying the energy came from there. The group approaches the door. Peeking inside, they see a scene of total devastation. The advanced memory metal target has been completely destroyed, and the reinforced wall behind it is a massive crater of rubble. The entire room is a wreck. Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and the others can only stare in pure shock, unable to comprehend the level of destructive power that was just unleashed in a high school training room. Staring at the destruction, Xiaoya exclaims that even the advanced memory metal was blasted through, which would require an incredibly intense attack. She wonders if any high school student in their city of Jiangcheng is actually that powerful. The brown-haired male friend dismisses the idea. Touching the crater's edge, he says the residual energy feels too violent for a high school student. He theorizes it was a powerful second-order ability user who mistakenly entered the student-level floor. Another friend agrees, adding that even a genius from the provincial capital couldn't do this, making it impossible for such a person to be in their small city. Xiaoya, however, suggests a different theory. She points out that the only person they saw nearby was Xu Jingming and excitedly suggests he might be a hidden super genius. Her friends ridicule the idea, with one asking if she's been reading too many novels. The other points out that Xu Jingming is a known E-class user who would be lucky to have an attack strength of 300. Her friend offers a more logical explanation, suggesting the powerful user simply left through the other corridor. He then turns to Tang Chi, who has been silent, and asks for her opinion. Tang Chi simply answers, maybe, stepping forward to inspect the damage. As she runs her hand along the shattered wall, she notices the impact marks look like they were left by a long spear. The image of her cousin with his spear flashes in her mind. A deep suspicion forms, and she silently wonders if Xu Jingming taking the martial arts exam is really him overestimating his abilities. The next day is clear and bright, the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses arrive at a massive, fortified venue, dropping off students armed with various weapons. Among them is Xu Jingming, walking with a calm and confident stride, his spear on his shoulder. The students gather by a tall fence, looking into the exam grounds with a mix of awe and terror. One student complains nervously, recalling that past exams had much weaker beasts. The consensus is that this year's exam will be incredibly difficult. As the students share their fears, an arrogant voice cuts through the crowd. A long-haired young man with a large sword scoffs at their cowardice. He declares that anyone who can't deal with a unicorn rhinoceros is useless, leaving the other students speechless. Nearby, Xu Jingming's best friend, Liu Ji, asks who the arrogant guy is. Xu Jingming identifies him as Zhou Mingyang. Liu Ji explains that Zhou Mingyang is a well-known genius with a B-class ability who has already advanced to become a first-order ability user, a rare feat for a high school student. Xu Jingming looks at the prodigy with a confident smile and a competitive glint in his eye, silently wondering who is stronger. Suddenly, a loud voice calls for the candidate's attention. A stern-looking man with a scar, dressed in a military-style uniform, introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the exam. He says that before the exam begins, he will review the important precautions. Standing on a military vehicle, Commander Wang Haiyang announces the exam will last 12 hours, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He gestures to the vast, ruined town that serves as the exam venue. He explains that it is divided into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. Students earn points by killing beasts, with the score increasing based on the beast's rank and strength. The commander's expression turns grave as he gives his final warning. He says the core area is like a bonus question, meant only for the top students. He urges everyone to act according to their abilities and not foolishly risk their lives for a higher score. Listening to the commander, Xu Jingming reflects on his own abilities. Before his power-up, he would have been limited to the outer area, but now, filled with power and ambition, he is determined to charge deep into the inner circle, and perhaps even challenge the core area. An announcement is made for students to get their exam supplies. Xu Jingming and his friend approach their teacher, Chen Fan, who is handing out tactical backpacks. Xu Jingming receives his pack, which contains a smartwatch for tracking points, a backpack with energy bars, a drink, and a medical kit, and a safety ball that can create a high-voltage grid to ward off beasts. As teacher Chen Fan hands Xu Jingming his supplies, he offers one last piece of advice. He reminds Xu Jingming that his life is more important than anything, even if using the safety ball ends the exam early. Xu Jingming respectfully thanks his teacher. Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see his classmate, Lin Qingli, running towards him. She kindly offers him a spot on her team. With her is their class president, Liu Qin, a C-class user who says he will protect Xu Jingming in the exam hall. However, another student objects, arguing that the exam is a serious competition. He complains that taking on an E-rank student like Xu Jingming will hurt their chances of getting a high score. Another teammate angrily agrees, accusing Liu Qin of changing their plan. The two objectors make it clear they don't want to be saddled with a burden. The insults infuriate Xu Jingming's friend, Liu Ji, but Xu Jingming calmly holds him back. With a polite smile, Xu Jingming declines the offer. He tells Liu Qin and Lin Qingli that he appreciates their kindness, but plans to go in alone. A concerned Lin Qingli reluctantly accepts his decision, urging him to be careful. The student who had complained smirks and suggests they go find the powerful Huang Tian to team up with instead, letting out a mocking laugh as they walk away. Xu Jingming watches them go with a confident smirk of his own, thinking that he is more than capable of getting a high score by himself. An announcement rings out, declaring the official start of the exam. A fleet of drones swarms into the sky, ready to live broadcast the event. The massive gates open, and a flood of students charges into the ruined city, shouting their goals. Among the crowd are Tang Qi and her friends, a determined-looking girl with a large sword, and the top contender, Zhou Mingyang, who uses his wind ability to leap ahead of the pack. In contrast, Xu Jingming remains calm. He takes a single step, then breaks into a steady run, his spear in hand, thinking that the exam has finally arrived and he is ready. As he runs, he taps his smartwatch. A holographic screen confirms his identity and displays the real-time rankings. The top 3 spots are already filled, with Zhou Mingyang in first place with 7 points, followed by 2 other students. Xu Jingming looks at the leaderboard with a confident smirk. He notes that Zhou Mingyang has already started killing beasts, but the early lead only fuels his own competitive spirit. While others fight in the outer sections, Xu Jingming decides on a bolder strategy. He resolves to waste no time and head straight for the high-risk, high-reward core area. As he moves deeper into the ruined city, he suddenly stops. Ahead, he discovers a gruesome scene: the lifeless body of another student in a pool of blood. Beside the body is an unused green safety ball, showing how fast the attack must have been. Xu Jingming is disturbed by the sight. He realizes the student didn't even have a chance to activate his last defense. The grim reality of the exam hits him, and he understands the weight behind his teacher's and the commander's warnings. He thinks that if he hadn't received his S-class ability yesterday, he could have easily ended up in the same state. Steeling his resolve, he accepts the brutal nature of the exam. He kneels beside the fallen student and uses the boy's smartwatch to call for the body to be retrieved. He reflects that opportunities always come with risks. Suddenly, he hears a noise nearby. From the shadows of a ruined building, a large clawed paw silently appears. A moment later, a ferocious shadow cat with glowing purple eyes emerges. Xu Jingming instantly realizes the horrifying truth. The beasts had left the dead student as bait. It's a trap, and the beast lunges towards him. Despite the shadow cat's terrifying lunge, Xu Jingming remains perfectly calm. The beast growls menacingly as it pounces with incredible speed, its shadowy claws extended. But Xu Jingming is even faster. With a fluid, casual movement, he sidesteps the attack, letting the beast fly past him. The shadow cat lands gracefully, its glowing purple eyes locked on its prey. Its reputation is well earned. With an agile body, sharp claws, and a bite force of over 1,000 kilograms, it is a deserved newbie killer. It lets out a ferocious roar, trying to intimidate Xu Jingming. As he faces the beast, Xu Jingming thinks about what makes these creatures so dangerous. He knows fierce beasts have a special, terrifying aura that can paralyze their prey with fear. He's heard that most awakened people, when facing a fierce beast for the first time, become helpless under this pressure, unable to use even 30% of their strength as they wait to be killed. He thinks about how wealthy families hire bodyguards to take their children into the wilderness, to get them used to this aura from a young age, a privilege he never had. Knowing this is his first true battle against a fierce beast, he readies his spear as the shadow cat lunges at him again. The beast closes the distance instantly, its mouth wide open, but Xu Jingming stands his ground, completely unaffected. Arcs of purple lightning crackle along his spear as he channels his power. In a single, swift motion, he thrusts the spear forward, the lightning-infused tip piercing through the shadow cat's head and killing it instantly. He looks down at the dead creature with a thoughtful expression. He realizes the beast's intimidating aura had no effect on him. A moment later, a blue holographic window appears from his smartwatch, confirming the kill. Killed one unranked fierce beast, a shadow cat. Ability points, +3. A note explains that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9, and those below rank 1 are unranked, corresponding to unranked human awakened people. Xu Jingming looks at the map of the venue on his watch. He considers that killing beasts grants him ability points, but he seems unimpressed by the small reward, thinking that unranked beasts give far too few points. Realizing he is unaffected by the intimidating aura of fierce beasts, Xu Jingming concludes there is little point wasting time in the outer area. He resolves to get to the more dangerous central area as quickly as possible. He begins his journey deeper into the exam venue, cutting a bloody path through the unranked beasts. He effortlessly kills shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like creatures, gaining a steady 3 to 5 ability points with each kill. However, he identifies a flaw in his approach. While he has gained ability points, he recognizes that he lacks actual combat experience. His new S-rank ability is so overwhelmingly powerful that it kills unranked beasts instantly, preventing him from honing his fighting skills. He also considers the high energy cost of his new power. He knows higher-ranked abilities consume more energy. Unlike his old E-rank ability that could last for hours, he can't maintain his S-rank power at full strength for even an hour. With the exam lasting 12 hours, he understands he cannot waste energy before reaching the core area. He decides on a new strategy. He will kill fierce beasts using only his spear technique to gain experience and conserve power. Just as he makes this decision, a new, much larger threat appears, a formidable bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The massive beast roars and charges, tossing a wrecked car aside with its immense strength. Instead of retreating, Xu Jingming stands his ground and faces the charge head-on. The powerful impact of the rhino's horn sends him flying backward. With incredible agility, Xu Jingming uses the momentum to flip himself in mid-air, positioning himself directly above the beast. Before the rhino can react, he dives down, landing on its back and plunging his spear deep into its skull with a single precise strike. The massive beast collapses, defeated. Breathing slightly, Xu Jingming is surprised by how much faster his killing speed has become, noting that even a powerful beast like the rhinoceros wasn't much of a challenge. A thought strikes him, and he wonders if his spear technique broke through to a higher level without him realizing it. He summons his system panel, which confirms his suspicion. His spear technique has leveled up to the intermediate stage, and his ability points have risen to 256. He concludes that relying on his spear technique is the most effective way to boost his strength. Feeling how fluid the intermediate technique is, he wonders what would happen if he improved it further. Using his accumulated points, he decides to upgrade his spear skill again. The effect is instant. A massive influx of advanced spear techniques and complex movements floods his mind, integrating into his muscle memory. He clutches his head, amazed by the sheer volume of skill he just acquired. With a wealth of new techniques, Xu Jingming feels a surge of confidence. Gripping his spear, he stands tall amidst the ruins with a predatory smile. He declares that he can't wait to find a first-rank, fierce beast to test his new skills on. At the same time, in another part of the outer area, Lin Qingli and her team are moving through the streets. Suddenly, Lin Qingli stops, puzzled. In the distance, she thought she saw a familiar silhouette. She voices her thought, saying she thinks she just saw Xu Jingming. One of her teammates dismisses the idea, asking if she's seeing things. He argues it couldn't be Xu Jingming, as it would be suicide for someone with his E-rank strength to be this deep into the exam zone. Lin Qingli is filled with doubt, but can't shake the feeling that she saw her classmate. She begins to worry about him. Her thoughts are interrupted when another teammate calls them over. The group rushes to find him standing before the massive, freshly killed corpse of the unicorn rhinoceros. They see that the blood on its wounds isn't dry, meaning it was killed just minutes ago. They examine the fatal injury, a clean, penetrating wound to the head made by a long-handled weapon. One of them exclaims that it's a spear wound. The pieces click together in Lin Qingli's mind. The spear wound, the timing, and the silhouette all point to one conclusion. She wonders aloud if the person she saw could really have been Xu Jingming. The skeptical teammate scoffs at the suggestion, arguing that a unicorn rhinoceros is a beast that only a C-rank awakened person could defeat alone. To settle the argument, another teammate suggests they check the score rankings. Without hesitation, Lin Qingli activates the leaderboard on her smartwatch. As the rankings appear, her eyes widen in shock. There, in 46th place with 256 points, is Xu Jingming, Zhangcheng Second High School. She exclaims that it really is him. Her teammates are speechless, their faces showing pure disbelief. They refuse to accept that the E-rank student they looked down on is now in the top 50, speculating it must be someone with the same name. They are left questioning everything, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, officials and VIPs watch the exam on large screens. One spectator comments on the predictable strength of the first high school, which dominates the top 10 ranks. They single out Zhou Mingyang, ranked first with 412 points, who seems to have secured the title of Jiangcheng's top student. Another official wonders if he can become a provincial top 100 student, a feat no one from their city has achieved in years. Among the officials is Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. With a self-satisfied smile, he agrees that Zhou Mingyang is their city's ace and expresses confidence that he will break into the provincial top 100. He then turns to the principals of the first and third high schools, praising their institutions. The principals humbly thank the director. While praising the top schools, Director Zhang Wenshan turns to the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao. He condescendingly tells him that his school needs to work harder, noting their best student is only ranked 18th. The principal sweats nervously, bowing and stammering his agreement. Principal Zhao Yao is inwardly fuming. He knows that among the top 50 students, only 8 are from his school. He mentally lists his top students, including Xu Jingming, urging them to get their act together. A moment later, he pauses. The name Xu Jingming doesn't sound familiar. He wonders aloud who this student is and why he's never seen the name before. He turns to the teacher beside him, who is Chen Fan, and asks about Xu Jingming. Upon hearing that his supposedly weakest student is in the top 50, teacher Chen Fan has a jaw-dropping reaction of pure shock. He takes a moment to compose himself, wiping sweat from his brow. He recalls that Xu Jingming is an E-rank awakened and wonders if the boy had been hiding his true strength, but he dismisses the thought as impossible. He looks up at the monitors in frustration, realizing that since only the top 10 students have dedicated camera feeds, there is no way for him to see how Xu Jingming is accumulating so many points. Meanwhile, back in the exam venue, Xu Jingming has pushed through the outer area and arrived at the central area, a zone with a much higher danger level. He walks calmly through the streets, crushing a bottle underfoot. Taking a moment to eat an energy bar, he observes that the number of fierce beasts has decreased. He knows this is because ranked beasts have developed intelligence and a sense of territory, making them more difficult opponents. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick something up. His eyes narrow as he announces that his target has arrived. An instant later, a powerful striped beast bursts through a pile of wrecked cars. The creature is a first-rank fierce beast, an arm-blade tiger named for the sharp, blade-like bones on its forelimbs. Xu Jingming stands his ground, unfazed. He remarks on his good luck, pleased to have encountered a first-rank beast so soon. With a confident and eager expression, he readies his spear, declaring that this powerful opponent is the perfect test for his newly upgraded spear technique. The arm-blade tiger lets out a ferocious roar and lunges, its powerful claws ready to attack. Xu Jingming remains calm and composed, holding his spear defensively. With a graceful spin, he deflects the tiger's initial pounce, expertly parrying the beast's attack with the shaft of his spear. The force of the blow causes the tiger to recoil slightly. Xu Jingming, however, seems completely unimpressed. With a confident smirk, he mockingly asks if this is all the power a first-tier beast has, musing that it would take a Tiger King to make him use more effort. His taunt enrages the beast. Declaring that he is sending it on its way, Xu Jingming goes on the offensive. He leaps forward with incredible speed, his spear becoming a blur as he lands a clean, deep strike on the tiger's shoulder, drawing blood. The beast roars in pain and fury, but Xu Jingming gives it no time to recover, maintaining his calm, focused stance. His attack has only enraged the first-rank beast further. Its eyes begin to glow with a menacing teal light. It rises up on its hind legs, towering over Xu Jingming, and lets out a deafening roar as it prepares to unleash its full power. The arm-blade tiger brings its massive, bladed paws down in a devastating swipe. Xu Jingming, showing incredible reflexes, dodges the attack and uses the momentum to swing himself around a nearby lamppost, avoiding the deadly claws and setting himself up for a powerful counterattack. Landing gracefully after his acrobatic move, Xu Jingming acknowledges the tenacity of the first-tier beast. He can see that despite its injuries, the arm-blade tiger still wants to put up a desperate struggle. Deciding to end the fight, he declares that any further resistance is futile. He begins to channel his spear technique, Lightning Gale Break, and a vortex of blue energy swirls around his weapon. With a powerful war cry, he unleashes the technique. His body becomes a blur as he executes a devastating spinning attack, the energy from his spear creating multiple slashing arcs of light. The attack connects, and the tiger lets out a final, agonized cry as the powerful technique tears through its body. The massive beast collapses to the ground, defeated. A notification immediately appears on Xu Jingming's smartwatch, confirming the kill of a first-tier armored tiger and awarding him 14 ability points. He notes with satisfaction that the points from a first-tier beast are almost double what he gets from an unranked one. A new perspective dawns on him. He realizes that while the exam hall is a place of danger for others, for him, it is a perfect treasure ground to level up. With renewed determination, he vows to harvest as many ability points as he can by hunting the most powerful beasts. Back in the audience stands, the atmosphere is tense as officials and teachers watch the live rankings. The leaderboard shows Xu Jingming is now tied for 32nd place with 328 points. An official turns to teacher Chen Fan, asking if this surprising student is from his class. Suddenly, Chen Fan is the center of attention. Other teachers praise him, marveling that only students from his class have broken into the top 50 from their school. They compliment his teaching methods. A flustered Chen Fan humbly deflects the praise, insisting it is all due to the student's own hard work. Their conversation is cut short when someone shouts and points at the screen. Xu Jingming's ranking has skyrocketed again, jumping to number 25. One official exclaims in disbelief that he somehow gained 44 points at once. Director Zhang Wenshan mentally calculates the point values, recalling that a peak unranked beast is worth 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast is worth 14 to 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao continues the thought, his face pale with shock. He remembers that the kill count updates every 4 seconds, and an impossible realization begins to form in his mind. Director Zhang Wenshan completes the stunning calculation. Within a mere 4 seconds, Xu Jingming must have killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A pleased smile spreads across his face as he remarks that this kind of performance hasn't been seen in years. He turns to Principal Zhao Yao and comments that this student is a very good prospect, asking why he has never heard of him. The principal, still flustered, admits he has only just found out about Xu Jingming himself and says they will have to ask the boy's homeroom teacher. He immediately summons a nervous teacher Chen Fan, telling him to explain Xu Jingming's situation to the leaders, specifically asking about his talent. Standing before the city's top education officials, a sweating Chen Fan stammers out the unbelievable truth. Xu Jingming awakened an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The principal is incredulous, asking if Chen Fan is certain he hasn't remembered incorrectly. Chen Fan insists that he is sure. He adds that he specifically advised Xu Jingming not to participate in the exam due to his low-rank ability. Director Zhang Wenshan listens with growing curiosity. He deduces that for a student with only an E-grade ability to get this far, he must have other outstanding qualities. This mystery piques his interest. He decides to wait, confidently predicting that with Xu Jingming's momentum, he should soon break into the top 10. At that point, they will get a dedicated camera feed and will finally understand how he is doing this. He adds a stern warning, however, that if the student is cheating, there will be consequences. Just as he finishes speaking, both teacher Chen Fan and Principal Zhao Yao's eyes go wide with shock. A new update appears on the leaderboard. Xu Jingming has done the impossible and broken into the top 10, now at 9th place. Just below him, at number 12, is his cousin, Tang Qi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Qi, now with cat-like ears and a tail, sits atop a defeated beast. She looks off into the distance with a knowing smile, now certain her cousin was the one who caused the destruction at the martial arts hall. The top-ranked student, Zhou Mingyang, also notices the new name on the leaderboard. He notes with some surprise that, with 6 hours still left, a new face has squeezed into the top 10. He thinks to himself that he has never heard of Xu Jingming before. Because he is in the top 10, a dedicated camera drone is sent to follow Xu Jingming. The feed shows him effortlessly killing another first-tier beast with his spear. As the beast falls, a notification awards him another 14 points. He comments to himself that the efficiency of killing beasts is much higher in the central area. He then notices the drone and realizes he must have entered the top 10. Standing over his latest kill, Xu Jingming reflects on the nature of the exam. He understands it's a test of strength and potential, where better results lead to greater recognition. With this in mind, he decides he has no reason to hide his true power, declaring that breaking into the top 10 is just the beginning. Before challenging the core area, he decides to improve his strength again. He checks his system panel, which shows his spear technique is now at the advanced level, and he has 312 ability points. He notes with some disappointment that his level hasn't automatically promoted from awakened. He deduces that the only way to advance to a true ability user is by learning a specific cultivation method, which he cannot do during the exam. Since he can't increase his rank, he decides to continue improving his basic attributes. He spends some points, boosting his physique by 40 and his spirit by 22. Feeling a surge of new power, he clenches his fist, ready to finally head to the core area. He soon arrives at the entrance to the core area, where the danger level is highest. He is greeted by a brutal scene, a pack of 9 armored tigers devouring the corpse of a large, rhino-like beast. From a safe distance, Xu Jingming observes the pack. He quickly identifies the one in the middle, which is larger and has a more powerful aura, as the armored Tiger King. Far from being intimidated, he sees this as a great harvest of points waiting for him. Just as he prepares to move, he senses another presence. He calls out, telling the hidden person to come out. From behind a corner, Zhou Mingyang emerges, looking impressed. He compliments Xu Jingming on his sharp perception and admits he didn't expect the mysterious student who broke into the top 10 to be him. Xu Jingming recognizes the top-ranked student and asks how Zhou Mingyang knew who he was. Zhou Mingyang explains that he is familiar with every strong candidate who could enter the core area. Since Xu Jingming was an unknown who rose through the ranks, he naturally deduced his identity. Zhou Mingyang then reveals he has been watching the tiger pack and prepares to draw his sword. Xu Jingming immediately becomes wary, asking if he intends to steal his monster. Zhou Mingyang clarifies that he has no intention of stealing the kill. He explains that the armored Tiger King is a powerful mid-grade first-tier beast, and with its pack of 9 other tigers, it's an opponent no single person can handle alone. He proposes they cooperate to take down the pack. However, Xu Jingming flatly rejects the offer with 2 simple words: no need. With a look of absolute confidence, he declares that he is more than enough by himself. Dismissing Zhou Mingyang's offer, Xu Jingming confidently steps out into the open to confront the pack of armored tigers. His sudden appearance immediately draws their attention. They let out warning growls, and the Tiger King, perched on its kill, roars to assert its dominance. Xu Jingming's eyes narrow as he observes his opponents. He notes that, as expected of a group led by a beast king, the tigers have enough intelligence for a simple battle formation, with the stronger ones in front. The pack growls menacingly, preparing to attack as one. One of the tigers breaks from the pack and charges, roaring as it lunges at him. From his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang watches with a mix of disbelief and intrigue. He decides to observe the encounter, curious to see if Xu Jingming is just marching to his death or if he has some special skill to back up his incredible confidence. Facing the charging beast, Xu Jingming remains perfectly still, a calm aura around him as he prepares his spear. In a blur of motion, he begins to spin the weapon with blinding speed, the shaft becoming a near-invisible circle as he gathers energy for his attack. He unleashes a devastatingly wide spinning sweep, sending a massive arc of force tearing through the air towards the attacking beasts. The attack connects with overwhelming power. In a single, brutal motion, his spinning spear cuts through several of the tigers at once, sending a spray of blood across the street. System notifications instantly pop up, confirming his kills and awarding ability points. The lifeless bodies of the tigers collapse onto the blood-soaked pavement, the initial wave of the pack annihilated by his single, powerful strike. The armored Tiger King is enraged by the slaughter of its pack. Xu Jingming, however, looks at the carnage with a hint of dissatisfaction. He remarks that it's a pity his physical strength is still lacking, as he was unable to kill all the tigers in one blow. The remaining tigers, led by their enraged king, surround him, ready to avenge their fallen pack members. The Tiger King unleashes a deafening roar, a powerful sonic attack meant to disorient its opponent. The force of the roar is so immense that it shatters the windows of nearby buildings, creating a rain of glass. Even Zhou Mingyang, watching from a safe distance, is affected by the sonic blast, clutching his head in pain. Xu Jingming, however, stands firm amidst the shattering glass, completely unfazed. He recognizes the Tiger King's attempt to intimidate him. With a defiant look, he declares that while the beast might scare others, it can't scare him. As the remaining tigers lunge at him from all sides, Xu Jingming meets their charge with fluid grace and deadly precision. He parries one tiger's attack, then uses the beast's own body as a springboard to launch himself into the air, avoiding the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King, seeing an opening, charges forward, but Xu Jingming is ready. Still airborne, he positions himself for a decisive strike. With a powerful overhead swing, he brings his spear down directly onto the Tiger King's head, the immense force cleaving through the beast's skull and killing it instantly. He lands gracefully as a system notification confirms the kill of an upper-rank first-order arm-blade tiger, awarding him a massive 20 ability points. Watching from his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang is utterly dumbfounded. Sweating and wide-eyed, he can't believe what he just witnessed. He mutters to himself that there's no way one person could have taken care of the entire pack, wondering what kind of monster Xu Jingming truly is. Xu Jingming, on the other hand, is ecstatic. He marvels at the huge harvest of ability points he earned from the Tiger Pack. He excitedly wonders how many points he can accumulate before the 12-hour exam is over. Knowing that more points mean more power, he decides to hurry and find the next group of beasts to hunt. Before he can leave, Zhou Mingyang runs out from his hiding spot, demanding to know how Xu Jingming managed to crush the tigers with just a long spear. He asks if his ability is a reinforcement type, which would explain his incredible physical prowess. Without stopping, Xu Jingming simply leaps away, calling back that he is a lightning type. Zhou Mingyang is left fuming, not believing the answer. He clenches his fist in frustration, thinking Xu Jingming is being dismissive. A moment later, he realizes that with so many new kills, Xu Jingming's score is likely to catch up to his. He quickly checks the leaderboard on his smartwatch. To his absolute horror, he sees that Xu Jingming has not just caught up, but completely surpassed him. The leaderboard now shows Xu Jingming in first place with 1,122 points, while he has been pushed down to second with 985. The realization leaves him screaming in frustration. Back in the audience stands, the officials are erupting with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan stands up and declares that Xu Jingming's high-level spearmanship confirms he is a genuine genius. He claps a beaming Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder, announcing that with Xu Jingming representing them, Zhang Cheng can definitely get into the provincial top 100. He promises a commendation for the second high school after the exam, much to the principal's tearful delight. Principal Zhao Yao is overcome with emotion, thinking what a huge surprise Xu Jingming has been, finally giving his school its day to shine. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walks through the streets, looking utterly confused. He wonders aloud where all the fierce beasts have gone. A voice from behind him suggests that he'll have to ask the #1 ranked student. He turns to see his cousin Tang Qi, along with other top-ranked students Wu Hao and Meng Di. Tang Qi points to the empty streets, explaining that Xu Jingming has already killed all the beasts. She says that because they couldn't find any beasts to fight, they had to team up. Zhou Mingyang is left stunned, finding it impossible to believe one person could have cleared out the entire core zone. Tang Qi tells Zhou Mingyang that she can tell he hasn't been a ranked ability user for very long. To prove her point, she tells him to look at her cousin's current score. She activates her smartwatch, and the leaderboard appears. Zhou Mingyang's eyes go wide in disbelief as he sees the astronomical number next to Xu Jingming's name. 35 points, more than triple his own score. He can only stammer in shock. Tang Qi calmly explains the math. Subtracting the roughly 700 points Xu Jingming got in the central zone, he still earned over 2,500 points, meaning he must have single-handedly killed almost 200 fierce beasts in the core zone alone. A bead of sweat rolls down Zhou Mingyang's face as he realizes the truth. It wasn't that Xu Jingming was afraid of someone stealing his kills. He had planned to monopolize the entire core zone from the beginning. Wu Hao explains their current situation. With only a few hours left, the remaining top students have formed a team. Their plan is to brave the innermost core zone, a place they know is filled with upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. He acknowledges that going in alone would be a death wish. Meng Di then formally invites Zhou Mingyang to join their team. With no other option, he agrees, shouting, "Count me in." The scene shifts to a quiet, moonlit rooftop. Xu Jingming sits alone atop a massive pile of slain beast corpses, his spear planted beside him. His supplies are completely exhausted, and he knows the exam is nearing its end. But his hunt for power is not over. He decides he must go deeper to get more ability points. Knowing the innermost core zone holds second-order, fierce beasts, he resolves to strengthen his power one last time. He pulls up his system panel, revealing he has accumulated a staggering 2413 ability points. With a mischievous grin, he decides to put his points into an upgrade. After channeling the new power, he stands over the corpse of a massive bear-like creature, letting out a breath of relief. He feels confident that with this final boost, he should be able to handle this year's combat exam finale. As the other top students sprint towards the final area, their final sprint begins. Deep within the innermost zone, a terrifying new beast emerges from the ruins. A massive, white-furred, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes and dangerous red crystals on its back. As the final challenge appears, Xu Jingming arrives on the scene, calm and ready. He holds his spear, a confident look on his face as he wonders what kind of second-order fierce beast the exam has arranged for him this year. Just as Xu Jingming arrives for the final challenge, the team of top-ranked students also reaches the innermost core zone. They immediately identify the massive, crystal-backed creature as a bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast shows its incredible power by smashing a wrecked car with a single swipe of its paw. The sight fills the team with dread. Zhou Mingyang exclaims that they are in big trouble. Mengdi explains that this rare beast has a hide as tough as E-grade alloy, which even missiles can't pierce. She adds with terror that a single strike from its paw could kill them all instantly. Seeing the overwhelming odds, Tang Qi suggests they abandon the mission. Their situation is even more dire than they thought. They realize the compound is guarded not just by the Beast King, but also by a large pack of high-rank first-level beasts. One of them grimly states that if they enter, they will likely be wiped out by the horde before the savage bear even moves. Faced with the impossible challenge, a team member immediately quits, saying there's no point in getting a high score if you die. Zhou Mingyang tries to stop him, angrily questioning the point of being handsome if he's just going to rush into a horde of beasts to die. The team's morale has completely shattered. Suddenly, Meng Di points towards the compound, shouting for the others to look. They see a lone figure entering the deadly area. Tang Qi's eyes widen as she recognizes him. It's Xu Jingming, fearlessly walking into the heart of the beast horde. As he gracefully leaps into the compound, the others watch in disbelief. Zhou Mingyang complains about the difficult test, while another student panics, crying out that Xu Jingming's entrance has startled the entire horde, which now turns its attention to him. Enraged by the intrusion, the entire horde of fierce beasts charges at him. Xu Jingming stands his ground in the center of the street, and in an instant, he is completely engulfed by the snarling creatures. Watching from the rooftop, the other students are horrified. Tang Qi worries for her cousin, but Wu Hao remarks that he was too reckless. Tang Qi declares she has to go help him. Meng Di grabs her arm, trying to stop her, and Wu Hao calls her crazy, saying it's a pointless death. Tang Qi desperately insists that Jingming is her cousin, and she can't just watch him die. Before she can act, a massive explosion of purple and blue lightning erupts from the center of the beast horde. The raw power creates a blinding flash, forcing the students on the roof to shield their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stares, wondering aloud if this is the lightning superpower Xu Jingming mentioned earlier. The lightning dissipates, revealing a scene of utter carnage. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been wiped out, their charred bodies scattered around a lone, unharmed figure. Xu Jingming stands in the devastation, purple lightning crackling around him. He acknowledges that his physical strength alone wasn't enough, so he had to use his superpower. A confident smile plays on his lips as he feels the immense power of his S-grade ability. Having cleared the lesser threats, he turns his attention to the final challenge, the bloodthirsty savage bear, standing over the corpses of its minions. The massive beast lets out a deafening roar. Xu Jingming remains calm, analyzing his opponent. He notes the savage bear is massive and likely not agile, concluding that with his powerful thunder ability, it should be manageable. He then notices the beast is not alone. It has several smaller but still dangerous minions. Realizing these creatures might be an annoyance, he decides there's only one thing to do. With a look of fierce determination, his eyes glowing, he declares that he will clear the area first. He bursts into motion, his body enhanced by his S-grade lightning ability, moving with blinding speed as he blitzes through the remaining beasts. He effortlessly dispatches a high-rank Shadow Cat, his smartwatch confirming the kill and awarding him 13 points. With a confident grin, he marvels at the enhancement his superpower provides to his physique, but acknowledges he can't maintain the dangerous state for long. Knowing it's enough to clear the minions, he cuts down the last of the lesser beasts with a powerful sweep of his spear, earning another 15 points for a high-rank unicorn rhino. With the area cleared, the final confrontation begins. The savage bear roars in fury, slamming its massive paws into the ground and creating a shockwave that shatters the pavement. The beast charges, shaking the ground. Xu Jingming, wreathed in his lightning aura, meets the charge head-on. With a powerful leap, he dodges the charge and swings his spear in a devastating arc, shattering one of the large red crystals on the beast's back. The battle continues in a blur, with Xu Jingming expertly dodging the bear's attacks and landing precise strikes, shattering more crystals and wounding the beast. His smartwatch continuously updates with points as he dismantles the Beast King's defenses. The savage bear roars, enraged as it watches its minions fall. Xu Jingming, wreathed in lightning, taunts the beast, asking if it's getting angry. He promises to deal with it after taking care of the last minion. As he charges the final rhino, the Bear King watches with cunning intelligence. Just as Xu Jingming is about to strike, the Bear King moves with unexpected speed, smashing its own minion to bits to intercept him. Xu Jingming is surprised, realizing the beast anticipated his move. The Bear King claps its paws together, sacrificing its last minion to create a devastating shockwave that obliterates the ground and nearby cars. The final rhino is torn apart in the explosion. However, the attack fails to harm its target. Xu Jingming, surrounded by his lightning aura, gracefully flips through the air, landing safely and untouched by the explosion. With the battlefield cleared of lesser threats, only the two kings remain. Xu Jingming grins fiercely, his body crackling with power. He declares that with no minions left, it's time to see if the beast's armor-like hide can withstand the force of his thunder. With a powerful thrust, Xu Jingming plunges his lightning-covered spear into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. The impact creates a huge explosion of purple energy that covers the drone following him, cutting its camera feed. The students on the rooftop are hit by the shockwave, shielding their faces from the blast. In the audience stands, the officials stare in stunned silence at the static-filled screen. Director Zhang Wenshan, shocked, turns to Principal Zhao Yao. He yells, asking if he calls the power they just saw an E-class ability and accusing him of kidding. Another official, also amazed, remarks that Xu Jingming could instantly kill a high-tier rank 1 beast and fight a rank 2 boss, a feat even an A-class user would struggle with. Principal Zhao Yao, sweating and at a loss, can only guess it might be a rare ability mutation. Regardless, Director Zhang Wenshan laughs and says that after today, the great Xia nation will be shaken by Xu Jingming's name. Back on the battlefield, the result of Xu Jingming's attack is clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear is wounded with a deep gash on its head, but it is not defeated. The beast roars and swats Xu Jingming with its paw, sending him flying. He is shocked his powerful attack only left a shallow wound. He lands hard on the ground, using his skills to recover. He quickly analyzes the situation. He realizes the savage bear's hide is resistant to blades and doesn't conduct electricity. He admits to himself that with his current strength, it will be hard to kill the beast in one shot. The enraged savage bear begins to gather dark energy around its body. Xu Jingming, sensing the immense power, can only look on in shock, saying, "What?" Dark energy gathers around the bloodthirsty savage bear as it powers up, rolling forward like a monstrous boulder. It smashes through everything, the ground seeming to buckle under its power. Xu Jingming leaps back onto debris as purple lightning crackles around him, readying himself. He is surprised the beast activated its berserk skill so quickly, recognizing the beast truly hates him. A note explains, berserk is a beast's counter skill, like a human combat technique. The enraged beast, now covered in dark energy, hunches over. It lets out a deafening roar, then charges with greater speed and ferocity. Xu Jingming is impressed, remarking on the astonishing strength of a beast in its berserk state. He knows, however, that the berserk state has a cost. The beast loses its intelligence, acting purely on instinct. He quickly forms a new strategy. He must avoid its attacks and use his superior agility to keep it at a distance. He puts his plan into action, dodging the beast's relentless attacks with incredible speed. He knows he must wait for the perfect chance to temporarily stop it. As the beast lunges, he channels lightning into his spear and thrusts it forward, unleashing a blast of energy that strikes the beast's side. The attack freezes the massive creature for a crucial second, its body shaking from the electric shock. This is the opening he needed. With the beast stunned, Xu Jingming's eyes glow as he prepares his ultimate attack. He raises his hand, gathering a massive amount of purple and blue energy. He calls on the full power of his S-rank ability, shouting, "Nine Heavens Divine Lightning, blast it!" A huge torrent of divine lightning comes down from the sky, slamming into the bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast is engulfed in the blast, its roars drowned out by the crackling energy. When the light fades, the massive beast lies motionless, smoke rising from its charred body. Xu Jingming stands over it, a confident smile on his face as purple lightning dances around his fingertips. He remarks that after half a minute of his purple divine lightning, even the thickest defense couldn't withstand it. However, the battle isn't over. The beast's eye snaps open, glowing with a furious red light. With a final, desperate roar, it lunges, its massive jaws open for a final bite. The electrical power surging through its body causes a temporary paralysis, freezing it just inches from its target. Seeing his chance, Xu Jingming calmly states, "It's time." He gathers all his remaining power into his spear, his eyes glowing. He channels his ultimate technique, saying the words, "Lightning, Gale, Break." He unleashes the attack, a massive sphere of lightning that slams into the paralyzed beast's open mouth. The explosion is immense, a vortex of power that tears through the beast from the inside, creating a huge crater in the street. The force of the blast finally brings the mighty second-order beast down for good. Its massive body collapses onto the pavement, defeated. A system notification confirms the kill and awards him plus 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the Beast King, Xu Jingming breathes a sigh of relief, stating the final battle is over. He reflects that to deal with the second-order beast, he upgraded his Lightning Gale technique, and he is pleased with its power. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. He notes that although the battle only lasted 2 minutes, it was the most exhilarating he has ever experienced. He then wonders how many points he will get after clearing out all the beasts in the core area. The exam ends as night falls. Back in the audience stands, the final results are displayed on the main screen, and the crowd roars. In first place is Xu Jingming, with an unbelievable score of 10,835 points. In a distant second is Zhou Mingyang, with 1,103 points, followed by Wu Hao, with 945. The officials are ecstatic. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhao Yao, and teacher Chen Fan leap to their feet, cheering. They celebrate that Xu Jingming not only broke their city's record, but the entire Jiangnan province record. They call him a genius. They recall last year's provincial champion only scored just over 8,000 points. With his score, they declare Xu Jingming has practically pre-booked this year's champion title. Standing amidst the destruction, Xu Jingming looks at the sky and notes there isn't much time left. He reflects on his accomplishments with a confident smirk. He has killed all the fierce beasts in the inner circle and core area. With time left, he decides to head back to the central area to kill as many remaining beasts as he can. As he walks back, he passes the rooftop where the other top students are gathered. They stare in disbelief. Tang Qi is amazed her cousin killed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang is bewildered, wondering why Xu Jingming is going back when he is already in first place. Mingdi correctly guesses he is heading back to the central area. The horrifying realization dawns on her, and she wonders aloud if he is going back to clear out all the remaining beasts. The other students are speechless at his ambition. The reality hits them. Zhou Mingyang realizes that with Xu Jingming's speed, he might actually do it. If they don't leave soon, they might not get a single point in the last hour. He declares their team-up is over and leaves first. The others quickly follow, scrambling to hunt for any remaining beasts. 1 hour later, an official announcement echoes across the exam venue. The 2037 Zhangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination has concluded. Killing beasts no longer counts, and all candidates are told to return. Throughout the venue, the remaining students react. A tired Tang Qi wipes sweat from her brow, sighing that it's finally over. Elsewhere, one student despairs over being one beast away from passing, while another celebrates just barely making it. In the midst of the carnage, Xu Jingming stands over his final kill, looking unsatisfied. He wonders why the exam had to end so quickly, feeling he wasn't quite finished. As students exit the exam venue, they are greeted by guards, their faces a mix of exhaustion and relief. Outside, Tang Qi's friend Xiaoya is still reeling from Xu Jingming's power. She clings to Tang Qi, asking for the third time if Xu Jingming is really her cousin. Tang Qi, looking weary, confirms he is. Xiaoya's crush has returned. With a blush, she begs Tang Qi for his contact information. Tang Qi reminds her that just yesterday she wasn't interested. Xiaoya quickly says things are different now that he is first in the exam and continues to beg. Their conversation is interrupted by a commotion. Someone shouts that Xu Jingming is coming out. A massive crowd of students swarms the exit, desperate to see the new champion. Xu Jingming emerges from the gate, his expression calm and his spear on his shoulder. He is met with cheers and congratulations. Some jokingly ask him to give them 100 of his points. He smiles and waves, taking in the sudden fame as he walks towards the buses. In the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang look on. Wu Hao remarks that Zhou Mingyang should have been the one in that position, but Zhou Mingyang humbly replies he is content with his score, admitting he never knew the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Xu Jingming can get on the bus, he is stopped by Principal Zhao Yao, who congratulates him and introduces him to Director Zhang Wenshan. The director informs Xu Jingming that he wants to give him a ride himself. Xu Jingming looks at the chaotic crowd and realizes it's for the best, knowing the bus ride would be full of questions. He gets into a sleek black car with the officials, which speeds away. Inside the car, Director Zhang asks Xu Jingming which superpower university he wants to attend. Xu Jingming admits he has been so focused on his strength that he hasn't thought about it. The director assures him that with his results, any university would be within his reach. However, he advises that half of the country's high-level superpower users graduate from the top 3 universities and recommends he consider them. Director Zhang Wenshan details the top 3. First is Qingjing Superpower University, affiliated with the government. Graduates can directly enter the system and serve the country. Next is Modu Superpower University, known for its excellent resources and elite clubs. Finally, there is Jincheng Superpower University, which has a long history and strong faculty. All 3 have top-tier cultivation methods that are not public. Xu Jingming listens intently. He understands awakened individuals need these special methods to become true superpower users. He asks what makes a top-tier cultivation method special. The director explains that with a beginner method, it would take 3 to 4 years to advance. With a top-tier method, it only takes half a year. He reassures Xu Jingming that with his results, he will qualify for special admission from even the top 3 universities. Having dropped off the officials, Xu Jingming arrives back at his apartment late at night. The next day, he is in the shower, feeling refreshed. He checks his system panel and sees he has 2,534 ability points remaining, which he believes is enough for a superpower university. As he dries off, he wonders if there will be beast-killing competitions after he enrolls, deciding he will have to enter the wilderness to continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, his cousin Tang Qi arrives at his apartment with her mother, Xu Qingwan. Tang Qi notices the door is broken and decides it's a perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They enter, and Tang Qi cheerfully shouts a surprise greeting. Her timing is terrible. Xu Jingming, wearing only a towel, has just stepped out of the bathroom. He is shocked to see his aunt and cousin. His aunt, equally flustered, asks what he is doing, while Tang Qi is left blushing and speechless. His aunt then sees the ruined apartment and angrily asks how it got into such a mess. A flashback explains that after his parents passed away, his aunt stayed with him, taking good care of him and giving him the warmth of a home. She fulfilled her guardian duties, even occasionally feeding him his favorite meal. After the initial shock, Xu Jingming sits with his aunt and cousin. His aunt, Xu Qingwan, expresses her relief. She admits she was incredibly worried when she learned he was taking the martial arts exam. Now that she sees he is unharmed, she is relieved. She reassures him his score isn't important. Xu Jingming is confused and asks if Tang Qi didn't tell her the results. Tang Qi winks, saying it's better if he tells his mother himself. With a bashful smile, Xu Jingming tells his aunt he did quite well, scoring over 10,000 points. The news is so shocking his aunt spits out her drink. She coughs, asking him to repeat his score. Tang Qi confirms it's true, telling her mother he scored 11,124 points. His aunt is speechless. A moment later, she bursts into tears of joy and pulls him into a tight hug, exclaiming that the Xu family finally has a successor and his parents in heaven must be so proud. Meanwhile, in a high-tech conference room, university recruiters are reviewing the exam results. A woman presents the data on Xu Jingming, noting his age, his supposed E-class ability, and his rank as an unranked awakener. One recruiter insists they must recruit this student if the score is real. Another is skeptical, arguing that based on his rank, he couldn't have achieved such a high score. The debate continues, with some arguing his ability is at least A class, or even S class. Another recruiter scoffs, suggesting he must have cheated. Before the argument can escalate, a senior figure tells them to stop. A woman with a commanding presence makes a decision. She instructs the team to list Xu Jingming as an S-class special recruit for now. As for whether the score is genuine, she declares she will personally go to Jiangcheng to investigate. The day after the exam, Xu Jingming gets a notification on his phone that the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam rankings are out. He is informed that he placed first in the province with an astonishing score of 11,124 points. A look of surprised delight spreads across his face as he sits down, celebrating his achievement as the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. News of his success quickly spreads online, taking over the hot search topics. The public debates how a dark horse from Jiangcheng could become the provincial top scholar, questioning who Xu Jingming is and if an E-class individual could truly achieve such a score. Skeptics reject the possibility, while others demand to see the exam video for proof. In response to the doubts, an awards ceremony is held where Principal Zhao Yao addresses the media. A female reporter directly asks him to explain the authenticity of Xu Jingming's results. Principal Zhao Yao confidently states that the school's website has uploaded Xu Jingming's exam video, confirming the fairness of the exam. As people watch the video, they are amazed, exclaiming that Xu Jingming pierced a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull with a single shot, showing power stronger than a Tier 1 superhuman. They question how this is possible for someone with an E-class lightning ability. Principal Zhao Yao, beaming, assures everyone the video proves the results are real and praises Xu Jingming as the first student from Jiangcheng to achieve top scholar status. Director Zhao Yao then presents a massive check for 1 million yuan to Xu Jingming, congratulating him. He announces this cash reward, along with superpower training methods, is a gift from the City Education Bureau. Additionally, the city government will provide an equivalent bonus and a luxury villa. Reporters eagerly capture the moment. Meanwhile, a commanding woman with 2 bodyguards stands by a car and remarks that while Jiangcheng released the footage, it doesn't guarantee Xu Jingming didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. She states that the most crucial step is to confirm his superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Director Zhao Yao asks teacher Chen Fan why Xu Jingming, the day's protagonist, has not yet arrived. Teacher Chen Fan smiles, explaining that he just spoke with Xu Jingming, who said he is still training at the martial arts gym. The director laughs, finding it extraordinary that the new top scholar is still training after the exam. With Xu Jingming on his way, the scene shifts to a meeting room where Principal Zhao Yao is nervously serving tea to 3 intimidating figures, whom he addresses as teachers. When one of them casually dismisses the tea, Principal Zhao Yao sweats, thinking about the powerful aura coming from these high-level superhumans, which makes his heart tremble. The 3 individuals are recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities, and the air is tense as their immense spiritual pressures seem ready to clash. The woman with short, grayish-purple hair, Zhang Zhaoyue, the director of admissions for Modu Superpower University, breaks the silence. She coyly asks her rivals who they are targeting. A woman in a light blue dress, Su Yun from Qingjing Superpower University, tells Zhang Zhaoyue not to play dumb. She confidently declares that as long as his results are genuine, Qingjing University will have him. A man with long black hair, Wu Yuan from Jin City Superpower University, scoffs at her claim, stating that Jin City University will recruit him. As sparks of energy crackle between them, Zhang Zhaoyue thinks to herself that recruiting top scholars always involves clashing with other academies. Just as the tension peaks, the door slides open, and Xu Jingming enters with his spear over his shoulder. He calmly greets the 3 powerful figures as teachers. His sudden arrival surprises the recruiters. Zhang Zhaoyue observes him with interest, noting his spirit is full and he's still carrying his weapon, a sign he hasn't relaxed his training. More importantly, she is impressed that he did not falter under the combined pressure of 3 high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao formally introduces the recruiters to Xu Jingming, Director Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu University, Director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Zhaoyue speaks first, complimenting him on his stunning combat techniques in the exam video. However, she gets straight to the point, asking why his superpower no longer seems to be the E-class weak electricity, and requests an explanation. Expecting this question, Xu Jingming gives a prepared answer. He calmly explains that before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning, and his superpower became much stronger. Wu Yuan and Su Yun immediately conclude that it sounds like a superpower mutation, Zhang Zhaoyu then suggests that Xu Jingming probably doesn't know the true level of his mutated superpower. She has brought a superpower detection instrument with her and invites him to try it. She presents a glowing, circular device and tells him to use his superpower on it. Xu Jingming places his hand on the instrument and unleashes his power. A massive, violent surge of purple and white lightning erupts from him, covering the device. Su Yun is visibly shocked by the sheer force of the lightning. The detection device completes its scan, identifying the superpower as Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But as it tries to assign a rating, it beeps erratically and cracks appear. In a flash of golden light, the instrument overloads and explodes into pieces. The blast sends arcs of electricity across the room, startling everyone. A shocked Principal Zhao Yao asks what is going on. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, look thrilled. They state the situation is confirmed. His power overloaded the small device, which means his ability level must be S-class at the very least. With Xu Jingming's S-class potential confirmed, director Zhang Zhaoyue smiles, thinking they bet on the right person this time. The confirmation immediately sparks a fierce bidding war. Wu Yuan from Jin City University is the first to make an offer, shouting that his university will give Xu Jingming a 4 million admission bonus, a full set of C-class equipment, and free access to all superpower training methods for all 4 years. Su Yun from Qingjing University scoffs at his offer. She turns to Xu Jingming with a charming smile and presents her own proposal: a 5 million admission bonus, and for 4 years, free access to all of their S-class superpower training methods and combat techniques. Xu Jingming is taken aback by her generous offer. Finally, Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu Superpower University makes her move. She states that Modu doesn't offer cash bonuses or equipment, but can match the other offers on cultivation methods. Then, she reveals her trump card, adding that they will also provide an S-class cultivation resource annually. The mention of an S-class resource leaves both Wu Yuan and Su Yun in complete shock. Unfamiliar with the term, Xu Jingming asks what an S-class cultivation resource is. Zhang Zhaoyue explains, asking if he has heard of dragon-type fierce beasts. She says they are creatures with innate power, born at a high level of tier 4 or 5, far surpassing other beasts. She then reveals the stunning details. The S-class resources include the heartblood of an 8th-tier adult dragon-type fierce beast. After consuming this dragon blood, one's body would be greatly enhanced, and their physical strength would become comparable to that of a dragon-type beast. She emphasizes that every S-class resource is on the same level as this. The other recruiters are left speechless. Su Yun admits that even she is tempted, remarking on Modu's wealth. Wu Yuan, flustered, points out that S-class resources are usually reserved for top students, and offering them to a freshman is unheard of. They both realize they can no longer compete. With all offers on the table, the 3 recruiters stand before Xu Jingming, telling him it is time to make his decision. With a confident, determined smile, Xu Jingming gives his answer without hesitation, declaring that he chooses Modu Superpower University. With his choice made, Xu Jingming explains he chose Modu Superpower University not just for their great offer, but because its combat training is the best in the University Alliance, with many founders coming from Modu. He then bows to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their offer. They both look disappointed. Pleased with his decision, director Zhang Zhaoyue creates a glowing admission letter and gives it to Xu Jingming, welcoming him. She tells him that while new students enroll on September 1st as a special recruit, he can register early and will be given a place to stay. Eager to start, Xu Jingming asks if he can access the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques ahead of time. Zhang Zhaoyu agrees without hesitation, adding that the school can provide him with a private study room. She hands him her contact card, telling him to get in touch when he arrives in Magic City. Holding his admission letter, Xu Jingming looks at the smiling director and says he can't wait to go and register. Sometime later, Xu Jingming stands at a train station with his luggage, looking excited as an announcement calls for passengers of the G91 train to Magic City to begin boarding. At the station, his aunt Xu Qingwan is emotional, wiping away tears as her husband Tang Daolin comforts her. He proudly says that their child has grown up and that when Xiaoming leaves, he is going to soar. As Tang Xi looks on, her father reminds her it is time to start filling out her university choices. He suggests that since her cousin is going to Magic City Superpower University, she should also try to choose a university there. Xu Qingwan agrees, adding it would be good for them to look out for each other. A flustered Tang Qi quietly agrees. On the train, with 6 hours left, Xu Jingming is already studying. He thinks to himself that the most important reward from the exam is the Universal C training method. Like superpowers, training methods also have different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A graph shows that the higher the level of the method, the faster the training speed and the greater the power gained. While on the train, Xu Jingming focuses on studying the Universal C training method. He identifies it as an intermediate level technique and notes that with his spiritual power of 180, it took him half a day to memorize it. He recalls that by following the method, he was able to sense the special energy in the world on his first day of practice. This unlocked a new option on his system panel, showing a plus sign next to his level, meaning he could now advance from an awakened to a superpower user. However, he decides not to level up yet. He remembers the training manual said the higher the level of the training method used for the breakthrough, the greater the benefits. Knowing he will soon have access to top-tier methods at the university, he resolves not to waste this chance by using an intermediate one. Upon arriving in Magic City, Xu Jingming is in awe of the university campus. From the car, he sees the school grounds are several hundred meters wide. He is greeted by Director Zhang Zhaoyue, who pulls up in a red sports car and welcomes him, telling him to get in so she can take him to handle admission procedures. As they drive through the stunning campus, lined with cherry blossom trees, Director Zhang Zhaoyue boasts about its size, explaining it covers 40,000 mu. She adds that even visiting students can't tour the entire campus in one day. Xu Jingming is impressed, remarking that seeing it is better than hearing about it. After a quick registration, Director Zhang Zhaoyue hands him his new student ID, an all-in-one card he can use to access the dorms. As they approach his new accommodation, Xu Jingming thinks about his past life, where he saw dorms from 4-person rooms to 3-bedroom apartments. However, nothing prepared him for what he sees next. He stares in shock at his new dormitory, a magnificent, luxurious villa. Director Zhang Zhaoyue explains that every student at Modu lives in a villa, with the luxury determined by their scores. As the provincial top scorer, Xu Jingming gets the most luxurious model, with an area of over 800 square meters. She informs him the villa is for 2 people, with an upper and lower floor, so he and his future roommate will each have an entire floor. Xu Jingming thinks that having a roommate isn't bad and is better than being alone. He reflects on his life as an orphan and admits he still prefers the warm feeling of a communal 4-person dorm as he follows the director up the steps. Inside the villa, Director Zhang Zhaoyue sits down with Xu Jingming and informs him that she will now explain a few important things about the university. She highlights 2 main points: the credit system and the mentor system. She begins by explaining that at Modu, credits are everything. They are used for all transactions, from buying meals to powerful equipment. She clarifies that 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Daxia currency. Director Zhang Zhaoyue explains there are many ways to get credits, one of which is a fixed amount given each year based on a student's rating. As an S-class student, Xu Jingming gets 100 credits for the year. To show him, she summons a small, spherical robot, calling out, "Eva." The device floats and projects a message, confirming Xu Jingming's credit balance is 100. The director introduces the robot as Eva, the AI equipped in every dorm. She explains Eva's main body is the school's central AI, and the dorm units are subunits. However, she notes that even a subunit is a level 4 AI, capable of assisting with daily life. Xu Jingming is stunned, realizing the AI technology on Blue Star is far more advanced than in his previous life. With the first point covered, Director Zhang Zhaoyue moves on to the mentor system. She explains every student can choose a mentor they admire and ask for guidance, though the mentor must agree. Xu Jingming is intrigued, questioning if he can get one-on-one guidance as a freshman. She confirms this, adding that all mentors at the university are high-level, superpowered individuals. Most have their own original combat techniques and training methods, which they do not pass on to outsiders. These secret techniques can only be learned after becoming their official disciple. Given Xu Jingming's abilities, she informs him the university has 4 mentors who specialize in the lightning element. Her top recommendation is Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva projects a profile of the dean. It reveals Yang Zhentian is a 52-year-old, Tier 7 high-rank superpowered individual with an A-rank lightning superpower. He is a master of various weapons, especially the spear, earning him the title Thunder Spear. The profile also notes he once fought an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 days and nights before killing it alone. The director also provides information on the other 3 potential mentors, but tells Xu Jingming the final choice is his. After reviewing the options, a confident smile spreads across Xu Jingming's face. He notes Dean Yang Zhentian is not only a lightning user, but also a spear specialist, concluding he is the best choice for his mentor. Having made his choice, Xu Jingming heads to the mentor's residential area, a serene compound of traditional buildings in a lush forest. As he arrives at the grand gate of Dean Yang Gentian's residence, he thinks that a mentor's home is far more high class than the student villas. Before he can proceed, a young man with brown hair, leaning against a stone lion, asks if Xu Jingming is also there to seek mentorship. The young man looks surprised when he realizes Xu Jingming is still an awakened, guessing he must be a specially recruited student. After Xu Jingming confirms this, the other student remarks that in previous years, special recruits were typically mid to high-rank Tier 1 individuals. The student introduces himself as Tan Mingyang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Xu Jingming introduces himself as a freshman who just registered. Tan seems impressed, commenting that Xu Jingming is quick to seek mentorship. He explains that most freshmen only learn about this after the freshman competition, which interests Xu Jingming. Tan explains that the freshman competition is a university tradition held a few days after registration. All teachers watch, and students who perform well are sought after by academies, with some even being chosen directly by mentors. He clarifies that while it's not impossible for a special recruit like Xu Jingming to seek mentorship early, trying to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling is as difficult as winning the lottery. Xu Jingming politely thanks him for the explanation and asks if Tan is also there to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang. With a sigh, Tan confirms this, revealing he has made several trips over the past 6 months but has always been turned away. He was about to give up, but decided to try one last time. Just as he finishes speaking, the large doors open, and a middle-aged man, likely a butler, appears, startling Tan. The butler's expression softens as he greets them and informs them that Teacher Yang is waiting inside, inviting them to follow him. Tan is taken aback by the warm reception, wondering if the fact that the dean is waiting inside means he might finally have a chance. The butler leads them into a room where they are brought before 2 men. Xu Jingming immediately feels an incredibly powerful presence from the older man, who has a commanding posture, a full gray beard, and sharp eyes. He recognizes him as the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Gentian. A younger man with long hair stands beside him. Dean Yang Gentian addresses Xu Jingming directly, stating that he must be the one Director Zhang Zhaoyu told him about. Ignoring Tan completely, he tells Xu Jingming to follow him to the training room. In a traditional training room filled with weapons, Dean Yang Gentian tells Xu Jingming that he has seen his martial arts exam video. He praises his combat skills and marksmanship. However, before deciding, the dean insists on seeing his S-rank ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, with his own eyes. Xu Jingming calmly agrees. As the dean observes, Xu Jingming channels his power, and arcs of purple lightning crackle around his arms. He then unleashes a massive, violent burst of purple and white energy that fills the room, the raw power crackling with immense force. Dean Yang Gentian is visibly impressed, a grin on his face as he recognizes the S-rank ability. He mentally compares it to his own A-rank ability, acknowledging that the gap between A-rank and S-rank power is impossible to bridge. He sees immense potential in the student, thinking that if Xu Jingming hones his skills, his future could rival his own. With the demonstration done, the dean states that with Xu Jingming's potential, becoming his disciple is not an issue. However, he offers a serious warning. He explains that he has made many friends and enemies. He cannot guarantee his enemies won't target his disciples, and asks if Xu Jingming is still willing to accept him as a master, knowing the risks. Without hesitation, Xu Jingming drops to his knees in a formal sign of respect. With a wide, determined grin, he declares that he is willing. He passionately explains that he admires high-level ability users who have grown strong through bloody struggles. He believes the number of enemies his teacher has defeated is proof of his immense combat ability. Pleased with this answer, Dean Yang Gentian laughs heartily and formally accepts him. He declares that from this day forward, Xu Jingming is his 32nd disciple and his very first S-rank disciple. Telling him to rise, the dean presents Xu Jingming with his first gifts, a top-tier ability training method called Extreme Ability Training Method, and a body-tempering combat technique called Thunder Indestructible Body, both of which he created. Xu Jingming is stunned by the value of the gifts, realizing a body-tempering combat technique that can strengthen his body is far more precious than an ordinary one. The dean explains that while the ability training method is one of only 3 top-tier methods in the school, the real highlight is the Thunder Indestructible Body technique, the culmination of his life's work. He adds that the technique has been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and has been officially rated as S rank. The revelation leaves Xu Jingming utterly speechless, shocked to learn of an S-rank combat technique. Combat techniques, like abilities, have their own ratings, from F to SSS. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to master, but the more powerful it will be. Xu Jingming reflects on this, realizing the terrifying extent of his new master's talent. He knows that most 7th-level masters are exceptional if they can create an A-rank combat technique. For his master to have created an S-rank technique, his martial arts talent is terrifyingly high. Dean Yang Gentian provides more details about his S-rank technique. He explains that the Thunder Indestructible Body is only for lightning element users and has 13 levels. With each level, the user's body undergoes a transformation. However, he clarifies a crucial requirement. To begin cultivating it, one must first advance from an awakened to a true ability user. He then gives Xu Jingming his first task. He instructs him to use the extreme ability training method to achieve his breakthrough. Once Xu Jingming has advanced, he is to return, and the Dean will personally help him build the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xu Jingming bows deeply, thinking how much better it is to have a mentor's guidance. The Dean then shares a personal motivation, revealing he has only cultivated the technique to the 10th level. He looks at Xu Jingming with hope, stating that if he is unable to reach the peak of a martial saint, then Xu Jingming will be the greatest hope to prove the technique's potential. His eyes gleam as he reveals his ultimate guess. If one can cultivate the technique to its final level, their body can achieve a state of being eternal and indestructible. As Xu Jingming leaves his master's residence, waving goodbye to the butler, he finds Tan Mingyang sitting dejectedly on the steps outside, holding his head in despair. Xu Jingming approaches him and asks what is wrong. It is revealed that Tan Mingyang's attempt to become a disciple failed. He had to face a test against one of the Dean's senior disciples. The condition was to defeat the senior, while the latter used only 1/10 of his combat power, a task Tan found hopeless, leaving him beaten. Now sitting on the steps, Tan looks up at Xu Jingming, assuming he also failed. He remarks that getting into Dean Yang's tutelage isn't easy and asks if Xu Jingming needs him to pass on some experience from his failures. Unfazed, Xu Jingming calmly declines, simply stating that he has already passed. The words hit Tan Mingyang like a physical blow. His bruised face contorts in utter disbelief. He exclaims that he has never heard of a Dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the annual freshman competition. As Xu Jingming calmly walks away, a bewildered Tan Mingyang stares after him, trying to understand what just happened. With a new objective, Xu Jingming returns to his dormitory's training room. Sitting cross-legged, he begins to cultivate using the extreme ability training method from his new master. As he meditates, he is amazed by the effectiveness of the top-tier technique, noting the amount of energy he can sense is far greater than with the intermediate-level method. A confident smirk appears on his face. Knowing he has already mastered the principles, he decides there is no need to practice it step by step. Instead, he will use his cheat system to advance directly. He accesses his system panel and commands it to use his ability points to increase his level. The effect is immediate and intense. A surge of energy courses through him, causing him to grunt in pain. He clutches his clothes as raw energy surges through his veins. The power erupts from his body in a massive blast of light and force that shakes the room. A moment later, the energy subsides. Breathing heavily, Xu Jingming pushes himself up, thinking he has successfully broken through. A notification confirms his new status as a first-tier, lower-rank ability user. He examines his hand, where stable, powerful blue lightning now crackles with ease. As he tests his control, a much larger and more potent torrent of lightning flows from his hand, a clear sign of his increased power. Clenching his fist, he marvels at the result. He can feel the power in his body has increased by at least 4 or 5 times. He confidently thinks that if he were to face the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to defeat it. He pulls up his system panel to check his new stats and understands why all ability users want higher-level cultivation methods. He calculates that if he had used the intermediate method, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by 30 or 40 points. But now, using the top-tier method, they have increased by almost 100 points in one go. The gap in results is undeniable. He notes the advancement only cost him 300 ability points, and he decides to save the rest. He knows that learning a powerful combat technique like the Thunder Indestructible Body is even more important. As an S-rank technique, he expects the consumption of ability points to master it will be incredibly high. With his breakthrough complete, Xu Jingming is ready for the next stage. A new thought enters his mind. Since he's at the university, perhaps it's time to visit the school's library. The next day, Xu Jingming returns to his master's residence. Dean Yang Gentian is utterly astonished to see him, questioning how he could have advanced so quickly. The dean paces, remarking that in his 20 years of teaching, he has seen countless geniuses, but even the best took a significant amount of time to transform into an ability user. He notes it has been less than 24 hours since Xu Jingming received the manual. With a bashful smile, Xu Jingming admits that perhaps the only thing he can be proud of is his advancement speed. He adds that when he tried to begin cultivating the thunder indestructible body, he found even the introductory part to be a challenge. The dean listens and explains the process. Forging the foundation involves using the blood of a lightning element beast as a guide, combined with one's own lightning, to temper the muscles and bones. He emphasizes a critical point. The final strength of the technique is related to the grade of the beast's blood used. Now that Xu Jingming has advanced, the dean declares he will help him forge the foundation that very day. He reveals that high-level lightning beasts are rare, and his original plan was to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear. However, after learning Xu Jingming was entitled to one S-rank resource every year, he made a special request. He decided to combine the resources and pleaded with the university's principal to grant Xu Jingming an even more precious SS-rank resource. With that, he presents Xu Jingming with a small vial containing a glowing red liquid, the essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Xu Jingming is deeply moved that his new teacher and the principal would go to such lengths for him. He accepts the vial and vows to repay this kindness many times over. Pleased, the dean says they should begin immediately. They move to a training room where a shirtless Xu Jingming kneels. The dean uncorks the vial and pours the potent, glowing red blood onto Xu Jingming's head and back. Xu Jingming grits his teeth, groaning as the substance makes contact. The dean warns him to bear with it, explaining the blood is highly toxic to low-level users, and the intense pain is expected. Next, the dean prepares to use his own power to help. He tells Xu Jingming he will now use his A-rank Windfire True Thunder to forge the foundation, adding that the amount Xu Jingming can absorb is up to him. The dean unleashes his power, a torrent of violent, red lightning, and directs it into Xu Jingming's body. The energy surges through him, causing glowing red patterns to spread across his back and chest. The process is excruciating, and Xu Jingming throws his head back, letting out a raw scream of agony as his body is forcibly tempered by the immense power. 5 days into the tempering process, the senior disciple, Liu, is having tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. Liu remarks on how resilient the new junior is to have lasted for 5 days. He reflects with some jealousy that he only lasted 2 days during his own tempering, which used weaker 7th-tier beast blood. He admits Xu Jingming's performance deserves the 8th-tier dragon-type beast's essence blood. Liu adds that with an S-rank lightning ability, he is looking forward to seeing the result of his new junior's thunder indestructible body. Suddenly, a loud crash from the training room startles them. Liu rushes upstairs, wondering if his junior's foundation forging is complete. He cautiously peeks through the door and is met with a terrifying sight. Xu Jingming stands shirtless and splattered with blood, his eyes glowing red. A chaotic aura of dark energy and blue lightning surrounds him, and he appears to have lost control, looking more like a beast than a human. Liu is frozen in fear, sensing a threatening aura from Xu Jingming like that of a top-tier ferocious beast, which makes him shudder. Lost in this primal state, Xu Jingming sees Liu in the doorway and lunges forward to attack. However, before he can strike, the commanding voice of Dean Yang Gentian roars, shouting for Jingming to wake up. The dean's shout breaks through the bloodlust, and Xu Jingming halts his attack just inches from his senior. Covered in sweat, a dazed Xu Jingming asks his teacher what happened and why he felt an overwhelming urge to destroy things. The dean explains that the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus likely influenced his mind. He points out that the beast is famous for its ferocity, and because Xu Jingming's absorption rate and compatibility were so high, he experienced this dangerous side effect. The dean reassures him, telling him not to worry. As long as he avoids intense emotional changes, he will be fine, and the side effects will gradually disappear as his strength increases. A wave of relief washes over Xu Jingming. He looks down at his hands, expressing his fear of being controlled by his emotions. With the crisis averted, Dean Yang Gentian's tone changes to delight. He tells a confused Xu Jingming to cheer up, announcing the forging was a perfect success with an incredible 98% absorption rate. He proudly explains that among the disciples who have cultivated the Thunder Indestructible Body, The highest rate ever recorded was only 92%. With this, Xu Jingming has broken a long-standing record. His senior disciple, Liu, approaches with a congratulatory smile. He tells his new junior that with the foundation successfully forged, his future in martial arts is now smooth sailing. The dean formally introduces him as senior disciple Liu Ming, an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier, and tells Xu Jingming to ask Liu for help with any future cultivation questions. Xu Jingming greets his senior, who promptly pulls out his phone. Liu explains that since he didn't prepare a gift, he will transfer some credits instead. Xu Jingming is shocked when a notification on his phone says he received 200 credits, exclaiming that it's too much. He quickly calculates the gift is worth 2 million Great Sha coins. The dean dismisses his concern, stating that 200 credits is not a large sum for Liu, and that it is a senior's duty to care for his juniors. He adds that when Xu Jingming has his own juniors, he will also need to prepare gifts, a lesson Xu Jingming humbly accepts. With the training complete, the dean tells Xu Jingming that after 5 days without food or water, he should go back and rest. He gives him his next instructions: come back the following morning to learn fist and spear techniques with Senior Liu. Xu Jingming gratefully thanks his teacher and leaves. Back at his luxurious villa, Xu Jingming finds a young man with spiky white hair and red eyes on the couch, focused on a video game. The young man turns, realizing he's not alone, and greets Xu Jingming, guessing he must be his new roommate. He introduces himself as Liu Wentao. When Xu Jingming introduces himself, Liu Wentao's eyes widen. He excitedly points and exclaims that he is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. When Xu Jingming asks how he knew, Liu Wentao proudly declares his nickname is Mr. Know-It-All, as he knows about most freshmen. He admits he didn't specifically look up Xu Jingming, but the stir he caused was so big he couldn't help but hear about him. He marvels that the legendary Dark Horse top scorer is his new roommate. Putting a friendly arm around his shoulder, he starts bombarding our boy with questions, asking if he is really from Zhangcheng, if he was truly just an awakened during the exam, and commenting that his ability does not look like it's only E rank. Despite the endless questions, Xu Jingming finds he likes the friendly chatterbox. He reflects that he has always hated loneliness. Flashbacks reveal his past, growing up in an orphanage without a sense of belonging. School was better, as he had friends. His happiest memories are from his college days, joking around and playing games with roommates. He recalls getting his master's and PhD, never imagining that after drinking too much at his graduation, he would wake up in a different world. He thinks about how he didn't expect to still be an orphan after transmigrating, but with a roommate like Liu Wentao, he feels he won't be lonely. Meanwhile, Liu Wentao proudly boasts that he is a top student from Sichuan province with an A-rank ability and is currently a first-tier middle-rank ability user. He declares his ambition to major in college tactics and command a military region to slaughter all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Changing the subject, Xu Jingming mentions he is heading to the martial arts hall. Intrigued, Liu Wentao decides to join him, admitting he hasn't visited the university's hall yet. They arrive at the impressive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Magical University branch. Inside, they see a lively and chaotic scene, with students training and showing off their powers. The AI, Eva, appears and explains they are in the public training room, which can hold 300 people. The hall is constructed with C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, making it durable enough to withstand damage. Eva also points out private training rooms, but Xu Jingming decides the public area is fine. Liu Wentao gets caught up in the competitive atmosphere, shouting with excitement and pointing out an A-rank enhanced werewolf user. Xu Jingming dryly comments that his roommate isn't being quiet himself. Xu Jingming then asks Eva about the large numbered pillars in the center of the room. Eva explains they are punch power challenge boards. There are 5 leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She informs them that if they get into the top 3,000 on their boards, they will receive a 50 credit reward. Liu Wentao eagerly accepts the challenge, thinking it sounds easy. Eva clarifies there are just over 4,000 students in the university. Eager for the reward, Liu Wentao decides to try. Eva instructs him to swipe his student ID to start, adding the crucial rule that abilities and combat techniques are forbidden. Liu Wentao eagerly steps up to the pillar and swipes his student ID. The AI, Eva, announces his attempt. His activation draws the attention of older students, who mockingly note he is only a first-tier, middle-rank freshman. Feeling the pressure, a determined Liu Wentao resolves not to lose face. With a loud cry, he unleashes a powerful punch, striking the pillar with impressive force. The result flashes on the screen: a punch power of 476 kilograms. Pleased, Liu Wentao thinks he didn't embarrass himself, and getting into the top 3,000 should be no problem. His pride is short-lived, as Eva delivers a devastating update. His rank is beyond 100,000. Liu Wentao is left in shock, screaming in disbelief and questioning how this is possible with only about 4,000 students at the university. Eva coldly clarifies the leaderboard tallies the scores of all students since the university's founding 100 years ago. The humiliating realization dawns on Liu Wentao. The crowd was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The older students erupt in laughter, with one remarking how hilarious it is. As his roommate wallows in embarrassment, Xu Jingming offers some consolation, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch power isn't his strength. A grateful Liu Wentao encourages Xu Jingming to try, certain he will be stronger. Xu Jingming agrees, admitting he wanted to test his strength anyway. He swipes his ID, and Eva announces his challenge. The crowd's attention shifts to him, but they are even more dismissive, noting he seems weaker, at a first-tier, lower rank. They doubt his punch power will even reach 400 kilograms. However, one onlooker finds the name Xu Jingming strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is confident. He reflects on his recent progress, advancing to a first-tier ability user and tempering his body for 5 days and nights to forge his new technique's foundation. A quick check of his system panel confirms his new stats, including an enhanced physique and the Thunder Indestructible Body First skill. He clenches his fist, eager to see what level his punch power has reached. With a surge of power, he throws a punch, and the impact creates a powerful shockwave that ripples through the air. The powerful shockwave from Xu Jingming's punch ripples through the air, stunning the crowd in the martial arts hall. A digital screen shows the incredible result, a fist power of 4,589 kilograms. This score not only puts him first on the leaderboard, but also shatters the long-standing record for first-tier ability users. The older students who had been mocking him are left in disbelief. One exclaims the record has been broken, while another questions how a lower-rank first-tier user could have such immense power. A third student grimly points out that a punch with that force could turn him into meat paste, finding it impossible to believe this is a freshman. 2 female students in the crowd are equally astonished. One comments that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard are figures who lead the era, wondering how exceptional the new #1 must be. Her friend adds the record had stood for over 10 years and feels she must record the historic moment. His roommate, Liu Wentao, is ecstatic, grabbing Xu Jingming and declaring he is truly his brother and will follow him from now on. A smiling Xu Jingming modestly tells him not to exaggerate. Looking at his fist, Xu Jingming inwardly reflects, pleased with the outcome. He concludes the Thunder Tyrannosaurus's essence blood is highly compatible with him, and the improvement in his strength was immediate. The AI, Eva, floats nearby and formally congratulates Xu Jingming for breaking the record, announcing a 400 credit reward has been issued to his account. A curious Xu Jingming asks if he can earn more credits by breaking the record again. Eva clarifies the reward is only for the first time, but he can challenge the other level pillars for new rewards. Xu Jingming looks up at the other 4 pillars for 2nd to 5th tier users and decides he will break those records later. Meanwhile, his roommate has become a hype man as a group of impressed female students gather around Liu Wentao, who points out his amazing roommate. The girls quickly swarm a bewildered Xu Jingming, with some offering to teach him how to use equipment and others trying to recruit him for their club. Overwhelmed, Xu Jingming is pulled away by Liu Wentao, who suggests they escape to a private training room. Elsewhere, at his master's residence, Dean Yang Gentian is enjoying tea. His senior disciple, Liu Ming, shows him his phone, reporting that his junior brother Xu is a hot topic on the campus forums. Dean Yang Gentian marvels at our boy's exaggerated physical strength, questioning why he ran off to break records instead of resting. Liu Ming then reflects on his own past. He recalls when he was a high-rank first-tier user and had just mastered the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible Body. His fist power was only a little over 3,500 kilograms. He concludes with awe that his new junior brother is much more than just a little stronger than he was. In a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket stares at his phone. Suddenly, he erupts in rage, slamming his hand on the marble countertop. The glass beside him shatters as his hand is covered in orange flames and blue lightning. He fumes, cursing that Xu Jingming has also come to Magic Capital. Clenching his fiery fist, his face contorts with anger. He thinks about how Xu Jingming's success made him miss his chance to be the top scorer of Jiangnan province, turning him into a laughingstock in his home city. He fiercely vows that this time he will take back all the honor he believes is his. Meanwhile, back in his university's training room, Xu Jingming sits calmly, holding a small knife. He reflects on the effects of his new Thunder Indestructible Body technique, marveling that even after 5 grueling days of tempering without food or rest, he is still full of energy. To test his new durability, he lightly drags the sharp blade across his hand. The knife makes a metallic sound but fails to break the skin, leaving only a faint white mark. He is impressed, realizing his body's defense is now like E-grade alloy, making him invulnerable to ordinary blades. He concludes it is truly a worthy S-grade body refinement technique. Just then, his roommate Liu Wentao bursts in, calling his name excitedly. He informs Xu Jingming that the news of him breaking the record has caused an explosion on the campus forum. He adds that countless students are posting replies, saying they want to challenge him. Far from being annoyed, a competitive smirk plays on Xu Jingming's lips. He remarks to himself that the martial spirit at Magic University is indeed quite strong. Seeing the challenges, a protective Liu Wentao holds up his phone and angrily offers to help his roommate by crushing the self-overestimating guys online. Xu Jingming calmly pushes his roommate's arm down, telling him to forget it and not waste his time. He explains he has more important things to do, as he is heading to the Battle Technique Library, and tells Liu Wentao to head back to the dorm. Xu Jingming arrives at the massive and modern Battle Technique Library. As he approaches the entrance, he holds his hand out to a scanner, and a complex, glowing orange security circle appears, confirming the building's advanced protection. He is amazed by the security, recalling a rumor the library is personally guarded by the university's vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. He realizes that with such a powerful figure watching over it, even the strongest martial saints couldn't steal the treasures inside. After swiping his student ID card, he passes through the gate, and the security circle scans him one last time before letting him in. Inside the grand hall, he is greeted by a trio of female librarians. The one in the center warmly welcomes him by name, addressing him as S-grade student Xu Jingming and asking how they can help. Surprised they know him, Xu Jingming asks how they knew his name. The librarian politely explains that students with S-grade authority, like him, are special and have access to all battle techniques. Their system automatically notified them when he scanned his ID. The librarian's thoughts reveal her true motivation. She understands that S-grade authority means his future is destined to be at least that of a Grandmaster-level user. She makes a mental note to befriend him. Xu Jingming tells the librarian he is interested in lightning element superpower battle techniques and asks which floor he should go to. The librarian informs him that techniques of B grade and below are on the 2nd and 3rd floors, but the more precious ones are in a special reading room on the 4th floor. She adds that he can get in by swiping his card. She then personally leads him to the 4th floor, into an elegant private reading room. Inside, a small floating AI device hovers over a table. The AI explains that once he selects techniques online, the original secret manuals will be delivered to him. She kindly warns him to be careful when handling them. Left alone, Xu Jingming commands the AI to display all lightning element battle techniques of B grade and above. In response, the AI projects dozens of blue holographic screens that fill the room, each showing a different technique. As he looks through the selection, 2 techniques catch his eye. The first is an SSS grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, which creates a massive thunderstorm domain. However, it is restricted to users who are at least 5th tier. The second is an SS grade technique named Wrath of the Thunder God, which summons powerful thunder. This one is also restricted, requiring a user to be at least 4th tier. Xu Jingming is in awe of the quality of the techniques, seeing SS grade and even SSS grade options. He marvels at how rich the university's collection of secret manuals is, and wonders if he can view them for free. His excitement fades as he realizes the cultivation of these powerful techniques has strict requirements. With his current status, he can only learn A-grade battle techniques for now. He sees countless A-grade options, noting that choosing would be incredibly difficult without his teacher's guidance. Fortunately, he came prepared. He pulls out a recommendation list from his master, Dean Yang Zhentian, which saves him time. Using the list, he interacts with the holographic displays, pointing out his desired techniques. He makes his final decision, choosing 4 specific A-grade techniques. The first is Thunder Spear, an offensive technique. The second is Chain Thunder Gun, a sustained attack. The third is Thunder Flash, a movement technique. The final one is Thunder Prison, a control technique. He mentally categorizes his new skills. Thunder Spear for ranged strikes, Chain Thunder Gun for sustained attacks, Thunder Flash for movement, and Thunder Prison for crowd control. He confidently believes that with these 4 battle techniques and his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, his combat style will have hardly any flaws. The AI, Eva, analyzes his selection, informing him the average time to learn each A-grade technique to an elementary level is 6 months. It recommends mixing in lower-level techniques for a more balanced approach. However, Xu Jingming confidently dismisses the advice. A short while later, the librarian returns, presenting him with the 4 physical manuals for his chosen techniques. As he reaches for them, Xu Jingming marvels at how luxurious they are. He reflects on their market value, knowing even C-grade secret manuals cost millions, making these 4 priceless A-grade originals an incredible treasure. As he opens the first manual, a golden light shines from its pages. He is struck by the profound artistic conception and powerful aura, realizing it is an experience a copy could never reproduce. He settles down and begins to study the manuals intently. As hours go by, his focus turns to frustration. Sweat beads on his forehead as he clutches his head, struggling to comprehend the complex content. Despite the difficulty, he perseveres, turning page after page. After a long study period, he leans back, having finished all 4 manuals. He then calls out to his system, Deep Blue, and commands it to add points. The system responds instantly. 4 notifications appear, confirming 200 superpower points have been consumed for each technique, and all 4 have been successfully learned to the elementary level. He then pulls up his system panel to view his updated status. His new skills, Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison, are all listed at the elementary level. His body refinement technique, Thunder Indestructible Body, remains at the first layer, and his available superpower points have decreased to 1434. Standing up, Xu Jingming clenches his fist, a faint aura of power around him. Having acquired so many powerful battle techniques, he looks upward with a confident and predatory expression, wondering which lucky person will be the first to taste the power of his new arsenal. In their luxurious villa at night, Liu Wentao sits on the couch and tells Xu Jingming about a notification from Eva. The freshman assembly is the next day at Training Ground 1. He also mentions a new group chat for the freshmen and suggests Xu Jingming should join. Xu Jingming calmly agrees. Liu Wentao then asks what level of combat techniques Xu Jingming chose at the library. Xu Jingming casually replies that he picked up 4 A-rank combat techniques. This answer shocks Liu Wentao. He exclaims that learning 4 A-rank techniques would normally take a student until their sophomore or junior year. He concludes that his roommate doesn't take the usual route. Liu Wentao's curiosity grows. He realizes that to browse A-rank techniques, Xu Jingming must have A-rank permission. Xu Jingming corrects him, stating his permission level is S-rank. The revelation stuns Liu Wentao, who jumps to his feet. He shouts in disbelief, questioning why the school would have a permission level higher than A-rank. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he stammers that the online rumors about Xu Jingming being E-rank must be false, asking in shock if it means Xu Jingming has an S-rank superpower. Xu Jingming simply smiles, teasingly remarking that the know-it-all has just learned something new. The confirmation leaves Liu Wentao in awe. He exclaims that he had guessed Xu Jingming's rating was high, but he never expected it to be S-rank, especially since other provincial top scorers are only A-rank. A wide, happy grin spreads across his face. He gives a thumbs up, thinking it was the right decision to become a fan now, solidifying his status as an old fan. Later, Xu Jingming is in the second-floor training room. He holds a practice spear but finds it too light. He thinks that now that he has the combat techniques he needs, he also needs the right equipment. He reflects that his original F-rank obsidian spear is back home and would no longer be suitable for his current strength. He decides to get new gear. He asks the AI, Eva, to open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. Eva complies, and holographic displays appear, showing spears from F-rank to D-rank. Xu Jingming notes he can customize the length and weight. He understands higher-ranked equipment is heavier and more expensive. He chooses an E-rank 210-kilogram spear, along with an E-rank combat suit and boots. He confirms the purchase. A notification shows the total cost is 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6. The purchase is confirmed for delivery the next day. He thinks with a bit of dismay how quickly his credits disappeared, shrinking by nearly half. With his new gear on the way, he grips the practice spear with a determined look. He knows he'll have to rely on this temporary weapon. With a confident smirk, he declares that tonight it will help him practice his 4 new A-rank combat techniques. The next day, the freshmen of Modu Superpower University gather for their assembly. As Xu Jingming arrives, he immediately draws the attention of the other students. Murmurs spread as they recognize him as the one who broke the school's punch power record. They also identify him as the Jiangnan province top scorer, marveling at his strength and handsome appearance. Before he can find a seat, he is confronted by a tall, imposing young man named Lei Zhou, who aggressively points and loudly issues a challenge. Onlookers immediately recognize him as the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, who scored over 9,300. They gossip about his privileged background, noting both of his parents are powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings. They sympathetically remark that it's a shame no one remembers second place, making his unwillingness to accept his loss understandable. Despite the public challenge, Xu Jingming is unfazed. He calmly declines, stating he is not interested, a response that shocks his roommate Liu Wentao. Lei Zhou, however, smirks and tells him not to refuse so quickly. He then brings up a personal matter, recalling that Xu Jingming's aunt's family runs a business selling rare plants. Leaning in with a menacing grin, he reveals his family is his aunt's biggest customer, and she also owes them a large loan. He then delivers a thinly veiled threat, suggesting that if the payment isn't made on time, his aunt's family might find themselves in trouble. The threat instantly changes the atmosphere. Xu Jingming's expression turns cold as a fierce, dark blue aura erupts from his body. He quietly asks if Lei Zhou is threatening him. The sheer pressure of his aura physically forces a startled Lei Zhou to step back. Sweating and shaken, Lei Zhou struggles to comprehend the fierce, beast-like presence. He quickly backpedals, stammering that it wasn't a threat, just a heads up. Having made his point, Xu Jingming's aura subsides. He calmly asks for the time and place for their duel. Regaining his composure, Lei Zhou declares the fight will be in 7 days, at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Xu Jingming accepts, warning his new rival not to regret his decision. The confrontation creates a buzz of excitement among the watching students, who eagerly anticipate the upcoming battle. Shortly after, the assembly officially begins. An older, gray-bearded university official takes the stage. He welcomes them to the freshman assembly, clarifying it is a session to answer questions about the university's systems. However, he announces the first thing he wants to introduce is the school's combat power ranking. He explains students will use a virtual dive pod for holographic combat simulations, and their ranking will be determined by the number of levels they can pass. He encourages everyone to try their best, emphasizing the rewards are very generous. After the hour-long meeting, aboard Xu Jingming lets out a large yawn. He thinks the only interesting part was the virtual dive pod, which he should try sometime. For now, his priority for the next few days is to continue his daily training with his senior, Liu Ming, and his mentor. For 7 days, Xu Jingming dedicates himself to intense training under his senior Liu Ming and his master, Dean Yang Gentian. After the week of training, Liu Ming approaches Xu Jingming with astonishment. He notes his junior brother has already advanced to the mid-level of the first tier and asks how it happened so quickly. Xu Jingming simply smiles and says it was just luck. However, his inner thoughts reveal the truth. He had deliberately waited a few days before using his system to level up, which made the advancement cost only 380 superpower points. He muses that if he had leveled up any faster, he probably would have scared his senior silly. Changing the subject, Liu Ming remembers the duel and asks if Xu Jingming has a match scheduled for noon. Xu Jingming confirms he does. With a confident smile, Liu Ming pats his junior on the shoulder and says he will observe 3 minutes of silence for his opponent. He decides to accompany Xu Jingming to the match. The scene shifts to Broadcast Platform 3, a large arena where a crowd has gathered. Lei Zhou enters the ring with his friends. One notes it's a good chance to see the top scorer's strength. Another dismisses Xu Jingming's high score as a fluke and bets Lei Zhou will win. When someone mentions Xu Jingming broke the punch power record, Lei Zhou scoffs, arguing a physical record is meaningless when superpowers are what truly matter. Just then, Xu Jingming makes his entrance with Liu Ming. Dressed in a new black coat and carrying his new spear, his arrival causes a stir. As Xu Jingming walks towards the ring, Liu Ming thinks with amusement that with his junior's handsome looks, he will undoubtedly charm countless female students once he achieves success. From the ring, Lei Zhou observes his opponent's aura and notes Xu Jingming's rank has increased. However, he remains confident, thinking he has other preparations. Seeking to raise the stakes, Lei Zhou proposes they add a wager, all of their credits. Xu Jingming accepts without hesitation, stating he has 370 credits. Impressed, Lei Zhou says he will cover any shortfall in his own credits with cash. He proposes they both transfer their credits to the account of Old Master Zhou, a neutral third party. The teacher presiding over the match is a woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, called Zhou Yun, a powerful Tier 6, mid-level healing-type superpowered being. As he completes the credit transfer, Xu Jingming notes the presence of the high-tier healer, Teacher Zhou Yun. He understands battles between superpowered beings are dangerous and realizes the school has taken precautions to prevent deaths. He agrees to the terms. The crowd buzzes with excitement as the massive wager, worth 3.7 million in currency, is confirmed. Teacher Zhou Yun steps forward to officiate. She confirms she has received the credits and instructs them to prepare. She lays out the rules. If one person admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other is forbidden from continuing the attack. Both Xu Jingming and Lei Zhou calmly acknowledge they understand. The two opponents face each other. Xu Jingming stands ready with his spear, while Lei Zhou draws his sword. With grim determination, Lei Zhou unleashes his A-rank fire ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. A vortex of intense orange flames erupts around him as he declares he will take back all the honor Xu Jingming made him lose. The power of his ability impresses the crowd, who marvel at the terrifying force of an A-rank fire superpower. Wreathed in flames, Lei Zhou charges forward. He leaps and brings his sword down in a powerful, raging flame slash. In response, Xu Jingming simply stands his ground and swings his spear in a basic upward arc. To everyone's astonishment, his simple block completely neutralizes the flaming sword strike. The audience is stunned. They can't believe Xu Jingming didn't use a combat technique and still blocked such a powerful move. They exclaim in shock that a normal attack just broke a big special move. Lei Zhou himself is left speechless, gritting his teeth in disbelief. With his opponent's attack nullified, Xu Jingming looks at him with cold indifference. Purple lightning begins to crackle around him as he tells Lei Zhou that nothing is impossible. The only reason it seems so is because Lei Zhou is simply too weak. Before his rival can react, Xu Jingming launches a devastating counterattack. Surrounded by a torrent of purple lightning, he lunges forward and strikes Lei Zhou squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. The purple lightning from Xu Jingming's attack courses through Lei Zhou's body, making him cry out in agony. The force of the blow sends his sword flying amidst a spray of blood as he is thrown backward. He lands hard on the floor of the ring, slumping over in defeat as smoke rises from his body. The crowd is stunned by the swift and decisive outcome. Lei Zhou's supporters are in disbelief, with one exclaiming that the fight is over after only 2 moves from Xu Jingming. Another angrily questions the claim that Lei Zhou was stronger now that he's been instantly defeated. The onlookers agree that Xu Jingming's strength is on a completely different level from the other freshmen. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Ming looks completely unimpressed. He thinks to himself that the match was too boring and didn't even make his junior brother use 1/10 of his real power. Back in the ring, Teacher Zhou Yun begins to announce the winner. However, a wounded Lei Zhou struggles to his feet, calling out to her. He grits his teeth, insisting he is not lost, and the match is not over. In a desperate move, he pulls out a small, red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun immediately recognizes it, shouting in alarm and identifying it as a rampaging blood pill. She warns him against taking it, telling him this is just a match and not worth risking his life. The audience also recognizes the dangerous item. They murmur that while the pill can boost a user's strength several times over for a short period, it has severe side effects that could leave him bedridden for months. They question if the risk is worth it. With a major university competition only a month away, Lei Zhou ignores their concerns, stating that he will bear any consequences himself. He is determined to take the gamble and will accept his loss only if he is defeated after this. In the crowd, some students, including Liu Wentao, protest, asking if using a performance-enhancing drug is allowed. Teacher Zhou Yun addresses the complaints, clarifying that since this is an unofficial battle, there are no strict rules. She explains that weapons, combat suits, and drugs are all considered permissible resources. As she speaks, Lei Zhou swallows the pill. She finishes by stating that if Xu Jingming had a similar pill, he would also be allowed to use it. As the pill takes effect, Lei Zhou's body erupts in an even more intense fire aura. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing orange light as he roars with newfound power. Teacher Zhou Yun watches with a worried expression, noting the pill is high grade and has boosted Lei Zhou's power to the lower level of the 2nd tier. She concludes that Xu Jingming is now in serious trouble. Faced with his opponent's desperate power-up, Xu Jingming's own battle intent surges, becoming even more potent as a torrent of purple lightning erupts around him. From the sidelines, teacher Zhou Yun observes this with approval, thinking that Xu Jingming's fighting spirit is becoming even more vigorous and that he has the mindset of a great general. Gripping his spear, a confident smile plays on Xu Jingming's lips. He thinks to himself that finally the fight is no longer like an adult beating up a child. He takes a single step forward, and the lightning around his combat boots shatters the floor of the ring. He then charges at his opponent with blinding speed. Lei Zhou is shocked by his incredible velocity. The two fighters clash in the center of the ring, their superpowered attacks meeting with explosive force. Lei Zhou blocks Xu Jingming's initial thrust, but the raw power behind the attack is overwhelming. The force of the blow sends Lei Zhou staggering backward, forcing him to his knees to absorb the impact. Still surrounded by his wavering flames, he grits his teeth in disbelief. He can't understand how, even with his strength boosted to the second tier, he is still no match for Xu Jingming. He wonders what kind of monster he is facing. Realizing a head-on fight is useless, Lei Zhou changes his strategy. He decides that if he can't win a direct clash, he will attack from a distance. He leaps back and launches a volley of powerful fireballs at Xu Jingming. However, his ranged attack is met with casual disdain. Xu Jingming effortlessly swings his spear in a wide arc, creating a vortex of lightning that deflects all the fireballs. He mockingly asks if that is all Lei Zhou has. Frustrated and sweating, Lei Zhou curses his opponent's flawless lightning ability. He desperately clings to a new hope, thinking that he can no longer get close, but if he can exhaust Xu Jingming's power before his drug boost wears off, he might still have a chance. But Xu Jingming has no intention of letting the fight drag on. He decides to end it. He raises his hand and summons a massive amount of purple energy, condensing it into a solid spear of pure, crackling lightning. His A-rank technique, Thunder Spear. He hurls the condensed energy weapon at his opponent. The spear flies through the air and slams directly into Lei Zhou's shoulder, piercing his defenses. Stumbling back in shock and pain, clutching his wound, Lei Zhou has a horrifying realization. His opponent also has a devastating long-range attack. Before Lei Zhou can recover, Xu Jingming follows up with another technique. A powerful sphere of lightning materializes above Lei Zhou, and torrents of purple energy rain down, electrocuting him. Stunned and in pain, he looks up, wondering what new battle technique this is. With a cold expression, Xu Jingming points forward and declares the name of his A-rank control skill, Thunder Prison. A cage of crackling purple lightning forms around Lei Zhou, trapping him completely. He curses, realizing he is caught in a restriction-type technique. In a desperate move, he summons his remaining power to create a flame barrier, a swirling vortex of fire around his body. Trapped but defiant, he taunts Xu Jingming, declaring that if he can't get out, then Xu Jingming can't get in, challenging him to a battle of attrition. Xu Jingming, however, is unfazed. He looks at the fiery defense with disdain, thinking the flame barrier looks weak and wondering how many of his attacks it could withstand. Instead of a battle of wills, he leaps high into the air, easily clearing the flame barrier and positioning himself directly above his trapped opponent. While airborne, he unleashes his ultimate assault. He summons his power, and dozens of massive, glowing purple spears of pure lightning materialize in the air, all aimed at the helpless Lei Zhou. The deadly rain of lightning spears begins to descend, a technique that looks like a devastating version of his chain thunder gun. Looking up at the overwhelming attack, Lei Zhou is filled with absolute terror. He knows with certainty that if he is hit by that barrage, he will die. With his life on the line, his pride shatters, and he screams out his surrender. At the very last second, just as Lei Zhou shouts his concession, the tip of the lead lightning spear stops just inches from his eye. The rain of spears dissipates as Xu Jingming lands gracefully in the ring. In a final definitive motion, he thrusts his physical spear forward, piercing Lei Zhou's chest and leaving no doubt as to who the victor is. Xu Jingming withdraws his spear from Lei Zhou's chest, leaving him kneeling and defeated on the floor. With a commanding presence, Xu Jingming stands over his opponent as teacher Zhou Yun officially declares him the winner. The crowd is left in shock and awe. They exclaim that it was a complete and utter crushing defeat. They marvel at how Xu Jingming flawlessly chained together 4 different battle techniques in just a few seconds, a feat far beyond what any normal freshman should be capable of. 2 students discuss the power of the techniques they witnessed. One guesses they must all be at least B grade. His friend is amazed, admitting the best technique he has learned is only C grade. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Ming overhears their speculation and looks stressed. He thinks to himself that they are severely underestimating his junior brother. He knows the truth. Xu Jingming had dared to choose 4 A-grade techniques and had already mastered them to a combat-ready level. He reflects on his own experience, recalling that he had only dared to choose a single A-grade technique as a freshman, and it still took him over 4 months to learn. He admits that having such a monstrously talented junior brother puts a great deal of pressure on him. Back in the ring, a humbled Lei Zhou gets to his feet. He sincerely thanks Xu Jingming for sparing his life and accepts his complete defeat. He promises the wagered credits and cash are now his and assures him he will make the payment owed to his aunt's business on time. Teacher Zhou Yun approaches Xu Jingming and confirms the transfer of his winnings. 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have been deposited into his student account. Xu Jingming thinks that a gambling fight is a quick way to make money. With the duel over, Liu Wentao rushes down to the ring, ecstatic. He congratulates brother Ming, telling him he is now a rich man, and invites him to go out and relax in the city center that evening to celebrate. Xu Jingming begins to decline, explaining he has training scheduled with his senior. However, Liu Ming, standing nearby, encourages him to go, advising him that a proper balance of training and relaxation is the key to long-term success. Taking his senior's advice, Xu Jingming agrees to go out. As they prepare to leave, Liu Wentao excitedly points towards Liu Ming, gushing about his reputation as the vice president of the Ash Club, a user of an A-rank lightning superpower. As he and Xu Jingming walk off together, Liu Wentao comments that the famous senior is even more impressive in person. As they leave the arena, Liu Wentao tells Xu Jingming to just follow his lead, as he has arranged the entire program for the evening. A slightly suspicious Xu Jingming looks back and asks what kind of program he is talking about. Liu Wentao turns with a wide, mischievous grin and points at his friend. He reveals his grand plan, the one unmissable event of university life, a social mixer between the male and female dormitories. A table is lavishly spread with food for a social gathering. Liu Wentao approaches Xu Jingming, who is seated at the table. He excitedly tells Xu Jingming how popular he has become, explaining that he posted an invitation for a social mixer on the campus forum. Liu Wentao reveals that over 100 people registered, and he had a hard time choosing who to invite. Xu Jingming smiles and comments on his friend's dedication, asking who he finally chose. Liu Wentao playfully tells him it's a secret for now, but he will meet them soon. Just then, he spots the guests arriving and calls them over. 2 young women approach. One, wearing glasses, introduces herself as Qi Dongxia, the invited guest. Her companion, a girl with dark hair, introduces herself as her roommate, Song Qiuqiu. Liu Wentao proudly introduces them to Xu Jingming, highlighting their abilities. He explains that Qi Dongxia has an A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Qiuqiu is a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light element ability, and was also the top scorer in her province. Xu Jingming politely introduces himself. Upon hearing his name, Song Qiuqiu's expression shifts to one of surprise. She immediately asks Xu Jingming if he would be interested in a sparring match, telling him he can pick the time and place. Her friend, Qi Dongxia, calls her a battle maniac for trying to set up a fight right after meeting, reminding her they were there to socialize. Song Qiuqiu admits that her main reason for coming was the chance to spar with Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming steps in to smooth things over, inviting them to sit down. Liu Wentao clarifies that the plan is just to have fun, eat, and go shopping together. The group spends the evening at the bustling Huaihai commercial street. Song Qiuqiu looks up at the towering skyscrapers, in awe of how magnificent the city is. As they walk, Qi Dongxia admires the clothes in a window, while Xu Jingming notices the wide array of high-end equipment for superpowered individuals, including A-rank weapons. He observes a display of blades and elixirs, thinking this commercial center offers a far greater selection of gear than his hometown of Jiangcheng. Their outing continues as they enjoy some street food together. Later, they browse a clothing boutique. As the girls shop, Xu Jingming offers to hold Song Qiuqiu's shopping bag, and their hands briefly touch as he takes it. Afterward, Xu Jingming watches as the 2 girls walk ahead, looking at a jewelry display. By the end of the evening, Xu Jingming is holding many shopping bags, surprised they spent several million in just a few hours. Liu Wentao remarks that despite Song Qiuqiu's simple style, she is quite a wealthy young woman. When Xu Jingming seems curious, Liu Wentao leans in to explain that her family background is also incredibly powerful. Just then, Qi Dongxia cheerfully calls out to them to help carry one final bag, while Song Qiuqiu thinks it is probably time to head back. The night ends with Xu Jingming and Liu Wentao walking the girls back to their impressive villa. Song Qiuqiu tells the boys that they had a lot of fun, Both Xu Jingming and Liu Wentao wave goodbye as the girls head towards their home. However, before leaving, Song Qiu stops and faces Xu Jingming with a serious expression. She tells him she was serious earlier and promises that one day she will formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her determined declaration surprises Xu Jingming for a moment, but he quickly recovers, a confident smile on his face as he accepts her challenge, saying he is looking forward to it. Song Qiu seems pleased before turning to go inside. Once inside, Qi Dongxia begins to tease her friend. She remarks that she has never seen Song Qiu show a pleasant expression to any boy since they started university, with Xu Jingming as the only exception. She happily concludes it was a great idea to bring her. Song Qiu explains the reason for her usual coldness. She reveals her A-rank light element ability, lets her perceive the inner thoughts of others, so she is constantly exposed to the impure thoughts of the boys around her. However, she says Xu Jingming is different. Her ability revealed he only holds a sense of appreciation with no impure intentions. She concludes thoughtfully that he is special. Hearing this, Qi Dongxia gets a mischievous look, teasingly concluding that Miss Song has developed a crush. Meanwhile, as the boys walk back, Liu Wentao sighs with satisfaction, commenting that it's nice to relax once in a while, and Xu Jingming quietly agrees. Xu Jingming, however, is lost in thought. He reflects on Song Qiu and her high-level status, realizing he still has a long way to go. The thought motivates him to work hard and grow even stronger. 15 days later, Xu Jingming is meditating in his training room. Sensing he is ready, he decides it is time to level up and commands his system, Deep Blue, to use his points for an upgrade. A violent surge of purple lightning erupts from his body. System notifications confirm he is undergoing a dual advancement, from a mid-level to a high-level first-tier user, while also leveling up his Thunder Indestructible Body technique to its second level. As the energy subsides, Xu Jingming reflects on his progress. He notes the rank up has significantly increased his power, and that the second level of his body tempering technique is focused on strengthening his bones and muscles. He then consults the training manual, which reveals that upon reaching the third level, he will unlock a special ability called the Thunder Extreme State, which provides a temporary but immense boost to power and speed. He pulls up his system panel to check his new status. While pleased, he is disappointed to see he only has 62 ability points left, not enough to reach the next level. He realizes it is time to ask his master for leave to go to the wilderness, hunt beasts, and get more ability points. Later, when Xu Jingming visits his master's residence, Dean Yang Gentian is shocked by his rapid advancement, asking if he has broken through again. Xu Jingming calmly confirms his progress from the previous night, also mentioning his body tempering technique has reached the second level. The dean is inwardly amazed, thinking his student speaks of difficult breakthroughs as if they were simple. He concludes that with an S-rank ability and such hard training, there is nothing Xu Jingming cannot achieve. His senior disciple, Liu Ming, remarks that his junior brother is a monster, recalling it took him half a year to make the same advancement. Dean Gentian tells Xu Jingming that leveling up is important, but he must not neglect combat training. To test his new strength, the dean suggests a sparring match against his senior, Liu Ming, which Xu Jingming eagerly accepts. In the training room, Liu Ming says he will suppress his own power to that of a low-level second-tier user, instructing Xu Jingming to fight with full strength. After a countdown, the match begins. Both warriors leap forward, and their spears meet in the center with a powerful clash, erupting in a brilliant explosion of purple and green energy. The force of their clash leaves Liu Ming surprised. He thinks to himself that his junior brother's power is incredibly strong, almost on par with his own, even with his power suppressed. Xu Jingming, covered in purple lightning, feels a thrill of excitement. He realizes that for the first time since getting his system, he is facing an opponent of equal strength. Deciding to press his advantage, Xu Jingming concentrates a sphere of lightning in his hand and unleashes his Thunder Prison technique. The massive orb of electricity flies across the room, forcing Liu Ming to defend himself. Before his senior can recover, Xu Jingming leaps and follows up with another attack, throwing a volley of lightning spears in a move like his Chain Thunder Gun technique. Liu Ming recognizes the combination of skills. With a smirk, he notes that this is the same combination that defeated Lei Zhou, but declares that he is no mere freshman. He gathers his own power and unleashes a devastating counterattack, a massive torrent of teal-colored lightning called Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the intense battle is over. An exhausted Xu Jingming leans on his spear for support. He concedes the match, admitting that his divine thunder energy is depleted and that he has lost. Liu Ming, however, reassures him. He explains that Xu Jingming did not lose because of skill, but was simply at a disadvantage due to lower energy reserves. Their master, Dean Yang Gentian, approaches them, praising the fight as an exciting spectacle. He admits Xu Jingming's performance far exceeded his expectations. He had thought Liu Ming would win easily, but instead they were so evenly matched, the outcome was decided by a battle of attrition. Liu Ming then asks his junior brother if he is aware of the true level his combat power reached during their fight. When Xu Jingming looks back, puzzled, Liu Ming makes a stunning declaration. His power is now unrivaled in the second tier. The weight of this new assessment leaves Xu Jingming looking thoughtful and determined. After the intense sparring session, Dean Yang Gentian announces that the training is over and tells everyone to rest. The butler, Uncle Fu, brings over a tray of spirit fruits, explaining they are perfect for recovering after training. Seizing the moment, Xu Jingming approaches his master with a request. He reveals his intention. He is preparing to leave the university to go on a trip to the wilderness. The dean is taken aback and asks how long he plans to be gone. Xu Jingming explains he intends to stay for over a month, planning to return just before the freshman competition. The long duration of the trip clearly worries his master. With a stern expression, the dean warns him that the wilderness is far more dangerous than the exam grounds. He explains there is no army protection, and beasts roam without predictable patterns, making it easy to encounter a high-level creature. He emphasizes the dangers of staying for over a month are immense. However, seeing his disciple's determination, the dean relents. He decides that if Xu Jingming is set on going, he will not stop him. He places a firm hand on his student's shoulder, giving him one piece of advice. If a situation ever looks bad, he must flee without hesitation. The dean explains that the path to becoming powerful is filled with life and death crises, and since his disciple is so ambitious, he will not stand in his way. Xu Jingming bows his head in gratitude, thanking his master for his understanding. The dean then asks which wilderness area he plans to visit. As Xu Jingming takes a spirit fruit from Liu Ming, he replies that he is heading to the wilderness near Yuanshui City. This news seems to relieve the dean, who notes the area is next to Magic Capital, and the beasts there only go up to Tier 4 or 5, making it a relatively safer choice. He tells Xu Jingming that he will have Liu Ming share some valuable experience with him later, an offer Xu Jingming accepts. As a final gesture of support, the dean explains that since he cannot offer much help while he is away, he will at least provide him with a suitable weapon. A glowing ring on his finger begins to shine with a bright teal light, and he takes Xu Jingming's hand, preparing to give him his gift. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming sits on his bed, his new spear and a packed bag beside him. He asks the AI, Eva, to open the university's mission system. As holographic screens appear, he recalls the advice his senior disciple, Liu Ming, gave him. Before leaving for the wilderness, it is a good idea to accept some missions to earn extra credits. He looks through the list, noting the variety of tasks available, such as collecting beast materials, gathering rare herbs, and capturing fugitives. The rewards vary by difficulty, with C and D rank missions offering modest credits, while S and A rank missions offer much more. Xu Jingming observes that all the high-reward missions involve combat, remarking to himself that this must be the training model of Modu University, pushing its students into dangerous situations to grow stronger. He remembers a saying that the most outstanding students are not found on campus but out in the world. With this in mind, he selects 1 A rank and 3 B rank missions for his trip. With his preparations complete, Xu Jingming puts on his new combat attire, slings his backpack over his shoulder, and prepares to leave. As Eva wishes him good luck, he thinks to himself that there is no time to waste and he must set out immediately. His journey takes him to the Yuanshui City Supply Base, a bustling town in a mountainous region that serves as a forward base for those venturing into the wilderness. The streets are filled with adventurers trying to recruit members for their beast hunting teams. Xu Jingming arrives, taking in the lively atmosphere with satisfaction, thinking that he has finally made it. He walks through the streets and enters a grand building that serves as a registration hall for adventurers. The hall is filled with other armed individuals. A woman in an elegant red dress who works as a receptionist greets him warmly and asks how she can assist him. Xu Jingming states his purpose, explaining he wants to register as an adventurer. He holds up his identification, knowing that to enter the wilderness, one must first register for a nationally recognized adventurer identity. The receptionist takes Xu Jingming's university ID and is impressed that he is a student from Modu Superpower University. She remarks that it is rare to see a first-tier user like him venturing into the wilderness so soon. She informs him it will take a little while to process his registration and suggests he rest in the hall while he waits. As Xu Jingming waits, he walks through the hall, observing the other adventurers. Suddenly, a commotion erupts near the entrance. A group of men exclaim in excitement as a newcomer arrives. They recognize her as the goddess Jiang Chuxuan, commenting on her beauty and powerful aura, noting that such a presence is expected from a student of Modu University. The center of attention is a stylish woman with long white hair and sunglasses, who walks through the hall with confidence, followed by two large bodyguards and a cameraman. She is Jiang Chuxuan, a second-year student from Modu Superpower University. The onlookers gossip, speculating she must be there to film new material for her online videos. They praise her content and marvel at her popularity, with one man stating she has at least 10 million fans. Another corrects him, claiming she has over 15 million followers and passionately declares he would trade 10 years of his life to be her boyfriend. From a distance, Xu Jingming observes the scene. He recognizes she is a fellow student, and internally notes her beauty is on par with Song Chukyu's. His observation is interrupted when the receptionist calls him over. She hands him his new adventurer card and a satellite smartwatch, explaining the watch has a map of the wilderness detailing beast activity and danger levels. Xu Jingming thanks her. As he turns to leave, a shady-looking man stops him. The man guesses this is Xu Jingming's first trip into the wilderness and warns him it is dangerous to go unprepared, offering to sell him some essential elixirs. Intrigued, Xu Jingming asks about the price. The man eagerly opens his coat to reveal hidden pills, offering first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000. He also mentions he has more potent second-grade versions, though they are more expensive. Xu Jingming casually remarks that the prices don't seem that high. The merchant laughs, pleased, and boasts that he is well known for selling cheap and effective elixirs. However, Xu Jingming's expression turns sharp. He internally notes, something is wrong. He knows a standard first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 or 40,000. The man's low prices can only mean one thing. He is a scammer targeting inexperienced newcomers. Instead of being intimidated, Xu Jingming calmly asks how many elixirs the man wants, then immediately calls out his scam, asking how many other newcomers he has cheated. The merchant, realizing he's caught, drops his friendly act. He aggressively gets in Xu Jingming's face, asking if he was toying with him from the start. Xu Jingming remains unfazed, simply asking what he thinks. The merchant's face twists into a menacing grin. He declares that Xu Jingming is the first person to dare provoke him within the supply base. However, before things can escalate, a young woman with short, dark hair intervenes, shouting at the merchant. She calls him by his name, Zhao Chunlin, and accuses him of scamming new adventurers again. The woman walks towards them. Annoyed, Zhao Chunlin mutters that Xu Jingming is lucky this time. Before leaving, he leans in and delivers a sinister threat, warning Xu Jingming not to leave the supply base for the next few days, or he will regret it. As Zhao Chunlin stalks away, the other adventurers gossip. They comment that the newcomer is in trouble for being targeted by Zhao Chunlin and that he provoked the wrong person. One adventurer notes that Zhao Chunlin is rumored to be a mid-level second-tier user, making him too powerful for a high-level first-tier user like Xu Jingming. The woman who intervened approaches Xu Jingming and warns him that Zhao Chunlin is vengeful, advising him to stay inside the base. Xu Jingming thanks her but asks why a known scammer isn't dealt with by the authorities. She explains Zhao Chunlin has powerful connections, which is why no one interferes. She advises Xu Jingming to buy his supplies from official channels and gives him one last warning not to leave. As she walks away, Xu Jingming watches her go, thinking she is a kind-hearted person. Putting the encounter out of his mind, Xu Jingming refocuses. He decides to first purchase all the supplies he will need for the month, making a mental list of healing elixirs, antidote elixirs, and other necessities. Having finished his business, Xu Jingming approaches an official counter to purchase his supplies. After stowing the items in his backpack, he leaves the adventurer's hall, now fully equipped and ready for the wilderness. However, as soon as he steps outside, his path is blocked by Zhao Chunlin and his cronies. The merchant looks furious, mockingly commenting on how Xu Jingming is foolish and defiant for daring to leave after being warned not to. He angrily asks if this is a sign of disrespect. Unfazed, Xu Jingming calmly asks what he wants. Enraged by his calm demeanor, Zhao Chunlin's face twists into a sneer. He declares that since Xu Jingming has disrespected him, he will break both of his legs and make sure he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair, claiming it is the only way to appease his anger. Nearby, the kind adventurer woman who had warned him earlier sees the confrontation. She expresses frustration that he didn't listen to her and declares she must go help. However, her companion holds her back, suggesting it might be better to let him learn a lesson. Back in the confrontation, Zhao Chunlin prepares to make good on his threat. Dark energy swirls around his arm as he activates his ability. He boasts about his C-rank metallic skin superpower, claiming that when combined with his D-rank combat suit, Xu Jingming won't even be able to scratch him. He then gives his ultimatum. Unless Xu Jingming pays him 1 million and kneels in apology, he will be crippled. Xu Jingming's reaction is instant. A faint crackle of purple lightning comes from his body as he utters a single contemptuous word, shameless. The sudden surge of his energy startles Zhao Chunlin, his eyes widening in shock. Before Zhao Chunlin or his cronies can react, Xu Jingming disappears in a flash of purple lightning, reappearing behind the merchant and striking him down with a single devastating blow. The force of Xu Jingming's single, lightning-fast attack sends Zhao Chunlin flying backward, his body battered and bloody. Zhao Chunlin is slammed with such force that he crashes through a nearby stone wall, shattering it. The onlookers, especially the kind adventurer woman and her companions, are left utterly speechless by the sudden and brutal display of power. Xu Jingming stands calmly in the now devastated courtyard, unfazed by the chaos he caused as the crowd parts around him. The onlookers are in shock, murmuring about the instant and terrifying defeat of Zhao Chunlin. One person notes they didn't even see how Xu Jingming attacked, while another remarks they were initially worried for the newcomer, never expecting him to be so strong. The consensus is clear. Zhao Chunlin picked a fight with the wrong person. The kind adventurer woman and her friend are also trying to process what they just saw. The woman admits she couldn't follow his movements either. Her blonde companion grimly assesses the damage, guessing that Zhao Chunlin's legs and pelvis must have been completely shattered. She concludes that even if he survives, he will be a cripple. The kind woman remarks that Xu Jingming is not only incredibly strong, but also ruthless, truly a student from the prestigious Modu Superpower University. When her companion asks how she knows, she explains she recognized his combat suit as exclusive gear from the university. Impressed by his power, the kind woman, whose friend calls her Xiao Qian, suggests they should try to recruit him into their team, noting they are short one attacker. Her teammate immediately protests, reminding her that when they formed their all-female team, they agreed to only accept female members. The other teammates playfully tease Xiaoqian, suggesting she's only interested because he's handsome, though they admit they wouldn't be opposed to him joining. The teasing leaves Xiaoqian flustered. Ignoring the commotion, Xu Jingming proceeds to the wilderness entry gate. He scans his adventurer card, and a notification confirms his identity and grants him permission to enter. He steps through the massive gate and into the vast expanse of the Yuanshui wilderness area, a dense, untamed forest. Shortly after entering, he pauses as the distant, powerful roar of a beast echoes through the trees. He recognizes the sound as a territorial declaration from powerful beasts, likely at least Tier 4. However, he remains calm, noting to himself that these creatures are not his targets for the day. He begins to plan his hunt, recalling that the Yuan Shui wilderness is divided into a ruined city and a mountain forest. He decides the beasts in the city are generally weaker, making them the perfect starting point to harvest the ability points he needs. He pulls up a holographic map on his smartwatch and identifies a nearby location called Ping'an County. The data indicates the area is mostly inhabited by Tier 2 beasts, with very few Tier 1 and no higher-tiered creatures. With its large area and an estimated 500 to 600 beasts, he concludes it is the ideal hunting ground. With a determined cry, Xu Jingming declares his arrival in Ping'an County and breaks into a full sprint, his body covered in a faint blue aura as he moves with incredible speed through the forest. He soon enters the desolate, ruined streets of the county, where his presence immediately attracts a ferocious, wolf-like beast that lunges at him from the shadows. Xu Jingming calmly identifies his attacker as a Tier 2 Shadow Cat, seeing it as a timely delivery of ability points. However, as he prepares to fight, he suddenly clutches his chest in pain. He feels the violent, negative emotions from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood stirring within him, filling him with an overwhelming urge to kill. He realizes the more he tries to suppress this impulse, the stronger it becomes. A savage, manic grin spreads across his face as he decides he has had enough of holding back. Unleashing a torrent of purple lightning, he embraces the bloodlust, his sudden transformation and terrifying aura leaving the Shadow Cat frozen in fear. The scene then shifts to 1 month later. A team of 4 adventurers patrols the empty streets of the same county. One of them asks their bald, red-bearded captain why the area is so deserted, complaining they have been searching for a full day without finding a single beast. The captain angrily retorts that he has no idea. Finding the situation deeply unsettling, he reasons there should be hundreds of beasts in a city of this size, and even a mass migration wouldn't leave the area so completely barren. Just then, their luck seems to change as a large, tiger-like arm-blade tiger appears before them, startling the group. Relieved to have finally found a target, the captain rallies his men, declaring they should kill it together. However, before they can move, a massive spear of pure purple lightning descends from the sky. The energy spear slams directly into the beast, instantly obliterating it in a massive explosion of purple energy and debris. The adventurers are left stunned by the sudden, overwhelming attack. One of them nervously wonders if they just saw a new type of laser weapon. The more experienced captain dismisses the idea, explaining a laser would be much faster. He correctly deduces that the devastating attack was an incredibly powerful lightning element combat technique. The captain of the adventurer team quickly understands the situation. He concludes that the devastating attack was a clear warning and that a powerful individual has claimed the entire county as their territory. He urges his team to leave immediately. His men scramble to follow, with one commenting on how terrifying the lightning spear was, while another finally understands why they couldn't find any beasts. They had all been wiped out by this powerful lightning user. The captain yells at them to hurry, fearing the consequences if they linger and anger the mysterious powerhouse. The scene shifts to reveal the powerhouse, Xu Jingming, perched calmly on a high-rise structure. A system notification pops up, confirming his kill of a Tier 2 arm-blade tiger and awarding him 19 ability points. He reflects on his progress, pleased that after reaching a high level of proficiency, his Thunder Spear technique now has a range of over 1,000 meters. He then pulls up his status panel to review his accomplishments over the past month. By accumulating over 8,000 ability points, he has advanced from a high-level first tier to a high-level second tier user, and his Thunder Indestructible body has broken through to the third level. He also proudly notes that he has managed to raise several of his A-rank combat techniques to the intermediate level, a feat he believes no one else could achieve in such a short time. Having cleared out the entire county, Xu Jingming decides it is time to pack up. He plans to return to the supply base for the night before venturing deeper into the wilderness the next day. Back at the Yuanshui supply base, a group of adventurers watch in disbelief as Xu Jingming returns, weighed down by an impossibly large and overflowing backpack. They joke about the situation, wondering if his bag has grown legs and speculating that he must have foolishly hauled back the entire carcass of a beast. Unseen by them, Xu Jingming thinks to himself that it was a good thing he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. Otherwise, it never would have held the more than 400 kilograms of beast materials he had collected. He proceeds to the adventurer's hall and approaches the receptionist's counter to sell his haul. The woman politely asks what materials he wishes to sell and directs him to a large scale. Xu Jingming opens his massive pack, revealing a mountain of valuable, high-quality beast parts. He informs the stunned receptionist that he has over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials and asks her to see how much they are worth. Still in awe, the receptionist examines the parts, noting they are all the most valuable and pristine components, such as tiger tendons, claws, and rhino horns. Completely overwhelmed, she apologetically asks Xu Jingming to wait, explaining the quantity of materials is too large for her to handle alone and that she needs to call for help. Shortly after, a well-dressed man, with 2 female attendants in red dresses, approaches. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the manager in charge of acquisitions. After Xu Jingming introduces himself, Manager Zhao Yi shakes his hand, expressing his admiration that someone so young could hunt so many beasts. He offers to have his staff take care of the inventory and invites Xu Jingming to sit with him while they wait. While Xu Jingming sits with manager Zhao Yi, the adventurer's hall staff, aided by floating scanner drones, meticulously appraise the massive pile of beast materials. The manager is clearly impressed by his young client's skill and decides to foster a good relationship. He presents Xu Jingming with a platinum membership card for the supply base, which grants a discount on all purchases, and asks him to accept the small token. Xu Jingming politely accepts, thanking the manager. Soon after, a female employee delivers the final inventory report. She states they have counted a total of 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 beast materials. The The staggering numbers leave the manager inwardly stunned, wondering if Xu Jingming had single-handedly wiped out an entire beast lair. Turning back to his client, the manager presents the final valuation, totaling just over 24.76 million. He offers to round the payment up to 25 million, an offer Xu Jingming graciously accepts. A moment later, Xu Jingming receives a notification on his phone confirming the deposit, bringing his new bank balance to over 29 million. He smiles, realizing he has become incredibly rich overnight. As he prepares to leave, manager Zhao Yi gives him his business card, inviting him for tea sometime. Xu Jingming politely agrees and leaves. The manager watches him go, thinking the young man has a future with limitless potential. Just as Xu Jingming departs, the manager's phone begins to ring. He answers, and the caller is revealed to be Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, heavily bandaged and in a wheelchair, the enraged merchant yells into the phone that he saw the person who attacked him return to the base and furiously demands that the manager help him get revenge. The manager, now revealed to be Zhao Chunlin's powerful contact, calmly asks if he is referring to the high-level first-tier user and inquires how he wants to proceed. Zhao Chunlin furiously demands that he dispatch the Tiger Shark Squad to make Xu Jingming's life a living hell. The manager agrees to lend him the elite squad, but makes one condition clear. After this, their association is over. Zhao Chunlin accepts the terms, vowing to leave the city as soon as his revenge is complete. After ending the call, manager Zhao Yi feels a sudden sense of unease. He tries to dismiss it as paranoia, reassuring himself that the Tiger Shark Squad is an elite team of Tier 2 users and should have no trouble dealing with a single first-tier opponent. Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming walks through the streets of the supply base, he suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. He rubs his nose, wondering what that was about and if someone was just talking bad about him somewhere. Manager Zhao Yi is on the phone with his superior, enthusiastically reporting about a new ability user named Xu Jingming, whose haul of beast materials alone was more than a dozen other teams combined. The superior, base chief manager Wang Chuang, hears the name and says he will check the records. As he pulls up Xu Jingming's file, his eyes widen in surprise. Manager Wang Chuang immediately calls back, his tone urgent. He tells manager Zhao Yi that Xu Jingming is extremely important and to notify him the moment he returns. Zhao Yi agrees, wondering how a young man could cause such a strong reaction from his boss. He concludes Xu Jingming must have a powerful background and is relieved he treated him with respect. Meanwhile, manager Wang Chuang looks at Xu Jingming's profile. He recognizes him as another disciple of the famed Yang Zhentian and notes his talent seems to surpass even Liu Ming, another of the dean's students. He concludes Xu Jingming is a prodigy who must not be offended. Elsewhere, Xu Jingming walks through the commercial streets of the supply base. He sees a shop selling spatial storage rings and is dismayed that even basic models, no larger than a suitcase, cost over 10 million. Despite the high price, he finds the convenience of a space ring appealing and wonders how much a larger one for his spear would cost. His thoughts are interrupted by his phone ringing. He answers and hears the cheerful voice of his roommate, Liu Wentao, who asks when he'll return to the university. Xu Jingming says he will be back in about half a month and asks if something is wrong. He doesn't know he is being watched. From a hidden alley, a vengeful Zhao Chunlin sits in a wheelchair, surrounded by mercenaries, the Tiger Shark Squad. The squad leader, a man with a blonde buzz cut and an arm in a sling, points out their target. He orders them to break Xu Jingming's hands and feet, then bring him to Zhao Chunlin. A female squad member coolly acknowledges the command. As Xu Jingming continues his phone call, Liu Wentao starts telling him about an arrogant new freshman at the university. Suddenly, Xu Jingming pauses, sensing hostile gazes. Liu Wentao asks what's wrong, but Xu Jingming, aware of the ambush, looks over his shoulder and calmly tells his roommate it's nothing, and to continue. As Xu Jingming walks into the deserted alley, the Tiger Shark Squad is waiting. The squad leader signals that the target is in position and orders a member named He Ji to analyze his strength. Another member remarks their captain is being too cautious about a single upper first-rank user. As Heiji uses her psychic ability to scan their target, her expression turns to shock, and she exclaims that what she is seeing can't be possible. The captain asks what is wrong, sensing something is amiss. Heiji shares her psychic perception with the team, letting them see what she sees. Their view of the alley shows their auras as small flickers of energy, but Xu Jingming's is a colossal vortex of immense purple power that dwarfs them. The team is horrified. realizing his power is far stronger than an upper second-rank user and he could easily destroy them. The leader's face twists in fury as he realizes their intelligence was wrong and Zhao Chunlin sent them on a suicide mission. He immediately aborts the operation, ordering a retreat and vowing to settle the score. From the alley, Xu Jingming watches the squad members suddenly leap away and vanish, leaving him confused by their sudden withdrawal. He quickly deduces the only person in the base with a grudge against him is Zhao Chunlin and assumes this was a failed revenge attempt. He dismisses it, thinking people like that never change and he will teach him a lesson next time. The enraged Tiger Shark squad returns to Zhao Chunlin. The squad leader storms up to the merchant and slaps him powerfully across the face. The force sends Zhao Chunlin flying from his wheelchair. Stunned and in pain, he demands to know why he was attacked. The leader looks down with contempt, yelling that Zhao Chunlin's faulty intel was a death trap. He reveals the shocking truth. Their target wasn't an upper first-rank user, but a powerful upper second rank. The news leaves Zhao Chunlin speechless, unable to understand how Xu Jingming grew so powerful in just over a month. The squad leader, his face cold with disgust, declares he doesn't care. He terminates their mission, leaving Zhao Chunlin broken on the ground as his team departs. The Tiger Shark squad leader reports back to manager Zhao Yi, who is surprised to see them return so soon. The squad leader confirms the mission was terminated. He explains that Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was wrong. The target was an upper second-rank user. He corrects himself, saying it's worse. Their scanner showed his combat strength is at least third rank, which is why they retreated. Manager Zhao Yi is enraged, wondering how Zhao Chunlin could make such a huge mistake. A sense of dread dawns on him, and he asks for the target's name. The leader says Zhao Chunlin only gave a description, a muscular man, about 1.9 meters tall, who carries a long spear. The description clicks, and manager Zhao Yi's face turns pale with horror as he realizes who the target was. The scene cuts to manager Wang Chuang's office, who slams his hands on his desk, sending books flying. He yells at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who gave him the audacity to ambush Xu Jingming. A terrified Zhao Yi nervously points out he's just an upper second-rank kid and questions if such a strong reaction is needed. Manager Wang Chuang calls him a fool and has a drone project Xu Jingming's records. As he reads, the horrifying reality hits him. The file confirms Xu Jingming is an 18-year-old upper second-rank user, the top scholar of Jiangnan province, and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. The most damning detail is his mentor, the legendary Yang Zhentian. Manager Wang Chuang grimly asks if he now understands, explaining a master like Yang Zhentian could level the base, and the state would do nothing. Overcome with fear, spikes erupting from his back, manager Zhao Yi bows and promises to handle the situation. On manager Wang's orders, 2 guards drag in the battered Zhao Chunlin. The terrified merchant is thrown to the floor, where he begs for his life. Manager Zhao Yi, his face cold, declares a simple beating isn't enough. The ringleader must be executed. He tells Zhao Chunlin he has only himself to blame for picking a fight with someone he couldn't afford to offend. Without another word, he snaps the merchant's neck, executing him on the spot. In manager Wang Chuang's office, manager Zhao Yi looks on nervously after executing the merchant. However, the base chief manager is not satisfied. He coldly asks if Zhao Yi believes that is enough to appease someone like Xu Jingming. With a menacing look, he tells Zhao Yi that while he has overlooked his shady dealings over the years, this mistake is too great. He declares everyone involved, including the Tiger Shark squad, must be severely punished to ensure no rumors spread. A horrified Zhao Yi can only watch. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Hall entrance, where the base's top management has gathered in a formal line. A crowd, including Xiao Qian and her team, observes the gathering. They recognize manager Wang Chuang at the front and note all department heads are present. They guess such an impressive lineup must be for someone very important. Just then, Xiao Qian's teammate spots a familiar face, pointing out the young man from Modu Superpower University. Xu Jingming, returning from his errands, looks on, confused why the entire management team is at the entrance. The man at the front steps forward. He warmly welcomes student Xu and introduces himself as the base chief manager, Wang Lun. Seeing the base's highest authority personally greeting him leaves Xiao Qian and her friends shocked as they realize there is much more to this young man's identity. Manager Wang Lun offers a formal apology. He informs Xu Jingming that for the offense, Zhao Chunlin has been punished. Furthermore, all accomplices have been rounded up and will spend their lives in prison. To make amends, the manager explains, the base has prepared reparations. Xu Jingming is impressed, thinking that a chief manager certainly handles matters cleanly and decisively. A female attendant brings forward a box, presenting Xu Jingming with the base's highest-level black gold membership card. Manager Wang Lun explains this card grants him free lodging and a minimum 20% discount on all purchases. Another attendant then presents a second gift, a small box containing a 1 cubic meter space ring. The incredible value of this gift leaves Xu Jingming completely stunned as he realizes what he is being offered. Holding the space ring, Xu Jingming notes its incredible value, saying it would cost at least 50 million on the market. He accepts the gift, acknowledging manager Wang Chuang's sincerity. Manager Chuang praises Xu Jingming, commenting that his boldness is what he would expect from a student of Yang Zhentian. He mentions that Xu Jingming's senior disciple, Liu Ming, also trained at the base. Before Xu Jingming leaves, manager Wang Chuang assures him that if he runs into trouble in the city, he should contact him, as his influence is significant. Xu Jingming understands this special treatment is entirely due to his master's powerful backing. Later, in the luxurious room from his new black gold membership, Xu Jingming finally relaxes. After a month of hard training, he is grateful for the rest. He decides to bind the space ring to himself, a process that requires leaving a spiritual imprint on it. With his strong spiritual power far surpassing an average user of his level, he completes the task easily. Testing the ring, he finds he can retrieve items with a simple thought and store them with a touch. Although it can't hold living things, he finds it very convenient. His rest is interrupted by a call from his master, Yang Zhentian. Xu Jingming informs him he just returned from the wilderness and has something important to report. Upon learning someone sent mercenaries to attack his disciple, Yang Zhentian becomes enraged. He shouts over the phone that a space ring is too light a compensation for an assassination attempt and threatens to destroy the base if anything had happened to Xu Jingming. Once calmer, he asks why the elite squad retreated. Xu Jingming speculates they realized his strength was much greater than they expected, seeing him as an upper-tier second-rank user, forcing them to fall back. The news leaves Yang Zhentian speechless. He shouts into the phone in disbelief that Xu Jingming has already reached that level in just 1 month. His master's shock quickly turns into a proud laugh. He praises Xu Jingming, stating his cultivation speed is even faster than his was, and eagerly asks when he plans to return so they can celebrate. Xu Jingming tells him he will be back just before the semester begins, as he plans to use the remaining time to explore more dangerous areas. His master warns him to be careful, and Xu Jingming assures him he will. After the call, Yang Zhentian is still beaming with joy. His butler, Uncle Fu, remarks it has been a long time since he's seen him so happy. The dean can't contain his admiration for Xu Jingming's astonishing speed of improvement. He reflects that life and death crises, which are catalysts for others, seem to work like a powerful cheat device for his talented disciple, speeding up his growth at an incredible rate. Following his plan, Xu Jingming ventures into the forest mountain range, a more advanced part of the wilderness. As he walks, the air is filled with the roars of fierce beasts. He notes this area seems much richer in resources than the ruined city he had cleared. His keen senses pick up on an attack just as his boot snaps a twig, alerting his foe to his position. Suddenly, invisible energy slashes tear through the air, aimed at him. Reacting with incredible speed, Xu Jingming dodges the assault, the blasts narrowly missing him and slicing through the trees. The attacker reveals itself, a large, ferocious Gale Dreadwolf. Xu Jingming calmly analyzes it, guessing that most third-rank beasts have special abilities. He identifies the wolf as a wind element creature, likely at a mid-tier third-rank level, and wonders how many ability points its defeat will give him. As Xu Jingming prepares to fight the beast, he senses another group approaching. It is the popular streamer Zhang Chuxuan, with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of her men points out the Gale Dreadwolf, suggesting it would be perfect for Miss Zhang to defeat on camera. The team leader orders his subordinate to block the wolf's escape, intending to claim the beast for themselves. Xu Jingming observes this, thinking they are trying to steal his kill, which is against the wilderness rule where the first person to find a resource has claim to it. However, Zhang Chuxuan expresses her disapproval. She states that she dislikes taking another's prey just for filming content. The leader tries to frame it as a heroic rescue for their stream. Zhang Chuxuan is not convinced, saying she doesn't need fake praise and pointing out that Xu Jingming appears calm and capable, not needing help. Following her wishes, the team leader complains quietly but agrees to find another beast. He orders his team to leave. Xu Jingming watches them go, thinking Jiang Chushuan's character is surprisingly decent for a famous online personality. However, he also notes the team leader seemed to have little authority. He dismisses the thought and refocuses on his hunt. The Gale Dreadwolf, annoyed that Xu Jingming stood his ground, lunges in a furious attack. Unfazed, Xu Jingming easily evades the beast's charge. The attack throws Xu Jingming slightly off balance, enraged that its prey is not taking it seriously. However, Xu Jingming quickly recovers and retaliates. Channeling his lightning power, he brings his spear down with immense force, plunging the electrified tip into the beast's skull. The beast collapses. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding him 34 ability points. Xu Jingming reflects on the reward, noting with satisfaction that getting over 30 points from a single third-rank beast is quite good. With a smirk, he looks forward to the last 10 days of his expedition, eager to hunt as many beasts as possible. 7 days later, Xu Jingming's hunt continues. He finds a troop of large, ape-like beasts, who are startled by a brilliant flash of light from above. He unleashes a powerful ranged technique, a massive spear of pure energy, which descends from the sky and slams into the ground, creating a powerful explosion. The blast leaves a crater with one ape-like creature lying heavily wounded within it. Xu Jingming is surprised his Thunder Spear attack didn't instantly kill the leader. He acknowledges that, as expected of a third-rank beast leader, it is durable. With a menacing look, purple lightning crackling around him, he decides not to waste time on the lesser beasts. He resolves to finish them all off quickly. He charges into the remaining group, his body covered in lightning. He moves like a blur, weaving through their attacks and striking them down with his spear. Standing over the defeated ape-like beasts, Xu Jingming's hunt in this area is a success. He checks his system panel, a satisfied smile on his face as he sees he has over 3,000 ability points. He thinks this amount should be enough to finally learn the powerful S-rank combat techniques he has been eagerly anticipating. Just as he is about to move on, his smartwatch beeps, projecting a holographic distress signal. Elsewhere, Jiang Chushuan is desperately fleeing for her life, leaping through the trees at incredible speed. She is being pursued by a massive, armored, dragon-like creature. Through her panicked thoughts, she reveals her team was scattered by a powerful fourth-rank beast, and in the chaos, she ran into another foe, a low-tier, third-rank ground-digging dragon. She knows any beast associated with dragons is very fierce. As a mid-tier second-rank user, she understands she has no chance of winning, even with a power-boosting pill. Her only hope is that another superpowered person will see her distress signal and come to her aid. Her situation becomes worse when she breaks out of the dense forest into an open clearing. She realizes, with a sense of doom, that without cover, the beast will surely catch her. As she feared, the creature closes in, cornering her completely. Just as the beast is about to strike, a massive spear of pure purple lightning descends from the sky, slamming in front of the creature and stopping its attack. Xu Jingming appears in a flash of lightning, standing protectively between her and the stunned beast. Jiang Chushuan looks on in utter shock, immediately recognizing her savior. Seeing him stand his ground, Jiang Chushuan frantically tells him to run, explaining that the creature is a low-tier, third-rank, ground-digging dragon he can't defeat. However, Xu Jingming ignores her warning, planting his spear in the ground as he calmly faces the beast, leaving her stunned. Frustrated that he won't listen, she feels responsible. She thinks it would be one thing if she died alone, but she can't bear the thought of getting an innocent person killed. Making a selfless choice, she sprints past him, shouting for him to escape while she tries to hold off the creature. The ground-digging dragon roars and charges at them both. Jiang Chushuan prepares to fight. Before she can act, Xu Jingming unleashes his power behind her. He summons a massive spear of crackling lightning and hurls it over her head at the charging beast, leaving her to watch in stunned silence. The energy spear descends at incredible speed, piercing directly through the beast's armored head in a massive explosion of purple lightning and gore. The creature collapses, its head completely destroyed. Jiang Chushuan falls to her knees in complete disbelief, stammering about how the fearsome beast was killed in a single instant attack. She looks up at Xu Jingming, thinking about his terrifying power. She realizes the sonic boom she heard earlier was from him and wonders how he could be so strong when he's supposed to be only an upper-tier second-rank user. A notification appears for Xu Jingming, confirming the kill and awarding him 36 ability points. He smirks, thinking that, as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, it provides more points than a normal beast of the same rank. After the battle, Xu Jingming approaches Jiang Chushuan, who is still on the ground, and asks if she is all right. She says she is fine, just weak in the knees, and thanks him for saving her. He modestly replies that anyone would have done the same and helps her up. Standing, Jiang Chuxuan says she owes him a great debt for saving her life, and he can ask for anything in the future. Xu Jingming politely declines, but says an autographed photo for his roommate would be the best reward. The request surprises her, but she agrees, saying she doesn't have one with her but can give it to him at the supply base. Her attention is then drawn to his weapon. She recognizes it as the famous Dark Cloud Gale Spear and asks if he's a student at Modu University. He confirms it was a gift from his master. Jiang Chuxuan explains the weapon is famous because it's so heavy only powerful users can wield it. She introduces herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy. Hearing this, Xu Jingming greets her as a senior. She internally notes she's never heard his name at school and concludes he must be a very low-key upperclassman. He realizes she thinks he is a senior because most students don't reach his power level until their third year, and he decides not to correct her. Still in awe, Jiang Chuxuan marvels that he could instantly kill a strong, upper-tier third-rank creature. As he prepares to leave, she stops him. With a blush, she shyly asks if she can travel with him for a while, explaining she was separated from her bodyguards and can't survive alone in the wilderness. Xu Jingming agrees to escort her to the ruined city, from where she can get back safely. She happily thanks him. As they walk, she suggests they check the beast's cave for valuable items, which is why it attacked her. Xu Jingming agrees it's worth a look. On the way, she asks which academy he belongs to. When he says he is from the Weaponry Academy, she comments that she knows their dean, Yang Zhentian, has a very fierce nickname. Xu Jingming calmly informs her the dean is his master. The revelation leaves Jiang Chuxuan flustered and embarrassed, and she apologizes profusely for speaking badly of his teacher. Xu Jingming is taken aback, thinking that for a cold online ice goddess, she is quite a chatterbox in person. Jiang Chuxuan leads him to a dark, rocky cave, the ground-digging dragon's lair. Inside, he cautiously tells her to stay behind him, as he is unsure of what dangers lie ahead. She agrees, following closely as he leads with his spear crackling with protective lightning. Their caution soon turns to amazement. Deeper inside, they discover a hidden oasis. A small spring of clear turquoise water is surrounded by a garden of rare and fragrant flowers. Xu Jingming is stunned, identifying several high-grade medicinal herbs. His shock grows as he realizes the spring is an S-grade earth spirit spring, a legendary healing treasure. He turns to Jiang Chuan in disbelief, asking if she is certain. She confirms it, explaining the spring nourishes the surrounding plants, turning them into rare and powerful herbs. Xu Jingming is impressed by her deep knowledge. She proudly reveals she is a certified second-grade pharmacist, a qualification he knows is very difficult to achieve. After assessing their find, Jiang Chuxuan estimates there is enough spring water for at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. As thanks for saving her life, she selflessly offers the entire treasure to him. However, Xu Jingming proposes a fairer deal. He suggests they split the spring water, with him taking 4 parts to her 1, and divide the herbs equally. Delighted by his generous offer, she happily accepts. As Xu Jingming and Jiang Chuxuan are dividing their findings, her team of bodyguards arrives at the cave entrance. One man is skeptical, questioning what could be valuable in an unguarded cave. The team leader corrects him, pointing out traces show it's the lair of a third-rank ground-digging dragon, and dragon nests often contain rare treasures. As they enter, they are surprised to find Jiang Chuxuan and Xu Jingming inside. She is startled by their sudden appearance, internally worrying that if this elite team of third-rank users discovers the S-grade spring, there will be trouble. The leader greets her, saying they've been searching for her. He then curiously notes Xu Jingming's presence. Thinking quickly, Jiang Chuxuan explains Xu Jingming is a senior from her school she just met. She gestures to the treasure, suggesting that since the herbs are high quality, they should all share. The leader smirks and accepts, but a subordinate whispers to him that the spring seems to be the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a priceless treasure. The revelation instantly changes the atmosphere. The bodyguards' eyes glow red with greed as they realize the immense value. Both Xu Jingming and Jiang Chuxuan sense the immediate shift in their demeanor. The leader's friendly facade drops, replaced by a menacing grin as he remarks that she doesn't seem very honest. Realizing the danger, Jiang Chuxuan decides to surrender the treasure. She says the team can have everything and tries to pull Xu Jingming away. When he does not move, she urgently whispers that the bodyguards are all peak third-rank users and they stand no chance. However, Xu Jingming calmly replies that he doesn't consider himself weaker than them. He adds that even if they gave up the treasure, the team wouldn't let them go alive, a chilling thought she realizes is true. The team leader laughs, confirming Xu Jingming's words. He admits that while the boy's tone is arrogant, his guess is correct. He explains their ruthless logic. Jiang Chushuan is famous. If they let her go, she could expose them online and ruin their careers. Therefore, he concludes, it is safer to kill them both and keep the secret buried in the cave forever. Refusing to be a liability, Jiang Chushuan makes a difficult choice. She pulls out and swallows a red, power-enhancing blood-burst pill, determined to fight alongside her rescuer. The pill immediately takes effect, causing her A-rank ice superpower to surge violently. She unleashes her power, sending a wave of frost across the ground that begins to freeze the feet of the bodyguards. The team leader, unfazed, gives his orders. He instructs one man, Zhou Chong, to deal with Xu Jingming first, whom he mockingly calls Jiang Chushuan's lover. The rest of the team is ordered to secure the cave entrance. With the plan set, the leader turns his attention to Jiang Chushuan. His body transforms, his C-rank ability turning him into a massive, ferocious, saber-toothed tiger. He menacingly tells her that her life ends today. His men make cruel and lewd remarks, suggesting they should record everything before killing her, revealing their monstrous nature. Jiang Chushuan is filled with despair, horrified to be facing beasts in human skin. She cannot accept dying in such a place, her greatest regret being that she dragged Xu Jingming into her fatal situation. She turns to warn him, only to be shocked by what she sees. In a flash, the battle turns. The tiger-transformed leader's eyes widen as he senses movement. Before anyone can react, Xu Jingming appears behind Zhou Chong, his spear already through the man's chest. The bodyguard collapses, defeated in an instant. Xu Jingming looks down on his fallen foe coldly, remarking that even a third-tier fighter isn't much of a threat. The leader is stunned by Xu Jingming's incredible speed, unable to understand how his mid-tier third-rank subordinate was taken down so easily. He realizes with a grim expression that he has misjudged the situation. Xu Jingming is the true threat. Roaring with fury, he unleashes his own attack, swinging his massive axe in a devastating tiger roar slash. However, Xu Jingming effortlessly dodges the powerful blow, his body a blur of purple lightning. As he dodges, he analyzes his opponent's strength. He concludes that the peak third-tier captain's raw power is far stronger than his, and he realizes he can no longer afford to hold back. The tiger-transformed leader and his men are left confused by Xu Jingming's display of power. Realizing he is facing a much stronger opponent than he thought, Xu Jingming decides he can no longer hold back. He unleashes a hidden power, activating his Thunder Extreme mode. A massive, violent surge of raw purple lightning erupts from him, tearing his shirt and revealing a newly muscular physique. Jiang Chushuan can only watch in stunned silence, her face a mix of awe and concern. The sheer force of this transformation shocks the tiger leader, who stares at the dark, swirling energy and wonders what kind of monster Xu Jingming is. Xu Jingming's appearance changes dramatically. His eyes now glow a piercing blue with slitted pupils, and two large demonic horns sprout from his head, completing his terrifying new form. He revels in the incredible surge of power, finding the feeling amazing. After a moment of shock, the leader dismisses the change, believing it to be just a special mode meant to be intimidating. Regaining his confidence, he prepares to attack again. With a ferocious grin, Xu Jingming rushes forward. The two warriors clash, the leader using a defensive skill called Lying Tiger Stone, certain his armor can withstand any attack from a lower-rank user. However, he is proven fatally wrong as Xu Jingming's own Lightning Gale Slash connects with his weapon. The force of Xu Jingming's attack is overwhelming, shattering the leader's powerful armor. The impact sends the massive Tiger Man flying backward, completely defeated. Xu Jingming stands confidently in his transformed state, declaring his body is now 3 to 4 times stronger, a level of power the leader's tough, beast-like hide could not withstand. The battle is not over. With their leader defeated, another bodyguard lunges at Xu Jingming, unleashing a powerful B-rank skill, the Flame Claw. Even in his transformed state, Xu Jingming's control is absolute. He effortlessly blocks the fiery assault with his own lightning. The bodyguard is left in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his advanced technique could be so easily stopped by a supposedly lower-ranked opponent. Xu Jingming stands over the now-defeated bodyguard. Acknowledging his opponent's resilience, he remarks that it's expected from a peak third-tier fighter, but declares he will end the fight with one final blow. Terrified, the man begs for his life, offering Xu Jingming the Earth Spirit Spring and all his savings. Xu Jingming coldly dismisses his plea, stating that it is too late for begging. Jiang Chushuan watches the scene, her mind reeling in disbelief. She thinks that the team she hired, who cost a fortune and whose captain was rumored to be invincible, was utterly dismantled. She has never heard of any student from her university with such a powerful record, leading her to wonder if his ability might even be S rank. With the others defeated, Xu Jingming turns his attention to the remaining bodyguards. In his transformed state, he feels the violent, bloodthirsty urges from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood resurfacing, and he menacingly tells them it is their turn. The two men are frozen in terror, calling him a demon. Xu Jingming scoffs, retorting that compared to murderers like them, he considers himself far more human. Realizing they are outmatched, the remaining men make a desperate final stand. On their leader's command, they all consume their own blood-burst pills, preparing to fight to the death. The battle that follows is swift and brutal. The scene cuts to the aftermath, where Xu Jingming, now back in his normal form but shirtless, stands victorious amidst the defeated bodies of the entire team. The immense power of his Thunder Extreme mode has taken its toll. He leans against a rock wall, breathing heavily and completely exhausted. He reflects that while his transformation is incredibly powerful, the energy drain is severe. Using it for just over 10 minutes, he realizes, is more draining than fighting for several hours. After the intense battle, a concerned Jiang Chuxuan rushes to Xu Jingming's side, asking if he is all right. Despite his exhaustion, he reassures her that he is fine and suggests they collect the valuable spring water and herbs before they rest. Standing by the pristine spring, Jiang Chuxuan expresses her relief that the bloody fight did not contaminate the precious resource. They proceed to carefully fill several glass bottles with the potent water from the Earth Spirit Spring. After they finish, Xu Jingming notes they collected even more than they had estimated. He hands 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxuan, insisting she take them as her share, acknowledging that she also fought hard. Overjoyed by his generosity, she thanks him enthusiastically. However, their moment of relief is cut short. Suddenly, Jiang Chuxuan stumbles and cries out in pain. She collapses forward against Xu Jingming, realizing with dread that the severe side effects of the bloodburst pill she took earlier are finally kicking in. The severe side effects of the bloodburst pill finally hit Jiang Chuxuan. She cries out in pain and collapses forward against Xu Jingming, who is surprised but catches her. Lying on the ground, she thinks about how she is powerless, unable to use her energy, and too weak to even get clothes from her space ring. Trembling and blushing, she feels deeply embarrassed and worries about the bad impression she's making. Seeing her condition, Xu Jingming says the pill's side effects are strong and that he will take her somewhere to rest. Without waiting for a response, he lifts her into his arms, which surprises and flusters her. As he carries her, her heart beats rapidly, and she wonders if it's because this is the first time she has been so close to a man. Xu Jingming carries her to a small grassy clearing and gently sets her down. He tells her to rest there while he goes to collect the remaining herbs. Before leaving, he takes off his own black shirt and offers it to her so she can cover herself. Jiang Chuchuan accepts it, thinking about how kind and considerate he is. While she recovers, Xu Jingming turns his attention to the defeated bodyguards. He takes a space ring from one and examines its contents. He thinks the loot from the elite team is disappointing, as he only finds some cash, beast materials, herbs, and a C-grade combat technique. Holding the 2 rings, he hopes he can trade them for a single, larger one, thinking that carrying his long spear is very inconvenient. From the ground, Jiang Chuxuan calls out to him. She explains the Earth Spirit Spring can help with her weakness, and timidly asks if he can give her a sip. Xu Jingming gives her some of the spring water in a vial, and she drinks it eagerly. Instantly, she sighs in relief as her strength begins to return. Jiang Chuxuan tells Xu Jingming she feels much better, though she estimates she will need another 3 to 4 hours to recover completely. She marvels that the pill's side effects can be countered and comments on how miraculous the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring is. Xu Jingming considers her recovery time and realizes it will be night in a few hours. For their safety, he suggests they rest in the cave overnight. The thought of spending a night alone with a man in a dark cave leaves Jiang Chuxuan utterly shocked and flustered. When Xu Jingming asks her opinion, the blushing Jiang Chuxuan shyly agrees, telling him she will follow his lead. The next morning, the sun shines through the forest. Having fully recovered, Jiang Chuxuan stretches her arms, feeling refreshed. She comments on how pleasant the forest air is, joking that she could stay for a month if not for the dangerous beasts. She glances at Xu Jingming and reflects on her worries from the previous night, chiding herself for her wild imagination. She concludes he is not the kind of person she feared, yet feels a slight sense of disappointment. Her thoughts are interrupted when Xu Jingming says it's time to leave and that he will escort her to the edge of the forest. Surprised, she quickly agrees. The two then begin to run through the woods, with Xu Jingming in the lead. Suddenly, he comes to an abrupt stop, putting his arm out to prevent her from going further. A moment later, a massive, flaming creature leaps over their heads. Jiang Chuxuan looks up in terror, identifying it as a powerful 5th-tier blazing tiger. The great beast lands far ahead and continues to flee. Peeking from behind a tree, Xu Jingming wonders if the tiger didn't notice them, but Jiang Chuxuan observes its panicked state and suggests it is running for its life. Her eyes widen as she realizes what must be chasing it. A massive horde of gray, wolf-like beasts with red eyes rushes past. In a hushed tone, Jiang Chuxuan explains they are iron-toothed rats. She clarifies that while they are only 1st-tier beasts, in a swarm they are incredibly dangerous and could overwhelm a 6th-tier powerhouse. Now she understands why the blazing tiger was forced to flee. Faced with the swarm, Jiang Chuxuan panics and urges Xu Jingming to flee. Reacting instantly, Xu Jingming grabs her hand, and they turn and run, with the horde of rats in hot pursuit. As they sprint, Xu Jingming knows the rats have incredible stamina, making a simple escape impossible. With the supply base 90 kilometers away, he realizes they need to move faster. His spear slows him down, and he declares he must abandon it. However, Jiang Chuxuan quickly offers a solution, telling him her space ring is large enough to hold it. She effortlessly stores the heavy spear, freeing him. Now much lighter, Xu Jingming notes that holding hands is still too slow. He suggests it would be more efficient for him to carry her on his back, a proposal that leaves a stunned Jiang Chuxuan speechless. Before she can object, he swiftly lifts her onto his back and continues their escape at an even greater speed. He eventually breaks out of the forest and into a ruined city. However, their relief is short-lived. They see the swarm devouring another beast's corpse. Xu Jingming grimly realizes their worst fear has come true. The rat tide has overrun the entire area. Cornered, he declares they must fight. He activates his Thunder Extreme mode, his body erupting in purple lightning as demonic horns sprout from his head. He tells a frightened Jiang Chuxuan to hold on tight as he charges into the horde. He becomes a blur of destructive energy, cutting through the rats and earning ability points for each kill. Meanwhile, at a military outpost, Manager Wang Chuang and his team are monitoring the crisis. An official reports the rat tide is over 300,000 strong. Wang Chuang, looking grim, remarks it will be a devastating blow to the ecosystem. A subordinate shows a map of trapped ability users, lamenting that most will likely be devoured. Wang Chuang worries about Xu Jingming, thinking that unless his master, Yang Zhentian, intervenes, no one can save him if he's caught. Suddenly, a soldier spots a massive sphere of purple lightning on the monitors. Wang Chuang orders his troops to prepare to engage. A report comes in that the target is moving at 80 meters per second. The soldiers open fire, but their bullets are useless against the powerful energy barrier. Unleashing his full power, Xu Jingming, still in his demonic form, leaps high into the air with Jiang Chuxuan, soaring over the military blockade. He lands gracefully among the startled soldiers as his transformation fades. The soldiers are left in stunned silence. One exclaims he thought the approaching energy was a lightning beast, not a person. Another remarks on the man's terrifying aura, while a third finds the girl's silhouette strangely familiar. Now back in his normal form, shirtless and exhausted, Xu Jingming tells Jiang Chuxuan they have reached the supply base and are safe. A relieved Jiang Chuxuan holds his arm, thanking him. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang rushes over. Recognizing Xu Jingming, he asks if he can help after his escape. Xu Jingming explains he ran for over 40 minutes from the mountain area and is exhausted, asking only for a room to rest. Internally, Wang Chuang is astounded, knowing the mountains are over 90 kilometers away. He thinks even a 4th-tier ability user would struggle to break through the horde from such a distance. Eager to help, Wang Chuang offers to arrange a room, but Jiang Chuxuan steps in, stating she will take care of him. As she supports the weary Xu Jingming, nearby soldiers begin to gossip. They recognize her as Goddess Jiang and comment on how lucky the young man is. They speculate about their relationship, with one soldier lamenting that his goddess has been stolen. 2 full days and nights later, Xu Jingming finally awakens in a comfortable bed. He finds Jiang Chuxuan by his side, who greets him with a cheerful smile. She tells him he has been asleep for a long time and she was about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to help him recover. Surprised he slept so long, Xu Jingming asks about the wilderness. Jiang Chuxuan informs him the rat tide has not yet receded, so the area is under lockdown. She adds that after it's over, there will likely be very few beasts left. Realizing there is no reason to stay, Xu Jingming decides to return to the university, as the semester is about to begin. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan says she is also going back and suggests they travel together. Xu Jingming readily agrees. As they are making plans, Jiang Chuxuan remembers something she promised. She presents him with the autographed picture he had asked for. To Xu Jingming's complete surprise, the photo shows her posing suggestively in revealing lingerie, a far cry from what he had expected. Flustered by the revealing photo, a blushing Xu Jingming explains to Jiang Chuxuan that he was asking for it on behalf of a friend, suggesting this one might be too inappropriate and asking for a more ordinary one. Jiang Chuxuan is surprised, realizing she misunderstood his intentions. Internally, Jiang Chuxuan is mortified, scolding herself for assuming he was interested in her. Flustered, she offers to give him a new photo and asks for the revealing one back. However, Xu Jingming looks down at the picture and shyly asks if he could keep it for himself, which surprises her. A pleased smile spreads across her face as she tells him of course he can. Trying to change the subject, a flustered Xu Jingming says that since he's been asleep for 2 days, he needs to book a train ticket for their return. Jiang Chuxuan dismisses the idea of a train, explaining that she drove her car and offers to give him a ride back with her. Later, they drive back in a stylish yellow convertible sports car. As they travel, Xu Jingming remarks that only a major online celebrity like her would own such a limited edition car and notes it's his first time in a self-driving vehicle. Jiang Chuxuan casually explains it is simple to manage. They soon arrive back at the Modu Superpower University campus. Having changed into casual clothes, they get out of the car, and Xu Jingming now carries his spear on his shoulder. Their arrival doesn't go unnoticed, as students admire Xu Jingming's handsome appearance, but lament that he seems to have an equally beautiful girlfriend. Walking through campus, Xu Jingming reflects on how much his strength has changed in the month and a half he has been away. Jiang Chuxuan asks which district his dorm is in. He tells her District 3. Since she lives in District 2, she suggests they should part ways there. Before they leave, Jiang Chuxuan tells Xu Jingming not to hesitate to ask if he ever needs anything. He agrees. Just as they are about to part, Jiang Chuxuan quickly steps forward, surprising Xu Jingming. She leans in and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. With a playful smile, she tells him it is a small thank you for saving her life. She then waves goodbye and walks away, leaving a blushing Xu Jingming behind. He touches his cheek, still processing the gesture, and thinks to himself that he was just forcefully kissed. Later, in her luxurious dorm, Jiang Chuxuan sits on her bed, thinking someone as powerful as Xu Jingming can't be unknown. Deciding to investigate, she opens her laptop to search for his information. She muses that all the recent campus buzz is about freshmen. Soon, she finds his detailed file. As she reads, her expression turns to pure shock. She discovers Xu Jingming is a freshman, an upper-tier second-rank user. With a pout, she realizes she has been calling him senior the entire time and calls him a big liar. She playfully vows to tease her junior brother next time they meet. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Xu Jingming reviews his gains from the trip. He completed his missions, acquired 2 space rings, and now has over 25 million in his bank account. He regrets that the rat tide cut his hunt short, preventing him from collecting more ability points. His system panel confirms his new status as an upper second-tier user with an S-rank ability, and he has 3,712 ability points. He feels confident this is enough to learn powerful S-rank combat techniques. His thoughts are interrupted as his roommate, Liu Wentao, bursts into the room. He exclaims that Xu Jingming is finally back and scolds him for not giving a heads up, saying he was worried after hearing about the rat tide. Xu Jingming confirms the tide happened but assures him the military is now handling it. As he speaks, Liu Wentao suddenly senses a change in his roommate's aura. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes Xu Jingming has broken through to the second tier. Xu Jingming calmly corrects him, stating he is an upper second tier user now. Liu Wentao is amazed. Xu Jingming explains he had a few near-death encounters but was lucky enough to survive and achieve a breakthrough. Liu Wentao is impressed, saying Xu Jingming is no ordinary person and wonders if he should also try a life-or-death situation to get stronger. Xu Jingming immediately advises against it, telling his friend his situation was special and the wilderness is too dangerous for him. Liu Wentao agrees not to go, then remembers something important. He tells Xu Jingming that Song Chu-Q came looking for him several times and suggests he should contact her. Xu Jingming says he will, then remembers the gift he brought back. He hands the autographed photo to a confused Liu Wentao. A moment later, Liu Wentao's confusion turns to pure ecstasy. His eyes turn into hearts as he stares at the photo of Goddess Jiang, and he lets out a scream of pure joy. Back at the university, Xu Jingming goes to the Battle Technique Library. He reflects that the 4 missions he completed earned him 871 credits, a fast way to accumulate them. Sitting at a desk, he summons the AI, Eva, and tells it to display all available S-rank lightning combat techniques. Instantly, holographic displays appear, showing powerful skills. He sees techniques like Thunder Mark, which inflicts massive lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, which creates an unbreakable lightning barrier. As he browses, he is surprised that a top-tier school like Manhwa University only has just over 20 S-rank lightning techniques. Knowing these skills are crucial for his future, he resolves to choose carefully. He continues sifting through the options, eventually focusing on two: Heavenly Thunder Art, a ranged ability that summons natural lightning, and Thunder Armor, a defensive skill that creates a shield. He decides they are a perfect combination of long-range offense and defense. While a normal person might have to specialize, Xu Jingming smirks, thinking that with his cheat system, he can simply take them all. He discovers Heavenly Thunder Art is a prerequisite for a more powerful SSS rank technique called Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. He begins studying the manual and is struck by its complexity, finding it even more intricate than his Thunder Indestructible Body technique. The difficult content makes him sweat, and he thinks it's harder than understanding professional literature during his doctoral studies in his past life. After 6 long hours of intense study, an exhausted Xu Jingming slumps over his desk. He sighs, having finally gained a basic understanding. He decides that's enough manual effort, and it's time for his system to take over. He clenches his fist and calls out to his system, Deep Blue, commanding it to add the points to master the skill. A massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him as the system instantly integrates the knowledge into his mind and body. The process is successful, but he is stunned by the cost. Upgrading one S-rank technique to the elementary level required a staggering 1,600 ability points. He can't believe all the points he worked so hard to earn are only enough for these 2 skills. Just then, Eva floats over, reminding him it is 1 in the morning and he should use his time wisely. It also warns him not to use superpowers in the library. A bit sheepish, Xu Jingming agrees. Realizing it's too late to start the second, equally time-consuming technique, he decides to come back another time. On the Manhwa University campus, a young man jogs past a girl on a late-night run. The girl is Song Chu-kyu, and as she runs, she reflects on her intense training regimen. For over a month, she has been pushing herself to train late, a dedication that surprises even her. She is determined to challenge Xu Jingming when he returns, vowing to show him that she is the true #1 freshman. Her training is interrupted when she spots a large bird silhouetted against the full moon. It is a massive, menacing creature with red eyes, which she identifies as a white-ringed black feather eagle. She analyzes the threat, noting the eagle uses speed and camouflage to hunt in cities. She estimates it to be around the 3rd tier and concludes it would be a very difficult opponent. Suddenly, a loud noise from above startles her. She looks up, confused to hear thunder with no clouds in the sky. A moment later, a massive sphere of purple lightning materializes and explodes in the night sky, striking the eagle and tearing it to pieces in a shower of blood and feathers. Staring in disbelief at the raw power, Song Chu-kyu wonders which high-level lightning user could have destroyed the beast so effortlessly. Given the distance, she realizes the attack must have come from within the campus. She speculates it must have been a powerful senior student or a university mentor. The scene reveals the true source of the attack. Xu Jingming, standing in a secluded wooded area, surrounded by the crackling remnants of his power. A confident smirk is on his lips as purple lightning swirls around him. He reflects on his test, thinking that even this small demonstration shows the astonishing power of his new S-rank combat technique, the Heavenly Thunder Art. In the woods on campus, a system notification confirms Xu Jingming killed a mid-tier 3rd-rank white-ringed black feather eagle, earning him 34 ability points. He is amazed, thinking his new Heavenly Thunder Art is stronger than he imagined, with incredible destructive force and a range of nearly a kilometer. As he walks away, pleased, he is secretly watched from the trees by a mysterious young man who finds the famous freshman interesting. The next morning, as Xu Jingming prepares to leave his dorm, his roommate asks where he's going so early. Xu Jingming explains he's heading back to the Battle Technique Library to study for the freshman competition in a few days. Watching him go, Liu Wentao is amazed by his roommate's dedication, thinking it's not human to train so hard right after returning from the wilderness. Inspired, he decides to start training after his meal. As Xu Jingming walks through the campus, Song Chu calls his name. He turns, and she expresses her relief that he's back safely from the wilderness. She quickly gets to the point, reminding him of his promise to spar with her. When he asks if she's sure, she confidently puts her hands on her hips, telling him not to underestimate her since she was the top scorer in her province. Xu Jingming agrees to spar later, but an impatient Song QQ grabs his hand, insisting they use his dorm's training room right now. As she pulls him along, he's amused by her decisive personality, thinking it's typical for someone from Sichuan. He wonders why she's so eager to fight. Internally, Song QQ thinks about how surprised he'll be when he sees she has also advanced to the second tier. They soon arrive at the training room, watched by Liu Wentao and Qi Dongxia. Xu Jingming stands ready with his spear. Warming up, Song Qiuqiu smirks confidently, taunting him not to lose too badly. He calmly replies she can't defeat him without a weapon. She smirks, confirming she has one. She summons her weapon from her space ring. It materializes in a flash of light, and she expertly catches the massive, ornate halberd. Xu Jingming is surprised, thinking a Fang Tianhuaji is a very rare weapon for a girl. Weapon in hand, Song Qiuqiu vows to defeat him. He calmly accepts. From the sidelines, Liu Wentao grins, declaring his brother Ming has already won, which Qi Dongxia finds amusing. As the match starts, he senses her aura and realizes she's reached the lower second tier. He thinks this is the source of her confidence but isn't concerned. A massive surge of purple lightning erupts from him as he declares he hasn't been standing still either. The force of his power shocks Qi Dongxia, who exclaims it's impossible he's an upper second-tier user. A smug Liu Wentao teases her, saying he told her that her friend was no match. Song Qiuqiu is stunned, realizing her plan has backfired. She wonders how his promotion speed is so much faster than hers when they were both top scorers. Surrounded by lightning, Xu Jingming asks if she wants to continue. Flustered, she agrees, but asks him not to use too much force. Amused, he praises her flexibility. He tells her he won't attack first and she can come at him when ready. With a determined look, she warns him not to regret it and unleashes her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. He observes the brilliant light, noting it's a natural type ability like his lightning, and wonders about its power. Channeling her power, she leaps forward, her halberd covered in a glowing, fiery aura. He notes with interest it's his first time seeing a weapon-enhancing technique. He swings his spear to meet her, the clash of lightning and light creating a brilliant explosion. With a confident smile, he easily parries her strike, his superior strength nullifying her attack. The force sends a shocked Song Qiuqiu stumbling back. He calmly remarks that her technique is impressive, but lacks true power. Watching, an impressed Liu Wentao exclaims, "Beautiful," noting his friend easily blocked her famous technique. Undeterred, a determined Song Qiuqiu declares she will try again. She unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, creating afterimages as she strikes from all angles. He remains unfazed, effortlessly deflecting every strike. He calmly critiques her, saying her speed is too slow, her power is insufficient, and she needs more practice. The intense assault quickly leaves her exhausted and out of breath. She gives up, amazed he countered her A-rank combat technique, which unleashes over 100 strikes in seconds, without using any special skills. Leaning on her halberd, she speculates his spear proficiency is beyond advanced. He calmly confirms it has reached the master level. The revelation shocks her. She exclaims that after training since she was 8, she's only reached the advanced level. She looks at him in disbelief and declares he's a monster. Turning away, she concedes the match, admitting that with his S-rank ability and talent, she has no hope of surpassing him. He asks if she wants to test his other techniques, but she declines. She explains that with his superior power, her techniques would be useless against his defenses. As a thank you, she invites him to lunch, and he accepts. She says she'll see him at noon and leaves with Qi Dongxia, who remarks that he seems to be the stronger one. After they leave, Liu Wentao gives him a thumbs up, praising him for being the strongest. Xu Jingming modestly replies that Song Qiuqiu isn't that strong, but her advancement speed is impressive. Liu Wentao smiles, saying Xu Jingming only thinks that because of his own power. He then reveals a shocking truth. Song Qiuqiu is the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, a legendary S-rank grandmaster from the history books. The news leaves him speechless, recalling an entire chapter dedicated to the man 80 years ago. Liu Wentao explains that since her family is in Sichuan and she is the Grandmaster's most beloved great-granddaughter, her rapid advancement is expected. Xu Jingming now understands her background and how she could afford expensive items. Feeling a new urgency, he tells Liu Wentao he must get back to training and quickly leaves. Back in the library, Xu Jingming masters his second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor. He tests it, his body covered in a shield of purple lightning. He's impressed that it reduces impact by 90% and auto-counterattacks, making it a great defense. 4 hours later, he checks his system panel and sees he only has just over 700 ability points left after learning the two skills. He notes to himself to visit the wilderness to replenish his points in the future. With his preparations complete, a determined look crosses his face as he resolves to focus on the upcoming freshman competition. On September 1st, the day of the competition, Xu Jingming's group walks to the venue. He remarks on the unusual weapons of his female friends. Qi Dongxia, with large mechanical claws, explains a unique style helps win faster, and her goal is the top 50. Song Qiuqiu says her goal is second place. This interests Xu Jingming, who asks if she's given up on fighting him again. She admits she can't beat him, so there's no point. Liu Wentao then mentions another strong contender, Li Chengji, Qinghai's top scorer, who has also reached the second tier. Song Qiuqiu is eager to see how strong this rival is. Just then, Qi Dongxia points, announcing they have arrived. The group arrives at a massive arena. In the stands, Jiang Chuchuan sits with Tang Qi. Tang Qi is surprised Jiang Chuchuan is interested in the competition. Jiang Chuchuan smiles, saying she's there for someone she's paying close attention to. When Tang Qi asks who, Jiang Chuchuan reveals it's a boy and points to the entrance, saying he's just arrived. Below, our boys' group enters. Liu Wentao is amazed by the massive stage, wondering why the school built something so extravagant. Xu Jingming explains his teacher told him the competition is a 100-person battle royale, which requires a large stage. The idea of a large-scale battle excites Xu Jingming, and a predatory grin spreads across his face as he thinks about how interesting it will be. As the freshmen gather on the arena floor, Liu Wentao looks up at the spectator stands in amazement. He points out the large number of important figures who have come to watch, including the presidents of the university's two most powerful clubs, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society. He guesses that such an impressive lineup must be there specifically for Xu Jingming. This surprises Xu Jingming, who asks if superpower universities even have club activities. Liu Wentao confirms they do, explaining that unlike clubs at regular universities, these are combat teams made of powerful ability users. He adds that the clubs regularly go to the wilderness to hunt beasts, give valuable training resources to their members each month, and even offer a path to join their guilds after graduation. He then mentions that Xu Jingming's senior, Liu Ming, is the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. He finds it strange that Liu Ming isn't present on such an important day for his junior brother. Xu Jingming looks down with concern. He thinks to himself that he hasn't been able to contact his senior or his master since returning. He recalls hearing they went to the southwest and can't help but wonder if they are safe. Meanwhile, in a private box, a subordinate reports to his president about the tight battle situation in the southwest, thanking him for returning. He suggests that recruiting new members could be left to them. The president, a man with silver hair, is revealed to be Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society. He dismisses the suggestion, stating his only goal for returning is to recruit Xu Jingming at any cost. As he scans the stands, he notices another prominent figure and wonders why Wu Lan from the Starfall Society is also there. In another section, Wu Lan, president of the Starfall Society, looks down at the arena with a confident smirk, clearly sharing the same target. Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle appears in the sky, signaling the start of the competition. From the circle, a magnificent balcony emerges, floating down towards the arena. The crowd murmurs in awe, wondering if it's the work of a powerful space-type ability user. A portal of golden light opens on the balcony, and a figure steps through. An elegant and powerful-looking woman with long brown hair emerges, her presence commanding attention. Liu Wentao recognizes her as the vice principal who guards the battle technique library. Xu Jingming is stunned by how young she appears, but Liu Wentao explains that the powerful bodies of ability users make them age slower, though he estimates she must be at least 40. Standing on the floating balcony, the vice principal introduces herself. Her name is Ling Shuang, and she is one of the university's 3 vice principals, responsible for the Battle Technique Library. She explains that since the principal is away, she will be presiding over the opening ceremony. She begins by welcoming the new students to Madu Superpower University. She announces that this year's freshman class has 1024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. She provides a breakdown of their abilities, 56 with A rank, 832 with B rank, and 135 with C and D rank abilities. With a subtle glance, she adds that there is also one extremely rare S-rank awakened student among them, an announcement that catches the attention of Xu Jingming and his friends. Ling Shuang continues, explaining that to help students grow stronger, the university gives resources each year based on a 5-tier rating system from D to S. She declares the upcoming freshman competition will determine their treatment and rating for their first year. The students murmur about the intense pressure of the university's competitive systems. Hearing this, Ling Shuang scoffs at the idea of fairness. A powerful dark aura erupts from her as she forcefully asks when she ever said Modu University was a fair place. With a stern expression, she declares their goal is to cultivate top-tier powerhouses, and the birth of the strong requires them to go through harsh competition. Her intense declaration leaves the freshmen in stunned silence. Xu Jingming, however, is not intimidated. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks this competitive environment proves he made the right choice. Ling Shuang advises the students not to hide their strength, as greater power leads to more resources. She then explains the competition details. The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will track the number of opponents each student defeats. The battle will have 10 rounds, with the top 5 from each round advancing. She then projects a screen displaying the rewards. First place will receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place will receive A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a large number of credits. The incredible value of the prizes leaves the students in awe. Ling Shuang adds one final detail. The competition results will also determine their permission levels within the university from C rank to A rank. She clarifies that the rare S rank permission is granted separately. With her speech concluded, she hands the proceedings to another dean and gracefully departs in a flash of golden light. Taking over, the dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Ching Sui, stands before the crowd. She officially declares the start of the freshman competition. As encouragement, she reminds the students that those who perform exceptionally well may be chosen by teachers to become personal disciples, urging them to do their best. The students murmur with excitement, realizing this is their chance. Sun Ching Sui explains the first stage will have 10 rounds of battles. The AI Ava begins to randomly select students for the first round. As they watch, our boys group in matching combat suits notices the top scorer from Qinghai, Li Chengji, is in the first group. From the stage, Li Chengji looks at them and gives a provocative smirk. Qidongxia points it out, while an annoyed Songchu calls him arrogant. A mischievous Liu Wentao thinks to himself that Li Chengji has made a terrible mistake. The 100 selected students gather on the arena floor. Dean Sun Ching Shui reassures them they do not need to worry about dying, as Eva will generate a protective shield if anyone's life is in danger. She adds that a medical team is on standby. With a countdown from 3, the battle begins. The arena erupts into a chaotic free-for-all. In the stands, spectators are drawn to a powerful, sword-wielding student who is dominating the fight, noting he has already broken through to the second tier. They identify him as Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai Province. On the battlefield, Li Chengji effortlessly cuts down opponents, calling his fallen foes weaklings. The first round ends swiftly. An AI drone announces Li Chengji has taken first place by defeating 36 people. As he steps down, he looks up at Xu Jingming and issues a challenge, wondering if Xu Jingming can surpass his score. Watching Li Chengji's arrogant display, Liu Wentao sweats and declares the guy is beyond saving, remarking he has never seen someone so determined to court disaster. In the stands, a member of the Starfall Society points out Li Chengji's breakthrough to their president, Wu Lan, and asks if they should make him their primary target. Wu Lan calmly dismisses the idea, stating their number one target remains Xu Jingming. When his subordinate asks if he has inside information, Wu Lan replies it's not a secret, but something he witnessed himself. A short while later, Eva announces the start of the second round and calls the selected students to the stage. To his friends' excitement, Xu Jingming is among them. Liu Wentao and Song Chuqiu cheer him on, telling him to show Li Chengji his true power. Xu Jingming calmly agrees. As Xu Jingming steps onto the stage, the other contestants are filled with dread. They complain about their terrible luck and immediately give up on first place, deciding to fight for the remaining 4 spots. Xu Jingming stands confidently, thinking his opponents are naive if they believe they are safe just by keeping their distance. From the VIP section, the deans observe. One dean asks Dean Sun Ching Shui if Xu Jingming is Dean Yang Gentian's new disciple. She confirms this, identifying him as the S-rank user. The dean comments on his impressive aura. However, as Xu Jingming reveals his power, another dean is so shocked he spits out his drink, exclaiming in disbelief that Xu Jingming has reached the second tier when he was only an awakened a month ago. The other deans share his shock, marveling at his terrifying advancement speed. Dean Sun Ching Shui thinks to herself that Dean Yang is good at keeping secrets. The countdown for the battle begins. As soon as the match starts, Xu Jingming unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of purple lightning that instantly engulfs a large part of the arena, leaving the other students stunned. Standing at the center of the storm, he spins his spear with blinding speed, a predatory grin on his face. He thinks that compared to slaughtering beasts, he still finds fighting against other humans to be far more enjoyable. Xu Jingming's immense display of power shocks the other contestants. A blast of energy pushes them back, and one realizes with horror that the aura is from a second-tier ability user. Standing in a swirl of purple lightning, Xu Jingming confirms their fears, as the students shout in disbelief that he is a second-tier user. The other competitors look on in despair, complaining about the unfairness of facing a freshman who is already a tier above them. From the stands, Wulan, president of the Starfall Society, calmly observes. His subordinate asks if he already knew about our boy's true strength. Wulan replies that he did, commenting that Xu Jingming's potential is now clear to all. In another section, Zhang Chuxuan smiles, realizing she's been calling her junior a senior, and playfully vows to get even with him. Meanwhile, Li Chengji grits his teeth in frustration. He had planned to use Xu Jingming's fame to make a name for himself, but now his plan is useless. He curses his bad luck for being in a different round than Xu Jingming and wonders what to do now. In the arena, one student seizes the opportunity. He tells the others that Xu Jingming is too strong to face alone and proposes they team up to eliminate him first. The suggestion is met with enthusiastic agreement, as everyone knows it's their only chance. Xu Jingming, still in his lightning storm, senses a persuasive force in the speaker's voice, realizing he must be a spiritual type ability user. A young man with purple hair named Shai Ying reveals himself, unleashing his A-rank psychic ability to unite the students. He assures them that if they follow his orders, they have a rare chance to defeat an S-rank ability user. Motivated, the other students rally to his cause. In the VIP box, the deans comment on the event. Wu Wen notes that Xiying has united the freshmen, while Sun Qingxue recognizes Xiying as a disciple of Dean Long Ke. Dean Long Ke, head of the Tactics Academy, smiles smugly, though he thinks the students' unity is due to our guy's strength, not Xiying's leadership. Still, Sun Qingxue believes Xu Jingming is in trouble, thinking it would be a huge joke if an S-rank user were eliminated in the first round. Below, Xu Jingming watches his opponents group up. Xu Ying taunts him, saying he lost his chance to attack and asking how he plans to face 102 opponents. Instead of being intimidated, Xu Jingming smirks with confidence, asking why Xu Ying assumes he is at a disadvantage. He summons his power, materializing a spear of pure lightning in his hand. In response, Xu Ying orders his new army to attack, sending close combat fighters to the front while ranged and support types prepare. With the chance to defeat an S-rank user before them, the students charge forward as one, their battle cries filling the arena. From a safe distance, Xu Ying creates a rock barrier, taunting Xu Jingming that he should focus on surviving the onslaught before trying to reach him. Xu Jingming, however, remains unimpressed. He coolly thinks that their numbers mean little against his power. He decides to act, hurling the massive lightning spear not at the students, but directly at Xu Ying's defensive wall. The spear connects with devastating force, shattering the rock barrier instantly. The resulting explosion of purple energy sends a powerful shockwave out, repelling the closest attackers. The raw energy continues to surge across the arena floor. Caught in the blast, Xu Ying and the others look on in terror, screaming that the energy is about to explode and they are all going to die. A moment later, their fears are realized as the energy detonates in a massive explosion, covering a huge section of the battlefield. Onlookers are stunned by the scale of the blast, with one student exclaiming he just saw a mushroom cloud. Others worry that Xu Ying and his group have been killed. The university's safety system kicks in. An AI drone announces that a life-threatening impact triggered the defense grid, encasing several students in protective bubbles. It then delivers the verdict. They have all been eliminated by Xu Jingming. Safe but disqualified, Xu Ying clenches his fist in frustration. He complains that he failed to defeat even one opponent and is now out, all because he messed with Xu Jingming. One of the instigators, also eliminated, desperately shouts for the remaining students to continue their attack. Under the effect of Xu Ying's command, a female student declares with determination that she will take Xu Jingming down with her. The remaining fighters, their eyes glowing red, heed the call and launch a final, desperate charge from all sides. Xu Jingming stands calmly at the center, watching as dozens of weapons descend upon him. Far from being overwhelmed, a confident, almost sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to meet their charge. Watching from the sidelines, a confident Xu Ying thinks that even if they are all eliminated, it's a worthy sacrifice to defeat Xu Jingming. His confidence shatters the next instant, his face contorting in pure shock as he witnesses the outcome. Xu Jingming effortlessly counters the assault. By simply spinning his spear, he creates a powerful vortex of purple lightning that repels every attacker, sending them flying. With the threat gone, Xu Jingming lets out a small sigh, looking almost bored. Xi Ying looks on in disbelief, wondering how a simple use of an ability could block all their elemental attacks. He questions if this is the true, overwhelming power of an S-rank ability. Xi Ying collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. He laments that even with so many of them, they were nothing more than ants to Xu Jingming. The rest of the audience is in an uproar, marveling at the terrifying power of Xu Jingming's lightning. They note that all other elemental attacks were ineffective. One student who also uses lightning is confused, unable to understand why Xu Jingming's is so much more powerful. In the stands, Jiang Chuchuan cheers, exclaiming she knew her senior would be fine. Beside her, Song Qiuqiu smirks, thinking how naive it was for the students to believe they could defeat Xu Jingming with such a simple plan. From the VIP section, the deans analyze the fight. Dean Long Ke remarks that our boy's proficiency with the Thunder Spear must be at an advanced level. Another dean adds that the throw created a sonic boom, indicating incredible speed and a strong physique. Dean Sun Qingsui looks on thoughtfully, wishing Dean Yang Gentian were there to ask about his extraordinary disciple. Back on the arena floor, the few remaining students are frozen in panic. They realize they have no way to break through his defenses. Utterly demoralized, one suggests their only option is to run away. Seeing the remaining students frozen with fear, Xu Jingming turns with a confident smirk. With purple lightning swirling around him, he mockingly asks if they are too scared to attack, declaring that if so, he will come to them. He leaps forward, shattering the ground as he becomes a blur of pure energy. He closes the distance in an instant, moving like a phantom through the students and striking them down with blinding speed. The students panic, shouting in alarm at his incredible speed. One desperately calls for the others to form a defensive formation, but another argues they must stick together. Heeding the advice, the remaining fighters form a tight cluster with a shield bearer at the front, bracing for his assault. Seeing their organized defense, Xu Jingming's smirk widens. He thinks to himself that this is finally getting interesting. He weaves through their ranks, a whirlwind of lightning and steel. As he dismantles their formation, he calmly critiques his opponent's flaws, telling one their angle is wrong, another they are too slow, and a third that their power is too weak. As he moves, one student unleashes a wave of ice to stop him, but Xu Jingming lands gracefully amidst the attack, unfazed. In a matter of seconds, the battle is over. The arena floor is littered with the defeated bodies of every other contestant. Xu Jingming stands over the last fallen student, his expression cold. With a final, contemptuous declaration that they were all too weak, he thrusts his spear into the ground, a definitive end to the one-sided slaughter. The defeated students lie on the ground, demoralized. One complains that Xu Jingming not only defeated them effortlessly, but also had the nerve to call them weak. Another student laments his bad luck for being in the same group as him. Eva floats above, announcing the end of the round. With a confident smile, Xu Jingming rests his spear on his shoulder as the drone declares him the sole qualifier, having defeated 102 opponents. The drone begins to announce the remaining qualifiers but stops. Dean Sun Qingsui takes over, explaining that since Xu Jingming was the only one to advance, the others must compete in an additional round to determine the other four. In the stands, the audience is buzzing. A female student remarks that it was an absolute crushing victory, the first time she's seen a competition where only one person advanced from a round. Her friend agrees, predicting the university's clubs will be fighting to recruit Xu Jingming. The deans are equally impressed. Dean Long Ke recalls that in over 40 years of the competition, the previous elimination record was 87, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. They agree Xu Jingming's new record will likely never be broken. Dean Long Ke then wonders how Dean Yang Gentian trained Xu Jingming's spearmanship to the master level. Dean Sun Qingsui is stunned, acknowledging Xu Jingming must have incredible talent for weaponry. She admits she originally wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but now sees there is no need. A slight smile graces her lips as she thinks that with a student like him, there's no need to worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Back on the ground floor, Song Qiuqiu and Qi Dongjia rush over to congratulate Xu Jingming. Liu Wentao excitedly points out the look on Li Chengji's face, which he says turned purple after Xu Jingming eliminated Xi Ying. He jokes that Li Chengji could learn face-changing. Xu Jingming looks over at his rival, thinking Li Chengji is just a paper tiger who bullies the weak. While he found his opponent's arrogance intolerable, he decides not to confront him now. He resolves to issue a formal challenge to Li Chengji during the second stage of the competition. He then turns to his friends, patting Liu Wentao's shoulder and telling them it's their turn next. He assures them advancing to the top 50 should be simple, and an eager Liu Wentao agrees. Xu Jingming shares a fist bump with Song Chu-kyu, who tells him that even though she can't beat him, she will prove she is the strongest freshman besides him. The competition continues. In round 3, Liu Wentao fights to 4th place, defeating 9 opponents. Later, in round 6, Qi Dongxia uses her claws to secure 3rd place after defeating 12 opponents. Finally, in round 8, it is Song Chu-kyu's turn. She stands in the arena with her massive halberd, confidently declaring her time has come. Her arrival causes a stir, with many students recognizing her as the top scorer from Sichuan province. They admire her appearance and rare weapon, with one fan declaring her the school's new goddess. The match begins, and Song Chu-kyu immediately activates her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn, covering her halberd in a brilliant golden aura. She moves with incredible grace and power, cutting through contestants with swift strikes. Her strength shocks the other students, who cry out upon realizing she is another second-tier user. One student expresses relief that she is only a low-rank second-tier user and not as powerful as Xu Jingming, but his friend grimly retorts that it makes no difference. Watching from the stands, Wu Lan, president of the Starfall Society, is impressed. He instructs his subordinate to list Song Chu-kyu as their second recruitment target. In the arena, Song Chu-kyu continues her assault, unleashing a technique called Dawn Light Second Dance. She moves like a whirlwind, her glowing halberd striking down multiple opponents. She then gathers her power for a more focused attack, Light Flame Gravity Slash. With a powerful leap, she brings her halberd down in a devastating thrust. The attack is too much for a remaining student, who cries out about the immense weight before collapsing. With the last opponent down, Song Chu-kyu stands victorious. The AI drone announces she has taken first place with 45 eliminations. Her victory secured, she dematerializes her weapon and turns to wave cheerfully at Xu Jingming in the stands. She approaches him, playfully asking his opinion. He praises her, acknowledging her combination of magic and melee combat was amazing, and says he looks forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage begins, a free challenge, on floating platforms high above the arena. Each student has 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked opponent, but only those in the top 50 can be challenged. It is now Xu Jingming's turn. He briefly considers challenging second-place Song Chu-kyu, but dismisses the thought. He informs the AI drone that he wants to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The announcement leaves Li Chengji shocked and enraged. He furiously points at Xu Jingming, demanding to know why the first-place student is challenging him. Xu Jingming calmly replies that the rules don't say he must challenge someone higher-ranked. He then adds a chilling reminder, asking if Li Chengji really thought he could be provoked without consequence. The audience buzzes with confusion. A student in the know explains that Li Chengji had previously made an arrogant, throat-slitting gesture at Xu Jingming. The AI, Eva, assigns them an arena. Li Chengji, furious, accepts the challenge, eager to see the true power of an S-rank user. On the floating platform, the two face each other as the AI counts down. As the battle begins, Li Chengji unleashes his full power. He transforms, his body becoming larger and more muscular, covered in red fur with a lion's head. The system identifies his ability as an A-rank, Berserk Blood Lion King. He lets out a ferocious roar. Covered in a red aura, the Lion Man charges, shouting that Xu Jingming forced him to do this. Xu Jingming, his eyes crackling with purple lightning, glares back coldly. He retorts that he didn't force anything, and this is a disaster brought on by Li Chengji's own arrogance. In a flash of lightning, Xu Jingming disappears, moving with incredible speed. He reappears high above the charging Li Chengji, ready to strike with his spear. The Lion Man turns in surprise, scoffing at a lightning-type user daring to engage him head-on. He swings his massive sword, unleashing his wild lion slash. Their weapons meet in a brilliant explosion of energy. The impact is too much for Li Chengji. He is sent flying backward, overpowered by Xu Jingming's blow. As he struggles to stop, a look of disbelief is on his face. He realizes with horror that even in his enhanced form, his opponent's physical strength is far greater. Pressing his advantage, Xu Jingming unleashes a continuous torrent of his purple cloud divine lightning. The electrical energy engulfs the transformed Li Chengji, who roars in agony. The audience watches in horror. They note that if a second-tier enhancement-type user can't handle the pain, it must be excruciating. One student points out in terror that Xu Jingming is deliberately controlling the lightning's power to torture his opponent without dealing a final blow, preventing the AI from ending the match. The consensus is clear. It is better to provoke anyone else but Xu Jingming. Finally, after a few more moments, Li Chengji collapses, his beastly form giving way. The AI drone declares Xu Jingming the winner. Standing victorious, Xu Jingming looks on coldly. He thinks it's a pity he couldn't torture him longer, but concludes that 10 seconds of agony is a lesson that will be remembered. He hopes Li Chengji learns to be more humble. On the ground, a battered Li Chengji pants in shock, muttering that he survived when he thought he was about to die. He watches with terror as Xu Jingming walks away, sighing in relief only when he is gone. His relief is short-lived. Song Chukyu steps forward, pointing her halberd and confidently informing Eva that she also wants to challenge the third-place student, Li Chengji. The announcement sends a fresh wave of terror through him as he realizes his ordeal is not yet over. The fight is over in an instant. The battered Li Chengji is sent flying by Song Chukyu's powerful attack, his transformed body unable to withstand it. With her halberd slammed into the ground and a confident smile on her face, Song Chukyu stands victorious as the AI drone announces her as the winner. A short while later, an unconscious Li Chengji is carried off the arena on a stretcher by the medical team. Song Chukyu proudly walks up to Xu Jingming, asking if he saw how she beat up their rival. Xu Jingming calmly acknowledges that she is very powerful. The two share a celebratory fist bump, a clear sign of their growing friendship. Their friendly interaction doesn't go unnoticed. A group of male students look on in dismay, with one complaining that the goddess of their freshman class has already been claimed. Another complains about how quickly Xu Jingming works, noting the school year hasn't even officially started. His friend quickly shushes him, whispering that he doesn't want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun Qingsui stands before the students and declares the end of the freshman competition, preparing to announce the results. A large holographic screen displays the rankings. Xu Jingming is in first place, Song Chukyu in second, and Li Chengji in third. Liu Wentao is also shown to have secured the 39th rank. With the competition over, students are instructed to log into the school's website and select their academies. Afterward, Song Chukyu asks Xu Jingming which class he was assigned to. He shows her his phone, revealing he is in the Weaponry Academy, while she tells him she is in the Elemental Academy. Watching them, Qi Dongxia points out to Liu Wentao how close they have become. Liu Wentao jokingly adds that if she's calling him Jingming today, she'll be calling him darling by tomorrow. Dean Sun Qingsui makes a final announcement, closing the ceremony. She reminds the students who performed well that they will receive messages from their exclusive mentors later that evening. In the VIP stands, the deans discuss the outcome. They agree this year's freshmen are much stronger, with one dean singling out Xu Jingming and predicting that in a year or two, he will dominate the entire student body. They conclude the student clubs will be fighting desperately to recruit him. As the event ends, Liu Wentao suggests the group should go out to eat to celebrate. Qi Dongxia agrees and playfully suggests that since Xu Jingming is the newcomer king and a rich man with a space ring, he should treat them. Xu Jingming happily agrees. Liu Wentao cheers, praising Brother Ming for his generosity as the group heads off campus. However, their celebration is interrupted as two young men approach them. The one in the lead calls out to Student Xu, leaving Xu Jingming confused as he doesn't recognize him. The man introduces himself with a confident smile as Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, and formally invites Xu Jingming to join their club. Wu Lan makes his formal offer, explaining that as the school's only S-rank student, the Starfall Society is prepared to be sincere. He promises that if Xu Jingming joins, he will be made vice president, receive 100 credits each semester, and be given B-rank resources. The offer leaves onlookers in awe. One student remarks how envious he is, explaining that regular members have to pay fees and work hard. Another adds that the Starfall Society is a top-tier club, and becoming vice president is a direct path to an elite guild after graduation. Before Xu Jingming can respond, another voice cuts in. Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, arrives and mockingly asks Wu Lan if offering a mere vice presidency isn't a bit stingy. With a confident smirk, Wei He presents his own incredible offer. If Xu Jingming joins the Ash Flame Society, he can become president in training immediately. Wei He promises that as soon as he graduates, Xu Jingming will become the full president, along with other benefits. The crowd is stunned again, recognizing the Ash Flame Society is spending a fortune to recruit him. Wu Lan calmly explains he can't match the offer, as his club's guild has strict rules about appointing presidents. Caught between the two powerful offers, Xu Jingming thoughtfully considers his options. He tells them he needs time to think and will give his answer in a few days. In his mind, he recalls being student council president in his past life. The position took up a great deal of his time, and he concludes that in this new life, it would be better to be more cautious. Both Wulan and Wei He agree to give him time and offer him their contact cards, telling him to get in touch when he decides. Before they leave, they also extend an invitation to Xu Jingming's friends, saying they are welcome to join. As the two presidents walk away, Xu Jingming tells his friends it's time to leave, but realizes escaping the crowd won't be easy. As he predicted, they are immediately swarmed by recruiters from other clubs, all vying for his attention with various promises. One club boasts about its female members, another about future prospects, and a third about strong financial backing. After finally breaking free from the horde of recruiters, the group stands together, exhausted. Xu Jingming announces that they can finally go to eat. Just as they are about to leave, he notices a pair of stylish boots approaching. A beautiful woman with long, silvery white hair appears, greeting him with a playful smile as her junior. It is Zhang Chuxuan. Surprised, Xu Jingming stammers a greeting. Song Chu-Q, standing beside him, looks at the newcomer with suspicion and asks who she is. Xu Jingming introduces Zhang Chuxuan as the senior he met in the wilderness. Zhang Chuxuan, in turn, introduces herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy and shakes Liu Wentao's hand. Liu Wentao is completely starstruck, stammering out, "Goddess Jiang." He is amazed the famously cold ice goddess is actually smiling in person. Song Chu-Q then politely introduces herself as Xu Jingming's classmate. As Jiang Chuchuan looks at Song Q, she is inwardly surprised by her beauty and unique charm, feeling an urge to get closer to her. This feeling flusters her, and she comically concludes Song Q must be a terrible girl for being so captivating to everyone. Just then, Xu Jingming asks Zhang Chuchuan if she would like to join them for dinner. She happily accepts. The group finds a restaurant and begins their celebration, raising their glasses in a toast to mark the end of the competition. During the dinner, a slightly blushing Zhang Chuxuan toasts with Xu Jingming, playfully calling him Junior. A moment later, a similarly blushing Song Chu-Q also raises her glass to him, calling him Jingming, which leaves him a bit flustered. Seeing the obvious romantic tension, Liu Wentao quietly whispers to Qidongxia that it seems both women are interested in brother Ming and suggests they should retreat from the battlefield. Making a quick excuse, Liu Wentao and Qidongxia wave goodbye and hastily leave, abandoning a bewildered Xu Jingming to handle the situation with the two women on his own. Left alone, Xu Jingming is confused by his friend's rapid departure. After more drinking, both women appear too tipsy to walk. Zhang Chuchuan is the first to ask him for help, followed immediately by Song Chu-Q, who also says she can't walk and needs his help. With both women clinging to him, a flustered Xu Jingming asks if they are sure. They both confirm, leaving him no choice but to awkwardly agree to take them back to their dorms. As he helps them leave, other patrons look on with extreme envy, commenting on his incredible luck. After dropping them off, Xu Jingming finally returns to his own villa, letting out a deep sigh of relief. To his surprise, he finds an unfamiliar woman sitting on his couch. Confused, he asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor, explaining she has come to deliver his rewards for the freshman competition. Xu Jingming greets her politely. She presents him with a wooden box that can be opened with his fingerprint and tells him to contact her for any school-related matters. After giving him the prize, she promptly leaves, just as Liu Wentao comes downstairs. Liu Wentao playfully asks Xu Jingming if there was a major conflict between Song Chu-Q and Zhang Chuxuan. Xu Jingming, looking confused, asks what conflict he is talking about. Liu Wentao is left speechless, unable to believe the situation did not erupt into a fight. He quickly concludes, Brother Ming must have handled it perfectly. As he marvels at his friend's skill, Xu Jingming sits on the couch and opens the prize box with his fingerprint. A look of pleasant surprise crosses his face as he examines his rewards. Xu Jingming examines the rewards from the freshman competition. He sits on the couch and tests the 10 cubic meter space ring he won. With a simple command, the ring glows, and his large spear disappears inside. His roommate, Liu Wentao, watches in amazement. He comments on the ring's capacity, noting that with 3 rings, Xu Jingming seems like a rich man. Liu Wentao reflects on his own reward for placing in the top 50, a mere 400 credits, and expresses his envy. Xu Jingming agrees he has a few rings now and decides he should visit the equipment department to return the ones he no longer needs. Next, he takes a small orange pill from his prize box, wondering about its effects since it came with no instructions. Liu Wentao confidently tells him that identifying it is simple and calls for the dorm's AI, Eva. Following his roommate's suggestion, Xu Jingming holds up the pill for Eva to analyze. The AI scans it and identifies it as a 5th-grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource that can significantly increase spiritual power for users below the 5th tier. Xu Jingming is surprised Eva has such a function. Liu Wentao proudly explains the AI can also identify beast materials and rare herbs. Xu Jingming comments on how convenient the AI is, though he wishes he could take Eva into the wilderness. Liu Wentao suggests similar commercial products might exist, and Xu Jingming agrees to look for one later. Later, in the training room, Xu Jingming decides to check his spiritual power before taking the pill. He reflects that physique and spirit are fundamental attributes for an ability user, but also the most difficult to improve. He notes the conversion rate of his ability points to spiritual power has become less efficient, making it a costly way to grow stronger. Hoping for a pleasant surprise, he consumes the pill. As he meditates, a powerful swirl of energy envelops his body. A moment later, he checks his system panel and is delighted to find his spiritual power has increased by 50, breaking the 1,000 mark. He calculates this boost saved him 500 ability points and concludes the pill's effect was excellent. Feeling refreshed, he decides to train for a couple of hours and pulls his spear from the space ring. The next day, Xu Jingming is on campus. He has just sold his extra space rings, increasing his assets to over 100 million, and he reflects on how profitable it is to be an ability user. He goes to the university's pharmacy department and takes a number. He sees he has a long wait of over an hour and decides to sit and cultivate. While waiting, a familiar voice calls out. He looks up and sees Jiang Chuxuan. Surprised, he playfully asks if she is sobered up. She confirms she woke up early. She then asks if he is there to sell the rare herbs they found. Xu Jingming explains that while that's part of it, he would prefer a pharmacist to refine them. With a charming smile, Jiang Chuxuan asks if he doesn't see a beautiful and excellent pharmacist right in front of him. Xu Jingming questions her, asking if she isn't just an amateur. Jiang Chuxuan retorts that she is a certified 2nd-grade pharmacist and that refining 1st and 2nd-grade pills is easy for her. She adds that she no longer plans to go into the wilderness and will instead focus on being a pharmacist full-time. This news leaves Xu Jingming completely shocked. As they sit and wait, Jiang Chuxuan explains her decision. She tells him that their recent near-death experiences made her realize the wilderness is not for her. She plans to continue making videos, but will shift her content to her daily life as a pharmacist. Xu Jingming notes such a change might cause her to lose fans, and she quietly agrees. She then shares that she is an orphan whose parents died in a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, she struggled financially until her videos of fighting beasts went viral. This fame allowed her to earn money, but she admits her true passion has always been refining pills. She tells him he saved her last time, but she knows she can't be lucky forever, which is why she has decided to change her path. Xu Jingming wishes her success. Xu Jingming expresses his curiosity, wondering how an ice element user could become a pharmacist. Jiang Chuxuan tells him his question shows his lack of knowledge. She explains that specialized equipment, like enchanted cauldrons, can convert any elemental energy into flames, meaning even his lightning ability could be used for alchemy. Convinced, Xu Jingming hands her the box with all the rare herbs, formally entrusting them to her. She seems a little surprised and asks if he truly wants her to help. With a bright smile, she accepts his trust and the herbs, promising to have the refined pills ready within a week. Just then, his phone starts to ring. The scene shifts to a sprawling, traditional estate in a green forest. Inside, a young man tells a woman that he saw a lot of news about his junior brother on the school forums, calling him a monster. The woman asks if their junior brother is truly as powerful as the rumors say. The man with purple eyes replies with a confident smirk, telling her she will soon find out and will definitely be surprised. The woman with green eyes seems intrigued, saying she will have to confirm it for herself. Xu Jingming arrives at the estate and is greeted by his master, Yang Zhentian. He respectfully addresses his teacher, explaining he rushed over as soon as he got the call. His attention is then drawn to his senior, Liu Ming, and his expression turns to shock. He sees Liu Ming is in a wheelchair with both legs heavily bandaged and asks in alarm what happened. Dean Yang Zhentian explains the grim situation. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin used him as bait to lure out a powerful monster. The dean reveals their guild suffered heavy losses, and Liu Ming was severely injured. Liu Ming adds that he fought with Wang Lin, but was defeated, though he managed to ensure his opponent didn't escape unharmed. The dean apologizes for not attending Xu Jingming's freshman competition. Filled with rage, Xu Jingming clenches his fist, exclaiming his disgust that an 8th-tier grandmaster could be so despicable. He reflects on his own weakness, realizing that as a first-tier user, he would be dust against such a foe. A fire of determination ignites within him as he reaffirms his belief that one must become strong or be crushed. Seeing his disciple's intense reaction, Yang Gentian places a supportive hand on his shoulder, telling him not to dwell on it. He then formally introduces him to the other disciples present, his senior brother, Xu Saiwei, and his senior sister, Tong Yue. His newly introduced seniors, Tong Yue and Xu Shaiwei, greet him warmly. As a welcoming gift, Xu Shaiwei decides to transfer 200 credits directly to Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming bows respectfully, thanking his senior brother and sister. Liu Ming then speaks up, noting that Tong Yue seems skeptical about his claims. He prompts Xu Jingming to tell her if he has indeed mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat techniques. Xu Jingming calmly confirms that what Liu Ming said was true. The confirmation leaves both Xu Shaiwei and Tong Yue utterly shocked. They exclaim in disbelief, questioning how it's possible for him to have learned 4 A-rank techniques while advancing to the upper second tier. Tong Yu explains that A-rank techniques are extremely difficult. She reveals she only recently reached the upper second tier herself after struggling with just 2 such techniques. She finds it incomprehensible that he is at her level and has mastered more A-rank skills. When they ask for his secret, Xu Jingming humbly replies that he is just a quick learner. His vague answer leaves his seniors exasperated, while he internally notes that he can't tell them about his cheat system. Dean Yang Gentian then speaks with Xu Jingming, expressing satisfaction with his hard work. He mentions that Dean's son Xingshui has been praising him and promises to celebrate his victory later. Xu Jingming deflects the praise, then asks his master to help him test a new combat technique. Liu Ming playfully offers to help, but Xu Jingming ignores him. Looking at his master, he reveals he wants to test an S-rank combat technique called Thunder Armor. The mere mention of an S-rank technique sends a wave of shock through everyone. His master and all 3 seniors are left speechless. Xu Saiwei stumbles back in disbelief, admitting that even as a low-rank third-tier user, he couldn't break through that technique's defense. Seeing the need for a proper test, Yang Gentian tells everyone to head to the training ground. They all proceed to a large, octagonal training arena. As they wait, Xu Saiwei wonders aloud if Xu Jingming has truly learned the S-rank technique. Liu Ming confidently states that from what he knows of his junior, he wouldn't boast. Tong Yue finally concedes, admitting she now understands why Liu Ming described him as a monster. In the center of the arena, a confident smirk appears on Xu Jingming's face as a powerful surge of purple lightning emanates from his body. He unleashes the S-rank technique, and a brilliant, intricate suit of armor made of pure lightning materializes around him. With his eyes glowing with power, he looks at his master and confidently tells him he is ready for the test. Dean Yang Gentian prepares to test his disciple's new technique. He tells Xu Jingming he'll start with an attack equal to a peak third-tier user. He then unleashes a powerful sphere of red energy in a massive explosion that covers Xu Jingming's position. When the smoke clears, Xu Jingming is unharmed, his lightning armor having absorbed the blast without a scratch. With a confident smirk, he tells his teacher it wasn't enough and to increase the power. Excited by his student's defense, Yang Gentian agrees to increase the output, warning Xu Jingming to speak up if it becomes too much. He bombards the armor with more power, calling out multipliers as the strength grows from 2 to 4 and then 6 times the original. As the attack reaches 10 times its original power, Xu Jingming grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the force. Finally, the attack stops, and the exhausted Xu Jingming lets his thunder armor fade, falling to his knees. His master laughs, praising his performance. He explains the final attack had the power of a lower stage 4th tier user, roughly 10 times the power of a peak 3rd tier user. He concludes it would take at least a 4th tier A-rank user to break the armor. Watching from the side, his senior disciples are stunned. They marvel at the terrifying power of an S-rank skill combined with an S-rank ability, noting that their junior brother defended against an attack 2 tiers above his own rank, calling him more than just a monster. Just as Yang Gentian suggests they celebrate, Xu Jingming struggles to his feet, telling his teacher to wait. With fierce determination, he shouts that he has not reached his limit yet. In a sudden burst of power, he leaps into the air, his hair turning pure white as chaotic lightning erupts from his body, shocking his master. His seniors immediately recognize the transformation. They exclaim that it is the Thunder Extreme State, a special ability unlocked when the Undying Thunder Body reaches its 3rd layer, and are left in awe of how fierce he has become. Impressed by his disciple's power-up, Dean Yang Gentian says he now understands how Xu Jingming withstood the attack. It's because his undying thunder body has advanced to the third layer. Eager to see its full potential, he decides to test it again, summoning another massive sphere of red energy. As the dean prepares to unleash the attack, Xu Jingming, still in his enhanced state, braces for the impact. 3 minutes later, the test is over. An exhausted Xu Jingming kneels on the ground, his transformation gone. Yang Zhentian announces the incredible result. It took an attack with the power of a middle-stage 4th-tier user, 20 times the initial force to finally break his defense. He looks at his student with pride, admitting Xu Jingming's achievements have exceeded all his expectations. Though tired, Xu Jingming thanks his teacher, reflecting that he now has a clear understanding of his defensive abilities. Yang Zhentian helps his disciple up, remarking that out of all his students, Xu Jingming is the most worry-free, as he learns everything without needing instruction. In a celebratory mood, the dean declares it's time to eat and tells them to order the most expensive items. The group heads off together. Later, as they are driving, Xu Jingming asks his senior, Liu Ming, for advice on which university club to join, the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Liu Ming immediately advises him to choose Starfall. Xu Saiwei, who is driving, is surprised, but Liu Ming explains that the Ash Flame Guild has run into serious trouble, making Starfall the safer choice. Yang Zhentian offers his own view. He suggests Xu Jingming join a club for a year or two for experience, but then form his own society. He explains that the members Xu Jingming recruits will become his core power base after graduation. Confused, Xu Jingming wonders if building his own faction is necessary. His master explains that the reason he hasn't reached Grandmaster rank is his lack of a faction, forcing him to waste time on his own. He advises Xu Jingming to remember that having a force to manage tasks will allow him to focus on cultivation. Xu Jingming understands and thanks his master, deciding to consider it once he is stronger. The next day, classes at Modu Superpower University officially begin. As Xu Jingming walks through the bustling hallways, he reflects that things are finally getting on track. As classes begin, Xu Jingming attends his lectures. In one class, a professor explains their world's history, detailing how origin energy transformed animals into beasts and awakened human superpowers. Xu Jingming learns that ruins of ancient civilizations were discovered, and most of the Blue Planet's advanced technology came from these findings. He attends various classes, from anatomy and weaponry to the elemental college. During an elemental college class, Xu Jingming casually shapes his lightning ability into a detailed serpentine dragon around his arm. The professor is shocked, praising his excellent control and lamenting that such a talented student is not in her college. Over the weekend, Xu Jingming travels to the Yangcheng wilderness area to practice. He effortlessly slices through a horde of beasts with his powerful new Azure Black Dragon Spear, a weapon that cost him 1,000 credits. Standing amidst the carnage, he reflects on his rapid progress, knowing that new knowledge, techniques, and equipment have greatly improved his combat ability. He checks his system panel and sees he has over 13,000 ability points. He's disappointed a plus sign hasn't appeared next to his S-rank ability, thinking it should be upgradable. He decides to use his points to improve himself, convinced that one day he will upgrade his Purple Sky Divine Thunder to SS rank. Back on campus, he is with Song Qiu. She is astonished at his skill, remarking that his control already surpasses her month-long training. Xu Jingming smugly says he had a sudden epiphany while internally crediting his cheat system. Song Qiu tells him about an upcoming joint event with other top universities. When asked if he'll participate, Xu Jingming confirms, eager to go since it will be in the wilderness. Xu Jingming looks forward to the joint university event, seeing it as a great chance to harvest ability points and check out the talent from the other top universities. A week later, Xu Jingming and his friends gather for a pre-trip meeting. His friends are confident, with Liu Wentao remarking that with Brother Ming on their team, they can relax. Song Qiu adds that their university has won for 4 years in a row, so a 5th win should be easy. Just then, a shimmering portal appears, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang emerges. She announces she will explain the details of the research trip. She commands the AI, Eva, to display a holographic map of a mountainous region. Ling Shuang explains their destination is the No. 7 Devil's Den Wilderness area. The name sends fear through the students, who know Devil's Dens are notoriously dangerous. Xu Jingming senses the trip will be perilous. Ling Shuang continues, explaining she will lead the team and that resources will be allocated based on students' performance. The ranking is determined by the number and tier of beasts killed. Only the top 50 get rewards, with first place receiving 24%. She emphasizes that securing first is crucial for both glory and resources. She then looks at Xu Jingming, entrusting him with leading their university to victory. Xu Jingming confidently accepts. However, Ling Shuang reveals a critical piece of new information. With a sly smile, she informs them that Qingjing Superpower University has brought in a foreign exchange student who also has an S-rank ability. The news shocks the crowd. Ling Shuang clarifies, this new rival is an exchange student from the Jidu nation. Eva projects a holographic image of a man named Kiran Rao, who has an S-rank enhancement type ability. Most alarmingly, he is already at the lower stage of the third tier. The revelation that his S-rank rival is a tier above him wipes the confident smirk from Xu Jingming's face, replaced by a look of grim seriousness. The students are shocked to learn there's a third-tier, low-rank S-ranker among the freshmen, wondering if such a prodigy could exist. Vice Principal Ling Shuang confirms the information is accurate, but clarifies that Kiran Rao is already 20 years old. This causes more complaints from the students, who argue his extra 2 years of training give him an unfair advantage. However, another student points out that in Kiran's home country, university starts at 20, so he is technically a freshman. Nearby, Song Qiu is concerned, thinking she is no match for a third-tier S-ranker. But she glances at Xu Jingming and sees that he isn't worried at all. Xu Jingming is indeed unfazed. As an S-ranker himself, he is used to fighting opponents of a higher rank. With a confident smile, he thinks about his 3 S-rank and 4 A-rank combat techniques, along with his master-level spearmanship. He sees no reason to be afraid. Also, since the competition is judged by the number of beasts killed, he is confident he won't lose to any other freshman. Ling Shuang sees our boy's confidence and is pleased. She thinks to herself that he is the most outstanding S-rank student their school has seen in years, and that giving him the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood was not a waste. She believes Qingjing University brought in a foreign talent just to get first place for the resource priority, but thinks they are destined to be disappointed. She concludes the briefing, giving the students 7 days to prepare for the trip before she departs through a glowing magic circle. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxuan gives Xu Jingming a large array of pills she made for him. With a proud smile, she explains she has prepared antidote, healing, ability recovery, and mind-awakening pills. She adds that they are all Tier 2, and she made 20 of each, which should be enough. Xu Jingming thanks her, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and advises her not to stay up late making pills, saying he can just buy them. Blushing, she insists that her personally refined pills are much better than store-bought ones. She then nervously explains she prepared a second set of pills for him to give to Song Qiu. Surprised, Xu Jingming asks when they became so close, but Jiang Chuxuan just blushes and says she won't tell. She wishes them both luck and safety on their trip before saying goodbye. Alone in his room, Xu Jingming looks at the huge number of pills and realizes she must have pulled several all-nighters to make them. He holds a vial, silently acknowledging her feelings for him. However, with a determined look, he reminds himself that he needs to get stronger before he can think about romance. On the day of the research trip, a huge crowd of freshmen gathers on the university's playground. Xu Jingming is with his friends, surprised that almost all 856 freshmen signed up. He wonders why they are on the playground instead of a train station. Liu Wentao excitedly explains they will be traveling by aircraft. Song Qiu looks puzzled, pointing out there is no runway. Just as she speaks, another student shouts for everyone to look up. A massive, futuristic aircraft descends from the sky, its size casting a shadow over the field. The students are in awe as the huge ship lands gently on the grass. As the ramp lowers, one student remarks that the airship is a relic from an ancient civilization, and its advanced anti-gravity technology is not yet fully understood. From the ramp, Vice Principal Ling Shuang emerges and instructs the freshmen to board. Before taking off, Ling Shuang unleashes her power, creating a brilliant blue magic circle she calls her spatial yin-yang domain. The energy surrounds the airship, and inside, the students are stunned to see the walls become transparent. Liu Wentao explains that the Tier 8 Grandmaster's domain creates a safe space around the ship, protecting them from flying beasts. Watching this display, Xu Jingming thinks about the incredible abilities of high rankers and wonders if his indestructible thunder body will eventually let him fly. With everyone on board, Ling Shuang commands the AI to depart, and the transparent airship launches into the sky. They soon arrive at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. A guide greets the students and points them toward their dorm buildings, informing them there is a cafeteria and training ground nearby. After getting their room cards, Xu Jingming and his friends share their numbers. Xu Jingming is in room 504, and with a bright smile, Song Qiu reveals she is in room 505, making them neighbors. Xu Jingming states that since he has a space ring, he does not need to drop off his luggage. He announces his plan to check out the training room first, and an eager Song Qiu immediately says she will go with him. Xu Jingming and Song Chu-kyu arrive at the large, busy training ground, filled with students from all three universities. Song Chu-kyu points out a powerfully built man in the corner, identifying him as the S-ranker from Qingjing University, Kiran Rao. Other students are also watching him, amazed by the weight of the dumbbells he is lifting, commenting that each plate is 200 pounds. As he works out, Kiran Rao notices them and seems to recognize Xu Jingming. He drops the massive weights, which shatter the floor, and rushes over to introduce himself with a friendly greeting. Other Qingjing students confirm Xu Jingming's identity as Magic University's top freshman, amazed he's already a high-rank second tier at 18. They express relief Kiran is on their side, believing he's their only chance in the competition. Surprised by how polite Kiran seems, Xu Jingming extends his hand for a handshake. However, Kiran ignores him and instead turns to Song Chu-kyu. He gets uncomfortably close, calling her a beautiful lady. His sweaty body has a strong odor, and Song Chu-kyu is visibly disgusted, covering her nose. Before Kiran can get any closer, Xu Jingming firmly grabs his wrist to stop him. With a cold glare, Xu Jingming tells him that touching a lady while covered in sweat is very rude. The friendly act instantly drops, and Kiran glares back at Xu Jingming in a fury. The confrontation in the training ground grows as powerful red and blue auras surge from Kiran and Xu Jingming. The onlookers watch nervously, worried a fight is about to break out between the two S-rankers. However, the fight doesn't happen. Xu Jingming releases his grip and calmly suggests that as a guest, Kiran should learn the customs of his host country. As Xu Jingming and Song Chu-kyu walk away, Kiran looks down at his wrist, still feeling the pressure. He is stunned, realizing that despite his own strength, he couldn't move the lightning user. He wonders where Xu Jingming got such immense physical power. His thoughts then shift as he watches Song Chu-kyu with a predatory look, recognizing her as a genius from the powerful Song family. He muses that if he could win her over, he would never have to worry about resources again. Once outside, Song Chu-kyu thanks Xu Jingming for his help, explaining that she couldn't stand the smell. She then suggests they find another place to spar, and Xu Jingming happily agrees. An hour later, after training, Xu Jingming, Song Chu-kyu, and two other girls leave a restaurant. As they walk, a sinister-looking man with glasses watches them, muttering about beasts destroying the world and a supreme heavenly god. Xu Jingming notices the man and his followers trying to recruit people, who all show no interest. He recalls hearing about doomsday cults and isn't surprised to find one here. The cult leader grows furious as people ignore him. Suddenly, his frustration turns into a twisted idea. With a malevolent grin, he pulls out a knife, deciding people need to feel pain to believe him. His face contorts into a crazed smile as he declares that pain makes one appreciate being alive. He then lunges toward a nearby mother and her young child, preparing to stab them. From a distance, Xu Jingming's eyes flash with purple lightning. In an instant, he moves like a blur of energy, appearing between the attacker and his victims. He strikes the cult leader, sending him flying and effortlessly stopping the assault. Holding his spear, Xu Jingming watches the mother he just saved comfort her crying daughter Yinyin, telling her everything is okay now. The woman turns to Xu Jingming and thanks him profusely, explaining that without him, her family wouldn't know how to go on. Xu Jingming modestly replies it was a simple act of help. As he and Song Chu-kyu stand over the defeated cultist's body, Xu Jingming wonders aloud why these religious fanatics would kill people openly. Song Chu-kyu finds it strange as well, noting they usually just preach and don't resort to violence. Xu Jingming's expression becomes serious as he scans the crowd, wondering if this was a random act or if the man had accomplices. Unseen by them, a man in a dark, hooded sweatshirt pulls his hood over his head and walks away, later approaching a large estate. Inside, the hooded man reports to a shadowy figure he calls Archbishop, informing him that the killer was Xu Jingming from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop, holding a red orb, confirms if he means the high-rank, second-tier, S-rank student. The subordinate confirms this and adds that Xu Jingming achieved this rank in less than half a year from being an awakened, which is an alarmingly fast progression. The Archbishop glares, recognizing such a monster will be a huge problem if he is allowed to grow. He instructs his subordinate to withdraw for now, explaining that God's blood is about to appear in the Devil's Cave. He gives the man 2 God's blood indicators and tasks him with retrieving the substance, warning him not to use their sect's name, the Heaven's Mandate sect. Holding a crystallized heart, the Archbishop declares that in 1 month, his sect's mandate will be revealed, and he plans for Xu Jingming and other S-rank talents to become sacrifices for their cause. The scene shifts to a large supply base where students from the 3 major universities are gathered for a joint research trip. A man on a balcony introduces himself as Xu Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. He announces the official start of the month-long trip and says they will begin by distributing smart wristbands. As the students get their wristbands, Vice Principal Xu Ping explains that their scores for killing beasts inside the Devil's Cave, along with footage, will be recorded. He details the rewards. The top 1,000 students will be rewarded, the top 3 can choose any technique from the 3 schools' libraries, and the first-place winner gets an additional special reward from their university. Among the students, some feel first place is impossible, while others are excited to see who will take the top spot. Qiren Rao, or Xu Jingming. Vice Principal Xu Ping finishes his speech, announcing no restrictions on forming teams and encouraging students to actively hunt beasts. Immediately, the area erupts with students forming teams, shouting their requirements. Some look for a support user for a 5-person squad, while others seek an A-rank user for a 2-person team. A student named Ding Yu invites Xu Jingming to join one of the squads his class is forming for the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. With a confident smile, Xu Jingming politely declines, telling the monitor to go ahead and team up with others. Song Qiu then questions if he really plans to act alone in the Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming confirms this, explaining his goal is the central part of the cave and moving with others would only slow him down. His thoughts reveal his reasoning. He knows the outer area has beasts from Tier 1 to 3, and the central area has beasts from Tier 3 to 5. Since he believes he can handle low-rank Tier 4 beasts and escape Tier 5 creatures, he considers the central area his optimal hunting ground. Song Qiu expresses her concern, as the central part is a dead end for her. She notes the journey there will take a day or two, and shyly asks if she can travel with him for that time. Xu Jingming agrees. Blushing with delight, Song Qiu happily accepts, and they decide to set off together soon. Their conversation is interrupted when Qiren Rao approaches and calls out Xu Jingming's name. With a serious and condescending look, Qiren says he looks forward to Xu Jingming's performance and hopes he won't fall too far behind. Xu Jingming calmly replies with 100% certainty, a response that leaves Qiren shocked. Xu Jingming confidently repeats that he will absolutely win before turning and walking away. Enraged, Qiren glares after him, thinking he will use his overwhelming power to teach the stubborn guy and all the people of Great Sha a lesson. Shortly after, Vice Principal Xu Ping officially announces the start of the trip. The massive crowd of students rushes towards the cave entrance, shouting their goals as they begin. 7 hours later, deep inside the Devil's Cave, Xu Jingming and Song Qiu are cautiously making their way through a dense forest. Their path is suddenly blocked by 5 armored, pangolin-like beasts. Song Qiu warns Xu Jingming they are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, whose fur is harder than E-class alloy, making them very difficult to deal with. Xu Jingming calmly tells her he will handle it. Without hesitation, Xu Jingming rushes towards the roaring iron fur pangolins. The beasts counter by curling into spiky balls and rolling towards him at high speed. Xu Jingming meets their charge with incredible skill, weaving between the rolling creatures and striking one with his spear. He follows up with a powerful swing and a precise stab, effortlessly defeating the beasts one by one. Watching from the side, Song Qiu is completely surprised. She marvels at his technique, noting every thrust of his spear points directly at the creature's weaknesses without a mistake. She realizes this skill requires terrifying intuition and combat experience, not just a high power level. She is also impressed by his perfect control over his ability, wasting no energy. Standing amidst the corpses of 12 defeated Tier 2 iron fur pangolins, Xu Jingming checks his gains. He has harvested 276 ability points and 1,200 points for his competition score, which he considers not bad. After storing his spear, he thinks about the higher-level beasts deeper in the cave, calculating he can gain at least 30,000 ability points this month. He wonders if that will be enough to raise his ability level to SS. Song Qiu approaches and offers to help him process the carcasses. She then tells him that he is different from other lightning-type users. Curious, Xu Jingming asks her to explain. She observes that other lightning users are often wild in their use of power, but he is very restrained. Xu Jingming explains that his conservative approach is for endurance. He says he could have instantly blasted the pangolins with his purple cloud divine lightning, but that would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He knows conserving his energy will let him kill more beasts. Song Qiu understands, but is inwardly a little disappointed, as she had wanted to see his peak power, and now thinks she might not get the chance. As the sun begins to set, Xu Jingming suggests that it's getting dark, and they should find a place to rest before continuing in the morning. Song Qiu agrees. Looking at the holographic map on his smartwatch, Xu Jingming notices a water pool nearby. He remarks that in the wilderness, water sources are primary gathering places for beasts. Seeing a chance for another hunt before nightfall, he tells Song Chukyu that they should go, and the two set off. They soon arrive at a tranquil, beautiful pool of water in a clearing. As they observe the serene location, Xu Jingming finds the quietness unsettling, thinking it's impossible for a water source like this to be empty of beasts. Just then, a large, powerful tiger, with blade-like bones on its forelimbs, emerges from the trees and cautiously approaches the water's edge to drink. Suddenly, the water erupts as a massive armored crocodile with glowing green eyes bursts from the depths. Before the tiger can react, the colossal crocodile unleashes a devastating tail swing, sending a torrent of water and striking the tiger with immense force. The powerful blow sends the tiger flying out of the water, defeated. The giant crocodile glares after its dispatched rival. Watching from the safety of the bushes, Xu Jingming realizes a terrifying beast, a source water giant crocodile, has made this place its territory. He now understands why so few other creatures dare to approach the pool. A horrified Song Chukyu grabs his arm, exclaiming that it's a Tier 4 ferocious beast and they should never have encountered it in the outer perimeter. She urges him to leave quickly, worried the beast's powerful perception might have already detected them. However, Xu Jingming remains perfectly calm. He clenches his fist with a confident smirk, telling her there's no need to rush. He acknowledges that while a Tier 4 beast is indeed strong, it's not something he is unable to deal with. As purple lightning crackles around him, Xu Jingming prepares to face the beast. This isn't the first Tier 4 beast he has faced, having killed more than one in the Yangcheng wilderness area. Song Chukyu, watching the display of power, wonders if this is a battle technique his master, Din Yang Zhentian, had taught him. Xu Jingming smiles, knowing that while his indestructible thunder body is strong, he has an even better technique for dealing with powerful Tier 4 beasts. The sky darkens as a massive spear of lightning forms high above and begins to descend toward the pool. A confused Song Chukyu looks up, at first wondering if it's about to rain before realizing the lightning is unnatural. As immense energy radiates from him, Xu Jingming unleashes his powerful S-rank ability, the Heavenly Thunder technique. The lightning spear strikes the source water giant crocodile, engulfing it in a violent explosion of energy. The huge beast roars in pain as the lightning tears through its hide. The battle ends instantly. The massive crocodile collapses, defeated by the single attack. A system notification confirms the kill, awarding Xu Jingming 213 ability points and a massive 10,000 competition points. Clenching his fist, lightning still crackling around his hand, Xu Jingming reflects on the rewards. He notes the ability points from a Tier 4 beast are more than 5 times what a Tier 3 beast gives. He thinks his Deep Blue system is designed to push him to his limits. With the threat gone, Xu Jingming turns to a stunned Song Chukyu and tells her they should go look at the defeated beast. Song Chukyu is still in shock. She thinks that while she has seen many geniuses, she has never met a monster like Xu Jingming. She's amazed that a high-rank Tier 2 user could cross 2 power tiers to instantly kill a low-rank Tier 4 beast. As they walk towards the corpse, she silently acknowledges this must be his true, terrifying strength. Examining the remains, Xu Jingming expresses some disappointment, noting the crocodile's skin, which would have been worth at least 20 million, was completely destroyed. Song Chukyu adds that every part of a Tier 4 beast is a treasure. She then offers a solution, explaining her space ring is large enough to hold the entire carcass. She tells him she will keep it for now and return it to him at the supply base. After she stores the beast, Xu Jingming suggests they find a cave to rest for the night, as no other creatures will come to the now dangerous water source. As they prepare to rest, a blushing Song Chukyu shyly asks Xu Jingming to wait a moment. She explains that since they are at a pool, she would like to take a quick bath. Xu Jingming, cautious as always, tells her to wait while he checks for other beasts in the pool. He sends a crackling torrent of purple lightning into the water. The result is unexpected. Xu Jingming watches in shock as the clear water begins to turn red with blood. He is suddenly hit by a pleasant, intoxicating scent from the pool that feels fatally attractive to him. He realizes with alarm that the bloody water is triggering a deep, instinctual craving in his body. Elsewhere in the forest, cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect are on a mission. One member asks their leader, the Archbishop, whose god's blood they are retrieving. The Archbishop reveals their target is the blood of the ancient dragon god. Another member gets excited, exclaiming that their sect will gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The Archbishop angrily corrects him, shouting that they are the Blood Moon sect. Just then, the glowing red god's blood indicator in his hand begins to shine brightly, indicating the blood has appeared early. Realizing it isn't far, the Archbishop commands his followers to advance at full speed. Back at the pool, the water is completely blood red. Song Chu-kyu asks what is happening, and Xu Jingming asks if she feels the blood attracting her. She says she doesn't. However, she explains that her Light of Dawn ability tells her the blood water has a thick, beastly aura, very similar to his own. This triggers a realization for Xu Jingming. He recalls absorbing the SS-rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood. He concludes the bloody water must be from a powerful dragon-type beast, which is why his body is reacting so strongly. Deciding to take the risk, Xu Jingming tells Song Chu-kyu he will go into the pool to absorb the energy. He instructs her to pull him out if anything goes wrong, then steps into the blood-red water. As soon as he enters, swirling red energy envelops him. Instead of pain, he feels overwhelming comfort, like a thirsty traveler finding water. The energy from the pool surges upwards, wrapping around him and forming a massive, glowing red cocoon that lifts him into the air. From the shore, a worried Song Chu-kyu calls out his name. She realizes he has found a unique opportunity and is now vulnerable. Taking a determined stance with her halberd, she declares that it is her turn to protect him. The scene shifts to the next day. Song Chu-kyu stands guard in a clearing littered with the bloody corpses of beasts. She wipes sweat from her brow, relieved that the strongest creature she fought was only a low-rank Tier 3 beast. She looks at the pool and sees its red color has faded, a sign that Xu Jingming's absorption should be finishing soon. However, her vigil is interrupted as cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect suddenly appear on a ridge. She immediately grips her halberd. The Archbishop observes the scene, confused why the god's blood is in a liquid form. Another member recognizes Song Chu-kyu as the second-place student from Magic City University and questions why another freshman is present. Facing the mysterious group, Song Chu-kyu notes their attire doesn't belong to any of the major universities. She warns them that there are no beasts in the area and the water is contaminated, suggesting they go elsewhere. Her words enrage one of the cultists for calling the supreme god's blood contaminated. The Archbishop, however, orders him to ignore her and focus on seizing the blood cocoon behind her. Song Chu-kyu realizes this group came for the blood water. She assesses their strength, noting their leader is Tier 4 and the weakest is Tier 3. Facing such overwhelming odds, she grimly concludes she will have to use that move. Facing the Blood Moon sect, Song Chu-kyu activates a glowing talisman around her neck. As the cloaked figures lunge, the talisman summons a large golden barrier, protecting her and the cocoon. The cultists' attacks are useless, striking the barrier without leaving a scratch. The Archbishop recognizes the artifact as a guardian talisman from an ancient civilization. He explains to his followers that such items are extremely rare and powerful. From inside the shield, Song Chu-kyu taunts them, asking why they are wasting their time. Unfazed, the Archbishop smirks, revealing he knows the guardian talisman has a time limit. Since they are in no hurry, he calmly decides they will wait for it to expire. The cultists surround the barrier. Inside, Song Chu-kyu is anxious. She knows the talisman only lasts for about an hour before needing a 12-hour cooldown. Her only hope is for Xu Jingming to wake up in time. An hour passes, and just as predicted, the shield shatters. The cult leader smugly tells her to be sensible and hand over the talisman, or she will face an ugly death. Realizing she has no other choice, Song Chu-kyu prepares to go all out, pulling out a small red pill to boost her power. Before she can take it, a defiant voice retorts, asking why he feels like they are the ones who are about to die. At that moment, the red cocoon behind her begins to crack and break apart. The cocoon opens with a burst of energy, and Xu Jingming emerges from the swirling red tendrils, his transformation complete. He opens his eyes, glaring menacingly at the shocked members of the Blood Moon sect. As Xu Jingming emerges from the cocoon, the remaining blood energy from the pool forms the spectral image of a massive, ferocious red dragon behind him. The Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect looks on in shock, recognizing Xu Jingming as one of his sect's targets. Despite being a powerful Tier 4 user, he is unnerved by the immense aura radiating from the Tier 2 student, which makes his heart pound with fear. Regaining his composure, the Archbishop points and gives a furious command to his followers: kill them. In response, Xu Jingming's eyes glow with purple lightning. Before the charging cultists can reach him, he unleashes his power. Torrents of thunder descend from the sky, striking the Tier 3 users with devastating force. The electrocuted cultists collapse, instantly defeated. The Archbishop is stunned. He guessed his 5 Tier 3 subordinates couldn't handle Xu Jingming, but he never expected them to be killed instantly. He grits his teeth, reminding himself that as a Tier 4 user fighting a mere Tier 2, the advantage should still be his. His confidence is short-lived. Xu Jingming charges forward, leaping through the air with his spear at an incredible speed. A look of shock crosses the archbishop's face as he realizes the situation. He barely manages to raise his arms to block the strike, but the force of the attack is too much. He is sent flying backward, crashing through several trees. Leaning against a tree, panting, the defeated archbishop is in disbelief. He admits to himself that he couldn't even see how Xu Jingming had attacked him. Just then, Xu Jingming appears, his spear pointed at the fallen leader's throat. He calmly states that he will ask questions, and the archbishop will answer. His first question is about the blood water that was in the pool. Under pressure, the archbishop reveals the truth. The substance is God's blood, the blood essence of a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming then asks why the blood of such a powerful being would be here. The defeated leader explains that in the ancient era, a massive war erupted between human martial saints and beast emperors. As a result, different types of powerful blood essence were scattered across the world. With a serious expression, Xu Jingming asks his final question, demanding to know who he is and why his group is collecting the blood essence. The archbishop, instead of answering, gives a defiant grin and reveals they are the Blood Moon sect, but refuses to say more. Before Xu Jingming can react, the cult leader commits suicide, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth. Standing over the corpse, Xu Jingming identifies the group as another dangerous cult. Realizing he won't get more information, he decides he will ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang about them later. He turns to find a concerned Song Qiu rushing towards him, asking if he is all right. As he turns, she stumbles from exhaustion, and he quickly supports her. He reassures her that he is fine and thanks her for guarding him, patting her head and holding her hand, which makes her blush. Our guy explains that the cult members came for the blood, claiming to be from the Blood Moon sect. The revelation leaves Song Qiu in shock. She exclaims that the substance was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource that normally requires complex processing. She looks at him in disbelief, asking how he was able to absorb it directly. Xu Jingming, looking at a system screen, admits he is also confused. He explains that not only did he have no side effects, but the blood essence caused his indestructible thunder body to advance to the 4th stage. He speculates the benefits might go beyond what he understands and concludes they will have to ask a teacher when they get back. Seeing how tired Song Qiu is, he tells her to rest, pointing out that she can barely walk steadily. She quietly agrees. The two find a spot in a sunlit meadow to rest, with Song Qiu lying down and resting her head on the ground. Meanwhile, in a large estate at night, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands on a balcony with a subordinate. The subordinate reports that Bishop Zhou's God's Blood indicator lost its signal. He suggests something happened and asks if they should send more people to retrieve the blood. The archbishop dismisses the idea. He believes a powerful ability user intervened and decides to leave it for now. Looking at the crescent moon with a sinister grin, he declares that their main operation in 1 month is what's most important. As Song Qiu awakens, she finds Xu Jingming already up and roasting meat skewers over a campfire. He greets her with a smile, telling her she woke up just in time. She happily accepts a skewer, commenting on how delicious it smells and expressing surprise that he is a good cook. Xu Jingming jokes that practice makes perfect. Taking a bite, Song Qiu is so impressed she says he should open a barbecue restaurant, offering to be his investor. Xu Jingming playfully asks if an investment from the miss of the powerful Song family would mean opening a chain of restaurants across the Blue Star. Half an hour later, full and satisfied, Song Qiu asks if she can take a bath in the nearby water. Xu Jingming agrees, saying he will wash up after she is done. She tells him she will go first and heads towards the water. Using her ability, Song Qiu surrounds herself with a large sphere of water, creating a private space to bathe. Within the sphere, she changes into fresh clothes. As the water barrier fades, she emerges in a clean outfit. She turns to Xu Jingming, her hair and shoulders still damp, and tells him she is finished. For a moment, Xu Jingming seems slightly flustered by her fresh appearance. He quickly composes himself and says he will go wash up. As he walks away, Song Qiu wonders why his gaze just now seemed a bit strange. As Song Qiu stands in her now damp clothes, she suddenly gasps in embarrassment. She clutches the thin fabric, realizing the simple dress she is used to wearing has become almost transparent now that it is wet. An hour later, both Xu Jingming and Song Qiu are in their combat gear and ready to continue their journeys. They face each other to say goodbye. Song Qiu tells him to take care, and they agree to see each other in a month, sealing it with a friendly fist bump. With their farewells exchanged, they run in opposite directions. As she sprints through the forest, a look of fierce determination is on her face. She thinks to herself that she needs to work hard and must at least get third place in the competition. The scene shifts forward 1 month. Deep in a rocky area, Xu Jingming is surrounded by crackling purple lightning. He glares up at a massive, ferocious black panther-like beast with glowing red eyes perched on a cliff above him. The beast lets out a deafening roar and then charges down the cliff, lunging for Xu Jingming. As the massive dark night leopard charges, Xu Jingming remains calm, concentrating his powerful lightning into a single point. He meets the beast's attack head-on, thrusting his spear and impaling the creature through its chest. With a final motion, he lifts the beast and slams it to the ground, killing it. A system notification confirms the kill of the peak Tier 3 beast and awards him 43 ability points. Having defeated his opponent, Xu Jingming decides it's time to try and break through to the next level. He sits and begins to focus his energy, a torrent of crackling purple lightning surrounding him. With a determined cry, he commands his power to break through his limits. A massive, explosive surge of lightning erupts from his body, filling the cave with chaotic energy. A moment later, the energy subsides. Lightning still arcs around him as he sighs in relief, having finally broken through to Tier 3. He reflects on his progress, noting that even the most talented geniuses at the university would need at least half a year to make such an advancement. He concludes with a satisfied smile that his own talent is exceptionally good. He then pulls up his system panel to check his new status. The screen confirms his advancement from high-rank Tier 2 to low-rank Tier 3. His physique and spirit attributes have both increased by nearly 400 points, and his vitality has now surpassed 2,000. He has also accumulated a massive 48,429 ability points. However, his satisfaction is mixed with disappointment, as he realizes it's still not enough to upgrade his S-rank ability to SS rank. He decides to wait until he has 50,000 points. With his breakthrough complete, he stands and walks towards the light at the cave's entrance, his spear on his shoulder. A confident smile spreads across his face as he thinks about the end of the competition. He knows the results will be confirmed the day after tomorrow, and with the points he has accumulated, he feels certain that taking first place will not be a problem. It is the final day for score calculation from the joint university event. Students are gathered in a large hall, anxiously watching a massive screen with the rankings. One student celebrates his score of 1,201 points, which has placed him in the top 1,000. However, his friends tell him not to get his hopes up, as there are still 2 hours left, and the most powerful students have not yet arrived to submit their scores. At that moment, Song Chu-kyu walks into the hall, and the crowd's attention immediately turns to her. The students recognize her as the second-ranked freshman from Madu University and realize their own ranks are about to drop. Song Chu-kyu calmly approaches a terminal and places her wristband on it. Her score is a massive 12,131 points, which instantly puts her in first place on the leaderboard. The other students are in awe of her high score, with one remarking that it is just what they would expect from Modu's number 2. Vice Principal Ling Shuang approaches Song Chu-kyu and congratulates her on a job well done. Nearby, Ling Shuang speaks with Xu Ping, confirming that Song Chu-kyu is the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Another woman approaches, calling Song Chu-kyu Little Yun. Song Chu-kyu happily greets her aunt, Zhou Ying, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Zhou Ying playfully teases her niece, asking why her little boyfriend did not return with her. A flustered Song Chu-kyu denies having a boyfriend, then asks how her aunt knew about Xu Jingming. Zhou Ying reminds her that as the head supervisor, she has eyes and ears everywhere. Their conversation is interrupted as the crowd buzzes with excitement. Kiran Rao, the S-rank student from Qingjing University, has returned. The students estimate that as a third-tier user, his score must be at least 50 or 60,000 points, believing first place will surely belong to him. Kiran Rao confidently approaches the terminal to submit his score. The result flashes on the large screen, revealing an astonishing total of 113,264 points, immediately placing him in first and pushing Song Chu-kyu to second. The students are left speechless by the astronomical score. They exclaim that the gap between first and second place is enormous, calling it a complete victory for Kiran Rao. Vice Principal Xu Ping from Qingjing University is congratulated in advance for securing first place. However, Vice Principal Ling Shuang watches them with a thoughtful expression. She acknowledges the chances are slim, but remembering Xu Jingming's confidence, she holds on to a small hope that he might still surprise her. Just then, another high score appears. A student named Dong Sheng from Jincheng University has scored 13,526 points, taking over second place. Seeing this, Song Chu-kyu is surprised and realizes she might not even make it into the top 3. She looks around anxiously. wondering why Xu Jingming hasn't returned yet with only 8 minutes left. Other students also wonder about his absence, but Liu Wentao insists that Brother Ming is experienced and wouldn't be so careless. As if on cue, Xu Jingming makes his entrance, looking calm. His return is met with cheers from his supporters and friends from Modu University. They shout words of encouragement, telling him they will support him no matter the result. From a distance, Kiran Rao watches with a disdainful grin, thinking that no matter how much the weaklings cheer, he will still be the winner. Xu Jingming notices the support and looks at the leaderboard. He understands why they are cheering. Seeing Kiran's massive score, they must think he will lose. Vice Principal Ling Shuang greets him, noting his quick advancement to the 3rd tier, and encourages him to upload his score. Xu Jingming calmly walks to the terminal and places his ring on it. The crowd murmurs, guessing he might have 50 or 60,000 points, but they conclude that with Kiran in the competition, there is no way for him to take first place. As the terminal finishes identifying his results, a shocking number appears on the screen. His total score is an unbelievable 405,637 points. The leaderboard immediately updates, confirming that Xu Jingming has taken first place with a score that completely eclipses everyone else's. The entire hall is thrown into stunned silence. Vice Principals Xu Ping and Ling Shuang are shocked. Kiran Rao's face twists in fury, and Song Chu beams with joy. The crowd erupts in disbelief, questioning if they read the number correctly. Students exclaim that his score is 4 times higher than Kiran Rao's, a ridiculously high number that seems impossible. Vice Principal calculates the number of beasts required to reach such a score, concluding the result is truly ridiculous. Nearby, Zhou Ying asks Song Chu if she knew his score would be this high. With a happy smile, Song Chu admits she did not know the exact number, but believes that for Xu Jingming, no miracle is truly surprising. Meanwhile, Kiran Rao is seething with rage. He cannot believe Xu Jingming's score is more than 3 times his own, and realizes the valuable resources promised by his university are now at risk. Unable to accept his defeat, Kiran Rao points at Xu Jingming and shouts that his score cannot be that high. He then turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and formally requests an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart wristband, accusing him of cheating. The students from Modu University immediately protest, calling it a dirty move. They argue that the smart wristbands were all officially checked, questioning if Kiran is now suggesting the technology is flawed. Vice Principal Xu Ping turns to Ling Shuang and asks for her opinion. She calmly agrees that checking the records is not a problem. However, her expression turns sharp as a powerful aura swirls around her. She issues a challenge to Xu Ping, asking how he intends to handle the situation if the records prove Xu Jingming did not cheat. Another official supports her, reminding Xu Ping that all the equipment was audited by the 3 major universities. The question leaves Xu Ping silent. He glares at Ling Shuang, thinking he did not expect her to be so difficult to deal with. Feeling the pressure, Vice Principal Xu Ping declares that Xu Jingming cannot suffer an injustice. He makes a bold offer. If the records prove there are no issues, Qingjing University will compensate Xu Jingming with a highly valuable S-class cultivation resource. Ling Shuang agrees to inspect the records and calls Xu Jingming over. Xu Jingming walks over with a slight smile, thinking he is about to get a priceless S-class resource for doing nothing. Seeing this confident expression, a bead of sweat rolls down the principal's face as he realizes he may have made a serious mistake. As 2 technicians begin to access the records, Kiran Rao watches with a cynical smile. He is eager to see how Xu Jingming obtained his score, thinking it should be impossible to achieve such a high number. The recorded footage begins to play, and the onlookers are immediately stunned. They exclaim in awe at the power of Xu Jingming's spear technique and his terrifyingly precise control over his ability. Ling Shuang, also impressed, asks Xu Jingming if his spear technique has reached the master level. He smiles and humbly replies that he just broke through by luck. Ling Shuang doesn't believe him, thinking he must be hiding quite a few secrets. The footage continues, showing Xu Jingming confronting a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile. The crowd shouts in alarm, wondering why he isn't running and questioning if he intends to kill the beast. The footage shows Xu Jingming unleashing a massive and devastating lightning attack that completely engulfs the giant crocodile. The onlookers are left utterly terrified by the display of power. They exclaim in shock, wondering what level of battle technique could have possibly killed a powerful Tier 4 beast so instantly. Watching the footage, Kiran Rao is amazed. He questions if he just saw an S-rank magic technique, wondering how a spear user like Xu Jingming could have mastered it. Vice Principal Ling Shuang identifies the technique as the Heavenly Lightning Technique from the Elemental Academy. She internally notes how rare it is for anyone in her own academy to master it, making it shocking that a freshman from the Weaponry Academy did. Seeing enough, Ling Shuang asks a sweating Vice Principal Xu Ping if they need to continue. Defeated, he agrees to stop. Xu Ping addresses Xu Jingming, acknowledging how good he is, and confirming the promised S-class resource will be sent to him. Xu Jingming thanks him. As he walks away, Xu Ping regrets his university's loss, thinking if he had known what a monster Xu Jingming was, he would have recruited him at any cost. Standing before the students, Vice Principal Xu Ping announces the end of the competition and the final rankings. He declares that third place goes to Jincheng University with 27.5% of the resources, while second goes to his own Qingjing University with 31.5%. Finally, he announces that first place is awarded to Modu University, which receives 41% of the resources and priority distribution. The Modu University students erupt in celebration. Liu Wentao cheers that Brother Ming turned the tide, and the group celebrates their 5th consecutive championship. Xu Ping continues, explaining the resources are rare herbs in the outer part of the Devil's Cave. He instructs all freshmen, led by their instructors, to enter the next day to harvest them. Afterward, each school will arrange its own half-month teaching schedule. However, as the crowd disperses, Kiran Rao calls out. Unable to accept the outcome, he declares he is not satisfied and asks for a direct fight with Xu Jingming. He proposes a bet. If he loses, his university will pay for the resources. But if he wins, the resources promised to Qingjing University will be given to them. Intrigued, Vice Principal Xu Ping looks at Kiran seriously and asks how confident he is. Kiran explains his reasoning. He believes Xu Jingming's S-rank technique takes 1 or 2 seconds to activate, giving him an advantage in a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, Xu Ping, also unwilling to accept the result, agrees to Kiran's proposal. After the competition, Vice Principal Ling Shuang asks Xu Jingming about his plans for the half-month teaching period. He says he will return to the Devil's Cave to continue hunting beasts. She expresses concern, asking if he isn't tired after fighting for almost a month. Xu Jingming admits he is, but explains it is the only way for him to maintain his rapid improvement. Ling Shuang advises him that while life and death situations are good for growth, he must balance work and rest. Xu Jingming respectfully agrees, promising to rest once the trip is over. He then tells her about the strange water pool he found in the Devil's Cave. He explains finding the blood-red water, his body's strange reaction, and his encounter with cultists from the Blood Moon sect. After listening, Ling Shuang confirms his suspicions. She explains he found the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource. However, she clarifies the portion he absorbed was heavily diluted, as it would be impossible to absorb the pure essence. She guesses his ability to absorb it is related to his special body forging technique. As for the Blood Moon sect, she dismisses them as a minor religion, telling him not to worry about them. Xu Jingming agrees. Ling Shuang tells him to get some rest. He turns to leave and sees Song Qiuqiu waiting. She approaches with her aunt, Zhou Ying, and introduces her as the head supervisor of the Shonen supply base. Xu Jingming greets her politely, but Zhou Ying tells him to just call her Aunt Zhou. She then gives him a lavish gift, the Song family's black gold card. She explains it will grant him a 20% discount on all products under the Song family's banner. Xu Jingming is stunned, realizing its immense value, as the Song family's businesses cover nearly every aspect of life for ability users. Song Qiuqiu encourages him to accept it, noting his equipment updates quickly, so the discount will be useful. He takes the card, comically wondering if he is being kept by a rich woman. As Xu Jingming walks through the supply base, he is suddenly swarmed by a crowd of reporters and representatives from weapon and armor companies. They all want his attention, offering interviews and endorsement deals, a sign of his newfound fame. That afternoon, Xu Jingming meets with Vice Principal Ling Shuang and Vice Principal Xu Ping. Ling Shuang gets straight to the point, informing Xu Jingming that Kiran Rao wants to challenge him to a fight. She lays out the stakes. Kiran is wagering 20% of the resources, while Modu's stake is a Ruins Pass. She then asks Xu Jingming if he is willing to fight. Unfamiliar with the term, Xu Jingming asks what a Ruins Pass is. Xu Ping explains it's a ticket required to enter the ruins of an ancient civilization. He reveals that Qingjing University brought Kiran to the competition just to secure these 40 passes. Now that Xu Jingming has won them, Xu Ping is unwilling to give them up without a fight. This reminds Xu Jingming of a history class. A professor explained that a glorious ancient civilization existed before the current era. It was highly advanced, but was suddenly destroyed, its cities buried underground. Thousands of years later, these ruins were rediscovered, and from them, the modern world obtained powerful training methods and SSS rank combat techniques. Xu Jingming now understands that some ruins require a pass, making them very valuable. Ling Shuang adds that the passes are for Civilization Ruin Number 9, which opens once a year and is restricted to users between Tier 4 and Tier 6. She tells Xu Jingming that if he defeats Kiran, she can give him one of the passes, leaving the choice to him. Zhu Ping adds a taunt, remarking that the small arena is advantageous to an enhancement-type user like Kiran. However, Xu Jingming is not intimidated. With a confident smile, he declares he is willing to accept the challenge. Pleased, Xu Ping says he will notify Kiran and confirms the fight will be in the supply base's arena. After he leaves, Ling Shuang comments on how decisively Xu Jingming agreed, noting his confidence. He replies that it's all right, estimating he has a 90% chance of winning. With a smirk, he corrects himself, admitting he was just being humble and actually has 100% confidence in his victory. Ling Shuang sighs, amused, wondering what Xu Ping and Kiran would think if they knew. Elsewhere, Kiran Rao is shocked that Xu Jingming accepted the duel. His surprise turns to rage, and he declares that since Xu Jingming dared to agree, he shouldn't be blamed for being impolite. He asks Vice Principal Xu Ping if it's okay for Xu Jingming to get hurt. The principal reassures him that with instructors from all 3 universities present, someone will intervene if there is real danger. Kiran grins, thinking Xu Jingming shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The scene shifts to the arena, where a large crowd has gathered. The students buzz with excitement, looking forward to the fight between 2 S-rank users. They speculate about the outcome, with some noting that since both are Tier 3, the winner is uncertain. Others analyze the matchup, saying while Xu Jingming's Heavenly Lightning technique is a sure win in a large area, the small arena gives an advantage to a melee user like Kiran. They conclude the outcome depends on what other trump cards Xu Jingming might have. From a balcony, Kiran scoffs. He thinks it's a miracle for a freshman to learn one S-rank technique, making it impossible for him to have a second one. Just then, Xu Jingming arrives. His supporters from Modu erupt in cheers, shouting his name. Kiran looks down with an impatient grin, telling him to come on as he can't wait. Responding, Xu Jingming coolly states that if his opponent can't wait to die, he will gladly fulfill that wish. Both fighters step into the ring. An elderly man appears, introducing himself as Zhang Quan, the vice principal of Jincheng University and a Tier 8 grandmaster who will officiate the match. He clarifies the rules. The battle ends if either combatant loses consciousness or admits defeat, and continued attacks are forbidden. He encourages them not to hold back, as powerful figures are present to prevent any loss of life. He then summons his power, creating a water mist shield around the arena to protect the crowd. After telling both sides to get ready, he begins the countdown and starts the match. With a roar, Kiran Rao immediately unleashes his S-rank ability. His body transforms, growing larger and more muscular, with horns and red markings. The ability is identified as Brahma Beast Sovereign. Xu Jingming watches this calmly. Now in his powerful new form, Kiran arrogantly tells Xu Jingming that he will give him time to prepare his own S-rank technique so he can lose without any excuses. In the arena, the crowd watches the duel between Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao begin. Spectators comment that Kiran's S-rank enhancement ability gives him an advantage in the small 30-meter arena, which restricts Xu Jingming's ranged lightning skills, but they believe he must have expected this. In the ring, wreathed in purple lightning, Xu Jingming thinks that Kiran is the perfect opponent to test his full third-tier power. He immediately unleashes a massive surge of purple and blue lightning that floods the arena. The efficient, Zhang Quan, is amazed, noting the power outbreak is already pushing his water mist barrier, which was designed to withstand only a peak Tier 3 A-rank user's attack. Zhang Quan is forced to reinforce the barrier to contain the energy. The students in the stands are terrified by the power of the purple cloud divine lightning, feeling it could kill them instantly and marveling at the enormous power gap between the 2 freshmen. Even transformed, Kiran Rao grows furious as he feels Xu Jingming's lightning eroding his body in a way ordinary lightning could not. He decides to end the battle quickly and charges forward. As the 2 warriors launch toward each other, Kiran scoffs at Xu Jingming for resisting instead of fleeing, vowing to show him the power of an S-rank enhancement user as he readies his blade. However, Xu Jingming attacks first, his spear's surprising speed catching Kiran off guard. Kiran barely blocks the electrified spear, but the force sends him sliding backward. He is left in disbelief, unable to understand how Xu Jingming's physical strength can match his own, even after he is transformed with his S-rank ability. Surrounded by a storm of purple lightning, Xu Jingming mockingly asks if Kiran is surprised. adding that no rule says a lightning-type user must be weaker than an enhancement type. Kieran agrees, admitting he intended to play around, but now realizes that won't be possible. Declaring Xu Jingming should rejoice for pushing him to his full strength, Kieran charges. He undergoes a second, more terrifying transformation, his face becoming a demonic mask as he unleashes his Beast Sovereign Descent. In the stands, students are shocked, recognizing he is stacking his S-rank ability, Brahma Beast Sovereign, with an exclusive S-rank combat technique, making his power even more terrifying. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Xu Ping watches with a steady gaze, while Vice Principal Ling Shuang observes thoughtfully, recalling that Dinyang Gentian has a similar S-rank combat technique and believing Xu Jingming must know it as well. In the arena, Kieran's enhanced form repels the purple lightning. With a menacing grin, he taunts Xu Jingming, asking if he still dares to clash strength with him in this new form. In a stunning counter-reveal, Xu Jingming's hair turns pure white, and his eyes glow with blue energy as he calmly agrees to meet the challenge. An immense surge of power erupts from his body, shocking the fully transformed Kieran. Xu Jingming's eyes now glow with a fierce, slitted pupil, completing his own power-up. The sight leaves the audience bewildered. One student, who had briefly looked away, is shocked to see two monster bosses in the arena. His friend clarifies they are Xu Jingming and Kieran entering their second stage, though the first student retorts that it is basically a boss fight. Kieran is stunned by Xu Jingming's transformation, recognizing it as an S-rank combat technique. In his powered-up form, Xu Jingming coolly remarks that Kieran guessed correctly, but there is no prize. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Xu Jingming concentrates a sphere of purple energy, preparing his Thunder Prison technique. Kieran recognizes the Control-type S-rank move and realizes he is in danger. Deciding to risk it all, he summons a red Vitality armor and charges headfirst into the lightning attack. He manages to break free, but is forced to his knees. Kieran looks up, shocked by the power he just faced. However, Xu Jingming gives him no time to recover, unleashing a massive spear of pure lightning. It narrowly misses Kieran, but its explosion devastates the area behind him. The terrifying power leaves Kieran shaken, realizing that if it had hit, he would have been heavily injured, if not killed. Before Kieran can react, Xu Jingming closes the distance with his Lightning Gale Break technique. Kieran raises his weapon to block the powerful spinning strike, but the sheer force of the blow sends him flying backward across the arena. Pressing his advantage, Xu Jingming unleashes a relentless barrage of chain lightning spears, a flurry of lightning-fast attacks that strike Kieran's body repeatedly. Despite the brutal assault, Kieran remains defiant, desperately hoping that if he can withstand this move, he might still have a chance to win. Believing he has, he roars, declaring it is now his turn to counterattack. However, Xu Jingming reveals the technique's true nature. With a cold command to explode, the lightning energy inside Kieran's body detonates from within. Kieran is left shocked and helpless as the violent energy erupts from his chest, throwing him backward in a massive explosion. His body crashes against the arena's protective barrier, and he collapses, his transformation gone, leaving charred wounds across his torso. Xu Jingming stands over his defeated opponent, the tip of his spear inches from Kieran's forehead. With no options left, a humbled Kieran weakly surrenders. With the battle over, Zhang Chuan raises his hand and officially declares Xu Jingming the winner. The crowd erupts. Xu Jingming's friends celebrate his victory, marveling at how the fight, which they expected to last over 10 minutes, was over in just 2. They praise him for crushing his opponent in a direct clash of strength and admire how perfectly he chained his combat techniques. From the balcony, Vice Principal Ling Shuang also reflects on Xu Jingming's flawless performance. She reviews his strategy. He used Thunder Prison to control the field, followed by other techniques to force a weakness. He then exploited that opening with Lightning Gale Break and finished with Chain Lightning Spears. She concludes his clean execution was truly excellent. She then turns to Vice Principal Xu Ping and asks if he has anything further to say. With a somber expression, Xu Ping admits their complete defeat and concedes the wagered 20% resource share to Modu University. He also confirms the S-class resource he promised Xu Jingming will be delivered the next afternoon. As Ling Shuang and Xu Jingming walk away, Xu Ping is left to lament his university's double loss. Ling Shuang congratulates Xu Jingming on a job well done. She presents him with a glowing blue card, the Pass for Civilization Ruin, number 13. As an extra reward, she informs him the school will grant him an extra 10,000 credits. Overjoyed, Xu Jingming thanks her for the generous rewards. He looks down at the coveted ruins pass in his hand, a confident and eager smile on his face. Vice Principal Ling Shuang tells Xu Jingming to go and rest. She reminds him of his rewards, the S-class resource from Qingjing University, and the right to choose a combat technique from the libraries of all 3 universities. She also tells him he can return to the Devil's Cave the next day to collect the rare herbs his university won. Xu Jingming happily agrees, reflecting on how successful the research trip has been, giving him a ruins pass, credits, S-class resources, and a large harvest of herbs and beast materials. As they are talking, a young man with long black hair approaches, complimenting Xu Jingming on the wonderful match and saying that seeing a genius like him is a fortune. Xu Jingming politely thanks him. As the man walks away, Xu Jingming asks who he was. Song Qiu explains he is Dong Sheng from Jincheng University, the student who ranked 3rd, just below him and Kiran. Xu Jingming marvels that Dong Sheng's cultivation has reached the high-rank 2nd tier, calling him a monster. Song Qiu playfully teases him, asking if he is praising himself since he is already a Tier 3 user. With a mischievous smile, Xu Jingming jokes that he is different and has a cheat that levels him up with a single click, asking if she believes him. An annoyed Song Qiu comically retorts that she doesn't believe him at all. The scene shifts to the outside of a grand Gothic-style building. Inside a large hall, robed figures kneel before a levitating man, the Archbishop. As a swirling pink orb floats above him, he leads his followers in a chant, proclaiming that since receiving heaven's mandate, their heavenly God is eternal. The Archbishop asks a subordinate if everything is arranged at the plantation, and the subordinate confirms it is. The Archbishop then gives a grim order. The subordinate is responsible for the teachers from the 3 universities and must kill as many as possible. The followers shout their agreement. The Archbishop then turns his attention to a man in a hooded robe with a mask. Addressing him as Holy Son, he assigns the Holy Son the task of dealing with the 2 S-rankers, Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao, stating it will be helpful for his growth. With a chilling smile, the Holy Son agrees, promising that the distance between him and the S-rankers will be very close the next day. The Archbishop issues his final command about the S-rankers. It would be best if they are willing to join his Heaven's Mandate sect. Otherwise, the Holy Son is to kill them without mercy. Finally, the Archbishop addresses all his followers with zealous fervor. He declares that tomorrow will be the stage for the Heaven's Mandate sect, and they must announce their existence to the country in the most cruel and high-profile way. He ends with a powerful chant, which his followers echo with equal passion. Since receiving heaven's mandate, the heavenly God is eternal. The students arrive at the Devil's Cave plantation, a massive, ornate greenhouse marked as a restricted area. As they enter, they are amazed by the beautiful C-class sunflowers and are excited to begin harvesting the valuable herbs. They are greeted by the base supervisor, a man named Ma Yang, who welcomes the mentors and students from the 3 major universities. A woman, lead mentor Hu Ping, explains that the vice principals did not come because the task isn't considered dangerous, adding that if an accident were to happen, Vice Principal Ling Shuang could use her space ability to arrive in minutes. Ma Yang leads the group further into the greenhouse, assigning each university an area to harvest different herbs. Qingjing University will collect sunflowers, Jincheng University will gather scarlet flame grass, and Magic City University is responsible for cleansing heart grass. However, Ma Yang then adds a strange rule, stating that the top 3 freshmen must be separated from the main group. Hu Ping immediately questions this, noting that other plantations do not have such a rule. Ma Yang explains there is a new batch of S-class exotic herbs that he wants the top students to collect, framing it as an opportunity for them. He specifically instructs Xu Jingming, Kiran Rao, and Dong Sheng to follow him and his staff. Although he finds the situation suspicious, Xu Jingming is reassured by the presence of the university mentors and follows. As they walk, Dong Sheng approaches Xu Jingming and Kiran, complimenting them on their spectacular battle the previous day. He then brings up religion, mentioning rumors that certain sects have secret techniques that can boost a user's strength from Tier 2 to Tier 4. He muses that with such power, he might even be able to fight them. Xu Jingming immediately advises against getting involved with such religions. Kiran, however, disagrees. With his hands in prayer, he states that religions like his country's Jedu sect and the Holy Father sect have a positive significance, and credits his own invincibility to his Lord Brahma. Xu Jingming taunts him, asking why Lord Brahma didn't help him win their fight. The comment leaves Kiran furious and speechless. Dongsheng smoothly intervenes, agreeing with Kiran that some religions offer great benefits. He then turns to Xu Jingming with a sly smile and delivers an ominous message, telling him that in a little while he will personally experience the power from religion and will likely change his mind. Dongsheng's cryptic words leave Xu Jingming with a sense of dread, wondering what he could possibly mean. Supervisor Ma Yang leads mentor Hu Ping and the three top students to a secluded area of the greenhouse. He announces that they have arrived. Confused by the lack of any visible herbs, Hu Ping asks where the promised S-class flowers are. Ma Yang points ahead, telling her to look. In an instant, the supervisor's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a sinister grin. The man who called himself Ma Yang lunges at Hu Ping, his body transforming into a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a massive demonic red claw. He strikes her squarely in the chest with incredible speed and force. The blow sends Hu Ping flying, but she lands. Shocked, she exclaims that her attacker is a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Realizing the deception, she demands to know who he is. She then transforms, activating her A-rank Shadow Spirit Cat ability. The shadowy attacker complements Hu Ping's vitality. He then removes his mask, revealing his true identity as the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. With a cruel smile, he declares that since she is about to die, he sees no harm in telling her who they are. The Archbishop commands his subordinate to kill everyone. Hu Ping furiously accuses them of trying to sever the future of Great Xia's next generation. She shatters a crystal in her hand. The Archbishop laughs, saying it is too late to call for help. He unleashes the power of the red orb in his hand, creating a massive space blockade that traps them all. Meanwhile, outside, the three vice principals are immediately alerted to the attack. Ling Shuang exclaims in fury that someone has dared to attack their team. The three powerful grandmasters take to the sky, flying toward the crisis. At the Shan'an supply base, head supervisor Zhou Ying reacts with alarm. She urgently orders squads to the Devil's Cave plantation to protect the eldest miss, Song Chukyu. She tries to reassure herself that with the Tier 8 grandmasters on their way, there should not be any problems. Back inside the greenhouse, Hu Ping senses a disturbance in the space blockade. The Archbishop mocks them, declaring that their space-type Grandmaster is useless against his blockade. He decides to act quickly, turning his attention to the cat-like woman and shouting that she will die first. The Archbishop's attack manifests as a giant, crushing red hand. Kirin curses in frustration, while Xu Jingming knows he is facing a Tier 7 Grandmaster and would be unable to resist such overwhelming power. However, the Archbishop's attack is disrupted. He realizes the space-type Grandmaster, Ling Shuang, is powerful enough to shake his blockade. Deciding not to engage her directly, the Archbishop leaps away, telling the Holy Son he is leaving the situation to him. With the Archbishop gone, Dongsheng steps forward, his friendly facade gone. He declares that the moment has come for the Heaven's Mandate sect to take the stage. He tells Xu Jingming and Kiran he will now show them his true form. He then begins a horrifying transformation. A dark energy erupts from his body as his power level skyrockets, rapidly climbing from Tier 2 high rank to peak, then breaking through to Tier 3 and finally reaching the peak of Tier 4. Both Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao are completely shocked. Xu Jingming is stunned that a technique could increase someone's strength by 2 entire major ranks, and he recognizes the familiar terrifying aura as that of God's blood. As Kiran Rao stands enraged, Xu Jingming analyzes Dongsheng's transformation. Realizing his aura is that of God's blood, he figures out that a single dose of this SSS-class resource is what let Dongsheng jump from Tier 2 to the peak of Tier 4. Now a demonic figure with horns and glowing eyes, Dongsheng gives Xu Jingming and Kiran Rao a choice. Join the Heaven's Mandate sect and hunt other students, or be crippled and killed. Meanwhile, outside the main greenhouse, the other students realize the danger. One student yells for them to charge in and help the two S-rankers, saying they can't lose their hope, Xu Jingming. However, their rescue is stopped by several hooded cultists. The cultists mock them, saying no one can save the S-rankers, and that the students should worry about themselves. In the chaos, Song Chukyu fights through the cultists with her flaming spear, focused only on protecting Xu Jingming. Far away, the three grandmasters realize they are trapped. One asks Vice Principal Ling Shuang why they don't teleport inside. She explains that she tried, but the space inside the plantation has been sealed. The source of the barrier is the Archbishop, who is holding a glowing red orb with a bone inside. Ling Shuang recognizes the bone as belonging to a rank 9 beast emperor with spatial abilities, which is what is sealing the area. The other two grandmasters are alarmed. Zhang Quan comments on how serious this is, and the other warns that if anything happens to the two S-rankers, it will be a big problem. The archbishop laughs, mocking the helpless grandmasters. He says they will have to watch as his sect slaughters all the freshmen, declaring it the Heavens Mandate sect's Great Awakening Day. The grandmasters are horrified to realize they are facing a group they thought was wiped out 60 years ago. Determined to act, the three grandmasters join forces. Ling Shuang suggests they attack together, thinking 3 minutes should be enough to break the spatial blockade. Taking the lead, she shouts, "Rise!" and a huge surge of blue energy erupts from the ground, lifting the entire plantation base into the air. While holding the plantation afloat, Vice Principal Ling Shuang analyzes the blockade. She announces that the underground space is sealed, but she has found the weakest point of the barrier in the southeast. Answering her call, the other two grandmasters, Xu Ping and Jiang Quan, prepare to attack. They both transform powerfully. Xu Ping becomes a ferocious ape beast, while Jiang Quan turns into a being of swirling blue energy. Together, they charge toward the floating greenhouse, aiming their combined power at the weak point. Inside the greenhouse, the remaining students hear a loud roar as the building is hit by a massive impact. Seeing the powerful attacks of their rescuers, the students cry out with relief, realizing the vice principals have come to save them. Amidst the chaos, Xu Jingming remains calm. He checks his system panel and notes he still has 49,000 ability points. He calculates that if he uses them all to level up, he should be able to reach Tier 4, giving him the power to defeat their enemies. However, Dongsheng mockingly asks the terrified freshmen if they have now seen the true power of his sect. He offers them a chance to join him, telling them that if they kill the surrounding freshmen, they will become members and get the same power he has. The students hesitate, looking at each other silently. Just then, Ling Shuang's voice echoes through the broken barrier. She gives a stern command, declaring that any freshman who attacks another will be expelled and killed on the spot. The students quickly make their choice, deciding not to become traitors. Furious, Dongsheng calls them idiots for not taking his offer. He then turns back to Xu Jingming and Qiren Rao, giving them a final choice of 3 seconds to either submit or die. Immediately, Qiren Rao drops his sword, bows down, and begs for his life, agreeing to join the Heavens Mandate sect. Dongsheng praises his choice and then turns to Xu Jingming, asking for his decision. In response, Xu Jingming says nothing, simply letting purple lightning crackle around his body to show his defiance. Seeing this, Dongsheng declares that Xu Jingming has chosen death. He then gives his new follower an order. As proof of his loyalty, Qiren Rao must kill Xu Jingming. Faced with the order, Qiren Rao hesitates, sweating as he admits to himself that he can't handle Xu Jingming alone. Seeing his hesitation, the hooded figures with Dongsheng declare they will attack alongside him, surrounding Xu Jingming. Despite being outnumbered, Xu Jingming remains calm, with purple lightning covering his body. He mentally sizes up his opponents, counting 1 low-rank Tier 3 user and 4 low-rank Tier 1 users. Confident he might not need his precious ability points yet, he challenges them to come at him. One of the hooded cultists, holding a large axe, leaps down from above. He mocks Xu Jingming's arrogance and declares that he will die. The cultist swings his axe, but the blow is stopped by Xu Jingming's S-rank defensive technique, Thunder Armor. Before the attacker can react, Xu Jingming thrusts his spear forward, stabbing the cultist through the chest. The defeated cultist looks on in disbelief, questioning how he could be defeated so easily when he is a Tier 4 user. Xu Jingming coldly taunts the man for daring to approach him alone. Witnessing his followers' quick defeat, the transformed Dongsheng decides to step in, announcing he will attack with the others. As his enemies prepare to strike, Xu Jingming feels the real threat of death for the first time. He is a bit disappointed that he will have to use his ability points, which he had wanted to save to upgrade his S-rank ability. Just then, a system notification appears, confirming the kill of a Tier 4 low-rank God's Blood envoy and giving him 1,000 ability points. This pushes his total over the 50,000 point mark. Realizing he now has enough, Xu Jingming makes a bold decision. He immediately commands his system to upgrade his ability. The system begins the evolution of his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning as golden bolts of thunder erupt and a progress bar appears, quickly climbing past 10% and 20%. As the evolution continues, Xu Jingming begins to float into the air, the raw power stunning his opponents. Golden lightning crackles around him as his power grows. Annoyed by this, Dongsheng calls it playing tricks. Dark red energy emerges from his body as he prepares to strike, unleashing a massive explosion of power at the vulnerable Xu Jingming. As Dongsheng's attack comes down, the evolution of Xu Jingming's ability nears completion, with the progress at 99%. A moment later, the process finishes. The system confirms his S-rank ability has evolved into the more powerful SS rank Dutian Divine Lightning. With his transformation complete, Xu Jingming's eyes open, now glowing gold as golden lightning crackles around him. He immediately unleashes his new ability, summoning a massive torrent of golden thunder from the sky that crashes down on the unsuspecting Dong Sheng. The cult leader screams as the immense power covers him, his attack completely cancelled out. A moment later, a system notification confirms the death of the Tier 4 Peak God's Blood Envoy and awards Xu Jingming 2,000 ability points. With his main threat gone, Xu Jingming turns to the remaining hooded cultists. He points at each of them, coldly declaring that all of them must die. He once again summons a devastating storm of golden thunder, which descends and destroys the remaining cultists instantly. With all the cultists defeated, Xu Jingming appears before a terrified Kirin Rao, who desperately pleads for his life. Kirin bows down on the ground, explaining he was threatened and insisting he never attacked Xu Jingming. From a distance, the archbishop watches in stunned confusion, unable to believe his holy son has been killed. His confusion quickly turns to pure rage as he screams Xu Jingming's name, vowing that Xu Jingming will be buried with Dongsheng. The enraged archbishop then unleashes his own powerful attack, summoning a giant, demonic red hand from the sky, aimed directly at Xu Jingming. As the archbishop's giant red hand comes down, Xu Jingming is completely paralyzed by the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he realizes with dread that he can't even move, wondering if this is the unbeatable gap between him and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But just before the attack can crush him, it suddenly stops in midair. Surprised, Xu Jingming looks up and sees that a different, powerful space-type ability has saved him. In a flash of golden light, Vice Principal Ling Shuang appears, her expression cold. The furious archbishop demands to know how she broke into the space blockade he was holding. Ling Shuang scoffs, mocking him for relying on an item for his power and for being distracted. She unleashes her own space-cutting technique, a blade of fiery energy that slices clean through his arm, cutting off his demonic hand. Without giving him a moment to recover, she summons a blue magic circle that traps the archbishop in a space constriction technique, binding him completely. With her enemy caught, she makes her final move. A swirling vortex appears in front of her, and she snatches the space-sealing orb from the archbishop's grasp, ending his control over the area. With the threat gone, she floats down to a shaken Xu Jingming and asks if he is all right. He tells her that he is fine. Just then, the other two grandmasters, Xu Ping and Zhang Chuan, arrive. Xu Ping asks how they should handle the remaining cult members. Holding the captured orb, Ling Shuang gives a chilling command. Declaring that they dared to touch her students, she orders the two to capture any Tier 6 ability users alive, but to kill all the rest without mercy. Following her order, Xu Ping and Zhang Chuan leap into action, striking down the remaining cultists with overwhelming force. With the battle over, Ling Shuang turns to a terrified Kirin Rao, who starts to make an excuse. She cuts him off coldly, telling him that someone will deal with him later. Finally, she addresses Xu Jingming, asking about the powerful golden lightning ability he had used, noting it had no casting time. Standing among the bodies of the defeated cultists, Xu Jingming explains he isn't sure himself. He tells her that in his desperation to survive, he pushed his ability with all his might, causing it to break its limit and mutate. Intrigued, Ling Shuang asks if it is a combat technique rather than his normal ability. She asks him to show her his purple cloud divine lightning again. Xu Jingming tries to summon his original power, but to his surprise, only the new golden lightning crackles around his hand. Finding this strange, Ling Shuang wonders if his ability has fundamentally changed. She decides to put off a full analysis, telling him that once the crisis is over, she will test his ability again at the supply base, and he agrees. Just as their conversation ends, a relieved Song Chu-kyu rushes forward, calling Xu Jingming's name. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug, exclaiming how worried she was. Watching the tender moment, Ling Shuang allows a fond smile to cross her face, thinking that youth is a wonderful thing. Xu Jingming comforts the tearful Song Chu-kyu, telling her that everything is fine now. He holds her hands, reassuring her with a calm smile, which makes her blush. A moment later, Ling Shuang uses her power to gently lower the entire floating greenhouse back to the ground. She then gathers the surviving students and delivers a grim announcement. She informs them that 342 freshmen were killed by the cultists. She states that the three universities take full responsibility and that compensation will be provided to the families. With a fierce expression, she declares the Heavens Mandate sect an enemy of humanity and the three universities. She announces an extermination order against the sect and that all students and teachers must accept missions to wipe them out. Listening in the crowd, Xu Jingming thinks about the ability points he can get from killing the cult's God's Blood envoys and decides he will accept some of these missions. Ling Shuang makes one final announcement, officially ending the research trip. She instructs all freshmen to gather the next morning to return to their schools. Back at the supply base, Ling Shuang proceeds with her promised test. She gives him a circular detector and instructs him to unleash his power. Xu Jingming places his hand on the device, and a brilliant golden lightning crackles around it as Ling Shuang watches. As she observes, a shocking thought crosses her mind. She wonders if it is possible his S-rank ability has mutated into an even rarer SS rank ability. She quickly dismisses the idea as unlikely, but the detection finishes and the device announces the incredible result. Xu Jingming's ability is the Dutian Divine Lightning, an SS rank ability. A stunned Ling Shuang exclaims that it really is an SS rank ability. Ling Shuang is left speechless for a moment. She thinks about the huge gap between S rank and SS rank abilities, realizing that if Xu Jingming is trained properly, he will become a game-changing force against the beasts. Her shock quickly turns to joy, and she praises him enthusiastically. Xu Jingming, still processing the news, wonders how the instrument knows the ability's name. Ling Shuang explains that for the device to recognize it, the ability must have appeared before in the ancient civilization era. She clarifies that their modern detectors are based on technology recovered from ancient ruins. She smiles, impressed, thinking his talent might be comparable to legendary powerhouses from ancient times. Becoming serious, she advises Xu Jingming not to widely publicize his ability's evolution. As a precaution, she gives him a special talisman, explaining that if he is ever in real danger, he can crush it and she will be able to rush to his location if he is within 400 kilometers. Xu Jingming accepts the talisman gratefully. Ling Shuang then presents him with the S-class resource promised by Qingjing University, a Tier 5 break rank pill. She suggests he save it for when he advances from Tier 5 to Tier 6. However, Xu Jingming asks if he can exchange it for a different resource. He knows that, with his cheat system, he doesn't need pills to break through. Ling Shuang grants him special permission to go to the Modu University Resource Department to exchange it. She then reminds him of his final reward, the right to choose a combat technique from any of the 3 universities' libraries. Later, the AI, Eva, displays all the lightning-type abilities above A rank from the other 2 universities. Dozens of screens fill the room, showing a wide array of powerful techniques. His attention is drawn to 2 incredibly powerful SSS rank techniques, but he notes the level requirements are far too high for him. He decides to be practical and choose one he can use now. After some consideration, he makes his choice, telling the vice principal that he has chosen the S rank Thunder God Finger. The screen shows the details. It condenses lightning into a powerful attack and requires a user to be at least Tier 3 with an A rank lightning ability. Ling Shuang warns him that learning a technique from another university will be hard. However, Xu Jingming confidently tells her it does not matter. He thinks that the 6,000 ability points he has will be enough. Seeing his confidence, Ling Shuang smiles and agrees to his choice. As he turns to leave, she watches him with awe, thinking about his incredible advantages. She concludes that if he is allowed to grow, humanity will gain another peerless powerhouse. Back in his private training room, Xu Jingming sits cross-legged, ready to assess his new power. He commands his system, Deep Blue, to open his attribute panel. The display confirms he is a low-rank Tier 3 user with an SS rank ability, Dutian Divine Lightning, and 6,359 ability points. Golden lightning crackles around his hand as he thinks about how 50,000 ability points are needed to transform his ability from S rank to SS rank. He notes that the new lightning is even harder to control and resolves to focus on training his ability control next. With a determined look, he looks forward to the arrival of that day. That evening at the supply base, a group of civilians looks up in amazement. They point at a cool-looking aircraft, noting its lack of propellers and identifying it as an advanced anti-gravity aircraft from civilization ruins. A sleek, disc-shaped aircraft descends and lands gently. A ramp lowers, and a single figure steps off. The newcomer is a stylish man with long white hair, who confidently declares that he has arrived for Xu Jingming. As the mysterious man with long white hair arrives, the onlookers are startled. Deciding fewer people should know he's here, he snaps his fingers. Instantly, the onlookers forget him and start talking about movies and dinner. With his arrival now unnoticed, the man smiles. At a temporary detention center on the base, 2 guards stand watch. Inside a cell, the captured Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect shouts that his heavenly god will save his followers. The chief of public security tells Ling Shuang they haven't gotten any useful information from the cultists because their wills are too strong. The archbishop taunts them, calling them fools. Grandmaster Jiangquan notes that they will have to wait for someone from a higher authority. Ling Shuang agrees, saying the person they are waiting for should be here soon. Just then, the white-haired man appears in the hallway. Ling Shuang immediately senses his powerful aura and becomes alert. The man says he has kept them waiting. A surprised Ling Shuang respectfully greets him as Lord Liu, asking why he came himself. He explains it was necessary since the Heaven's Mandate sect has reappeared. Ling Shuang silently questions why someone as important as Liu Wangshan, a Tier 9 martial saint with immense power, would visit personally. Liu Wangshan begins the interrogation. His eye glows with a purple aura as he glares at the archbishop and asks if he is the sect's head. Under the mental pressure, the archbishop admits he is just a grand archbishop. He reveals their goal was to kill the freshmen and confesses they have spies in more places than just the universities. 10 minutes later, Liu Wangshan explains that the interrogation was only partly successful. He says the archbishop's memories were tampered with by another powerful user, preventing him from learning the locations of their strongholds or the true leader's identity. He concludes the sect is planning a larger conspiracy. He then changes the subject, saying he needs to see Xu Jingming about his recent ability evolution. Xu Jingming is summoned to a private room with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She invites him to sit and introduces him to Liu Wangshan, a member of the Great Xia National Council. Xu Jingming is stunned, shocked he had not noticed another person in the room. As Liu Wangshan greets him, Xu Jingming is hit by an immense crushing pressure from the man's gaze. He instinctively summons his golden lightning to resist the overwhelming force. The pressure stops after a moment, leaving him exhausted. He thinks in awe that he never imagined he couldn't withstand even a single glance from a Tier 9 martial saint. Liu Wangshan compliments him, saying it is rare for a Tier 3 user to resist his gaze, and that Xu Jingming's will is very firm. Humbled, Xu Jingming bows respectfully. Liu Wangshan explains the value of his potential, stating that while S-rank users are born each year, fewer than 50 SS-rank users have been recorded in 200 years. He hopes Xu Jingming will become one of humanity's top fighters. To ensure his safety, Liu Wangshan summons a glowing purple Spirit Soul seal, which he says will provide extra mental protection. With a gentle touch, he places the seal on Xu Jingming's forehead, which drains the powerful martial saint. As Xu Jingming helps him up, Liu Wangshan explains the seal is his own SS-rank psychic technique. Now that it is applied, it will take great effort for even another Tier 9 psychic user to break it. Ling Shuang tells Xu Jingming to thank the counselor, and he quickly expresses his gratitude. Liu Wangshan dismisses the thanks, asking only that once Xu Jingming is strong, he helps Great Xia by killing more enemies. Ling Shuang teases that many Tier 8 grandmasters would beg for such a gift. Xu Jingming confidently replies that he is, after all, Modu University's best student. Amused, Ling Shuang assigns him a new task, leading the team for the All-Country University League competition next March. Xu Jingming is left speechless, reminding her he is just a freshman. She tells him not to slack off, as she has already reserved his spot. Accepting the challenge, Xu Jingming says he looks forward to fighting the geniuses from across the country. 3 days later at Modu University, Jiang Chuxuan waits for Xu Jingming's return. A massive airship lands, and as the students get off, she calls out to him. He and Song Qiuqiu greet her, and Song Qiuqiu gratefully thanks Jiang Chuxuan for her life-saving pills. Jiang Chuxuan proudly invites them to a celebratory meal. As they walk together, she asks Xu Jingming if he brought back the rare herbs she wanted. He confirms he did, teasing that the amount is so large she might not be able to handle it. Watching them from a distance, Vice Principal Ling Shuang floats in the air, smiling. She thinks to herself that Xu Jingming is fortunate with women, and that since stronger people produce powerful children, having multiple partners is good for humanity. Her thoughts then turn to her own past, and she sighs about still being single in her 30s. Later, in a decorated room, Jiang Chuxuan stares in amazement at the huge pile of rare herbs Xu Jingming brought. She asks in disbelief if he emptied the entire Devil's Cave. Xu Jingming calmly explains that very few users could even reach the middle section of the cave. He adds that if he had stayed longer, he could have collected more. A slightly overwhelmed Jiang Chuxuan sighs, realizing she is going to be busy. Xu Jingming then stands up to leave, explaining he is going to the university's resource department to exchange an S-class resource he received. He soon arrives at the Grand Resource Department building. Inside, he instructs the AI, Eva, to list all the S-class resources he can get for his 7th grade breakthrough pill. Holographic screens appear around him, displaying many powerful resources. Surprised, he asks Eva which one will most improve his lightning control. Eva presents a single option, an S-class Thunder Haze Secret Realm Pass, which grants entry to a special training area. The location catches Xu Jingming's attention. He thinks that Hedong City is close to his hometown, but he has never heard of such a place. Eva explains the secret realm appeared 87 years ago and was taken over by the Thunder Haze Martial Arts Hall. It is now a restricted area unknown to the public. Curious, Xu Jingming asks if there are beasts inside. Eva confirms there are, and most of them can control lightning. With a confident smirk, Xu Jingming realizes this is the perfect resource for him. He confirms his choice, and the pass appears in his hand. While on campus, Xu Jingming gets a phone call about a society exchange meeting that afternoon. The caller addresses him as Vice President Xu, a title he recently got after joining the Meteor Society a few days ago on his senior's advice. He is a little surprised his duties are starting so soon, but agrees to attend. He thinks a meeting where students from different departments share their experiences sounds interesting and worth going to. When he meets his master, Yang Zhentian, the man looks at him in complete astonishment and asks if he has already entered Tier 3. With a calm smile, Xu Jingming confirms he broke through during the research trip. Still amazed, Yang Zhentian places a hand on his shoulder, joking that he makes breaking through a Tier 3 bottleneck sound as simple as eating and drinking. Eager to see the results, Yang Zhentian tells Xu Jingming to go with him to the training room so he can examine the changes his body has gone through after absorbing the god's blood. In the training room, Xu Jingming unleashes a torrent of crackling, golden lightning as his master watches. The sight leaves Yang Zhentian confused. He wonders aloud why the purple cloud divine lightning is golden instead of its usual blue-purple. He realizes it's not just the color. The ability's aura is completely different. Xu Jingming calmly explains that Vice Principal Ling Shuang should have told him. He reveals to his master that his ability evolved into the SS rank Dutian Divine Lightning. The news shocks Yang Zhentian. He shouts in disbelief that an S-rank ability could evolve to SS rank, now understanding why Ling Shuang had called the day before to tell him his disciple had a surprise. Once the shock passes, Yang Zhentian warns him that controlling an SS rank ability is much harder than an S-rank one, so he will need more practice. Xu Jingming nods and tells him he exchanged for a Thunder Secret Realm Pass and needs to prepare. Yang Zhentian agrees the Secret Realm is a good place for Lightning-type users to train, but first, he needs to check his physique and asks him to activate his Thunder Pole state. Xu Jingming agrees, ready for the inspection. He activates the state, and his body is instantly covered in golden lightning as he transforms, his hair and eyes glowing with power. Yang Zhentian watches with an impressed look. He comments that the foundation of Xu Jingming's indestructible body has been greatly strengthened, reaching the level of a high-rank Tier 2 user. He also notes that it is now mixed with the aura of a Beast Emperor-level bloodline. Hearing this, Xu Jingming understands why his physique alone is comparable to the S-rank user Kirin Rao. Satisfied, Yang Zhentian tells his disciple to rest, explaining that only actual combat can truly reveal his body's current state. The dean considers his other disciples as opponents but finds them unsuitable. He realizes with some surprise that his junior brother Jingming now seems stronger than his other senior students. 10 minutes later, the butler Uncle Fu announces that the person he called for has arrived. A muscular senior student with a mohawk named Zhongshan steps forward, looking nervous. He internally wonders why the dean, whom he calls the showman, is looking for him again, worried he's in trouble. Yang Zhentian reassures the nervous student. He explains that he simply wants him to have a purely physical combat training session with his disciple, Xu Jingming. Zhongshan is surprised, asking if a purely physical fight would be like bullying Xu Jingming. However, the dean tells Zhongshan to use his full strength, assuring him that he will be watching. Zhongshan accepts, cracking his knuckles. He tells his junior that since the dean asked him to go all out, he won't be polite. As they prepare, Yang Zhentian asks his butler who he thinks will win. Uncle Fu replies that while Xu Jingming is stronger overall, in a contest of pure physique, Zhongshan should win. Yang Zhentian disagrees. He acknowledges that Zhongshan is a powerful peak Tier 3 A-rank user, but explains that his disciple's unique experiences are beyond imagination. On the training floor, Zhongshan prepares for battle. He activates his A-rank beast-style ability, transforming into a large, fearsome gray wolf. In his transformed state, he thinks to himself that since his opponent is an S-rank user favored by the dean and the vice principal, he should probably hold back to avoid injuring him. The fight begins. The transformed Zhongshan warns his junior to watch out and throws a powerful punch. Xu Jingming meets the attack head-on. Their fists clash with a massive impact, and the force sends a shocked Zhongshan stumbling backward, unable to believe what just happened. He thinks that as a peak Tier 3 user with an A-rank ability, he should have easily crushed his opponent even while holding back. Xu Jingming innocently asks if his senior didn't use his full strength. Realizing his mistake, Zhongshan admits to himself that he underestimated him. Determined not to lose, Zhongshan lets out a fierce howl as he gathers his power. Seeing this, Xu Jingming simply smirks. The two charge at each other again, unleashing a rapid exchange of powerful punches that echo through the room. Watching from the sidelines, Dean Yang Zhentian analyzes the fight. He observes that Xu Jingming's blood flow is faster than Zhongshan's, a boost from the unknown Beast Emperor blood. He concludes that despite the rank difference, their physical strength is about the same. Seeing the fight is at a stalemate, the dean decides to step in. He calls out to Xu Jingming, giving him permission to activate his Thunder Pole state. Hearing this, Zhongshan panics, protesting that he is already being suppressed. Xu Jingming's body crackles with golden lightning as he pushes his power further. Zhongshan turns to him and nervously asks Brother Jingming to go easy on him. Xu Jingming, now glowing with immense power, simply smiles and agrees. A few minutes later, the fight is over. An exhausted Zhongshan lies on the floor, panting. Xu Jingming kneels beside him and offers him a vial of red liquid. He explains that their sparring session gave his teacher some inspiration and thanks his senior. A grateful Zhongshan accepts the gift, declaring that if anyone online doubts Xu Jingming's name, he will be the first to defend him. While Zhongshan recovers, Xu Jingming asks Uncle Fu when his teacher might emerge from meditation. Uncle Fu explains that it is uncertain, as it could take hours or even days. As they wait, Xu Jingming's phone beeps. He answers and is surprised to hear Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She informs him that the people from Jing University have arrived with the original copy of the S-rank combat technique, Thunder God Finger. She tells him to come to the Battle Technique Library to pick it up. From a room full of books, Ling Shuang decides to come get him herself. Suddenly, a golden portal appears beside a startled Xu Jingming, and Ling Shuang steps out. Without a word, she grabs his shoulder and pulls him through it, dragging him off his feet as Zhongshan and Uncle Fu watch in surprise. They emerge in a decorated room where a man is sitting on a sofa. Still holding a floating Xu Jingming, Ling Shuang introduces him to the man as Magic City University's S-rank student. She then introduces the other man as Teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Now back on his feet, Xu Jingming bows respectfully. The man smiles and greets student Xu in return. Ling Shuang explains that Teacher Chen is a low-rank Tier 7 Grandmaster who has mastered the Thunder God Finger. She informs him the teacher will be staying for half a month and he must ask for his advice often. Xu Jingming agrees. Internally, he thinks it's a pity since he can just use his system to master the technique instantly. Outwardly, he respectfully tells Teacher Chen he might be disturbing him a lot. Teacher Chen brushes it off, explaining he is an old friend of Xu Jingming's master and came to visit. He tells Xu Jingming that if he needs help, he can find him at Yang Zhentian's residence. That evening, a tired Xu Jingming arrives at a large building for the society meeting. He apologizes for being late, explaining that he had a lot to do that day. As he walks into the large meeting hall, many students greet him as Vice President Xu. He notes the society has a lot of members. A young man with purple hair invites him to sit in the front row. As Xu Jingming takes his seat, the young man introduces himself as Vice President Du Liangping. He marvels at how quickly Xu Jingming reached Tier 3, predicting he will be the next president. Uninterested, Xu Jingming asks what the meeting is about. Du Liangping's expression becomes serious as he explains it is about the mission concerning the Heaven's Mandate sect. He remarks that the sect must have a death wish for attacking the freshman team and asks if Xu Jingming is really planning to accept the mission. Xu Jingming confirms without hesitation that, of course, he is. At the Meteor Society meeting, Wulan makes a serious announcement. He tells the members the Heaven's Mandate sect has returned and the government has issued an extermination order against them. The school has released many tasks for this mission, and he encourages everyone to participate. He then turns to Xu Jingming, guessing he will accept a task and offering to team up. Sitting beside Du Liangping, Xu Jingming politely declines, saying he prefers to go alone. His decision is strategic. He thinks that before accepting any mission, his priority is to master the Thunder God Finger technique. He reasons that having another S-rank combat skill will make him much safer in the coming battles. Following his plan, Xu Jingming meets with Teacher Chen Lin in a quiet room. He explains that he read the Thunder God Finger manual the previous night and has some questions. Teacher Chen compliments his diligent work, saying it's what he expects from Magic City University's top student. He invites Xu Jingming to ask anything, promising to share all his knowledge. Xu Jingming asks about a part of the manual describing how to communicate with the world's thunder and blend it with one's own power. Teacher Chen explains it's similar to the heavenly lightning technique Xu Jingming already learned. However, the Thunder God Finger is more advanced, requiring the energy to be more condensed and the resulting changes to be more complex. The two continue their discussion for a long time. 3 hours later, their session ends. Teacher Chen puts a supportive hand on Xu Jingming's shoulder, praising his great understanding. He explains that the only step left is practice, mentioning it took him over 10 days to reach the same level of understanding. A grateful Xu Jingming thanks his teacher for the lesson. Having gained the needed knowledge, Xu Jingming immediately uses his cheat. He closes his eyes and commands his system, "Deep Blue, add points." Instantly, the system confirms the Thunder God Finger technique has been learned to the beginner level. Unaware of this, Teacher Chen suggests Xu Jingming should try the technique now so he can identify any problems. The suggestion surprises Xu Jingming, who thinks that since he has already learned it, there shouldn't be any problems. Trying to politely decline, Xu Jingming suggests he should go back and practice on his own to avoid taking up the teacher's time. However, Teacher Chen dismisses his concern, assuring him it won't take long. With no other choice, Xu Jingming reluctantly agrees to show him. He begins to demonstrate the Thunder God Finger as his teacher watches. A powerful surge of golden lightning crackles around him as he gathers energy. Teacher Chen looks on with a satisfied smile, thinking his student's starting stance is perfect. He notes that many excellent students struggle with just the starting stance for the first 2 months. As Xu Jingming continues, Teacher Chen's expression turns to surprise. He sees his student has also completed the second step of communicating with the world's thunder. He recalls that Jing University's best student took 4 months to achieve this, and thinks the next hardest part should be impossible for him. However, Xu Jingming proves him wrong. He points to the sky and all the gathered energy surges up, forming a colossal golden hand of pure energy high above the university. Teacher Chen is left completely stunned. Wiping sweat from his brow, he wonders how his student released the Thunder God Finger on his first try. His shock is cut short by Xu Jingming's panicked shout that he can't pull back the powerful technique. The massive golden hand of energy begins to fall, threatening the campus. Reacting instantly, Teacher Chen summons his own power. A crackle of blue lightning forms around his fingers, and he shoots a beam of energy at the descending hand. The two forces collide in a massive explosion high in the air, neutralizing the threat. With the danger gone, Teacher Chen confirms the energy was real and that Xu Jingming had indeed released the Thunder God Finger. He advises his student to improve his control, pointing out that if the strike had landed, the entire area would have suffered. Xu Jingming gives a nervous laugh, relieved Teacher Chen was there. He then holds up the glowing scroll and suggests that since he has learned it, he should return the manual. Teacher Chen is left confused, as a slightly embarrassed Xu Jingming says he will hurry back to practice and quickly leaves. Left alone, Teacher Chen sighs as he looks at the manual. He reflects on the incredible talent of Old Yang's new disciple, calling him a monster. He thinks to himself that if Xu Jingming weren't Magic City University's prized S-rank student, he would do everything to poach him for Jing University. Walking down a campus street, Xu Jingming reflects on the power of the new Thunder God Finger. He thinks its power is terrifying, and that weaker Tier 5 users probably couldn't block it. However, he also notes its drawback. A single use consumed almost half of his Dutian divine lightning energy. Realizing he needs a way to recover his power, he pulls out his phone and commands the AI, Eva, open the store. I want to buy pills for recovering ability power. Just as he is about to shop, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see Song Chu Q. He asks why she's there, and she explains she saw a huge lightning finger in the villa area and guessed it was him. Curious, she asks what new skill he learned. He tells her he has mastered the S-rank Thunder God Finger for the Heaven's Mandate Sect task. Hearing this, a slight blush appears on her cheeks as she asks what level the task is. When Xu Jingming says it's an S-rank task involving one of the sect's branches, her expression falls. She realizes a high-level mission is beyond her and tells him with disappointment that she can't go. She says she can only wish him the best from school. Xu Jingming then asks if she isn't accepting a task herself. She explains that she wants to but hasn't found suitable teammates. He suggests she find senior sister Jiang Chuxuan. Song Chuchu agrees with the idea and decides to find her right away, inviting him along. He agrees, mentioning he also needs to discuss pills with Jiang Chuxuan, and the two walk off. Meanwhile, in the Muxi Cafe in Jining City, a group of 4 people waits. A woman with short purple hair asks their blonde-haired captain if the people from Magic City University have arrived. The captain tells her not to rush, as their appointment is for 8:30. Another member complains about waiting, but the captain retorts it's because their public security bureau is short-handed. Someone then asks who is coming to help them. The captain explains that the person is a 19-year-old freshman named Xu Jingming. The news is met with disbelief from his team. One member questions if Magic City University is sending a freshman to his death, while another calls it a joke. The captain tells them to let him finish. He reveals that Xu Jingming has an S-rank ability, is a low-rank Tier 3 user, and his combat power is at the peak of Tier 3. This new information stuns the group. They exclaim in awe that a freshman could be so fierce, calling him a genius. The captain tells everyone to be serious when they meet him. Just then, the cafe door opens. Xu Jingming enters the room. With a calm smile, he apologizes for keeping them waiting. The blonde-haired man greets him, saying they have also just arrived. He shakes Xu Jingming's hand and introduces himself as Kaiju, a peak Tier 3 user with a B-class enhancement ability. The man with long gray hair is Xiang Shan, a mid-rank Tier 3 support user. The woman with short purple hair is Zhang Tong, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a fire-type ability. The final member, a man with glasses, is Sun Yan, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a mental-type ability. With introductions over, Kaiju says they can get straight to the point and prepares to present clues about the Heaven's Mandate sect. Kaiju explains their investigation led them to 2 individuals, Zhao Wuhao, president of the Tiger Society, and Leng Chang, CEO of Blue Ocean Technology. A holographic projector displays images of the 2 suspects. He says their intelligence suggests both men are connected to the sect. The plan is to capture them for interrogation, which should lead them to the sect's local branch. Kaiju says they consider Leng Chang the trickier target, so their plan is to arrest Zhao Wuhao first. He tells Xu Jingming his role will be to follow their operation the next day. With a slight smile, Xu Jingming questions their strategy, asking why they don't split up since there are 2 targets. Kaiju replies it's safer to act together. Realizing they are looking down on him, Xu Jingming confidently proposes a new plan. He tells the team to leave the more difficult target, Leng Chang, to him, while they handle the Tiger Society. Kaiju is skeptical. He wonders if the S-rank student is being too confident, thinking that even with an S-rank ability, dealing with a mid-rank Tier 4 user is extremely difficult. Zhang Tong strongly objects, explaining Leng Chang has a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard, making him a difficult target for one person. She insists on sticking to the original plan. Unfazed, Xu Jingming tells her not to worry, as it will be no problem. Frustrated, Zhang Tong turns to her captain, angrily asking if Xu Jingming doesn't understand how serious the situation is. Seeing Xu Jingming's insistence, Kaiju gives in. He agrees to let him go alone and hands him a data chip with all the data on Leng Chang. Xu Jingming takes the chip with a confident smile. He thinks that the team has little confidence in an S-rank student and concludes that he will have to show them some of his real skill. Inside a room, Xu Jingming studies a holographic map of a technology park projected by his portable EVA terminal. He observes the park's extensive security, which includes thousands of sensors and dozens of ability users on patrol. He thinks to himself that his target, Leng Chang, has turned the park into a fortress, making it even more heavily guarded than a military base. Just then, his phone buzzes, and he answers the call. The caller is Kaiju, who tells him that the Bureau has assigned a special action squad of 20 agents to serve under his command. Despite the news of reinforcements, Xu Jingming lowers his phone, feeling that the extra help won't be of much use when the time comes to act. The next day, Xu Jingming is sitting at an outdoor cafe in the bustling and futuristic Blue Ocean Technology Park. He turns to his subordinate and asks Captain Wang for an update on their surveillance. Captain Wang Gang, a peak Tier 2 user in charge of the Special Action Squad, reports that his team has scouted the entire area, but couldn't find any weaknesses in the park's defenses. Hearing this, Xu Jingming concludes that while he had hoped to avoid using brute force, it now seems to be his only option. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out his name in surprise. Xu Jingming turns around to see Lin Qingluan, his old high school monitor. The coincidence catches him off guard, as he had almost forgotten she was attending university in Jining City. She asks what brings him to Jining all the way from Magic City, wondering if he is there as a tourist. Xu Jingming vaguely agrees, explaining that he wanted to visit the Blue Ocean Technology Park, but wasn't allowed inside. Hearing this, Lin Qingluan offers a solution. She explains that her uncle was invited to a technology exhibition inside the park and that he could probably get Xu Jingming in as his guest. She assures him it would be no trouble at all, and Xu Jingming gratefully accepts her offer. In response, she playfully teases him for still calling her monitor after all this time. As they head inside, Xu Jingming thinks about this unexpected turn of events and decides to tell his special action squad to remain on standby for now. Later, inside an open-air courtyard within the park, Lin Qingluan's uncle, Lin Haima, tells his group that CEO Leng Chang will be arriving soon. He says they are free to look around while he goes to greet some friends. Xu Jingming smiles and thanks the man, thinking to himself that this is perfect. It saves him the trouble of searching for his target. While they wait for the CEO, Lin Qingluan asks Xu Jingming if he's become an ability user, and he confirms that he has. She sighs with a bit of envy, complaining that he became a full-fledged ability user in just 6 months, while she is still stuck at the awakened stage. At that moment, Xu Jingming's phone rings, and he steps away from the group to answer it. On the other end, an urgent kaiju asks if he has found Leng Chang. He explains that their other targets from the Tiger Society have all escaped, making Leng Chang their only remaining lead. He warns Xu Jingming not to let him get away, which makes Xu Jingming wonder if his target is also planning to flee. Suddenly, as he listens, something clicks in Xu Jingming's mind, and his eyes widen in realization. Kaiju asks what's wrong, but Xu Jingming composes himself and calmly replies that it's nothing, informing him that he has just located Leng Chang. Meanwhile, at the bureau headquarters, Zhang Tong asks Captain Kaiju for an update. Kaiju explains that Xu Jingming found Leng Chang, but the details are unclear, so they are heading over immediately to provide backup. Back at the technology park, Xu Jingming hangs up and calmly tells Lin Qingluan to take her friends and find a safe place to hide, explaining that he has some business to take care of. Confused, she asks what they need to hide from. With a serious look on his face, he reveals that he didn't come to the park for a tour. Nearby, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, Leng Chang, is busy greeting his associates at the exhibition. Without warning, Xu Jingming steps forward and loudly calls out, "Leng Chang of the Heavens Mandate Sect, surrender!" He points directly at the CEO and announces that an investigation by the Jining City Public Security Bureau has connected Leng Chang to the cult. He warns all bystanders to leave immediately, stating that anyone who tries to protect the CEO will be treated as an enemy. Shocked murmurs spread through the crowd. People find it hard to believe that a well-known figure like Leng Chang would join an evil cult, but they can't ignore an official statement from the Public Security Bureau. A burly bodyguard named Wu Hang steps in front of the CEO, claiming he is just a bodyguard and knows nothing about a cult. He then scoffs at the Bureau for sending a low-rank Tier 3 kid to handle someone like his boss. Lin Qingluan overhears this and is stunned, unable to believe that Xu Jingming has already reached Tier 3 in less than a semester of university. Xu Jingming figures the bodyguard must also be a cult member and decides to end things right here. He quietly tells his AI, Eva, to start recording the mission. Enraged by Xu Jingming's nerve, Wu Hang's body begins to glow with dark red energy as he summons a massive sword. "Die!" he shouts, charging forward to unleash a powerful blood tiger slash, but Xu Jingming swiftly dodges the attack. The onlookers are shocked by the bodyguard's immense power, with some shouting that Master Wu, a mid-rank Tier 4 user, has made his move. Wu Hong taunts Xu Jingming, saying that while he was fast enough to dodge once, he won't be so lucky a second time. Unfazed, Xu Jingming replies that there's no need to dodge, as he's already seen everything he needs to know about his opponent's strength. Suddenly, golden lightning crackles to life around Xu Jingming's body as he begins to transform. His hair turns a brilliant, spiky gold, and his eyes start to glow with overwhelming power. Wu Hang is terrified, mistaking the transformation for deification, a technique he thought only the sect's elite God's Blood envoys could use. However, he quickly realizes this is different, as Xu Jingming's body isn't changing shape. Calling his opponent stubborn, Xu Jingming raises his hand, gathering a powerful bolt of thunder. He then hurls a spear made of pure golden lightning, which slams into Wu Hang's chest with devastating force. The bodyguard crumples to the ground, defeated in a single hit. From the sidelines, Lin Haima is in total shock. He turns to his niece and asks if the person who just took down Master Wu in one shot is really her old classmate. Lin Qingluan nods, admitting she is just as amazed by how incredibly strong he has become. Seeing his most powerful bodyguard defeated so easily, Leng Chang begins to panic, wondering when the Public Security Bureau recruited such a monster. Wasting no time, he turns and tries to escape. However, the transformed Xu Jingming just scoffs and says, "Too late." He reaches out his hand and unleashes a technique called Thunder Prison. In an instant, tendrils of golden lightning erupt from the ground, forming a cage that traps the fleeing CEO. Xu Jingming lands in front of him, his eyes glowing ominously. He coldly informs Leng Chang that his bodyguard is dead and warns him not to try anything foolish, or else he can't guarantee he'll be brought in for questioning in one piece. Trapped in the fiery lightning, a shocked Leng Chang cannot believe the Public Security Bureau has someone so bloodthirsty. As he asks what is happening, Xu Jingming hits the CEO with a sphere of crackling energy. The man foams at the mouth and collapses, unconscious. The other guests and staff trapped by the Thunder Prison panic, shouting to be let out and insisting they are not cultists. Just then, a special action squad in black suits rushes onto the scene. Xu Jingming, now back in his normal form, addresses the crowd with his squad. He declares no one can leave until an investigation is done, warning that anyone who tries to escape will be treated as a cult member. He adds that the Bureau will not wrong an innocent person or let a criminal go free, leaving the crowd silent. Kaiju's team arrives at the technology park. Seeing the calm scene with no signs of a fight, Kaiju assumes they were too late and the mission failed. He curses, thinking they lost their only lead to find the sex branch. He approaches a squad member and asks if Leng Chang escaped. The agent informs him that the situation is under control, the park is secure, and Leng Chang has been captured. Confused, Kaiju points out the squad has no signs of a battle. The agent explains they aren't sure of the details either. When they arrived, Officer Shu had already handled everything, and they were just tasked with cleanup. This news shocks Kaiju's team. They exclaim in disbelief how the situation could be resolved when a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard was there. Kaiju's team then finds the lifeless body of the bodyguard, Wu Hang. Kaiju examines the corpse, thinking that Xu Jingming not only defeated, but killed a mid-rank Tier 4 user in one hit. He realizes he severely underestimated the S-rank student and is thankful he did not offend him earlier. Just then, Xu Jingming approaches. Captain Kai thanks him for his hard work, admitting his squad would have been helpless, and promises to buy him a drink after the mission. Xu Jingming dismisses the offer, saying their priority is to interrogate Leng Chang to find the Heaven's Mandate Sex branch. With Leng Chang chained, Sun Yan reports his mental probe's findings. The branch is in the suburbs of Jining City with about 200 cultists. He adds that their forces include 3 low-rank and 1 mid-rank Tier 4 God's Blood envoys, plus several weaker members. Hearing this, Xu Jingming smiles, pleased to have found them, as every envoy represents a large number of ability points. Kaiju expresses concern over the powerful enemies and asks about reinforcements. Xu Jingming confidently says it is not necessary and that he can handle it, urging them to leave immediately. The group travels down a path through a lush forest. When they arrive, Sun Yan explains the branch is hidden and asks everyone to relax so he can share his vision with them. As Xu Jingming's eye glows, he notes how useful mental abilities are. The shared vision reveals their target, a large, magically hidden gate built into the side of a mountain. Peeking from the trees, Kaiju asks Zhang Tong if she can blast open the alloy gate with her fire ability, but she admits it would be very difficult. Stepping forward, Xu Jingming says he will try and takes out a Tier 3 ability recovery pill. As golden lightning crackles around him while he transforms, Kaiju sighs, thinking how his elite squad seems useless next to the S-rank student. In his transformed state, Xu Jingming unleashes a devastating attack. A massive golden finger descends from the sky, shattering the alloy gate in a huge explosion. The blast sends Captain Kaiju and Zhang Tong stumbling back in shock. Speechless, they wonder if they are dreaming and question if this is the power a Tier 3 user should have. Reverting to his normal form, Xu Jingming smiles. He thinks that the first time he used this move, his teacher stopped it. This time, he finally saw its full power, making up for that regret. He informs Captain Kai that the gate is breached and he will enter first. With his spear ready, he instructs Eva to activate combat follow mode and charges into the fortress alone. Shaking off his surprise, Captain Kaiju transforms into his leopard-like beast form and orders his squad to follow. He commands 10 people to stay outside to stop any escapes, while the rest charge in with him. Inside the fortress, alarms alert the cultists. Priest Wang rallies the panicked members, telling them to grab their weapons. He proclaims their heavenly God is eternal and will grant them strength. He assures his followers the agents are weak compared to their powerful Tier 4 God's Blood envoys and encourages them to kill any intruders. The cultists chant, "Heavenly God eternal." Their chant is cut short as a blur of golden lightning flashes through their ranks. Before they can react, Priest Wang is defeated and sent flying. Xu Jingming lands among the cultists, his fist striking the ground. He sarcastically apologizes for interrupting their rally and asks where the God's Blood envoys are. Enraged, the cultists insult him and mock his arrogance as a low-rank Tier 3 user. One rallies the others, telling them they can easily defeat him if they attack together. As they charge, Xu Jingming scoffs, telling them they are overestimating themselves. With a single word, perish, he summons a powerful storm of golden lightning from his hands, which engulfs the attacking cultists. The raw power electrocutes them, leaving the survivors terrified. One terrified cultist drops to his knees and surrenders, begging for his life. With a cold expression, Xu Jingming agrees to spare him for now and demands to know where the God's Blood envoys are. The cultist quickly reveals that the envoys are at a blood pool in the deepest part of the mountain. After getting the information, Xu Jingming simply says he understands. Immediately after, he electrocutes the cultist who surrendered. The remaining cultists are horrified and ask why he would kill someone who had given up. With lightning crackling in his hand and a sinister grin, Xu Jingming asks, "When did I promise not to kill you if you surrendered?" The remaining cultists of the Heaven's Mandate sect beg for their lives, claiming they were just bewitched into joining. Unmoved, Xu Jingming orders his AI, Eva, to scan their identities. With a cold look, he scoffs at their supposed innocence. Ava's scan reveals they are wanted fugitives who committed heinous crimes like murder and drug dealing. Upon discovering their crimes, Xu Jingming's eyes glow with golden lightning. Questioning their innocence, he tells them to die and unleashes a powerful electrical discharge that disintegrates them. Just then, Kaiju and Zhang Tong arrive, stunned by the destructive power they witnessed. Xu Jingming turns to Kaiju, who asks about the blood pool where the bishop and God's blood envoys are supposed to be. Xu Jingming confirms it is a place for breeding the envoys. The group moves forward and discovers a gruesome laboratory filled with tanks where humanoids float in a glowing blue liquid. Enraged, Xu Jingming realizes the sect is experimenting on humans and declares such scum cannot be left alive. Kaiju recognizes the place as the blood pool and deduces it must be connected to their other target, Zhao Wuhao. Suddenly, they are confronted by a bald, muscular man leading a squad of cultists. The man addresses Kaiju and, pointing at them, threateningly declares they will all die there. With a confident smirk, Xu Jingming observes the cultists, noting the strongest is only a peak Tier 3 user. He mockingly asks where the God's Blood envoys are. Enraged, the bald leader shouts that they don't need their strongest members to deal with him and lunges forward, but Xu Jingming effortlessly strikes him down with a single spear of thunder. One of the other cultists calls out in shock that their leader, Bishop Zhao, is dead. He then offers Xu Jingming a high-ranking position within the sect, which he immediately rejects. He then taunts them, revealing their intelligence system is lacking since they didn't even know that he was the one who killed their holy son. This revelation causes the remaining cultists to panic, as they finally recognize him as the S-rank student from Magic City University and attempt to flee. Xu Jingming electrocutes several of them as they run. Kaiju steps in, asking him to leave a few alive for interrogation. He thinks to himself that Xu Jingming fights more like a professional killer than a student. Xu Jingming agrees and announces they will now proceed into the blood pool. Before moving on, he takes an access card from Bishop Zhao's body and uses it to open a large metal door. Stepping through the doorway, the group enters the blood pool chamber. Kaiju and Zhang Tong are struck by the strong smell of blood. Their attention is drawn to a large circular pool in the center filled with swirling, blood-red liquid that reacts to their presence. Sensing something is strange, Xu Jingming decides to test the waters. He throws a spear of lightning into the pool, causing the liquid to erupt violently. Still not satisfied, he summons multiple spears of thunder and hurls them into the pool in a continuous barrage. Watching from the side, Kaiju comments on his caution, while Zhang Tong marvels at his ability to use combat techniques so rapidly. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts from the pool, and a large, lion-like beast man bursts out, shouting for them to stop. Three other beast-like figures, including one resembling a pig, leap out to join him. Xu Jingming calmly assesses them as 3 low-rank Tier 4 users and 1 mid-rank Tier 4 user. He tells his team to stay back. The lion-like leader confronts Xu Jingming, angrily accusing the humble humans of mocking them. Xu Jingming retorts that they don't seem to consider themselves human either. The Beastman proudly declares they are divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god, far superior to ordinary humans. With a smirk, Xu Jingming says he would like to see for himself what is so different about the divine envoys, and charges forward with his spear, clashing with the lion-like leader. The leader taunts Xu Jingming, reminding him that even if he is a powerful S-rank user, there are still 4 of them. At that moment, the other three envoys leap into the air, surrounding Xu Jingming and preparing to strike him down. As their weapons descend, Xu Jingming is unfazed. He instantly summons his thunder armor, and a powerful burst of lightning erupts from his body, shocking the envoys and effortlessly repelling their combined assault. With lightning crackling around him, he mockingly asks if their weak attacks were supposed to be a massage. He then begins to spin his spear at high speed, creating a devastating whirlwind of golden lightning and energy. In a single fluid motion, he unleashes his spinning attack, striking all four of the God's Blood envoys at once and killing them instantly. System notifications confirm the kills, awarding him 4,500 ability points. Standing over their bodies, he calmly reflects that the harvest of points was not bad. He then discovers additional loot, including a space ring, pills, rare herbs, and cash, concluding the mission has been quite bountiful. Kaiju and Zhang Tong approach Xu Jingming. Kaiju exclaims that he is amazing, and Zhang Tong, equally impressed, asks if everyone from Magic City Ability University is as powerful as him. Xu Jingming humbly replies that they are, but he is slightly more special. Kaiju notes his humility and announces that since the mission is now complete, they must hold a celebratory banquet that evening, insisting that Xu Jingming must attend. With a friendly smile, he agrees. The next day, students are gathered near mission terminals at a university. A girl complains that her D-class mission was too difficult. A nearby student boasts that he just completed his D-class mission for 74 credits. Suddenly, someone spots Xu Jingming. Two other students speculate about his reason for being there, wondering if he completed a C-class or an A-class mission. One scoffs, explaining that an elite Tier 4 student just turned in an A-class mission and that Xu Jingming can't be that strong yet. Ignoring the chatter, Xu Jingming walks up to a terminal and places his mission card on it. The terminal lights up, announcing he has successfully completed the first S-class mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect and has now ascended to the #1 spot on the glory ranking. The students who were just gossiping about him are left speechless, exclaiming in utter disbelief that he completed an S-class mission. The University Hall screen displays the new glory ranking. Xu Jingming is in first place, having completed an S-class mission in just over 67 hours. Below him are Li Kang and Zhang Yue, who both completed A-class missions. The surrounding students are in shock, marveling that a freshman could finish a mission of the highest difficulty so quickly. Just then, a well-dressed young man approaches Xu Jingming, remarking that he didn't expect anyone to complete an S-class mission faster than him, and that Xu Jingming lives up to his reputation. He introduces himself as Yao Fang, explaining that he enjoys making friends with strong people. The onlookers recognize him as Iceberg Yao Fang, one of the top 5 students in the university, and are stunned that Xu Jingming was even faster than him. Xu Jingming recalls that he is a Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy, with a powerful A-rank ice ability. Xu Jingming politely shakes his hand, saying he has heard a lot about him. Yao Fang explains that he and his friends bet on who could finish an S-class mission first, but Xu Jingming beat them all. Yao Fang promises to introduce Xu Jingming to his friends later. Xu Jingming agrees, wondering if this counts as being recognized by the school's elite. Sometime later, Xu Jingming decides to visit his master, Yang Zhentian, before taking on another mission. He arrives at a grand traditional residence and finds his teacher and his senior brother, Liu Ming. He greets them and asks his teacher if he made any improvements to the indestructible thunder body technique. Yang Zhentian replies that he has only just found a single clue. Liu Ming then congratulates his junior brother, noting that he not only completed an S-class mission, but also befriended the famous Yao Fang. Liu Ming explains he found out by reading the school's official website. He speculates that because Xu Jingming completed an S-class mission alone, he might get a spot in the upcoming National University League. Yang Zhentian reveals that Vice Principal Ling Shuang has already confirmed Xu Jingming has a reserved spot for the league. Liu Ming is completely shocked, realizing his junior brother will be the first freshman in their university's history to participate. Yang Zhentian then instructs Xu Jingming to have a live combat session with Liu Ming. In the training room, Liu Ming tells Xu Jingming he will not hold back. With both fighters ready, Yang Zhentian starts the match. Both combatants immediately unleash their power. Liu Ming transforms, surrounded by a fierce aura of turquoise lightning. Xu Jingming responds in kind, enveloped in powerful, crackling golden lightning. Seeing Xu Jingming's immense power, Liu Ming concludes he must end the battle quickly. He charges forward, and Xu Jingming meets his attack. The two clash in a spectacular explosion of energy. The intense battle rages on, but just 3 minutes later, it is over. An exhausted Liu Ming kneels on the ground and admits defeat. Xu Jingming humbly suggests his senior brother let him win, but Liu Ming insists he did not go easy, calling him a monster. Overjoyed, Liu Ming excitedly declares he must go to the National University League to watch the matches. Yang Zhentian praises his victorious disciple's performance. He asks Xu Jingming about his future plans and promises to approve any leave from his classes. Xu Jingming explains that he intends to concentrate on completing missions, internally reflecting that hunting God's blood envoys is a much more efficient way to farm ability points than hunting ferocious beasts. 1 month later, a group of students gathers in the university hall, looking at the final results of the glory ranking. To everyone's surprise, the freshman Xu Jingming has secured the top spot with 3 S-class, 6 A-class, and 4 B-class missions. He is followed by Kong Shi and Yao Feng. The students murmur in disbelief, with one remarking how a powerful senior like Kong Shi was still beaten by a freshman. Xu Jingming arrives at the award ceremony, wondering what his reward will be. As he walks in, other students notice him and are shocked to see he has already advanced to mid-rank Tier 3. They comment on his ridiculous growth, having progressed from an awakener to this level in just half a year, and note that his incredible speed has earned him a new nickname, the Thunder Emperor. Yao Feng approaches with a smile, teasing him about his new title. A flustered Xu Jingming dismisses it. Yao Feng then introduces him to Bloodhand, Shen Dongling. She sizes him up, complimenting his tough physique and calling him worthy of the Thunder Emperor title. She then asks why the 2 girls usually with him are not present. Xu Jingming explains they are busy preparing for exams and he must also return to study. This reminds Yao Feng that Xu Jingming is still just a freshman. Just then, a man in a suit begins the award distribution. He announces that for placing first on the glory ranking with 978 kills of Heaven's Mandate sect members, Xu Jingming will receive 1 S-class resource and 3,000 credits. The crowd is stunned by the sheer number of kills, calling him a savage, even more ruthless than the infamous Blood Hand Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling herself is surprised, admitting she killed less than 500 cultists. Xu Jingming calmly explains that 2 of his missions led him to sect branches. The official presents him with his S-class resource, a bottle of 10 grade 6 Guiyuan pills. He encourages Xu Jingming to aim for first place again next time. Yao Feng suggests to Xu Jingming that instead of desperately completing missions, it would be easier to get together with Song Chuqiu, whose family is a powerful clan. Xu Jingming firmly rejects the idea, stating he doesn't like the idea of living off a woman and thinking that no connection could be faster than his own deep blue system. Later, in a private room, Xu Jingming plans his next move. Recalling his teacher's guidance, he decides to cultivate a fist technique next, believing it would be a powerful addition to his skill set. He browses through a holographic menu and quickly makes his choice. He selects the Thunder Dragon Fist, an A-class technique. He decides to use his system to upgrade it to the beginner level and then find his teacher to test it out. Just as he finalizes his plan, his phone rings. The caller is Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who summons him to her residence. Upon arriving, he is taken aback by a change he senses in her. He sees her on an ornate sofa and asks if she has advanced in her cultivation. With a faint smile, Ling Shuang compliments his sharp perception. Xu Jingming offers his congratulations, marveling at her achievement. He recalls that the other 2 vice principals are in their 50s and have yet to advance, but Ling Shuang, who appears much younger, has already stepped ahead of them. He wonders just how old she really is. To his shock, Ling Shuang gently chides him, telling him that it is not polite to casually guess a woman's age. A flustered Xu Jingming asks in a panic if she can read minds. He immediately realizes his mistake, internally panicking that he has exposed his thoughts. He recalls that Vice Principal Ling is famous for being strict, and now fears he will have to endure the wrath of a powerful Tier 8 Grandmaster. With a smile, Ling Shuang clarifies she doesn't possess mind-reading techniques. Rather, a Tier 8 Grandmaster's spirit is so powerful that even the slightest emotions cannot escape her eyes. She advises a relieved Xu Jingming to not show too much expression in front of high-ranking ability users, to which he agrees, glad she doesn't seem angry. To his surprise, she reveals she is 34 years old, not the old woman he had imagined, and for a moment questions why she is explaining so much to a student. Xu Jingming is astonished, commenting on how incredibly young she is, given the average age for Tier 8 Grandmasters is 46. He adds that his own teacher, Yang Zhentian, is over 50 and still only at the peak of Tier 7. Ling Shuang brushes off the flattery, asking about his plans for the upcoming winter break. He tells her he plans to return to Jiangnan and train at the Thunder Secret Realm for a month. He then asks his AI, Ava, for the straight-line distance to the Secret Realm. Ava replies that it is 563 kilometers, a distance Ling Shuang confirms is fine, as after reaching mid-rank Tier 8, she can teleport up to 600 kilometers. Before he leaves, she reminds him that the Heaven's Mandate sect has been counter-attacking, and he must crush the talisman she gave him if he encounters encounters life-threatening danger. Xu Jingming feels secure, thinking her presence is like a solid shield that secures his life, and resolves to cultivate hard to live up to her expectations. Later, at his master's residence, Xu Jingming practices the Thunder Dragon Fist, unleashing a torrent of crackling energy that takes the form of a ferocious thunder dragon before exploding with immense force. His master Yang Zhentian watches, pleased, and tells him he has already grasped the basics. He explains that the technique's key is ability control and punching speed. The more condensed the ability and the faster the fist, the higher the damage. Yang Zhentian presents his disciple with a grade 6 protective talisman, explaining it can withstand attacks from anyone below a tier 7 grandmaster for 3 minutes. A grateful Xu Jingming accepts the gift, internally noting that such an item, a relic from an ancient civilization, is incredibly rare. The dean then offers to send him the contact number of a graduated senior named Jiang Luo, who was transferred to the Thunder Secret Realm as a supervisor, hoping it will make things more convenient. Yang Zhentian reminds him to be careful, as the realm is over 500 kilometers away, and he believes Vice Principal Ling Shuang cannot teleport that far. Xu Jingming calmly informs his master that Ling Shuang has already broken through to mid-rank Tier 8 and can now teleport up to 600 kilometers. The news leaves Yang Zhentian shocked, and he remarks on her terrifyingly fast advancement speed, calling her the university's #1 S-rank user. Recovering, he notes that Xu Jingming's relationship with the vice principal must be quite good for him to have known such critical news even earlier. He adds that with her protecting him, he can rest assured. 2 days later, Xu Jingming arrives at the Jinghu community in Jiang City, where he is warmly welcomed by his aunt, Xu Qingguan, his uncle, Tang Daolin, and his cousin, Tang Qi. His aunt remarks that he has grown taller. He tells them that he has brought gifts. Later, in the living room, he presents them with a box containing 3 beautiful rings. His cousin Tang Qi is stunned, exclaiming that they are space rings, and she has only ever seen one at her mentor's place. Xu Jingming explains that each ring has a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Tang Qi is even more amazed, pointing out that the capacity is larger than her mentor's ring. However, her father, Tang Daolin, quickly tells her to put it down, insisting they cannot accept something so expensive. His uncle then explains that a single ring is worth at least 50 million, which is decades of their family's savings. Tang Qi agrees with her father that the gift is too expensive. Xu Jingming dismisses their concerns, revealing that the space ring he is currently wearing has a capacity of 10 cubic meters and that since he has advanced to mid-rank Tier 3, the smaller rings are of no use to him. This leaves his cousin completely surprised. She exclaims in shock that he's already at mid-rank Tier 3 when her own school mentors are only at Tier 4. His aunt, Xu Qingguan, smiles proudly, remarking that their Jingming has become successful. Hearing this, his uncle changes his mind, deciding it is fine for his daughter to have one, but he insists that he and his wife will forego the gift. In a cheerful mood, he heads off to finish cooking. Later, in his room, Xu Jingming decides to test the S-class cultivation resource he received, the grade 6 Guyuan pill. He takes out a single, glowing purple pill and consumes it. Immediately, a powerful wave of energy erupts from his body. Half an hour later, he checks his system panel and is impressed by the results. The S-class resource has proven formidable, increasing both his physique and spirit attributes by over 10 points each. He notes that a typical session would only grant him 0.5 points. He reflects that it is a pity the pills have side effects, limiting him to 1 per day. He reaffirms his belief that his Deep Blue system is still the best path for advancement. The next day, he arrives at the Thunder Secret Realm in Donghae City, greeted by his senior Jiang Luo, who drives him towards the entrance. Jiang Luo explains that the secret realm lies beyond the wall they are approaching. Xu Jingming asks if it's true the sky above the realm is perpetually covered in dense thunder clouds with lightning striking down all day. With a sly smile, Jiang Luo tells him he will find out once they are inside. They drive through a lush forest towards massive ancient pillars marking the entrance. As they pull up, an automated security system confirms their identities. Zhang Luo as a supervisor and Xu Jingming via his S-class pass from Magic City Ability University, noting his access will last for nearly 30 more days. After their identities are confirmed, a massive gate opens and Jiang Luo drives them into the Thunder Secret Realm. They emerge not into a wild landscape, but onto a modern city street. Zhang Luo asks if the sight is shocking, and a surprised Xu Jingming agrees, admitting one could never imagine this from the outside. As they drive, a massive, imposing metal wall comes into view, behind which a sky roils with powerful green lightning. Xu Jingming comments that the realm is different from what he expected. He had imagined a more primitive place, not a city. He wonders how such a large-scale phenomenon could be concealed by just a simple city wall. Zhang Luo explains it is the masterpiece of high-ranking space-type ability users, revealing that the wall they pass through is a space gate. He clarifies this city area is a sound isolated place for ability users to live and rest, while the thunderstorm zone at the furthest point is the real Thunder Secret Realm. Zhang Luo then introduces Xu Jingming to a specialty of the realm, the Thunder Crystal Core, which can be obtained from Thunder Beasts. He explains that Tier 1 beasts do not drop them. Drops from Tier 2 and 3 beasts are dependent on luck, and a drop is guaranteed from a Tier 4 beast. As a welcoming gift, he presents Xu Jingming with a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core, explaining its simplest use is to crush it and use the lightning to temper one's physique. Xu Jingming thanks his senior, but asks why one wouldn't just directly bathe in the lightning to cultivate. Zhang Luo clarifies that the lightning in the storm is too violent and its intensity fluctuates dangerously, whereas the energy from the core is stable. He also warns that the thunder beasts are stronger than ordinary beasts, and both they and the lightning become more terrifying closer to the storm's center. As they approach the living quarters, Zhang Luo suggests Xu Jingming should rest for the night, but the eager student says he can't wait and wants to go in right away. Amused, Zhang Luo agrees to see him off, thinking it's no wonder his teacher thinks so highly of such a hardworking S-rank user. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy chamber, a cloaked member of the Heaven's Mandate sect kneels before his leader, the Lord Archbishop. He reports that the student from Magic City University, Xu Jingming, has killed over 1,000 sect members and destroyed 2 branches within a month. He adds that Xu Jingming is currently in the Thunder Secret Realm and asks for instructions. The Lord Archbishop declares that since Xu Jingming possesses an S-rank ability, any move they make must be a one-hit kill. He decides to report the matter to the general leader, but his final order is clear. As for Xu Jingming, he is to be killed without mercy. Zhang Luo and Xu Jingming arrive at the entrance to the Thunderstorm Zone, a facility resembling a military base with armored trucks and personnel. As they exit their car, an instructor named Wu Chuan approaches them, explaining he is there to oversee the newcomer assessment. Zhang Luo introduces Xu Jingming as his junior brother from Magic City University, who will be training there for the winter break. Instructor Wu is impressed, remarking on Xu Jingming's sharp aura, as expected from a genius from a top university. Nearby, a group of other students observes them. They note Xu Jingming is from a prestigious university and seems to be at their level, sparking a debate about who is stronger, students from elite training camps like themselves or those from top universities. After the introductions, Xu Jingming says goodbye to his senior brother, who reminds him to be careful. Instructor Wu then orders his students to enter, reminding them their 6-day assessment requires each of them to kill a peak Tier 3 Thunder Beast. Zhang Luo comments that the requirement seems high, but Wu dismisses his concern, stating that students from the elite training camp should find it manageable. Instructor Wu points out a blue-haired student, Lei Jinyang, as the most outstanding of the term, adding that killing even a Tier 4 beast would not be a problem for him. Curious, Wu asks if Xu Jingming's combat power is also at the peak of Tier 3. Zhang Luo reveals that according to Liu Ming, Xu Jingming has the strength of a Tier 4 peak user. Impressed, Instructor Wu says he would like Xu Jingming to spar with his students if the opportunity arises. Inside the thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming walks through a dense forest where lightning constantly flashes. He plans to first hunt some local beasts, then find a secluded area to study the natural lightning. Before long, he is stopped by the students from the elite training camp, led by Lei Jinyang. One of them explains they have always been curious about the strength of geniuses from top universities and proposes a friendly contest to see who can hunt more thunder beasts. Xu Jingming flatly rejects their proposal, stating he isn't interested. He internally dismisses them, thinking none are at Tier 4 and thus no real competition. As he walks away, the students are surprised by his refusal. The student with purple hair scoffs at his departure, questioning if people from top universities are also cowardly. Ignoring their taunts, Xu Jingming rushes deeper into the forest, where he is confronted by a large, ferocious ox-like beast. He identifies it as a high-rank Tier 1 black-armored thunder ox, recalling his senior brother's words that the beasts here are stronger than those in ordinary wilderness areas. He decides to test its strength. The thunder ox fires a powerful blast of lightning directly at him. The attack strikes Xu Jingming. but he stands unharmed. He calmly notes that the beast's lightning power is formidable. Having tested its attack, he decides to test its physical defense. He leaps towards the charging beast and delivers a single devastating punch, killing it instantly. He observes its defense was indeed much stronger than an ordinary beast's, which makes sense given the constant lightning tempering. The system confirms the kill, awarding him 15 ability points. Standing over the beast, Xu Jingming reflects that he hasn't fought any ferocious beasts for nearly a month. He decides to begin the slaughter to advance his rank. 4 hours later, he has killed a mid-rank Tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf, receiving 25 ability points. He notes the unusually low density of beasts in the zone, having only killed 9 in 4 hours. While eating, he pulls up a holographic map, wondering if the zone is for proficiency training rather than farming points. The map shows the realm is divided into an outer, central, core, and innermost core area. Realizing he is in the central area, he decides to head to the core area, speculating the beasts might be gathered there. 5 hours later, upon entering the core area, he unleashes a blast of natural lightning. He observes the thunder here is potent enough to affect his indestructible thunder body, concluding he must keep his ability running at all times. He is puzzled, however, because while the beasts here should be at least Tier 4, he doesn't see any. His confusion clears when he sees a large green-feathered thunder eagle and a flock of others wreathed in green lightning, chasing after stronger bolts of thunder. This gives him an idea. He realizes the thunder beasts are drawn to powerful lightning. He can use his Dudian divine lightning to lure them, but first, he must improve his proficiency. He leaps onto a high tree branch to carefully observe the natural lightning and deepen his understanding of his power. Sitting on the branch, Xu Jingming identifies various types of lightning: cloud to cloud, ball, sheet, and beaded. He marvels at the intricate details, describing the energy as berserk and sharp. He concludes that observing natural phenomena is an effective way to improve his control over his lightning ability. 3 hours later, he puts his observations into practice, summoning his golden Dutian divine lightning. He assesses his skill level, realizing his manipulation proficiency is similar to his previous S-rank ability. He knows he needs more training to liquefy the energy. He thinks about the stages of power, energy, liquefaction, and solidification, with each step making the ability more formidable. Deciding that's enough cultivation, he resolves to return to the central area to test his monster-luring idea. Back in the central area, Xu Jingming unleashes a torrent of golden lightning, thinking his ability to harvest more points depends on this plan. The experiment is an immediate success. He hears a distant howl, confirming his idea works. He confidently calls for the thunder beast to come and rushes deeper into the forest, his crackling energy acting as a beacon. 2 hours later, his plan has worked perfectly. A large pack of powerful thunder beasts pursues him, all drawn by his aura. Looking back at the horde, a confident smile crosses his face as he thinks, now the harvest begins. Surrounded by the lured horde, Xu Jingming faces them. He taunts them, saying since they were so eager to bathe in his thunder, he'll grant their wish. He unleashes his thunder prison, a massive wave of golden lightning that engulfs and electrocutes the entire pack. While they are trapped, he summons a powerful spear of pure thunder and hurls it into the center of the group, causing a fiery explosion. Though many are defeated, several stronger beasts survive and lunge at him. Unfazed, Xu Jingming welcomes their charge with a confident grin, declaring their timing is perfect. He unleashes a final devastating wave of his divine lightning. The overwhelming power erupts from his body, annihilating all remaining beasts. System notifications confirm the kills of various creatures, awarding him a substantial number of ability points. Xu Jingming smiles, pleased with his new hunting method, remarking that his luring technique is more than 10 times faster than before. Xu Jingming stands among the carcasses of defeated beasts, panting from exhaustion but satisfied. He checks his interface, noting he has gained 18 on 13 ability points, and calculates that a breakthrough to high-rank Tier 3 is close. Sweat drips from his face. He can last 6 days without sleep, but it has only been a little over a day. He reviews his efficient routine, luring monsters for 2 hours and recovering for 8, which yields 3,600 points each time, a massive amount daily. For efficiency, Xu Jingming decides to quickly collect the loot from a fallen wolf and find a resting spot. While looting, he holds up a glowing purple gem, pleased that the first Tier 3 Thunder Beast he killed dropped a rare Thunder Crystal Core, a sign of excellent luck. 5 days later, in the central thunderstorm zone, a trio of students from the elite training camp walks through the forest. The group includes Lei Jinyang, a female student, and another male student. The female student complains to Lei Jinyang about waking up at 3 a.m. He calmly explains that in the perpetually lit zone, the time of day makes little difference. She asks when they can head back, since it is the final day of their 6-day assessment. Lei Jinyang insists on staying until 6 p.m. noting that enduring longer will leave a better impression on their superiors and uphold the camp's reputation. The female student scoffs, bringing up Xu Jingming, the coward from Magic City University. She assumes he left days ago, reasoning that if their team barely managed by taking turns to rest, he couldn't have survived alone. She notes her smart decision to join the Thunder Martial Arts Hall directly. Suddenly, a massive rumbling noise shakes the forest, startling them. They look around, wondering if it is an earthquake. The female student screams, identifying the disturbance as a beast tide and urging the others to run. Lei Jinyang tries to maintain order, observing that the tide scale isn't too large. A horde of lightning-wrapped beasts charges through the forest. Running desperately ahead of them is Xu Jingming, who seems to be their target. The elite students recognize him immediately, surprised he is still in the zone. Lei Jinyang thinks Xu has accidentally provoked the herd and suggests they help him. The female student stops Lei, accusing Xu Jingming of intentionally leading the beast tide toward them as bait for his escape. Ignoring them completely, Xu Jingming rushes past their group at high speed, a trail of lightning behind him. The herd of beasts thunders past the students, ignoring them as they blindly follow Xu Jingming's lightning trail. The female student laughs mockingly, thinking Xu Jingming is doomed. However, she pauses when she realizes the beasts aren't attacking them. Lei Jinyang observes the scene sharply, realizing Xu Jingming is deliberately using his golden lightning to lure the beasts away for his own purposes. Lei Jinyang watches with growing concern, puzzled why a mere Tier 3 mid-rank student is attracting so many powerful beasts, including several at the peak of Tier 3. The female student points out that Xu Jingming has stopped running. Lei Jinyang sweats nervously, knowing that even he would struggle against such a large group, and wonders how Xu Jingming plans to survive. Xu Jingming suddenly turns and unleashes a ferocious burst of energy. Countless streaks of lightning slash through the air, slicing the beasts to pieces in an instant. Lei Jinyang is stunned by the terrifying power and range of the attack. He mentally compares it to his own limits. As a peak Tier 3 user, his range is only 30 meters, while Xu Jingming's attack covers a much larger area. He suspects Xu Jingming's ability is not just A rank, but possibly S rank. But he quickly dismisses the thought, finding it hard to believe a freshman could already be at the Tier 3 mid-rank level. A massive lightning explosion finishes off the herd. The other male student stares in disbelief, commenting on the ferocity of Magic City University students as Xu Jingming slaughters the beasts like dogs. Amidst the carnage, Xu Jingming checks his status. He has 23,000 ability points, finally meeting the requirements to advance. Exhausted after 5 sleepless days, he decides to find a safe spot to upgrade before returning to base. Watching the aftermath, the male student asks Lei Jinyang if he could have handled that herd. Lei Jinyang admits he could, but not with the same blinding speed. The male student wipes sweat from his forehead, relieved he didn't force a duel with Xu Jingming earlier, realizing he would have been beaten badly. The female student asks if Xu Jingming could kill a Tier 4 beast like Lei Jinyang can. Lei Jinyang evaluates Xu Jingming's strength and estimates he probably couldn't. Satisfied, she concludes that Lei Jinyang is still superior. 10 minutes later, sitting on a log in a quiet part of the forest, Xu Jingming activates his deep blue system to add his points. A surge of golden lightning erupts from his body as the upgrade takes effect. Xu Jingming successfully breaks through to Tier 3 high rank. His physique and spirit attributes increase by nearly 500 points, and his ability range increases to 40 meters. He notes his stats have now reached the level of an ordinary Tier 4 A rank user. Feeling his spirit recover, Xu Jingming changes his mind about resting. Instead, he leaps from the log, deciding to make another trip to the core area to observe the natural lightning. Back at the base, Jiang Luo paces anxiously, worried that Xu Jingming has not returned for 5 days and nights. He fears his junior brother might be in danger, noting that even he can only endure the zone for 8 days. Instructor Wu Chuan approaches, asking why he is waiting there again. Jiang Luo explains he is waiting for his junior brother. Wu Chuan confirms the student hasn't returned, and Jiang Luo points out it has been 6 days, so he should be back. Wu Chuan reassures him, offering to keep an eye out for Xu Jingming while he heads into the thunderstorm zone to hunt. Jiang Luo expresses his gratitude. Wu Chuan waves it off, stating that as colleagues, helping each other is expected. 6 hours later, deep in the core area, Xu Jingming sits high on a tree branch, observing his surroundings. He decides it is time to head back and prepares to come down. Xu Jingming leaps down, landing firmly on the forest floor. He reflects on his new strength, noting that while a Tier 3 high-rank physique is impressive, it is still far from the peak. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoes through the forest. A massive storm thunder bear emerges, which Xu Jingming identifies as a Tier 4 high-rank beast. He considers using his heavenly lightning to one-shot it, but decides instead to test his physical combat abilities now that he is Tier 3 high-rank. Xu Jingming activates his transformation, wraps himself in golden lightning, and leaps toward the bear to fight. Hidden behind a tree, Wu Chuan is surprised to finally find Xu Jingming after looking for so long. He observes the battle, noting that Xu Jingming has broken through to Tier 3 high rank, though he finds the range of his lightning ability shockingly excessive. He realizes the student intends to take on the bear alone. Wu Chuan watches with amusement. He appreciates Xu Jingming's courage but believes letting the genius suffer a bit will help him realize his own weaknesses. The Storm Thunder Bear roars, its eyes glowing as electricity gathers around its massive frame. With terrifying speed, the beast swings its gigantic arm down, unleashing a lightning-infused strike at Xu Jingming. Instead of dodging, Xu Jingming meets the attack head-on with a powerful punch. The impact creates a blinding explosion of energy as their powers crash, shaking the forest. Watching from the shadows, Wu Chuan is stunned. He cannot believe Xu Jingming blocked the attack and sees the student's lightning seems even stronger than the beast's. He reminds himself the bear is a Tier 4 high-rank creature, a full major rank higher. Sweat forms on Wu Chuan's face as he realizes something is very wrong. He concludes Xu Jingming's ability is definitely not A rank, but likely S rank or even higher. The name suddenly rings a bell. He finally remembers Xu Jingming is the famous S-rank lightning freshman from Magic City University. Even knowing this, it's hard to process that a first-year student has already reached Tier 3 high rank. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming presses his advantage, clashing with the bear in midair. With lightning flaring from his eyes and a confident smile, Xu Jingming enjoys the fight, confirming his lightning is superior as he challenges the beast to continue. Engulfed in golden lightning, Xu Jingming charges at the massive Storm Thunder Bear. Their fists collide in a blinding clash of golden and green elemental energy. The impact sends powerful shockwaves through the trees. Instructor Wu Chuan is shocked that a human can fight head-to-head with a Tier 4 high-rank beast, internally comparing Xu Jingming's physical power to a humanoid monster's. Holding a video camera, Wu Chuan decides to record the battle, planning to use the footage to show his arrogant elite students what a true top-tier university genius can do. Meanwhile, a grinning Xu Jingming is thrilled to confirm his physical strength matches the massive bear's. He pushes his power further, fully activating his indestructible Thunder Body and Thunder Pole state. With his energy peaking, he charges at the beast once more. He lands another devastating, lightning-infused punch directly on the bear. The ferocious beast roars in pain and anger from the solid strike. In retaliation, the bear swipes heavily at Xu Jingming, sending him skidding backwards. Landing safely, Xu Jingming reflects that defeating such a durable creature usually requires weapons, since his powerful bare-handed strike failed to break its leg. Still, he remains committed to using only his fists for this encounter. Enraged, the beast gathers a massive amount of volatile green lightning around its body. It lets out a deafening roar, summoning a devastating thunderstorm to cover the area. Wu Chuan observes the extreme danger, noting that anyone caught inside would be severely injured or killed. While the standard tactic would be to retreat, he realizes Xu Jingming has no plans to back down. Instead, crackling with intense golden energy, Xu Jingming smiles, challenging the beast to see whose lightning is superior. Enveloped in crackling energy, Xu Jingming leaps high into the air. He comes down with tremendous force, creating a massive, blinding explosion of golden and purple lightning on impact. With a confident grin, he summons his specialized lightning armor to boost his defenses and power. Fully charged, he fearlessly charges straight into the roaring beast. Moving at speeds the bear cannot track, Xu Jingming unleashes a relentless flurry of devastating punches from all directions, completely overwhelming the massive creature. He easily dodges the beast's slow counterattacks, noting internally that a Tier 4 high-rank beast's speed is unimpressive against his own. Deciding to finish the fight, he unleashes his Thunder Dragon Fist technique, sending a fierce dragon of pure golden lightning at his opponent. The devastating strike lands on the bear's head, dealing a fatal blow. Xu Jingming lands gracefully as the enormous beast collapses behind him in a cloud of dust. A system notification confirms the kill, rewarding him with ability points. Watching from the shadows, Instructor Wu Chuan is drenched in cold sweat. He is astounded that an apex predator was killed so easily, realizing Xu Jingming's power is closer to a mythical dragon than a human. Stepping out from his hiding spot, Wu Chuan approaches Xu Jingming, praising the S-rank student's formidable strength. As Xu Jingming turns to him, Wu Chuan marvels at a Tier 3 high-rank user defeating a Tier 4 high-rank beast, remarking that humanity wouldn't fear the monster threat with more geniuses like him. Wu Chuan reveals his video camera, explaining he recorded the battle. He asks for permission to use the footage as teaching material for his elite students. Xu Jingming casually agrees, noting internally that he hadn't even used his full strength. A grateful Wu Chuan thanks him on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Taking the opportunity, Wu Chuan asks if Xu Jingming has considered joining their Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation. While harvesting materials from the bear, the student replies that he hasn't thought about his future plans yet. Eager to recruit him, Wu Chuan highlights their benefits, promising top-tier treatment, a lucrative post guarding the Thunder Secret Realm, and personal guidance from their hall master, a legendary Tier 9 martial saint. Secretly acknowledging how beneficial that position would be, Xu Jingming politely thanks the instructor and promises to consider it. However, he reminds Wu Chuan that as a freshman, he still has plenty of time before making career decisions. Satisfied, Wu Chuan changes the subject, telling Xu Jingming that his senior brother, Jiang Luo, is waiting anxiously outside the zone. He offers to pass along a message if Xu Jingming plans to train longer. Feeling a bit guilty for forgetting his senior brother, an awkward Xu Jingming declines, stating he is preparing to head back immediately. Instructor Wu Chuan watches Xu Jingming harvest materials, internally marveling that the student survived alone in the thunderstorm zone for 6 days, surpassing Wu Chuan's own record. Xu Jingming politely excuses himself, urging the instructor to head back first. Reaching deep into the fur of the fallen bear, a tired Xu Jingming searches for his prize. He successfully extracts a glowing blue thunder crystal core. Inspecting it, he notes it is slightly inferior to the one his senior brother gifted him, but still a valuable find, prompting him to finally head back. As he emerges from the secret realm's gateway into the base, Xu Jingming is immediately spotted by a relieved Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo rushes over, amazed his junior brother endured a full 6 days and 5 nights, and asks how he is. Xu Jingming plainly admits he just feels incredibly sleepy. Amused, Jiang Luo puts a supportive arm around him, stating that fighting beasts without sleep for 5 days would exhaust anyone. He guides Xu Jingming away, advising him that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest before sending him off to sleep. Later that night in his office, instructor Wu Chuan casually tosses a spherical projector. Before him stand the 3 elite training camp students, Lei Jinyang, a female student, and a purple-haired male student. Lei Jinyang asks for the results of their mission. Wu Chuan confirms everyone passed safely, noting they all killed at least 1 Tier 3 peak beast, while praising Lei Jinyang for taking down a Tier 4 low-rank beast. Internally, Wu Chuan praises Lei Jinyang's ability, but reflects that he is still vastly inferior to the monstrous talent of Xu Jingming. Outwardly, Wu Chuan congratulates them for meeting his expectations. He then shifts the conversation, asking for their impression of Jiang Luo's junior brother. Lei Jinyang admits they crossed paths and acknowledges Xu Jingming's strength, estimating his power to be around Tier 3 peak. The purple-haired student adds that while Xu Jingming is formidable, he still cannot compare to Lei Jinyang. Catching his projector, Wu Chuan playfully questions their confidence. The purple-haired student insists he is right, believing their elite camp is superior to a top university like Magic City. Instead of arguing, Wu Chuan simply holds out the projector and tells the boastful students to watch a video. The device floats up and projects a large holographic recording into the center of the office. The projection displays a massive, glowing creature. The purple-haired student immediately recognizes it as a storm thunder bear and gasps at its size, identifying it as at least a Tier 4 high-rank beast. Lei Jinyang quickly draws their attention to the beast's opponent. The hologram reveals a glowing, lightning-clad figure, locked in combat with the bear. The purple-haired student stammers in absolute shock as he and his peers recognize the fighter as none other than Xu Jingming. The recording shows a glowing Xu Jingming executing a massive dragon-shaped strike against the formidable beast. Watching the projection, Lei Jinyang and the 2 students observe in awe. The students note that Xu Jingming's aura rivals the Storm Thunder Bears and wonder how he grew so strong so quickly. Wu Chuan asks for their thoughts. Lei Jinyang and the male student admit Xu Jingming's strength is monstrous and beyond imagination, questioning if he is just a mid-rank Tier 3. Wu Chuan reveals that by the time he met him, Xu Jingming was already a high-rank Tier 3. The male student is shocked, unable to comprehend such rapid improvement. Lei Jinyang points out that a Tier 4 high-rank beast could easily annihilate most ability users of the same rank, and the male student adds that it's even more outrageous that Xu Jingming defeated it in close-quarters melee combat. Trying to rationalize this power, the male student wonders if Xu Jingming is a special case, speculating he might be the principal's son. Wu Chuan dismisses this, explaining Xu Jingming's advantage is his incredible talent as an S-rank ability user. Lei Jinyang and the male student are stunned to learn a university freshman could be a Tier 3 high rank. Wu Chuan confirms that Xu Jingming is just a 19-year-old first-year student. This hits the group hard. They realize that while their average age is 23, a 19-year-old is vastly outperforming them, making them feel they have wasted their years of training. Seeing their defeated expressions, Wu Chuan explains he didn't show the video to discourage them, but to motivate them to make Xu Jingming their ultimate goal. Inspired, Lei Jinyang and the male student agree, showing renewed determination. Lei Jinyang asks for a copy of the recording. The instructor plans to upload it to the martial arts hall's internal webpage. However, the male student raises a concern, reminding him the National University League is starting soon. Realizing his oversight, Wu Chuan sighs and decides against posting the video. He reasons that if other universities saw the footage, they would target Xu Jingming during the tournament. He recalls Magic City University placed second last time and notes that with Xu Jingming's power, they are in a prime position to fight for first. 2 days later, Xu Jingming wakes up to a ringing phone, realizing he has slept for 2 whole days. He answers a call from Principal Ling Xiao, who warns him the Heaven's Mandate sect is organizing a retaliation. The principal assures Xu Jingming his family and friends are protected, but urges him to crush his protective talisman immediately if he encounters danger, as he is likely the primary target. Xu Jingming acknowledges the warning. He reasons he is relatively safe due to the strict security of his location and the talisman, so he decides to continue his training. At the dark headquarters of the Heaven's Mandate sect, 2 hooded subordinates kneel before their general leader. They report that the Magic City branch is concerned by the rapid growth of the S-rank freshman, Xu Jingming, and request permission to assassinate him. The leader asks for his location and is informed by a subordinate named Bloodkill that Xu Jingming is training in the Thunder Secret Realm and will not be leaving for a while. The sect leader commands Bloodkill to eliminate Xu Jingming and destroy the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret realm. Bloodkill eagerly accepts, expressing his enjoyment of hunting down human geniuses. The other cult member is confident in his success. As a Tier 8 mid-rank user, he believes nothing can go wrong, even if Vice Principal Ling Shuang intervenes with her Tier 8 space-type abilities. Back in the city, Xu Jingming walks through a lively market decorated for the upcoming Spring Festival, feeling wistful that he will be spending the holiday alone again. He reflects on his cultivation progress, noting that while absorbing the Thunder Crystal core provided a significant boost, he still finds the improvement rate too slow. Seeking faster progress, he arrives at a massive skyscraper crackling with electrical energy. He hopes the facility, the Thunder Tower, will not disappoint him, recalling his senior brother Jiang Luo's high recommendation. Inside the Thunder Tower, Xu Jingming presents his credentials to a receptionist, who informs him that his S-Class pass grants him 4 hours of access to the 100th floor secret room. Curious, he asks about the significance of the 100th floor. The receptionist explains that the tower has 110 floors, and the higher the floor, the better the conditions for observing natural lightning. Satisfied, Xu Jingming decides to use his pass immediately. Arriving on the 100th floor, he steps into the secret room, initially puzzled by the lack of visible lightning. However, raw green electrical energy soon begins crackling wildly around the room. Fascinated, Xu Jingming reaches out to touch the energy, recognizing it as the foundational form of lightning. He sits cross-legged to cultivate, noting that unlike the thunderstorm zone, this room allows him to closely observe the element's intricate details. 4 hours later, Xu Jingming finishes his session feeling highly accomplished. He calculates that if he could cultivate in this room continuously for less than 5 days, he would reach the required proficiency to liquefy his lightning. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the sliding door. The receptionist politely informs him that his usage time has expired. Eager to continue, Xu Jingming asks how to extend his time. The receptionist explains that extra time must be exchanged using Thunder Crystal cores. However, the 100th floor only accepts Tier 4 cores. A Tier 4 low-rank core provides 3 hours of usage, with each minor rank increase adding an additional hour. Xu Jingming is stunned by the exorbitant cost. He calculates that since a Tier 4 low-rank core sells for over 6 million Great Xia currency, training in the room costs 2 million an hour. The receptionist informs him he could use Tier 3 Thunder Crystal cores for the 70th to 90th floors, but he declines, preferring to stay on the 100th floor. He surprises her by producing 2 high-level Thunder Crystal cores, leading her to marvel at his wealth. She calculates that the 2 cores will provide him with 11 hours of training time. Curious about the tower's apex, Xu Jingming asks what is required to access the floors above his current one. The receptionist explains that the 101st through 107th floors demand Tier 5 cores, while the 108th to the peak at the 110th floor require Tier 6 cores. Satisfied, he apologizes for bothering her and proceeds with his cultivation. 11 hours later, outside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Xu Jingming walks alongside his senior brother, Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo playfully insists Xu Jingming must treat him to a meal next time, revealing his junior brother just made 301 million from selling 4 rings and various beast materials. Xu Jingming readily agrees, expressing gratitude for the lucrative deal connection. The conversation shifts to Xu Jingming's recent exploits. Jiang Lo mentions hearing from instructor Wu that Xu Jingming killed a Tier 4 high-rank Storm Thunder Bear, remarking that the freshman's advancement speed is absurdly fast. Xu Jingming modestly brushes off the praise, attributing his success to good talent. Finding his modesty unconvincing, Jiang Lo asks about his plans for the Spring Festival. The younger student intends to head back into the thunderstorm zone and likely will not return for the holiday. Jiang Lo commends his dedication, but advises him to make a brief return for the festival. He explains that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall will be hosting an auction that might feature items of interest to him. This catches Xu Jingming's attention. He realizes his current spear is no longer sufficient and decides the auction could be the perfect opportunity for a weapon upgrade. With his interest confirmed, Jiang Lo promises to reserve an entry spot for him. Their plans settled, Xu Jingming bids farewell and departs for the thunderstorm zone. Meanwhile, in a comfortable bedroom elsewhere, Song Qiuqiu sits excitedly on a bed with Jiang Chuxuan. She eagerly shares her plan to visit the Thunder Secret Realm during the Spring Festival specifically to see Xu Jingming. She enthusiastically asks the older girl to accompany her. Jiang Chuxuan accepts the invitation with a sly, delighted smile. She secretly notes to herself that her friend seemingly intends to share Xu Jingming's company with her. 6 days later, lightning flashes around the Thunder Tower. Inside, Xu Jingming presents a handful of thunder crystal cores to the female receptionist, asking her to calculate his time on the 100th floor. After examining the cores, she informs him they equate to 37 hours of usage time. As she processes the transaction, the blushing receptionist marvels at his youth and handsomeness, wondering about the strength required to harvest 9 Tier 4 cores, an amount she has rarely seen. Xu Jingming asks if he can split the usage time, and she confirms it's possible by swiping his pass to pause the timer, which pleases him. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Xu Jingming is focused on his cultivation when his phone rings. He answers a holographic video call from Song Qiuqiu, who playfully challenges him to guess her location. Observing the projection, he calmly answers that she is at the Thunder Secret Realm. When a bewildered Song Qiuqiu asks how he knew, Xu Jingming points to the flashing lightning in her background. Song Qiuqiu realizes her mistake and explains that she and Jiang Chuxuan wanted to surprise him but forgot his address. Seeing her companion, Xu Jingming asks if senior sister Jiang came along. Jiang Chuxuan leans into the frame with a teasing smile, playfully asking if he doesn't welcome her. He warmly reassures them they are welcome and asks for their location so he can pick them up. Following the receptionist's advice, Xu Jingming swipes his pass to pause his cultivation timer. As he walks away, an automated system announces he has 4.5 hours remaining. Xu Jingming worries if it will be enough to comprehend liquefying his lightning. He concludes that if he falls short, he will have to make another trip to the thunderstorm zone for more cores. Xu Jingming brings Song Qiuqiu and Jiang Chuxuan to his accommodation, a luxurious modern villa with a large outdoor pool. Inside, they are astonished by his rapid cultivation progress. Song Qiuqiu notes it has only been 20 days, yet his rank has jumped again. Smiling modestly, Xu Jingming explains he encountered danger during training and was lucky to break through to the high rank of Tier 3. Song Qiuqiu dramatically holds her forehead, complaining that comparing her progress to his is frustrating. She jokingly suspects he will be a Tier 7 Grandmaster by graduation. Changing the subject, Xu Jingming asks how many credits they spent on their passes. Song Qiuqiu reveals they purchased B-class passes, allowing a 2-day stay for 1,000 credits each. Xu Jingming is secretly shocked by the cost, calculating it translates to 10 million in Great Xia currency. He then offers the girls their choice of 2 of the 4 rooms upstairs. Song Qiuqiu declines, deciding they will share one. Xu Jingming tells them to settle in and promises to take them out to eat. However, Song Qiuqiu insists on a traditional home-cooked New Year's Eve dinner. Jiang Chuxuan surprises him by manifesting a levitating cluster of fresh ingredients they brought. Skeptical, Xu Jingming asks if they know how to cook. Song Qiuqiu confidently boasts that they are culinary experts. Amused, Xu Jingming agrees to stay in and offers to assist the 2 master chefs, a proposal Jiang Chuxuan happily accepts as they head to the kitchen. Later that evening, after enjoying a massive feast, Xu Jingming sets down his chopsticks with a satisfied sigh, completely stuffed. Sitting back at the table, now covered with empty plates and a bottle of wine, he rubs his stomach and praises their excellent cooking. The girls proudly accept the compliment. Suddenly, bright fireworks explode outside, catching Song Qiuqiu's attention. Delighted, she suggests they head to the rooftop for a group photo to remember the occasion, to which Xu Jingming happily agrees. Up on the terrace, the trio watches a spectacular fireworks display. Song Qiuqiu holds up her phone, and the 3 friends smile warmly for a cheerful group selfie. Watching the vibrant lights, Xu Jingming smiles softly. He reflects on how his life has changed for the better since acquiring his system, grateful to experience such a wonderful New Year's Eve with friends. The next day, the group heads to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Xu Jingming apologizes for dragging them to an auction on the first day of the new year. Zhang Chuxuan playfully scolds him, while Song Qiuqiu reassures him she intended to go anyway to purchase needed equipment. In the hallway, they cross paths with Zhang Luo. When asked about his companions, Xu Jingming introduces Song Qiuqiu and Zhang Chuxuan as his friends from Magic City University. Zhang Lo greets them warmly, internally marveling at his junior brother's charm. He offers to handle their entrance tickets, earning Xu Jingming's gratitude. Their conversation is interrupted by a group of well-dressed individuals. One man loudly praises a pink-haired woman, Sister Wanying, for easily getting them into the auction, mocking those who have to pay millions for a pass. Li Wanying haughtily laughs, calling anyone who pays such fees a sucker. Annoyed, Song Qiuqiu asks what prominent family she belongs to. Zhang Lo explains she is Li Wanying, eldest daughter of the Li family, the leading family among the 6 great families of the Secret Realm. He details her family's background, noting her father is the honorary vice master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and her brother is at the peak of Tier 4, making her arrogance somewhat inevitable. Hearing this, Xu Jingming concedes her attitude makes sense. Zhang Lo mentions her brother, Li Shanglin, also wields a spear, though he is an enhancement-type user. Zhang Lo then leads Xu Jingming to a set of massive double doors, welcoming him to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. Inside, the vast, dimly lit hall features rows of seating facing a bright stage. Zhang Lo reveals the Spring Festival auction hosts around 800 dignitaries with liquid assets exceeding 100 million. Taking their seats, Zhang Lo explains the bidding process. Each seat has an electronic screen on the right armrest to input and confirm prices before raising a hand to finalize a bid. Zhang Lo encourages his junior brother to preview the catalog, which Xu Jingming does. Browsing the list, Xu Jingming is impressed to see 108 items covering everything from exotic flowers to S-class resources. Zhang Lo notes the items cap at S-class but reasons this is ideal since they couldn't afford anything higher, which Xu Jingming agrees with. Sitting next to them, Song Qiuqiu asks if he has found anything he wants. Xu Jingming replies he is slightly interested, but prefers to wait for the host's introductions. As the auction gets underway, Xu Jingming mentally narrows his focus to 2 items, an S-class Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear starting at 500 million, and a bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores starting at 40 million, which would save him a massive amount of hunting time. On stage, the female host welcomes the crowd and introduces the first item, a 30-year-old A-class frost grass that can increase the spirit of anyone below Tier 5, with a starting price of 20 million. Bids quickly fly across the room, driving the price past 22 million. An hour later, the host reaches the 36th item, the bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal cores, with a starting price of 40 million. Relieved, Xu Jingming confidently inputs a bid on his armrest. The host acknowledges his bid from seat number 0310 for 41 million. However, the cores are popular, and competing attendees quickly push the price to 41.8 million. Observing the fierce competition, a serious Xu Jingming realizes that too many people are fighting for the item. He concludes his only option is to drastically raise the price to intimidate the other bidders into backing down. Xu Jingming's aggressive bid of 46 million for the bundle of 5 Tier 4 Thunder Crystal cores silences the competition. The female auction host announces the price, noting how rare it is for these cores to be sold to the public. After calling the price 3 times with no response from the crowd, the host finalizes the sale. Xu Jingming is mildly surprised that he secured the item so easily. Beside him, Zhang Lo explains that major families and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall have their own supply of cores, leaving only independent fighters to buy them. He adds that Xu Jingming's sudden 5 million price jump naturally scared off the remaining competitors. When Zhang Lo questions why he didn't just hunt for them to save money, Xu Jingming reveals that his lightning proficiency is on the verge of a breakthrough, and he wants to complete the process in one continuous session. Stunned and sweating, Zhang Lo calls his junior brother a monster for reaching the liquefying realm so rapidly, noting that he himself was nearly a senior when he achieved the same feat. 2 hours later, the auction reaches its 98th item. The female auction host unveils an S-class weapon, the Flowing Cloud Golden Edge Spear, forged by artifact master Yu Wen. She details its construction, highlighting the special A-class Kermir alloy shaft and the incredibly hard S-class Extreme Edge alloy spearhead. The crowd murmurs in awe, excited by the rare masterpiece and its premium materials. Xu Jingming grins in satisfaction, knowing that Kermir alloy increases in weight when injected with ability energy. The host confirms this, stating the spear can reach a maximum weight of 100 tons, before opening the bidding at 500 million. Bids immediately fly across the room, quickly pushing the price past 530 million. Hoping to replicate his earlier success, Xu Jingming casually raises his hand and makes a massive jump, bidding 600 million. However, the tactic fails to deter the wealthy attendees. Bids continue to echo through the hall, rapidly pushing the price towards 630 million and beyond. Realizing he can't simply intimidate the competition for such a highly coveted item, Xu Jingming decides to sit back and observe for a while, internally identifying Li Wanying as his primary opponent for the spear. Confident in her status, Li Wanying places a commanding bid of 630 million, internally scoffing at the idea that anyone would dare compete against her powerful Li family. The host calls out her bid to the room. Unfazed, Xu Jingming immediately raises his hand and counters with a bid of 640 million. The bold move catches the attention of the surrounding attendees, who whisper among themselves. Noting his unfamiliar face, they assume he must be an outsider completely ignorant of the secret realm's unspoken rules regarding the Li family. Annoyed but attempting to use her influence, Li Wanying stands up and addresses Xu Jingming directly. She explains that her older brother, Li Shanglin, is in need of a good spear and offers him her personal friendship as well as the favor of the Li family if he backs down. Xu Jingming remains entirely unimpressed, internally brushing off the offer as he considers the friendship of a peak tier 6 expert to be practically worthless to him. The female auction host quickly intervenes, strictly reminding Li Wanying that the auction rules prohibit buyers from speaking out to intimidate others. She warns that any further violations will result in the immediate cancellation of her bidding rights. Forced to comply, Li Wanying shoots a furious glare at Xu Jingming and inputs a bid of 650 million. Meeting her gaze without hesitation, Xu Jingming instantly counters with 660 million. The crowd gasps in collective shock at his audacity. They marvel at his willingness to openly provoke Li Wanying and risk future retaliation from her family, excitedly anticipating the escalating conflict. Trembling with rage, Li Wanying clenches her fists. She seethes internally, enraged that someone would completely disregard her status, noting that she hasn't faced such blatant disrespect since her father advanced to the peak of Tier 6. Unbothered by the rising tension, the host calmly announces the 660 million bid to the floor. Smiling sinisterly, Li Wanying pushes the bid to 670 million, determined to test the limits of her opponent's financial power. Realizing his funds might run short if the bidding war continues, Xu Jingming turns to his companions, Song Chuxiu and Zhang Chuxuan, to ask for a loan. Song Chuxiu casually offers him 500 million, while Zhang Chuxuan just as effortlessly offers 1 billion, noting she could easily have her family transfer more if necessary. Smiling gratefully, Xu Jingming assures them that will be enough. He reasons that if the price of a standard S-class weapon exceeds 1 billion, it becomes more cost-effective to simply hire an artifact master to forge a custom one. Sitting beside them, Zhang Lo is left absolutely flabbergasted. He sweats profusely as he internally marvels at the absurdly wealthy backgrounds of his junior brother's companions, stunned that they can throw around hundreds of millions so casually. Unfazed by the escalating cost, Xu Jingming casually pushes the price to 700 million. A rapid bidding war ensues between him and Li Wanying, with the price jumping back and forth until Xu Jingming confidently places a bid of 830 million. Trembling with rage, Li Wanying is urged by her female companion to stop, as they are already over budget, and pushing it past 1 billion just to spite him isn't worth it. Gritting her teeth, Li Wanying decides to back down, ominously noting that she has other ways to deal with him. With no further bids, the auctioneer strikes her gavel, finalizing the sale to Xu Jingming. He reflects that 830 million is still within an acceptable range, hoping the premium weapon lives up to its price. Half an hour later, the female auction host presents Xu Jingming with his total haul, the 5 Thunder Crystal Cores and the S-Class Spear, coming to a grand total of 874 million. She invites him to inspect the items before finalizing the transaction. Xu Jingming reaches out and grips the dark metal shaft of the spear. Instantly, his golden lightning crackles wildly around the weapon, harmonizing with it perfectly. Highly satisfied with the spear's conductivity and weight, he hands the host his card to complete the purchase. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private lounge, Li Wanying summons an older retainer named Uncle Li and his 2 suited subordinates. Still seething from the humiliation, she bluntly orders them to assassinate the man who outbid her and strip him of all his equipment. When Uncle Li asks for details, she reveals she has already looked into his background. His name is Xu Jingming, a Tier 3 high-rank student using a pass from Magic City Ability University. Uncle Li cautiously suggests they investigate further since he belongs to a prestigious university, but Li Wanying dismisses the concern. She points out that students frequently visit the Thunder Secret Realm and instructs them to wait until he enters the danger zone to ambush him. She smiles sadistically, reasoning that the ferocious beasts inside the realm will devour his corpse within hours, leaving absolutely no evidence of their crime. She also notes that altering the stolen S-class spear's appearance with some fresh paint and modifications will be trivial. Following her logic, Uncle Lee orders his 2 men to immediately stake out the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm and report back the moment Xu Jingming appears. Li Wanying instructs Uncle Lee to inform her when they are ready to strike, as she insists on accompanying them so she can personally watch Xu Jingming regret ever crossing her. Back at his accommodation, Xu Jingming tests his newly acquired S-class Flowing Cloud Golden Edge spear. Gripping the dark shaft, he marvels at its exceptional balance and feel. Recalling that the spear's special Kermir alloy can reach a maximum weight of 100 tons, he decides to inject his lightning ability at full power to see how heavy it will get. He channels his golden electrical energy directly into the weapon. Instantly, the spear's weight skyrockets. Caught completely off guard by the massive burden, Xu Jingming struggles to keep his grip, dropping heavily to one knee as the end of the spear crashes onto the floor. Straining from the effort, he calculates that his current physical lifting limit is around 5 tons. Because the weapon nearly slipped from his hands, he estimates that injecting his full power caused the spear's base weight of 800 kilograms to spike to over 6 tons. This sudden, massive shift sparks a tactical idea for his combat style. Regaining his footing, Xu Jingming takes a solid combat stance and readies the spear. He executes a sweeping downward strike, the immense force shattering the wooden floorboards beneath him into splinters. Smiling confidently, he theorizes that if he swings the spear at its normal weight to build speed, and then suddenly injects his ability right before impact to increase the weight to 6 tons, the combination of terrifying momentum and sheer mass will brutally crush any opponent. Standing amidst the wreckage of his shattered floor, he acknowledges that controlling his momentum after the sudden weight increase is still quite difficult. Recognizing the spear as a massive killing weapon, he decides to head back to the thunderstorm zone for dedicated practice as soon as his friends depart. The following day at noon, Song Qiuqiu and Jiang Chuchuan bid farewell to Xu Jingming outside his accommodation, mentioning they will need him to guide them again once school starts. Xu Jingming smiles warmly, thanking the 2 girls for keeping him company during the holiday. He waves goodbye as they drive off together in a red sports car. Left to his own devices, Xu Jingming stretches his arms and resolves to hurry to the thunderstorm zone, noting that he has less than a week left in the secret realm to gather as many thunder crystal cores as possible. As Xu Jingming heads toward his destination, a suited subordinate observing from the shadows uses an earpiece to notify his superior that the target is entering the thunderstorm zone, urging her to arrive quickly. Relaxing in a luxurious room elsewhere, Li Wanying receives the message on her phone and eagerly agrees to head over immediately. As she stands up to leave, a man in the room notices her departure and asks where she is going. With a sinister red gleam in her eyes, Li Wanying informs her older brother that she is going to fetch his birthday present, claiming it is something she has spent a long time carefully preparing. Her brother, Li Shenglin, smiles confidently and expresses his anticipation for the gift. Meanwhile, deep within the forested thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming effortlessly yanks his new S-class spear from the bloody, furry carcass of a large beast he just defeated. Sensing he is being watched, he looks over his shoulder and calmly calls out to his pursuers, pointing out that they have been tracking him for a long time. Uncle Lee emerges from the foliage, flanked by 2 suited subordinates. He applauds the young university student, praising him for having such surprisingly keen perception, despite only being a Tier 3 high rank. Xu Jingming narrows his eyes at the strangers, stating he doesn't recognize them and demanding to know why they are following him. Stepping out from behind her men, Li Wenying strikes a haughty pose in her black dress and declares that even if he doesn't know her retainers, he should definitely remember her. Recognizing his auction rival, Xu Jingming asks if they are there to steal his S-class spear. Li Wanying sadistically corrects him, revealing she intends to take his life as well, though she mockingly laments the impending loss of his handsome face, teasing that he could have been the leader of her harem if he hadn't crossed her. Unfazed by her threats, Xu Jingming calmly questions her cruelty, noting her greedy intention to take his life along with his newly acquired weapon. With a sinister smile, Li Wanying declares that the weak have no right to speak before the strong. She demands that he kneel and kowtow for a swift death, warning that defiance will earn him a slow, agonizing execution. Xu Jingming agrees with her twisted logic regarding the weak and the strong. In response, he immediately channels his ability, causing fierce golden lightning to erupt from his body. His hair stands on end and glows brilliantly as raw electricity surges around his form. He remarks that their failure to properly investigate his identity means they completely misjudged who holds the true power in this encounter. The sheer intensity of his aura generates a shockwave that blows Li Wanying back, leaving her utterly bewildered by his sudden, terrifying spike in strength. Grinning fiercely, Xu Jingming assesses his opponents, noting they consist of 2 Tier 4 mid-ranks and 2 Tier 4 low ranks. Unintimidated, he mockingly invites the entire group to attack him at once. Realizing the situation has turned dire, a panicked Uncle Li commands his 3 suited subordinates to execute a coordinated all-out strike against the glowing student. As the 4 men lunge at him, Xu Jingming raises a hand crackling with intense energy and unleashes his divine lightning technique. Massive, blinding pillars of electricity crash down from the sky, simultaneously striking Uncle Li and all of his henchmen with devastating precision. The overwhelming voltage brutally crushes the attackers directly into the scorched earth. Watching her entire elite escort get instantly annihilated in a single move, a pale and trembling Li Wanying realizes she needs to run for her life immediately. She desperately turns to flee but clumsily trips over a branch. She crashes to the forest floor, staring up in absolute terror as an intimidating Xu Jingming looms over her, coldly announcing that her turn has come. Scrambling backward in the dirt, the horrified heiress stammers, asking who he really is and how a mere student could possess such terrifying strength. Xu Jingming calmly reiterates his identity as a Magic City Ability University student, sarcastically reminding her that she was the one confidently trying to murder him just moments ago. Terrified and scrambling backward on the ground, Li Wanying tearfully admits her mistake. She begs Xu Jingming for mercy, offering him tens of billions in cash and a guarantee of safe passage if he spares her life. Growing increasingly desperate, she clutches her chest and offers to serve him personally, claiming she is just as appealing as the 2 women he had by his side. Xu Jingming coldly rejects her proposition, stating that his excellent friends cannot be compared to someone whose body is so severely corrupted by lust and drugs. He dismissively adds that he is a germaphobe and considers her far too dirty to touch. Humiliated and enraged by the harsh insult, Li Wanying drops her pitiful act. She curses him and screams that if he kills her, her father and brother will retaliate by murdering his entire family and skinning him alive. Unmoved by her gruesome threats, Xu Jingming calmly accepts her terms and raises a hand crackling with intense golden electricity. With a swift motion, he brings down a massive, devastating pillar of lightning directly onto her. As smoke billows from her charred remains, Xu Jingming turns his back on the carnage, reflecting that those who seek to kill must be prepared to die themselves. He decides against looting their space rings, reasoning that elite families usually install tracking devices on such items. Meanwhile, at a luxurious estate, an automated system suddenly blares a warning that the user of smart wristband number 003 has lost all vital signs. Sitting comfortably on his sofa, Li Shanglin is immediately jolted with shock, recognizing that the specific wristband belongs to his sister, Li Wanying. Furious, he demands to know who dared to murder his little sister, ordering his men to lock onto her final location immediately. His uncle checks his device and reports that the wristband's connection is completely lost, but its last ping was at the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Shanglin is bewildered, confused as to how she could meet a fatal accident there when she was supposed to be fetching his birthday present. He quickly orders the uncle to contact his sister's guard squad to find out what happened. Checking a tablet, the uncle grimly informs him that all 4 squad members have also lost their vital signs and are completely unreachable. Narrowing his eyes in deep anger and disbelief, Li Shanglin realizes that Uncle Li and the entire escort team were wiped out. He wonders who could possibly possess the overwhelming strength required to kill the veteran guards before they could even send out a single warning message. The uncle theorizes that the killer might be a peak Tier 4 expert, or that the guards simply underestimated their opponent. He notes that the culprit was cautious enough to leave the storage rings untouched, making it much harder to track them down. When the uncle asks if they should inform the family head, Li Shanglin rejects the idea, explaining that his father is currently in secluded cultivation, attempting to reach Tier 7 Grandmaster. Instead, he orders the uncle to retrace his sister's recent activities and contacts to find a lead. The uncle acknowledges the command and immediately begins investigating on his device, while a frustrated Li Shanglin rubs his temples. Reviewing the data, the uncle reports that aside from a past conflict with the Wang family, Li Wanying had recently tried to purchase an S-class spear for her brother's birthday, but was outbid by someone else 2 days ago. Snapping to attention, Li Shanglin demands the buyer's name. The uncle identifies the buyer as Xu Jingming, a Magic City Ability University student using an S-class pass. He lists the student's impressive credentials, noting his status as a top provincial scorer and a Tier 3 user with an S-rank ability. Connecting the dots to his sister's earlier comment about fetching his present, Li Shanglin points decisively, concluding that Xu Jingming must be the murderer. The uncle cautiously warns that targeting an S-rank genius could cause significant trouble. Consumed by rage and grief, Li Shanglin furiously dismisses the concern, vowing to take a life for a life regardless of the student's high-profile status. He abruptly stands up and instructs his uncle to accompany him. Li Shanglin plans to ambush Xu Jingming at the exit of the thunderstorm zone, requesting the older man's assistance in executing the student if he fails to do it himself. Meanwhile, back in the forest, a calm Xu Jingming uses a small knife to carve a glowing purple thunder crystal core from the carcass of a fallen beast. Examining his latest prize with a satisfied smile, Xu Jingming calculates his total haul, 17 Tier 4 Thunder Beasts slain, yielding 4,250 ability points and 17 crystal cores. He decides this is enough resources to finally achieve his breakthrough and liquefy his lightning in one continuous session. With his gathering complete, Xu Jingming turns and walks away through the dense, blood-stained forest, ready to return. At a security checkpoint, the Heavens Mandate sect's red-robed Archbishop, Bloodkill, hands his pass to a receptionist. Using the fake name Zhang Heng and a C-Class pass, the system grants him 24 hours of access to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret area. The receptionist politely tells him to use his time wisely. Smiling evilly, Bloodkill thinks 24 hours is more than enough to finish his task. He declares that the S-rank student Xu Jingming's end has come. Several men in black suits are waiting near an exit tunnel. Some onlookers notice them, and one points out they belong to the Li family. He notes they have been watching the area for days, predicting that their target is about to be very unlucky. As Xu Jingming walks out, one of the Li family men spots him. He quickly reports to his young master through an earpiece that their target is here. Xu Jingming stops, looking a bit confused as he senses the sudden attention. Suddenly, Li Shanglin drops from above with a spear. He shouts Xu Jingming's name, demanding he pay his blood debt in blood. Seeing the attacker's Tier 4 peak strength and weapon, Xu Jingming calmly guesses this is Li Shanglin. Unbothered by the attack, Xu Jingming notes that if he knew he would be found so fast, he shouldn't have destroyed the rings he looted earlier, regretting the loss of millions. Li Shanglin lands heavily and angrily asks if Xu Jingming killed his sister, Li Wanying. Xu Jingming calmly replies, asking why he bothers to ask when he already knows the answer. The bystanders overhear this and are shocked to hear about Li Wanying's death. One says her arrogant attitude brought this on herself. Another feels bad for Xu Jingming, noting he will now face harsh revenge from the powerful Li family. Shaking with anger, Li Shanglin asks why Xu Jingming killed her. Without any regret, Xu Jingming simply explains that Li Wanying tried to kill him to steal his items and failed, so he killed her instead, asking what other reason he needs. Li Shanglin says that despite his sister's mistakes, Xu Jingming had no right to kill her because the Li family protects her. Unbothered, Xu Jingming ignores this, saying words are useless since fights are settled by who is stronger. Unleashing his power, Xu Jingming transforms. His hair turns white, and bright golden lightning surrounds his body. He challenges Li Shanglin to see if he or his family can actually hurt him. The crowd watches in awe, confirming he is the S-rank genius from Magic City University. They are amazed that a 19-year-old freshman is already a Tier 3 high rank. However, one assumes the genius will die early today. Laughing at his rank, Li Shanglin uses his own ability. He turns into a huge, muscular, wolf-like beast with glowing purple eyes, bragging that he alone can kill the student. Holding his spear, a lightning-covered Xu Jingming bravely charges straight at the giant beast. Li Shanglin meets the attack directly. He mocks the lightning user for fighting him up close, calling it a death wish. Their spears crash with great force, creating a blinding explosion of energy. To his shock, Li Shanglin is completely overpowered and sent flying backward. The beast crashes hard onto the concrete, tearing up the ground as he helplessly slides away. Hurt by the hit, Li Shanglin grinds his teeth in disbelief, unable to understand how Xu Jingming is physically stronger than him. Pushed onto one knee, the beaten beast realizes how crazy this is. As a peak Tier 4 physical user, his strength should easily beat a lower-ranked magic user, yet he is losing. Gathering strong golden lightning into his hand, Xu Jingming coldly tells his enemy that he usually enjoys a long fight, but today he wants to end it quickly. Xu Jingming uses his heavenly lightning attack. A giant pillar of golden electricity crashes down directly onto Li Shanglin. The beast roars in pain as the lightning burns his body. Filled with fear, Li Shanglin knows that if the fight continues, he will be killed. As the beaten Li Shanglin cowers on the ground, he cries out for his uncle to save him. The older man jumps into action, his fists bursting into flames as he charges at Xu Jingming. Watching from afar, the crowd recognizes the attacker as Butler Li Quan, a strong Tier 5 expert. Seeing the huge power difference, they assume Xu Jingming is dead. Xu Jingming uses his heavenly lightning again, making another deadly pillar of golden electricity strike the defeated Li Shanglin. Butler Li Quan's face turns to pure horror. He screams for his young master, realizing something went very wrong. The crowd is stunned as the dust clears, seeing that Xu Jingming used another lightning bolt to instantly kill Li Shanglin. They are amazed by the deadly S-rank power, but confused about how the student survived the butler's fire attack. The smoke clears, showing Xu Jingming unharmed. A blue energy shield blocks the flames around him. He notes that he had to use the special life-saving item his teacher gave him, recognizing the shield as a strong ancient item. Butler Li Quan knows he cannot easily break it. He jumps back, deciding he must contact his boss. Pressing his earpiece, the butler quickly tells the bad news to the Lai family head. He confirms both the young master and miss were killed near the entrance. The news reaches the large Li family estate. Bursting with anger, the family head smashes through his mansion's roof and jumps high into the air. The angry father screams his son's name in deep pain. Pushed by his huge power, he flies across the sky like a meteor, heading to the fight at great speed. Xu Jingming looks serious as he suddenly senses a scary new person quickly approaching from above. The Li family head crashes into the ground with huge force, breaking the concrete and sending out a shockwave. With a furious face, the man glares at the student. He yells that Xu Jingming went too far by killing both of his children. The angry family head then turns to butler Li Quan. He yells at the servant, calling him useless for failing to protect his children. Without pausing, the boss hits his own servant, catching the shocked butler off guard with an evil red energy. The butler screams in pain as the red aura chokes him and takes his life force, turning the expert into a dry husk. Renewed and with glowing red eyes from the energy, the man glares at Xu Jingming, declaring the young student is next. Holding his spear tight, a sweating Xu Jingming prepares himself, knowing the huge danger the angry man poses. Before the man can strike, a gray-haired man steps between them with some guards. He is Wang Gu, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm, and he asks what the angry father, Li Kanghai, is doing. The crowd is shocked to see Branch Master Wang, knowing he is the only Tier 7 Grandmaster there. Seeing that Instructor Wu and other top fighters have also arrived, they realize the organization came in full force to protect Xu Jingming. Outnumbered and facing a Tier 7 Grandmaster, Li Kanghai grits his teeth in anger. He curses silently, realizing he lost his chance to kill the boy today. Hiding his deadly intent, Li Kanghai swallows his pride and respectfully greets Branch Master Wang. During this calm, Zhang Luo rushes to his friend's side. He tells Xu Jingming that Li Changhai won't cause trouble with the branch master here, making a relieved Xu Jingming thank him. Branch Master Wang smiles at Xu Jingming. He mentions hearing about the student's great fights from Instructor Wu and praises him as amazing. Xu Jingming politely accepts the praise. However, the standoff is secretly being watched. A dark figure silently watches the powerful group from behind the crowd. The watcher is Bloodkill, the disguised assassin. Smiling wickedly, he thinks that having all these important targets gathered in one place will make his upcoming slaughter much easier. Branch Master Wang Gu assures Xu Jingming that he will be protected in the Thunder Secret Realm, and the young student politely thanks him. The crowd relaxes, assuming the conflict is over, knowing an enraged Li Kanghai wouldn't dare cause trouble before a Tier 7 Grandmaster. However, the disguised assassin among the bystanders suddenly makes his move. Surging forward with a violent burst of dark red energy, he forcibly throws the surrounding onlookers aside. An immense explosion of aura shatters his disguise. With a manic expression, the attacker reveals he is Bloodkill, a red-robed archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. He announces his orders to annihilate the Thunder Secret Realm, declaring doom for both Wang Gu and Xu Jingming. Branch Master Wang Gu is shocked to realize they face a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster from the notorious cult. Bloodkill coldly observes Xu Jingming, acknowledging his monstrous potential. He notes that a Tier 3 high rank whose power exceeds a peak Tier 4 could become a martial saint, but sadistically states that Xu Jingming's growth ends today. Smirking, Bloodkill taunts the young genius to call his university's space-type Grandmaster for help. He mocks the idea, assuming the distance is too great for her to teleport to the rescue. Unfazed by the threat, Xu Jingming is only mildly annoyed. He criticizes the Tier 8 Grandmaster's arrogance, knowing the assassin underestimates Vice Principal Ling Shuang's formidable capabilities as an S-rank space-type user. Smiling confidently, Xu Jingming wonders why his enemies always celebrate too early. Holding up his protective talisman, he decides to grant Bloodkill's arrogant wish. He grips the talisman tightly, shattering it in his hand. Instantly, a massive, intricate blue magic circle appears in the sky above him. From the glowing portal's center, Vice Principal Ling Shuang gracefully descends, surrounded by swirling, ethereal energy. The onlookers are in absolute awe at the sudden appearance of the university's Tier 8 Grandmaster. Feeling the terrifying pressure of her aura, the crowd is flooded with relief, confident they are finally safe. Watching from the sidelines, Li Kanghai breaks into a cold sweat. Astonished that a mere student has the backing to summon a Tier 8 Grandmaster, he grits his teeth, incredibly thankful he didn't attack earlier, realizing it would have ruined the entire Li family. Hovering above, Ling Shuang stares down at the assassin, calmly remarking that the Heaven's Mandate sect's remnants linger like ghosts. Bloodkill is bewildered by her sudden appearance, recalling her maximum teleportation distance shouldn't exceed 500 kilometers. Revealing her trap, Ling Shuang explains she deliberately hid news of her recent breakthrough, correctly predicting the persistent cultists would fall for the bait. A stunned Bloodkill senses her overwhelming aura, realizing she has already advanced to a Tier 8 mid-rank Grandmaster. Knowing he is outmatched as a B-class ability user facing an S-class, the panicked assassin immediately turns to flee. However, Ling Shuang projects a glowing magic circle from her hand, coldly declaring it is far too late for him to run. Instantly, a massive hexagonal energy barrier, the spatial yin-yang domain, forms around Bloodkill, halting his escape. The large spherical domain traps the assassin inside, with Ling Shuang maintaining control from the outside. With a swift downward slash of her hand, she launches a sharp crescent of spatial energy at him. Refusing to go down easily, Bloodkill desperately unleashes a flurry of dark red energy to counterattack, yelling that killing him won't be so simple. The violent clash of their opposing powers erupts within the barrier. The two fighters lunge at each other. Below, Xu Jingming and Branchmaster Wang Gu watch safely as explosive shockwaves of red and blue energy detonate against the spatial domain's reinforced walls, shielding the surrounding area from destruction. Recognizing the high-level battle will take time, Wang Gu takes command of the ground forces. He orders his supervisors and instructor Wu to remain and support the vice principal, while another team coordinates with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to evacuate nearby citizens. Wang Gu advises Xu Jingming to evacuate with Supervisor Jiang for his safety, but the student politely declines, choosing to stay. Xu Jingming reasons that fleeing would only complicate things for his vice principal. He is confident Bloodkill is no match for Ling Shuang, and in a worst-case scenario, she could easily teleport him to safety. He also considers watching the clash between two Tier 8 Grandmasters a rare and valuable learning opportunity. Half an hour later, the intense battle ends. Ling Shuang gracefully lands on the heavily damaged ground, standing over a battered and exhausted Bloodkill. Drained of energy, the severely injured assassin collapses face first onto the concrete, defeated. Watching the fallen Grandmaster, Xu Jingming's thoughts turn to his system, wondering how many ability points he could earn from killing an expert who cultivated the God's Blood secret art. Nearby, a sweating Jiang Luo marvels at Vice Principal Ling's overwhelming strength. He notes the assassin was completely trapped and outmatched from the start, leaving his defeat as the only possible outcome. Xu Jingming asks his senior brother if he had ever seen Ling Shuang fight. Jiang Luo admits he hasn't, explaining she is more elusive than the university's head principal. He then points out how exceptionally well she treats Xu Jingming, having gifted him such a precious space talisman. Xu Jingming sighs, noting that was his only life-saving item and it's now gone. Jiang Luo replies that having even one was a massive luxury, teasingly asking if he seriously expects to get another. Jiang Luo jokingly adds that with another one, the vice principal would practically be his personal nanny. Suddenly, Ling Shuang steps up behind them, calmly asking what they are talking about. Caught gossiping, a terrified Jiang Luo stiffens and stammers a nervous greeting to the intimidating Grandmaster. Ignoring the awkwardness, Ling Shuang turns to Xu Jingming. Warning him the Heaven's Mandate sect is still active, she manifests a new glowing blue space talisman and hands it to him, telling him to crush it if he faces danger again. Xu Jingming eagerly accepts, almost calling her his nanny before correcting himself. Watching this exchange, Jiang Luo is in absolute disbelief. He internally screams that she gave him another priceless artifact, confirming his joke that she has become his nanny. Ling Shuang then approaches Branchmaster Wang Gu with orders for the aftermath. She requests the battle's true details be kept strictly confidential. Instead, she instructs him to release a false public statement claiming she was heavily injured and temporarily unable to use her space-type abilities. Wang Gu readily agrees to execute the plan. Understanding the deception, Wang Gu internally praises the clever tactic. He realizes if the Heaven's Mandate sect believes the fake news, they will walk into her trap, potentially costing the cult another Tier 8 archbishop. Ling Shuang adds another condition for Wang Gu. Xu Jingming's battle records must remain confidential to hide his capabilities before the National University League. With that settled, her expression hardens as she focuses on the Li family. Condemning the Li family's actions, she states that murdering for treasure and silencing the victim are unforgivable crimes. She sternly demands to know where the family head, Li Konghai, is hiding. A terrified Li Konghai immediately steps forward. Ling Shuang harshly reprimands him for indulging his children's criminal behavior and declares his own deliberate attempt to murder a student a severe offense. As punishment, she sentences him to 20 years imprisonment, demanding to know if he accepts her judgment. Li Konghai is visibly stunned, his face going pale at the length of the 20-year sentence. Knowing he has no power to resist a Tier 8 Grandmaster, he collapses to his knees, bowing his head and accepting his punishment. The onlookers murmur about the harsh verdict. While some remark on the university's protective nature, others point out that the Li family brought this ruin upon themselves. Wang Gu watches the broken family head kneel, concluding the Li family is destroyed. With their core members dead and leader imprisoned for decades, he knows they will never recover. Having dealt with the Li family, Ling Shuang advises Xu Jingming to stay vigilant since the Heaven's Mandate sect might target him again. Taking advantage of her surprisingly agreeable mood, Xu Jingming cheekily asks if he gets a reward for successfully acting as bait. Nearby, Jiang Luo is again internally screaming in disbelief, astounded by his junior brother's audacity to demand a reward from a terrifyingly powerful Tier 8 Grandmaster. To Zhangluo's shock, Ling Shuang doesn't get angry. Instead, she pauses and calmly asks what reward he wants, leaving Zhangluo flabbergasted that she is actually entertaining the request. Realizing she took him seriously, Xu Jingming smiles and waves his hands, explaining he was only joking. He admits he shouldn't be greedy after already receiving a second priceless space talisman. Ling Shuang gives a rare, soft smile, noting it has been a long time since anyone dared to joke with her. Manifesting a blue light, she reveals she did prepare something specific for him. She holds up a glowing pendant necklace, gently offering the beautiful artifact to him. Xu Jingming hesitates when offered the glowing blue pendant, realizing its power far exceeds the Tier 7 talisman from his teacher. Ling Shuang confirms it's a Tier 8 talisman that can block a mid-rank Grandmaster's strike. Noting it is no longer useful to her, she offers it to him as a reward. Accepting the artifact, Xu Jingming vows his loyalty to the vice principal. Ling Shuang calmly dismisses the promise, advising him to focus on his cultivation. As Xu Jingming fastens the new talisman to his wrist, Jiang Luo watches, silently wishing he had one too. Watching Ling Shuang levitate, Wang Gu realizes how much she values Xu Jingming and resolves to get on the young student's good side. Ling Shuang then asks if Xu Jingming is finished, suggesting they return to Magic City Ability University together for the new term. Xu Jingming politely declines, explaining he has unfinished business. When she asks how much longer he needs, he estimates it will take another 2 days. Surprisingly, Ling Shuang decides to wait for him, promising to escort him back once his cultivation is complete. Xu Jingming smiles and accepts her offer, while a sweating Zhang Luo watches in envy. He is astounded that a high-ranking grandmaster is acting like a personal nanny for a student. Later, in his luxurious villa, Xu Jingming wakes up in bed, looking groggy as he checks his phone. His sleepiness vanishes as he panics, realizing he slept for 2 full days. Running from his room, he laments having only 2 hours left in the Thunder Secret Realm to comprehend liquefying lightning. He sprints down the hallway but stops short, shocked to see Ling Shuang calmly meditating, floating within glowing blue magical runes. Without turning, the vice principal asks if he rested well. A stressed Xu Jingming replies that he did, but nervously adds he has almost no time left to complete his lightning training. Ling Shuang calms him, revealing he no longer has a time limit because Branchmaster Wang upgraded his S-Class pass to a permanent one. Relieved, Xu Jingming thanks her. The vice principal clarifies she didn't do much, as it was Wang Gu's initiative because he values the student's potential. However, Xu Jingming guesses the branchmaster granted the upgrade out of respect for her. Ling Shuang agrees but notes Wang Gu is unaware of Xu Jingming's true SS rank talent, which would have secured the upgrade anyway. She then warns him to prepare, as his rank will inevitably be exposed during the upcoming National University League. When he asks what to prepare for, she lists temptations like wealth, power, fame, and women. She emphasizes the rarity of his SS rank talent, unseen in 4 years, and urges him to guard against such distractions. Xu Jingming respectfully assures her he understands. Ling Shuang adds that, compared to wealth and power, she is most concerned about him being tempted by women, calling it the most common trap used by foreign factions. Stepping closer with an intense look, she makes a suggestive offer. If the 2 girls with him fail to satisfy his needs, he should inform her, and she will personally help resolve the issue. Caught off guard by the wild statement, a heavily blushing Xu Jingming awkwardly stammers that such measures won't be necessary. The tension breaks when Ling Shuang calmly calls someone inside, inviting them in as she and Xu Jingming turn toward the doorway. Branchmaster Wang Gu enters with Zhang Luo. He reassures the student that the hostile Li Qianghai has been imprisoned, guaranteeing the Li family will no longer pose a threat. Xu Jingming smiles and sincerely thanks the branchmaster for handling the situation and for permanently upgrading his pass. Wang Gu brushes off the thanks, saying he is merely nurturing the country's top geniuses. To further help, he announces he has arranged 24 hours of access to the highest floor of the Thunder Tower for Xu Jingming. Thrilled, Xu Jingming thanks Branchmaster Wang again for the access. Behind him, Ling Shuang manifests a glowing golden teleportation portal. Ling Shuang gently pushes him forward, offering to take him there personally. Before entering the portal, Xu Jingming says goodbye to his senior, Zhang Luo, promising to return to school right after his cultivation. Zhang Luo waves back, saying he came to see him off. Branchmaster Wang Gu and Zhang Luo watch as the portal flashes and vanishes. At the Thunder Tower, massive bolts of raw green energy strike the building's exterior. Inside the highest floor, Xu Jingming sits cross-legged as intense golden lightning crashes around him. With lightning reflecting in his eyes, he notes the energy here is purer and much closer to its origin than what he experienced on the 100th floor. He extends his hand, focusing as he channels the raw, jagged lightning into his palm to understand its true nature. 17 hours later, his training pays off. The erratic arcs of electricity on his hand begin to condense into a dense, glowing fluid. Opening his eyes with a satisfied smile, Xu Jingming watches the liquid lightning flow across his fingers, knowing he has finally mastered the liquefaction stage. Standing, he casually molds the liquid energy into a swirling, condensed golden sphere. He notes that simply throwing the lightning in this form will cause destructive damage. Wanting to assess his strength, he summons his holographic system interface to review his attributes. The screen displays his stats, confirming his SS rank ability, high vitality and spirit, various combat skills, and his balance of over 18,000 ability points. Xu Jingming concludes that 18,000 points are not enough for Tier 4. He decides to upgrade his combat techniques instead, planning to wait for the National University League to farm the points needed to level up. He envisions the upcoming tournament survival match, which focuses on hunting beasts. Knowing it will feature many Tier 4 monsters, he sees it as the perfect opportunity to harvest ability points. Deciding to spend his points on combat techniques, Xu Jingming upgrades his body forging skill, the indestructible Thunder Body, to the 5th stage. A massive burst of energy erupts from him as his body transforms, his hair turning bright and wild. Standing in his enhanced state, he is thrilled. He notes the 15,000-point upgrade increased his vitality by nearly 1,000 points. Realizing his improved physique requires an equally strong offensive skill, he decides to upgrade his fist technique to the master level as well. To test his new power, he steps forward and unleashes a Thunder Fist, sending a devastating, concentrated blast of golden lightning forward. Examining the deep cracks on the reinforced wall, he smirks. He estimates his power is enough to one-shot a peak Tier 4 beast and fight evenly in close combat against a Tier 5 monster. With his training complete and power boosted, his wild hair settles down as he turns to leave the training room. Stepping into the hallway, he rejoins Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who looks at him with surprise. She notes that while he achieved liquefaction, his body also grew much stronger so quickly. Hiding his system, Xu Jingming claims he just got lucky and broke through his indestructible Thunder Body technique to the 5th stage. The Vice Principal recalls this technique was created by his teacher. She also remembers personally approving his teacher's request for a precious SS rank Tier 8 Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence to aid his cultivation. With his business at the Thunder Tower concluded, Ling Shuang summons a golden teleportation circle, and the two prepare to head back to the university. In a grand Gothic castle, two hooded subordinates report to the Heaven's Mandate sect leader that Archbishop Bloodkill was slain by Ling Shuang. Fooled by the university's deception, they state Ling Shuang was heavily injured and can no longer protect Xu Jingming, asking to resume their assassination attempts. Eager for the kill, one hooded cultist with jagged teeth volunteers for the mission, swearing to execute the young genius himself. The Heaven's Mandate sect leader tells his followers that the sect has lost too much combat power from the country's extermination order. He concludes it is no longer smart to target Xu Jingming. He orders his cultists to lie low and wait for the peak of the origin energy tide, when their supreme god will descend and grant them eternity. His loyal followers bow, chanting praises to their god. At Magic City University, an exhausted Xu Jingming meets with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. He explains he is tired after keeping his ability in an extreme state for 17 hours to force a breakthrough. To help him recover, Ling Shuang offers him a glowing packet of senbei crackers. Xu Jingming is surprised, recognizing it as a rare B-class resource from a secret realm. This is his first time actually seeing it. Taking a bite, Xu Jingming's energy is instantly restored. Ling Shuang smiles, explaining the snack brings good luck. She hopes he will defeat Jing University in the National University League and win first place. Ling Shuang then asks Xu Jingming to be the captain of the Magic City U team for the league. Looking at the snack packet, Xu Jingming accepts the role, vowing to win the championship no matter what. Pleased, Ling Shuang promises to post the final team list on the school website the next morning. The next morning, excited students gather outside to check their phones for the new team roster. The announcement lists freshman Xu Jingming as captain, senior Kong Shi as vice captain, and senior Yao Fang as a member. Some students worry that having a freshman captain is too risky, suggesting Kong Shi instead. Others argue that Kong Shi, a Tier 4 mid-rank, can't beat Jing University's Tier 4 high-rank fighters, making Xu Jingming their only real chance to win. Li Chengji stares at his phone in shock. He realizes how strong Xu Jingming must be to become captain and bitterly admits he can't compare himself to a monster like him. Walking on campus, Qi Dongxia congratulates her friend Song Chu-kyu, teasing that her man is now captain. Song Chu-kyu deflects, insisting nothing is official between her and Xu Jingming. Qi Dongxia points out that Song Chu-kyu visited him on New Year's Eve, surprised she couldn't win him over when they were alone. Song Chu-kyu reveals she actually brought senior sister Jiang along. Exasperated, Qi Dongxia asks why she would bring a romantic rival. Song Chu-kyu explains that Jiang is a good person, and she would have felt guilty sneaking around. When Qi Dongxia asks how anyone can share romance, Song Chu-kyu admits she doesn't mind sharing with Jiang, who feels the same way. Shi Dongxia facepalms in utter disbelief at her friend. Song Chukyu reasons that with Xu Jingming's fast growth, he will attract many women. It is easier to accept sharing him with someone she already likes. Shi Dongxia drops the argument. Song Chukyu adds that it is too early anyway since Xu Jingming hasn't accepted either of them yet. Qidongxia warns her not to wait. Once the league ends, Xu Jingming will be famous and attract even better girls. The thought of better girls approaching Xu Jingming strikes a nerve with Song Chukyu. She gets serious, realizing she really needs to hurry up and make her move. At his master's house, Yang Zhentian praises Xu Jingming's decisive actions in the secret realm after hearing the details from senior brother Jiang. He tells Xu Jingming that eliminating threats entirely is the best way to avoid future trouble. Xu Jingming humbly replies he only took those risks because of the protective talismans from Yang Zhentian and Principal Ling. Yang Zhentian says his talisman was meant to be used, but urges Xu Jingming to repay Principal Ling for her protection. Xu Jingming agrees. Curious, Yang Zhentian asks about his current combat power. Xu Jingming reveals his base strength is at the peak of Tier 4, but with his Thunder Pole state, he can fight a Tier 5 low-rank opponent. Yang Zhentian is shocked that a Tier 3 student has the power to fight a Tier 5 expert. Xu Jingming explains that good luck helped his indestructible Thunder Body break through to the 5th stage. Yang Zhentian notes that Principal Ling is facing heavy online criticism over her team roster. He urges Xu Jingming to use his strength to prove her right. Xu Jingming asks if he should challenge Vice Captain Kong Shi. Yang Zhentian suggests a simpler method. Just take first place on the school's glory ranking, which Kong Shi currently holds. Xu Jingming realizes he completely forgot about the virtual training system, admitting he previously thought it was useless. Yang Zhentian encourages him to try it, assuring him it is very useful. Inside the practical training building, students walk past rows of advanced virtual reality stasis pods. Two students chat nearby. One boasts he will pass the 10th floor and reach 10,000 combat power, but his friend reminds him that fighting 20 Tier 2 beasts at once is impossible for his rank. A staff member escorts Xu Jingming to a top-tier virtual cabin reserved for S-class students. Nearby students recognize Xu Jingming. Excited that the S-rank freshman is finally training, they post the news online to see if he can beat Kong Shi. The campus forums explode with debate over who is stronger, the Thunder Emperor or the Iron Bear. Everyone is eager to see Xu Jingming's actual combat power. Xu Jingming gets into the stasis unit. The glass closes over him while the staff member monitors the terminal. Inside, the AI, Eva, explains that the system will simulate a body matching his exact physical strength. She asks him to release his combat abilities to calibrate the system. Xu Jingming tells her to begin. The pod scans his physical data and synchronizes his body before starting the transfer. Xu Jingming closes his eyes as a bright light transports his mind into the simulation. He appears in a grand hall with white pillars, standing before a giant marble monument. He recognizes it as the university's ranking board and is impressed that it displays over 4,200 students. At the top, Kong Shi holds first place with over 500,000 combat power. Xu Jingming finally understands why students doubt him. The gap between an unranked freshman and the top senior looks massive. A fairy-like holographic girl appears. Introducing herself as Eva, she welcomes him and tells him to choose a B-class battlesuit and weapon. Holographic weapons float in the air. Eva explains he just needs to tap one to equip it and can adjust its weight. Xu Jingming reaches for a long spear. Now equipped with a dark combat suit and his spear, Eva asks if he is ready. Xu Jingming confirms. Eva counts down and starts the first floor's trial as a magic circle glows behind her. Xu Jingming is transported to a quiet, grassy field, holding his spear. A herd of massive, red-eyed rhino beasts charges out of the mist directly toward him. Calmly, Xu Jingming shoots golden lightning from his free hand. The massive explosion instantly destroys the beasts. Transported back to the hall, Eva says he passed the first floor and offers a rest. Xu Jingming tells her to continue without stopping. In the senior dormitory, a group of senior students complain about the team announcement. They argue that Kong Shi, a Tier 4 mid-rank, is better suited to be captain than a freshman. However, Kong Shi calmly defends the choice, stating Xu Jingming's raw strength fully qualifies him. A frustrated friend says he will fight the freshman himself. Kong Shi dismisses the idea, trusting Principal Ling has her reasons. Another student checks his phone and interrupts. He says the forums are blowing up because Xu Jingming just entered the virtual trial, and everyone is eager to see his ranking. Kong Shi and a senior student are checking the virtual trial rankings in the lounge. The student is shocked to see Xu Jingming jump to 42nd place with 214,000 combat power from a 0 score. Kong Shi asks him to check when Xu Jingming started the trial. Checking his device, the senior reveals Xu Jingming started only 3 minutes ago. Kong Shi calculates that reaching this score so fast means Xu Jingming already cleared the 20th floor, averaging an impossible 9 seconds per floor. The other student joins them, confirming that forum posts are reporting the same progress, proving it isn't a system error. The senior guesses that while lightning users clear floors faster, the upcoming 21st floor should be hard enough to stall him. The standing student agrees. He explains the 21st floor has a Tier 4 low-rank beast, and passing it to reach 240,000 combat power marks the university's top students. Suddenly, he looks at his phone in shock. He shouts that Xu Jingming already cleared the 21st floor. He thinks it should be impossible to keep that instant kill speed on the 22nd floor, which has 20 Tier 4 low-rank beasts. A phone update shows Xu Jingming reached 35th place with 244,000 combat power. The senior nervously reports that Xu Jingming passed the 22nd floor and instantly killed the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor, shocked by his insane power. Stressed, Kongshi admits Xu Jingming is much stronger than he expected. Meanwhile, on the 23rd floor, Xu Jingming stands unharmed beside the defeated armored earth dragon. The AI, Eva, cheerfully tells him the university forum is exploding with posts about his fast clearing speed. Xu Jingming stays calm, knowing his fast progress is normal since he has an SS rank ability. Eva tells him he cleared the 23rd floor and asks if he wants to rest. Xu Jingming commands her to continue. Eva starts the 24th floor trial, revealing it features 5 Tier 4 mid-rank armored earth dragons. The pack of green-scaled dragons immediately charges forward. Xu Jingming summons a sphere of golden lightning. Leaping into the air, he throws it directly at the beasts. The lightning sphere explodes on impact, instantly destroying the monsters. Eva congratulates him, stating his combat power has passed 400,000, placing him in the top 10. She reveals the 25th floor features a Tier 4 peak storm thunderbear and asks if he wants to rest. Smiling at the familiar beast, Xu Jingming declines the rest. He wants to test his strength and see if he can kill it with a single punch. As the 25th floor starts, Xu Jingming asks what his rank will be if he wins. Eva explains the students ranked 2nd to 7th are stuck on this floor. Kongshi is the only one who cleared it, taking half an hour. She confirms Xu Jingming will take first place if he beats his time. A massive storm thunderbear appears on the battlefield, crackling with electricity. Xu Jingming remembers his hard fight against this species in the real world. Confident this will be easier, he stores his spear for close combat. Covering his body in golden lightning, he rushes at the beast, ready to punch. The bear roars and tries to crush him. Before the bear can react, Xu Jingming lands a lightning punch on its chest, creating a golden shockwave. The strong strike completely destroys the beast in a flash of light. Back in the virtual hall, Eva praises his clean fighting style. She confirms his one-hit victory gives him first place on the leaderboard. Outside, the students are in an uproar over the rankings. They are amazed to see Xu Jingming claim first place with 510,000 combat power. They marvel that he easily beats Kongshi and can't believe he cleared the trial in just 5 minutes. Kongshi stares at the leaderboard in shock. He asks his friends how long it took Xu Jingming to jump from 400,000 to 510,000 combat power. The senior replies it took less than 20 seconds. The other guy is also stunned, knowing the 25th floor has a Tier 4 peak storm thunderbear. He wonders what kind of monster Xu Jingming is to instantly kill it. Wondering if an S-rank ability is really that powerful, the senior listens as Kongshi admits the massive gap between them. Kongshi accepts that Principal Ling was right to make the freshman the team captain. Back inside, Eva creates a digital pen and board. She congratulates Xu Jingming and tells him to sign his name to claim his rank. Xu Jingming signs his name on the screen. The system updates, showing his name at the top with a score of 514,000. Feeling proud, Xu Jingming asks if he is the first Tier 3 high-rank student in history to clear the 25th floor. Eva teases him before revealing he isn't the first. Surprised, Xu Jingming asks who did it before him. Eva explains that a century ago, a boy named Qian Liang with an SS rank ability cleared the 25th floor at the same level. Xu Jingming recognizes the name from history, remembering the prodigy died exploring ancient ruins before reaching Tier 8. Eva asks if he wants to continue, and he confirms. Curious, Xu Jingming asks how far Qian Liang went. Eva says he died on the 26th floor after defeating only 3 of the 5 Tier 4 peak beasts. Smirking, Xu Jingming declares he will break that old record right now. Eva starts the 26th floor trial. He is transported to the battlefield, immediately surrounded by 5 storm thunderbears. The beasts split up to attack from different directions. Xu Jingming praises their tactics but dismisses them as useless while gathering lightning in his hand. He summons a giant hand of golden lightning from the sky. It slams into the ground, causing a massive explosion that instantly kills all the bears in one hit. Back in the hall, Eva congratulates him for clearing the 26th floor, bringing his combat power to 710,000. Xu Jingming predicts the 27th floor will have a Tier 5 low-rank beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts. Seeing his next opponent is a Tier 5 Earth Black Wolf, he notes its strong defensive skills. Since this is his first time fighting a Tier 5 beast head-on, he decides to take a break. Eva grants him a 3-minute rest. Slightly tired from his fast climb, Xu Jingming sits down to breathe. Outside, the students notice Xu Jingming finally paused. The senior asks Kong Shi what could be on the 27th floor. Kong Shi guesses it might be a Tier 5 beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts. The standing student doubts it is a Tier 5 beast, feeling the jump in difficulty is unlikely. Kong Shi agrees, assuming it is a horde of Tier 4 monsters, but worries the sheer numbers will be hard to beat. Inside, the rest ends and the 27th floor starts. Golden lightning surges around Xu Jingming. Equipping his spear, Xu Jingming activates his thunder armor, covering his body in purple and gold electricity. Ready for the threat, he dares his opponent to attack. The massive Earth Black Wolf roars in response. It stomps its paws, channeling power into the ground. This causes sharp boulders to fall from the sky like a meteor shower aimed at Xu Jingming. Spinning his spear fast, Xu Jingming deflects the heavy rocks. He feels their impact and gets excited, noting it has been a long time since he faced such strong attacks. Finding an opening, Xu Jingming jumps and thrusts his electric spear toward the wolf. The wolf reacts quickly, raising a thick rock pillar from the ground to block the attack. Xu Jingming doesn't stop, hitting the pillar with so much force that it shatters into pieces. As the dust settles, Xu Jingming realizes the beast used the wall as a distraction and moved. Caught off guard, Xu Jingming looks up to see the wolf lunging down at him from above the broken rocks, jaws wide open for an ambush. During his virtual trial, Xu Jingming takes a harsh claw strike to the shoulder from the Earth Black Wolf. As blood splatters, he realizes his current defense cannot easily withstand a Tier 5 beast's attacks. He fires bolts of lightning, but the Earth Black Wolf easily evades. Analyzing the situation, Xu Jingming notes the beast's incredible speed renders his S-class ranged lightning attacks ineffective. He concludes his only option is close-quarters combat. He lunges forward with his spear, trading fierce blows as the wolf aggressively counters. Xu Jingming blocks a massive swipe from the beast, creating a powerful shockwave. He leaps back to create some necessary distance. Charging his spear with crackling green lightning, Xu Jingming swings with immense force, clashing directly against the wolf's heavy claws. Pushing his power to the absolute limit, Xu Jingming transforms. His hair flares up as explosive golden lightning erupts around him, and he unleashes a devastating attack that shatters the ground, sending rocks hurtling into the wolf. Observing the simulation, the AI Eva is highly impressed. She remarks on his exceptional S-class strength, noting he is the first 19-year-old in a century to display Tier 5 combat power. She adds his tactical intelligence makes him even deadlier than the beast. The grueling battle finally ends with the massive wolf defeated and bleeding out. A completely exhausted Xu Jingming kneels nearby, using his spear for support. He pants heavily, struggling to catch his breath. Transported to the pristine virtual hall alongside Eva, Xu Jingming reflects on the fight. He realizes lacking an S-class spear technique made the battle much harder. He decides to head into the wilderness soon to harvest ability points for a new technique. Eva enthusiastically congratulates him, announcing his combat power skyrocketed to a record-breaking 1,010,000 points. Xu Jingming is surprised by the massive score jump. Eva explains defeating a Tier 5 beast is a rare feat that grants a huge boost. She asks if he wishes to attempt the 28th floor, revealing the next challenge will be 5 Tier 5 low-rank Earth Black Wolves. He agrees to proceed but requests a short break to recover his stamina. News of his 1 million combat power score spreads rapidly, causing a massive uproar on campus. Confident Magic City U will now easily dominate the National University League. Excited students rush toward the training tower to see the results. Senior students are stunned by the revelation that a Tier 3 student could defeat a Tier 5 beast. Kong Shi teases his friend, asking if he still plans to challenge Xu Jingming's position as team captain. The previously boastful student nervously drops his phone, admitting someone with 1 million combat power could crush him with a single finger. Young Gentian checks the ranking updates on his phone with a proud smile. He reflects that a Tier 3 defeating a Tier 5 is an incredibly rare global achievement, even for SS rank users, and marvels how his most independent student is also his strongest. As the team's coach, Yang Gentian realizes he must completely revise their tournament strategy to revolve around Xu Jingming's immense power. He notes Vice Principal Ling Shuang can finally stop worrying about the pushback against her captaincy choice. Relaxing on a plush sofa, Vice Principal Ling Shuang smiles warmly at her phone. She realizes Xu Jingming intentionally pushed for a high score to publicly validate her decision to appoint him as captain, appreciating his effort. A fully energized Xu Jingming activates his golden lightning and tells Eva he is ready to begin the 28th floor. He is instantly transported to the battlefield, surrounded by a magic circle and 5 snarling Earth Black Wolves. The pack immediately launches a coordinated assault, hurling a relentless barrage of heavy boulders at him. Xu Jingming frantically spins his spear to deflect the incoming rocks, finding the sheer volume of the combined attack overwhelming. The defense proves too strenuous, and one of the wolves finds an opening, lunging in to viciously bite his shoulder before tossing him into the air. Overwhelmed by the pack's combined might, Xu Jingming cries out as the 5 Tier 5 beasts swarm him, violently tearing his simulated body apart. The simulation abruptly ends, a glowing magic circle appearing above the battlefield as the system resets. Xu Jingming's avatar respawns in the virtual hall, his body still partially pixelated. Eva gently informs him he failed the 28th floor trial. Calmly inspecting his digital hands, Xu Jingming accepts the loss, acknowledging it was expected against such odds, though he notes the simulated death experience was quite strange. Eva explains the simulation's death sequence merely strips away sensory inputs to protect the user's brain, noting that while she could simulate true death, it carries a high risk of actual mental damage. Curious, Xu Jingming asks what the 29th floor trial consists of. Eva playfully notes she normally wouldn't share that with someone who failed, but makes an exception for an S-class student. She reveals the 29th floor features a single Tier 5 mid-rank Earth Black Wolf, while the 30th floor contains 5 of them. She mentions the virtual trial currently only goes up to 30 floors. Surprised by the low cap, Xu Jingming questions why the simulation is so short. Eva crosses her arms and dryly reminds him normal students aren't monsters like him. Since most seniors graduate at a Tier 4 mid-rank, 30 floors are more than sufficient. Smiling confidently, Xu Jingming remarks the university will soon need to program additional floors just to accommodate him. Eva playfully tells him to clear the 30th floor before making such demands. As his avatar dissolves to log out, she informs him taking first place on the leaderboard earns a seasonal reward of 2,000 credits, which has already been deposited into his student account. Xu Jingming opens his eyes as his physical stasis pod deactivates. Stepping out of the advanced machine, he inspects his hand and marvels at the university's technology, reflecting that aside from the painless death, the virtual environment felt indistinguishable from reality. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when he looks up, visibly startled by something outside his pod. A massive crowd of students has gathered in the training facility, surrounding his stasis machine as they eagerly wait for him to emerge. The students cheer wildly, hyping up his incredible 1 million combat power and referring to him by his moniker, the Thunder Emperor. They enthusiastically urge him to secure first place in the upcoming league, with one girl begging for his autograph. Surrounded by the cheering mob, an overwhelmed but amused Xu Jingming smiles awkwardly, noting to himself just how enthusiastic his schoolmates are. After finally getting away from the excited crowd, Xu Jingming runs into Song Qiuqiu. She cheerfully congratulates him on officially taking first place on the leaderboard. He modestly brushes it off as a standard performance. Changing the topic, Song Qiuqiu reminds him of his promise to spar with her after his return from the secret realm, asking if he is free that afternoon. Xu Jingming playfully teases her, asking if she hasn't suffered enough defeats. She confidently raises her fist, challenging him to beat her into submission if he actually has the skill. Amused, he reminds her how easily he defeated both her and Jiang Chuxuan. He agrees to the spar, but tells her it will have to wait until the evening, as he has a mandatory team training session. She happily agrees to find him later. As she watches him leave, a blushing Song Qiuqiu marvels at his rapid growth, secretly hoping her romantic advances will be successful tonight. Yaofang and Kong Shi arrive at a specialized circular room equipped with advanced training pods. Yaofang asks his teammate how he feels about losing his top rank. Kong Shi replies calmly that he harbors no ill will, acknowledging Xu Jingming's immense strength proves he truly deserves the first place title. Shen Dongling, accompanied by a blue-haired senior student, appears and praises his mature mindset. The blue-haired student notices someone approaching and alerts the group. Xu Jingming enters the room, smiling and politely greeting his senior teammates as he arrives for their scheduled practice. Xu Jingming steps into the training facility and finds his teammates, including Shen Dongling, Yaofang, and Kong Shi, waiting for him. Seeing him arrive, they respectfully greet him as their captain. Coach Yang Zhentian gathers the team and tells everyone to get into the virtual stealth cabins so they can start their practice. In a flash of light, the entire team is brought into a bright, empty virtual space. Once they settle in, the coach explains that their upcoming matches will test how well they work together, so he starts a round of introductions to help everyone understand each other's powers. He goes over the team lineup, mentioning that they have 8 members in total, with 5 starting players and 3 substitutes. The coach starts with their vice-captain, Kong Shi. He explains that Kong Shi has an A-rank ability called Solid Iron Giant Bear, which massively boosts his strength and allows him to fight on the front line as their main tank. Next, he introduces Shen Dongling as the team's assassin with her A-rank Demon Moon Blood Fox ability, and Yao Fang as their ranged mage who uses the A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul. The last starting member is Gu Wan. She is the team's support player, using her myriad turning spiritual light to heal injuries and boost her teammates' power. Moving on to the substitutes, the coach introduces Tao Guan, a warrior with the A-rank bronze body. He also introduces Li Changfeng, a mage using the A-rank abyssal karmic fire, and Su Ruoyun, a support player with the A-rank gentle spirit water. With the rest of the team introduced, the coach turns to Xu Jingming, getting ready to formally explain their captain's powers. Yao Fong casually cuts the coach off, saying there is no need for an explanation since everyone already knows their captain is a rare S-rank awakener. The coach quickly corrects him, shocking everyone by revealing that Xu Jingming is actually an SS rank with the lightning ability Dutian Divine Lightning. Yao Fang and Shen Dongling just stare at their captain in total disbelief. A wave of awe washes over the team as they process this incredible power. Yao Fang points out that this explains why their captain's lightning turned golden, while others whisper among themselves, trying to figure out how his ability managed to evolve into an SS rank. The coach tells them to focus on the reality of the SS rank ability instead of how it happened. He then goes over the tournament rules, explaining that players are limited to using A-class battlesuits and S-class weapons to keep things fair. Holograms of high-tier armor and weapons appear around them. The coach explains they can pick from these virtual items, but they can also upload the data of their own real-life weapons for future practice sessions. Xu Jingming grabs a standard virtual spear and realizes these limits are in place to give normal schools a fair chance against elite universities that could easily hand out SSS class gear. He decides to upload his own Flowing Cloud Golden Edge spear before their next session. Before starting their teamwork drills, the coach asks everyone to show off their skills so the team knows what to expect. He tells Xu Jingming to go first, and the captain asks if he should show them everything. The coach nods, explaining that seeing his full power will help the team figure out the best strategies for their matches. Xu Jingming readies his spear and tells the group that his fighting style mixes spear attacks, close combat, and ranged spells, adding that he will show them one by one. As he grips his weapon, golden lightning erupts around him. The team watches in awe, amazed at how much more dangerous and beautiful his SS rank energy looks in person compared to video recordings. He starts his showcase with a blur of fast strikes, throwing multiple chain lightning spears that tear through the air. Moving smoothly to his next moves, he casts a thunder prison to lock down the area, throws a focused thunder spear, and finishes with a heavy lightning punch to show off his close-range damage. Watching from the side, Li Changfeng and Gu Wan are blown away by their captain's strength. Li confidently says they are guaranteed to win, while Gu Wan secretly wonders if her support skills will even do anything for someone this strong. Taking a pause, Xu Jingming stands with his spear sparking with electricity. He casually tells his stunned teammates that this was just a warm-up, and he is now going to show them his S-rank combat skills. Lai Changfeng and Gu Wan are completely speechless, staring in shock as they realize the crazy attacks they just saw were barely the beginning. Xu Jingming turns on his S-rank indestructible thunder body and layers it with his Hell Thunder armor. His hair flares wildly with golden energy, causing Tao Guan to sweat as he realizes the captain's lightning armor is way tougher than his own bronze body. Switching back to offense, Xu Jingming fires off his heavenly lightning technique. The massive blast of magic tears across the virtual field, leaving the team stunned that he has mastered yet another S-rank move. Even after causing so much destruction, Xu Jingming calmly mentions that this attack is still not his strongest. He gathers blazing red lightning at his fingertip, getting ready to show them his ultimate trump card. He fires the attack, bringing down a giant fiery finger from the sky that crashes into the ground. The impact creates a massive explosion, covering the battlefield in blinding light and fire. When the smoke finally clears, Shen Dongling and Yao Fang slowly walk up to the edge of a giant glowing crater. They stare at it in shock, unable to believe a student could cause this much damage. Scared by the blast, Kongshi asks the coach how tough the virtual floor actually is. When the coach says it is as strong as C-class alloy, Kongshi goes pale, realizing a human hit by that attack would be turned into ashes instantly. Seeing this crazy power makes the rest of the team feel a bit useless. Tao Guan laughs nervously, saying they won't even need to fight if the captain starts with that move, and Shen Dongling sighs, agreeing that their presence feels completely pointless. Realizing how crazy this is, Tao Guan begs the coach to make Xu Jingming hold back during the real games. The coach just brushes him off, telling the team they better move fast if they actually want to fight before their captain destroys the other team. Looking at his powerhouse student, the coach smiles to himself. He remembers losing badly to Jing University last year, but now he is totally sure that with Xu Jingming on their side, they won't lose again. Xu Jingming wraps up his display, saying that covers all the combat moves he has learned. The coach then tells the rest of the team to show their powers so they can finally start practicing together. The teammates quickly activate their abilities all at once, filling the virtual space with flashy bursts of ice, fire, water, blood red energy, and heavy armor. Curious about how their powers might mix, Guwon walks over to Xu Jingming. She asks to test her buffs on him, feeling unsure if her A-rank support skills will even work on an SS-rank fighter. Xu Jingming agrees, and Guwon covers him in a glowing green light. He is seriously impressed when he feels his power jump by 30%, instantly realizing why every team needs a good support player. Once they finish their teamwork drills, the coach calls it a day. He dismisses everyone else but tells Xu Jingming to stay behind. The rest of the team waves goodbye and logs out, their virtual bodies fading away. Now alone, the coach tells his student that they need to talk about their battle plan. Xu Jingming just nods and tells his teacher to go ahead and speak his mind. The coach explains that the tournament has a tough format where they have to fight multiple top schools back to back. He asks Xu Jingming if he is ready to stay on the battlefield for every single match without taking a break, and the captain just smiles and accepts the challenge without a second thought. Xu Jingming is just leaving team practice when his phone suddenly rings. He answers to a flustered Song Chukyu, who asks him to come straight to her dorm, explaining that her new battle suit is too inconvenient to wear outside. Xu Jingming agrees without hesitation and immediately makes his way over. As he walks, however, he can't help but wonder what she means. Why would a battle suit, of all things, be inconvenient to wear outside? He soon arrives at her luxurious residence and rings the bell at the front gate. Her roommate, Chi Dongxia, greets him with a knowing smile, inviting him inside and pointing him toward the second-floor training room where Song Chukyu is waiting. Xu Jingming finds her mischievous smile a bit odd, but he shrugs it off and heads upstairs. He pushes open the training room door and freezes on the spot, completely taken aback by the sight that meets his eyes. Song Chukyu stands there in a brand new, skin-tight futuristic battlesuit, blue and white, with a large, revealing cutout around her stomach. Blushing furiously, Xu Jingming quickly averts his gaze. Song Chukyu explains it's a new high-tech suit designed to reduce wind resistance, and noticing his reaction, asks if it looks strange. A still flustered Xu Jingming assures her it looks perfectly fine. Pleased with his answer, Song Chukyu beams. She secretly celebrates the success of her plan. She intentionally bought a smaller size to test his reaction and can feel his excitement through her light ability. Ready for their spar, she summons her halberd from a storage ring in a flash of fiery light. Taking a fighting stance, she lays out the rules. He has to lower his strength to a tier 2 low rank, giving her a chance to finally beat him. Accepting the challenge with a smile, Xu Jingming starts to take off his long coat. Tossing it aside, he confidently declares that he has grown much stronger and can defeat her with just his bare hands. Unfazed, Song Chukyu tightens her grip on the halberd, warning him that she has been training hard too. She immediately lunges forward in a high-speed charge, thrusting her weapon straight at his chest. Xu Jingming casually leans back, the sharp tip of the halberd missing him by a hair's breadth. With lightning speed, his hand shoots out and clamps down on the weapon's shaft, stopping her attack cold. Using his grip as a pivot, Song Chukyu vaults through the air, gracefully flipping over his head and dodging his counterpunch. She lands smoothly behind him with a playful giggle, earning a compliment from Xu Jingming on her agile escape. They fall into a rapid exchange of blows. She unleashes a flurry of strikes as he effortlessly dodges and weaves, closing the distance until they stand face to face. The intense fight quickly wears Song Chukyu out. Panting and covered in sweat, she leans on her halberd for support while Xu Jingming stands nearby, looking completely unfazed. With a triumphant grin, he asks if she's finally ready to admit defeat and submit. Looking up with a mischievous smile, a breathless Song Chukyu concedes the spar but cheekily adds that losing doesn't mean she'll submit. He'll have to actually make it hurt to force that. Taking her challenge seriously, Xu Jingming's expression hardens. His power flares, his hair igniting in a brilliant golden yellow as he lunges forward with terrifying speed. Caught completely off guard by his sudden burst of power, Song Chukyu can only gasp as he closes the distance in an instant, stopping just inches from her face by grabbing her halberd. Snapping out of his battle focus, Xu Jingming quickly steps back with an awkward apology, admitting he briefly lost control. Still catching her breath, Song Chukyu reassures him it isn't his fault, guessing the aggressive surge comes from the dragon-type beast bloodline he'd absorbed. The intensity of the moment leaves a heavy romantic tension hanging in the air. Gathering her courage, Song Chukyu nervously asks if she can ask him something. Blushing, she looks him in the eye and boldly asks if he likes her. A question that leaves Xu Jingming momentarily stunned. His playful demeanor vanishes. He stares back into her eyes and sincerely confesses that yes, he does like her. Song Chukyu's eyes widen, and a deep blush spreads across her face as she is overwhelmed by his direct and honest answer. Overjoyed, she hastily stores her halberd in her spatial ring, excitedly asking if he really means it. Unable to contain her joy, she confesses her own feelings and leaps into his arms, asking him to officially be with her. Smiling warmly, Xu Jingming catches her and agrees. Without wasting a moment, he leans in for a deep kiss that catches her by surprise, pulling her close and lifting her slightly off the ground in a passionate embrace. When they part, a flustered Song Chu-kyu covers her mouth, shyly asking why he's never been so bold before. He playfully reasons that it would have made him a hooligan if they weren't officially a couple. Hearing his excuse, she turns her head away, playfully agreeing with his logic. She then leans in and gives him a quick, surprising kiss on the cheek. As Xu Jingming touches his face in surprise, she explains that since Zhang Chuchuan left a mark on him before, she wants to leave one of her own, making him marvel at how close the two must be. Song Q then praises her senior sister's character, boldly stating she wouldn't mind if he liked Zhang Chuxuan as well, an unexpected comment that leaves him bewildered. She steps closer, seriously explaining that an elite SS rank user like him is bound to attract multiple women, and she'd much rather share him with someone she likes, like Zhang Chuxuan, than with a stranger. Xu Jingming looks down, surprised by her open-mindedness, but gently points out that even if he does like their senior sister, Zhang Chuxuan might not want to join their new relationship. A sly smile creeps across Song Chu-kyu's face as she springs her trap, teasingly asking if that means he won't refuse as long as Zhang Chuchuan is willing, which makes him panic. Before he can answer, Song Chu-kyu turns to the doorway and calls out to Zhang Chuchuan, announcing that she heard everything and the final choice is hers. Completely stunned, Xu Jingming whips his head around, breaking into a nervous sweat as Zhang Chuxuan calmly steps into the room. Smiling, she walks toward him and playfully warns her junior brother not to go back on his word. Caught perfectly in their coordinated plan, a dumbfounded Xu Jingming stands speechless, realizing the two set this up all along. Trapped between the expectant gazes of the two smiling women, a sweating Xu Jingming sees no way out. Lowering his head with a resigned sigh, he accepts his fate, deciding that since good things come in pairs, he will keep his word. Delighted, Song Chu-kyu declares it settled. The three of them are now together. She hugs one of his arms tightly while Zhang Chuxuan warmly takes the other, suggesting they go for a late-night snack. Song Chu-kyu, however, insists on showering first since she's covered in sweat. She grabs Zhang Chuxuan's hand, inviting her to wash up together, and Zhang Chuxuan happily agrees. As the two girls start to walk away hand in hand, Song Chu-kyu glances back over her shoulder with a teasing look, asking if he'll wait there or join them in the shower. Flustered by the bold invitation, Xu Jingming is about to excitedly accept when Zhang Chuxuan shuts the idea down. She jokes that since he's so strong, he hasn't broken a sweat, so they'll just go by themselves. Left standing alone, a devastated Xu Jingming clenches his fists, comically crying anime tears as he screams internally about wanting to join them. After calming down, he lets out a defeated sigh. Despite the teasing, however, a genuine smile spreads across his face as he watches his two new girlfriends walk away. Reflecting with amusement on how a simple training session has absurdly ended with him getting two girlfriends at once. The next day, standing amidst the remains of massive beasts in the Wanshui wilderness area, Xu Jingming calculates that his newly accumulated 5,000 ability points will easily fund his current goals. Resting against his spear, he reflects on his rapid growth. In less than half a year, he can traverse this dangerous zone almost unopposed, with only a rare few mid-rank Tier 5 beasts still posing a legitimate threat. A sudden gleam of light in the dense forest catches his eye. Recognizing a rare type of glowing flora native to the zone, he decides to gather some. He reaches down and harvests a radiant golden 100-color flower, carefully collecting 3 vibrant bunches in total. Meanwhile, at the university, Vice Principal Ling Shuang reviews official files on a holographic screen projected by a floating drone in her office. At a gentle knock, she calls the visitor in. Xu Jingming enters, and Ling Shuang asks if he just returned from the wilderness. He confirms, explaining he has been hunting beasts to keep his real-world combat instincts razor-sharp. Ling Shuang commends his dedication to practical combat, agreeing that lifelike virtual trials cannot replace real-world experience. Xu Jingming is secretly amused that his hastily fabricated excuse has earned such high praise. Expressing gratitude for her words, Xu Jingming presents one of the glowing 100-color flowers, politely offering it as a souvenir from his expedition. Ling Shuang accepts the gift thoughtfully. Despite being a Tier 8 Grandmaster who regularly receives extravagant treasures, no one has ever gifted her a simple flower. A soft blush warms her cheeks as she hides a delighted smile behind the petals. Returning to business, Ling Shuang mentions his team's recent virtual training victories. She commends them for defeating one of the university's strongest legendary teams, noting the impressive feat of overcoming opponents peaking at mid-rank Tier 4. Xu Jingming humbly clarifies that they only faced the weaker of the 2 legendary squads. Ling Shuang reassures him it remains a remarkable achievement, admitting his team's proven capability finally allows her to relax before the tournament. Conjuring a glowing blue magic circle, Ling Shuang materializes a neat stack of 10 tickets and gracefully hands them to Xu Jingming as a return gift. Examining the red passes, Xu Jingming breaks into a nervous sweat. Recognizing them as ultra-rare premium inner field tickets for the National University League, he sheepishly admits the gift is too precious and feels he already owes her too much. Ling Shuang smiles gently, assuring him that an outstanding performance in the tournament will be the perfect repayment. Motivated by her encouragement, Xu Jingming confidently accepts the challenge. Later, strolling down a sunny campus street, Xu Jingming video calls his aunt to offer her the tournament tickets. She happily accepts, relieved because his cousin had been stressing over securing seats. Passing a local coffee shop, Xu Jingming mentally counts his remaining passes, planning to distribute the rest to his friends Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxuan. Right on cue, he hears his name called out and spots the two girls happily hurrying toward him down the paved path. Greeting them warmly, he produces two more radiant golden 100-color flowers, offering one to each visibly touched girl. Overjoyed by the unexpected gifts, they simultaneously plant a sweet kiss on his cheeks. Smiling at their affection, he pulls out the tournament tickets, asking how many they need to attend the upcoming event. Song Chukyu excitedly requests 2 so she can bring her friend Xiaoya, while a beaming Jiang Chuxuan only needs a single pass. Clinging to his arm, Song Chukyu explains she cannot see him off properly due to an early departure. Jiang Chuxuan apologetically adds she must also miss his farewell to take her level 3 pharmacist exam later that day. Smiling warmly, Xu Jingming gently pats Jiang Chuxuan's head and wishes her luck. He reassures them both, promising they will all reunite soon in Qingshu City for the main event. Arriving at the massive combat technique library, Xu Jingming decides to learn a new S-class spear technique to guarantee victory. Inside a private study room, he instructs the AI Eva to filter all S-class lightning attribute spear techniques. Eva projects the holographic files. With only 5 options available, Xu Jingming selects the thunder-piercing demon-killing spear. The system details how this skill forms a lightning net to drastically increase thrusting speed, culminating in a compressed thunder explosion. Highly satisfied with its destructive description, he asks Eva to retrieve the physical manual. An assistant promptly delivers a thick tome, and he dives into studying the material with intense focus. After intense study, the system deducts 3,200 ability points, confirming his successful acquisition of the beginner level. Closing the book with a sharp clap, he smiles, knowing the technique's explosive power perfectly suits his combat style. Leaning back with a relaxed stretch, he silently praises the system's instant learning feature. Realizing this new technique costs more points than his Thunder God finger, he feels incredibly eager to test its destructive potential. With his preparations incomplete, he instructs Eva to pull up the library's latest A-class lightning combat techniques. Among the new holographic files, an A-class technique called Lightning Shadow catches his eye. It utilizes energy to create a trailing clone that mirrors attacks, dealing up to 30% of the original damage for seamless combos. Recognizing its high tactical value, Xu Jingming realizes the clone's follow-up strikes will perfectly cover his vulnerable combat openings. If utilized correctly, this gives it the utility of an S-class skill. Pointing decisively at the display, he selects the Lightning Shadow technique, and Eva promptly confirms his choice. The next morning, a massive transport airship awaits the team on the athletic field. Standing near the boarding ramp, Zhou Ying expresses immense satisfaction with the sleek design of their official new uniforms. A massive crowd of students gathers to see them off, cheering fervently for Magic City U. They specifically hype up the Thunder Emperor, begging him to show no mercy and sweep the competition. Walking up the ramp alongside his teammates, Xu Jingming raises a hand in a confident wave to acknowledge their enthusiastic support. The airship's engines roar to life, ascending into the clear sky as they officially set off for the tournament. Over in Qingshu City, the sprawling host location for the event, Xu Ping addresses an orderly formation of uniformed students. He warns that their proximity to the number 5 demon lair demands absolute security, commanding them to display grand hospitality as representatives of Qingjing Superpower University. Shortly after, the Magic City U airship appears above the host city's landing zone. Observing its grand arrival, Xu Ping instructs an assistant to activate the guiding lights. The heavy transport ship touches down smoothly on the designated pad, kicking up powerful gusts of wind. As the team disembarks in their matching long coats, the waiting crowd buzzes with excitement. Onlookers recognize Kong Shi, whispering in awe about his mid-rank Tier 4 status, and excitedly point out the formidable presence of Shen Dongling. Finally, the crowd identifies the last member to emerge. The rapidly rising S-rank Thunder Emperor, Xu Jingming. Stepping out with a calm, focused expression, he knows the tournament has officially begun, and the time for hiding his true SS rank ability is over. Upon arriving in Qingshu City, Xu Ping welcomes Vice Principal Ling Shuang and the Magic City U team. He invites them to a lavish luncheon in their honor, which Ling Shuang politely accepts. Entering the elegant venue, the team is respectfully greeted by the staff. Their arrival quickly catches the attention of the other guests. 2 bystanders gossip about Xu Jingming. One praises the handsome S-rank captain, while the other scoffs at his Tier 3 level, assuming Magic City U is just using him as a promotional figurehead. Overhearing the remarks, Zhou Ying whispers to Xu Jingming that he is being looked down upon. Unfazed, he just smiles and replies that being underestimated makes things more interesting. Wang Qi, captain of Jing University's team, approaches and formally introduces himself to Xu Jingming. After a quick handshake, Wang Qi confidently says he looks forward to seeing them at the opening ceremony. He walks away with his teammate while Xu Jingming silently watches. Annoyed, Yao Fang calls Wang Qi arrogant, noting he acts like Jing Yu has already won. However, Zhou Ying points out the rival captain can afford to be cocky since he is a Tier 4 high rank with a pseudo-S rank ability called Heavenly Universe Meteorite. Clenching his fist, Yao Fang angrily vows to crush their overconfidence during the tournament, refusing to let Jing Yu repeat their past victory. Brushing off the tension, Xu Jingming suggests they focus on eating, mentioning he needs to head to the high-speed rail station soon to pick up his guests. Meanwhile, a train arrives at the city's rail station. Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di step off, admiring the beautiful architecture and excellent service of the busy terminal. Standing in the station, Tang Qi looks around expectantly, wondering what is taking Xu Jingming so long. Her wait is cut short when a smirking young man named Kei Liang approaches. Calling her a long-legged beauty, he boldly asks to exchange contact info. Unimpressed, Tang Qi coldly rejects him, firmly stating she does not give her number to strangers. Kaliang's teammates burst into laughter. A spiky-haired student jokes about their handsome friend finally getting rejected, while a pink-haired girl finds it so funny that she plans to tell their captain. Humiliated and furious, Kaliang's face twists in rage. He insults Tang Qi, calling her a snob and claiming she should feel honored he even asked. Angered by the disrespect, Zhou Mingyang steps forward protectively. A swirling aura of wind energy gathers around him as he demands to know what Kaliang just said. Kaliang smirks, amused that someone dares to challenge him. He unleashes his own overwhelming aura, making shocked bystanders note his power is at the peak of Tier 3. The commotion draws a crowd. They recognize Kaliang's group as the team from Baishan Superpower University, identifying him as the vice captain and wondering if a fight is about to break out. Sensing the huge gap in power, Zhou Mingyang breaks into a nervous sweat. Recognizing the danger, Tang Qi grabs his arm and urges him to leave, advising him not to stoop to the bully's level. One of Kaliang's teammates steps in to calm things down, reminding him they are there for the tournament and shouldn't ruin their university's reputation. Reluctantly backing down, Kaliang points aggressively at Zhou Mingyang. He warns he wouldn't let them off so easily if not for the tournament, then mocks Mingyang's weak Tier 1 status as unqualified to play hero. Spitting on the ground in disdain, Kaliang turns to storm off but abruptly crashes into someone standing right in his path. Startled, Kaliang looks up to find Xu Jingming towering over him. With glowing eyes and an intimidating glare, Jingming coldly asks if his own power is enough to stand up for his friends. When Kaliang is too scared to answer, Xu Jingming gathers golden lightning in his palm, coldly stating that his silence is answer enough. Without hesitation, Xu Jingming delivers a lightning-infused backhand slap across Kaliang's face. Blood sprays from the bully's mouth due to the sheer force of the blow. Before he can react, Xu Jingming grabs him by the hair and drives a brutal knee deep into his stomach, sending shockwaves through the air. Kaliang collapses heavily to the floor, coughing up blood and clutching his stomach while Xu Jingming stands over him. Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang's faces light up with relief as they call out to their friend. The Baishan students rush to help their injured vice captain. Recognizing Xu Jingming as the formidable captain of Magic City U, the spiky-haired student warns the others not to fight back, deciding to wait for their own captain instead. Meanwhile, an excited bystander records the incident on his phone, loudly telling his viewers that Magic City's S-rank captain just beat up Baishan's vice captain. The spiky-haired Baishan student glares at Xu Jingming and angrily asks why he attacked their vice captain without provocation. Xu Jingming points at Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang, explaining that while they didn't provoke him directly, they made the mistake of harassing his cousin and friend. Hearing this, a bloodied Kaliang looks up in panic. The crowd parts as a young man with grayish-blue hair pushes his way through. He is Ji Hui, the captain of the Baishan team. Ji Hui sighs, asking his team how they managed to cause such a huge scene in the short time it took him to pay a bill. Turning to Xu Jingming, Ji Hui acknowledges his identity. Even though his own team was wrong first, Ji Hui criticizes Jingming, saying his extreme violence is unacceptable for fellow tournament participants. Unfazed by the lecture, Xu Jingming calmly asks Ji Hui which university they represent, noting they must also be in the tournament. Insulted that Xu Jingming beat his vice captain without even knowing who they were, Ji Hui introduces himself as the Baishan captain. Pointing accusingly, he threatens to report the incident, reminding Jingming that private brawls violate rules and risk disqualification unless he apologizes. With a confident smile, Xu Jingming completely ignores the threat, casually inviting Ji Hui to go ahead and file the report. Gritting his teeth, Ji Hui realizes he cannot intimidate the Magic City captain. Cursing Xu Jingming's ruthlessness, he reluctantly orders his team to retreat. The Baishan students help their battered vice captain and walk away as Jingming's group watches. Tang Qi nervously asks if this incident will affect his tournament eligibility. Xu Jingming reassures her, explaining that they were in the right and organizers won't disqualify a major team over a minor dispute. Away from the station, the spiky-haired student asks Ji Hui if they are really dropping the matter. An exasperated Ji Hui admits his threat was just a bluff, explaining that a top team like Magic City U wouldn't be disqualified over a small fight anyway. Rubbing the bridge of his nose in stress, Ji Hui voices a deeper concern. He warns his team that the conflict is far from over, suspecting Xu Jingming will not let them off easily. Clutching his bruised stomach, a battered Keiliang is shocked, wondering if Xu Jingming would actually retaliate privately after already beating him so badly. Ji Hai turns back with a grim expression, correcting him. He clarifies that his real fear is Xu Jingming taking revenge legally inside the Panic strikes the Baishan students, who dread being brutally crushed in an official match. Sporting a black eye and missing teeth, a traumatized Keiliang clasps his hands in prayer, begging the heavens they don't get matched against Magic City U. Captain Ji Hui talks to his team about how hard it was to reach the top 10 of the tournament. He tells Wang Ming to act as a substitute and take the field if their teammate Keiliang gets badly hurt in the upcoming matches. Keiliang is still kneeling on the floor, looking beaten up. He nervously asks his captain if things are really that bad. Frustrated, Ji Hui scolds Keiliang for being scared and hopes the strong Magic City team won't be too cruel to them. Outside the train station, Tang Qi tells Xu Jingming to hurry up. Xu Jingming checks his phone, pauses, and casually says he is still waiting to pick someone up. Tang Qi gets curious and asks who he is waiting for. Xu Jingming smiles and says he is waiting for his girlfriend. This surprises Tang Qi. Mengdi jokes that the mystery girl is probably a beauty with long legs. Soon after, Song Qiuqiu arrives and waves happily as she walks over with her roommate, Qi Dongxia. Xu Jingming introduces Song Qiuqiu to the group as his girlfriend and also introduces Qi Dongxia. Song Qiuqiu looks at the new people and asks Xu Jingming to introduce them properly. Xu Jingming introduces his cousin Tang Qi and his friends from Jiang City, Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di to his girlfriend. Tang Qi quickly compliments Song Qiuqiu on her looks. Meng Di then proudly reminds Tang Qi that her guess about the girl was totally right. Song Qiuqiu smiles at Tang Qi and uses her power to create 3 glowing red potion bottles. She gives them to Xu Jingming's friends as a gift, saying it is an affordable B-class item that could help them. As Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di hold the glowing bottles, Zhou Mingyang is completely shocked. He can hardly believe she called this valuable B-class item cheap, since he knows each bottle is worth at least 5 or 6 million. Xu Jingming suggests they go back to pack their bags. He asks Tang Qi where her hotel is so they can take her there. Tang Qi says it is about a kilometer away, near the train station. Xu Jingming notes that the station is far from the tournament stadium. Tang Qi sighs and explains that because the event is so popular, all the closer hotels were booked a long time ago. Thinking the distance is a problem, Song Qiuqiu jumps in and mentions she has a few villas near the stadium. She invites Tang Qi to stay with them to make things easier. Zhou Mingyang starts sweating as he listens. He knows Qingshu City is a rich area where villas cost hundreds of millions and are very hard to buy. He is amazed by how wealthy Song Qiuqiu's family must be. Tang Qi politely accepts the offer and says sorry for the trouble. Song Qiuqiu warmly tells her that Xu Jingming's cousin is like her own family, so it is no trouble at all. Song Qiuqiu takes out her phone and calls Uncle Hua, telling him to come pick them up. Soon after, a line of luxury cars stops by the road. Several men in black suits and sunglasses get out. The head bodyguard, Uncle Hua, respectfully calls Song Qiuqiu the eldest miss. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di are totally amazed. Zhou Mingyang feels the men's energy and realizes even the driver is at least a high tier 3 user. Meng Di thinks that any of these bodyguards would be a huge deal back in their hometown. Acting like it is normal, Song Qiuqiu casually invites a shocked Tang Qi to get into the luxury car. A serious bodyguard holds the door open as Tang Qi nervously gets into the large back seat. Inside the car, Song Qiuqiu leans toward Xu Jingming, asking for praise on how she handled things. He tells her she did a good job, but gently adds that bringing her staff all the way from Sichuan province was not needed. Song Qiuqiu corrects him, saying these guards were already in Qingshu City and she just called them over for a bit. Surprised, Xu Jingming asks if her family's main base isn't at Devil's Cave No. 7. Leaning against his arm, she explains that Devil's Cave No. 7 is just their main area, but the strong Song family is active in all the other major caves too. Hearing this, Xu Jingming thinks about how scary the power and wealth of a great grandmaster family really is. The next day, the National University League begins at a huge modern stadium filled with helicopters and excited crowds. In the stands, Tang Qi looks around in wonder and notes that top groups from the country have sent elite Tier 7 grandmasters to lead their teams. Song Qiuqiu points out that the tournament is the best place to find new talent, so no major power would skip it. Fireworks go off in the sky above the large, open stadium to start the tournament. On stage, the host, Feng Lei, welcomes the loud crowd and begins introducing the 10 universities for the team matches. He starts by introducing the defending champions, Qingjing Ability University, followed by Jing University, as the strong teams walk out. Feng Lo then hypes up the entrance of the team that got second place last year. With a loud voice, the host announces Magic City Ability University, led by their captain Xu Jingming. The team walks onto the field looking confident and focused. The introductions keep going smoothly as Feng Lei calls out the next team to enter. Many other strong university teams walk into the large arena and take their spots on the field under the bright lights. Finally, the host introduces this year's rising team, the Baishan team. Captain Jihui leads his serious squad out of the tunnel, including the recently beaten Ke Liang. When all teams are ready, Feng Lei explains the event rules. There are 3 parts: the team match, the individual match, and the survival match. He says the team and individual games will happen first before moving to the exciting prize announcements. The winning team will get custom S-Class battle suits for every member. The solo winner gets a huge 30 cubic meter space ring. The survival winner will get a grade 6 protective charm found in an ancient ruin, known for its strong defense. The amazing prizes shock the audience. People in the stands are amazed by how generous the organizers are. They talk about how crazy expensive it is to give out full sets of S-Class battle suits and agree this will make the fights harder than ever. Down on the field, Xu Jingming smiles with confidence. Listening to the prizes, he thinks that these rewards are exactly the top items he needs. Moving things along, Feng Lei explains the rules for the team match. Every university must fight the other 9 in a single round. There will be 5 matches each day over a tough 9-day period. Building the excitement, the host points to the large screen to show the opening match. The board lights up, showing the first fight of the tournament, Magic City Ability University against Baishan Ability University. Soon, a blue energy shield flashes across the arena to show how the safety system works. Feng Lu explains that a smart energy shield will automatically turn on to protect any fighter facing a deadly attack. But he adds that using this shield means you are kicked out of the match right away. With the rules set, he calls the first 2 teams to the stage. In the stands, the crowd is excited for Magic City's first match. Some people talk about the team's famous S-rank fighter, but others doubt him, thinking his lower Tier 3 rank will make him weak in real fights. Stepping into the sunlight, Kongshu says that fighting the Baishan team first is really good luck. Panic spreads on the Baishan side. A scared Ke Liang begs Captain Ji Hui to swap him out. Ji Hui says no, telling them they must stick to their plans and show a strong presence, even if they are going to lose. The rest of the Baishan team supports their captain. The boy with spiky hair and the girl with pink hair agree. They are determined to show their pride and face the enemy directly. Jihui draws his sword and tells his team to move out. A sweating Ke Liang slowly follows behind him. The 2 5-person teams take their spots on opposite sides of the large white arena floor, while the crowd watches from above. The crowd looks at the big difference between the teams. Magic City has 2 mid-tier 4s, 2 low-tier 4s, and 1 high-tier 3. People feel bad for Baishan's weak team, saying it is just 1 mid-tier 4 trying to carry 4 high-tier 3s. The countdown rings through the stadium and the match starts. The Baishan team is tense and ready, while the Magic City team looks totally relaxed. Yao Fang asks Xu Jingming what plan they should use against their enemies. Golden lightning starts flashing wildly around Xu Jingming's eyes. Saying they don't need a plan, Xu Jingming explodes with red and golden lightning. He charges forward all by himself. This surprises the crowd, and many think he is going to die by leaving his team behind. Seeing the solo charge as a huge mistake, Ji Hui takes the chance. He tells Ke Liang and Ma Long to charge with him. He orders Old Li and Old Wang to attack from the back and support them. The Baishan team rushes forward together, ready to crush the lone captain. The match begins with one of the Baishan members launching a massive gust of wind at their lone opponent. The spectators notice that the Baishan team isn't holding back, using an S-Class wind technique for a quick win. They blame this aggressive move on Xu Jingming's arrogant choice to separate from his team, making him an easy target. Unfazed, Xu Jingming infuses his spear with golden lightning and leaps through the air, easily deflecting the sharp wind blades. The crowd is stunned by his effortless defense. They are shocked he could block an S-Class attack and marvel at the overwhelming power of his lightning. From the VIP area, Xu Ping explains to his assistant that Xu Jingming's defense held up due to his high skill in energy condensation. The assistant is amazed that a freshman has already mastered such advanced techniques. Xu Ping turns serious, realizing that with such high-level skills, the young captain's potential and future are truly limitless. In the arena, Ji Hui presses his attack. He knows fighting the whole Magic City team is impossible, but Xu Jingming's foolish decision to break formation gives them the perfect chance to beat him. Taking advantage of this, Ji Hui leaps and unleashes a furious slash at his opponent. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming simply stands his ground, gathering golden lightning around his body. The 2 captains clash in the center. Xu Jingming parries Ji Hui's full-force sword strike with his spear, creating fierce shockwaves of wind and electricity. The sheer force of Xu Jingming's parry overpowers Ji Hui. His sword flies into the air and sticks into the floor. Defenseless and trembling, Jihui stares in disbelief at the massive power gap. Seeing their captain disarmed, Ma Long and Ke Liang rush in. Ma Long throws a heavy punch from the front, while Ke Liang sneaks behind Xu Jingming to strike his back. Surrounded, Xu Jingming simply smiles. Before they can hit him, his body flares with energy. He releases a burst of golden lightning, creating a shockwave that blasts both attackers away. The lightning explosion covers the arena. The remaining Baishan members, Old Li and Old Wang, shield their faces from the bright light and heat as Xu Jingming casually walks toward them. Extending his hand, Xu Jingming uses his Thunder Prison skill. A sphere of red and golden lightning forms in his palm, shooting energy paths across the floor toward the remaining enemies. The lightning traps Old Li and Old Wang in pillars of golden electricity. They scream in pain as the strong voltage shocks their bodies. The watching students are horrified and amazed by Xu Jingming's monstrous strength. He disarmed the captain in one strike and blew away 2 others instantly. Sweating, one student admits he was a fool to ever think Xu Jingming was an easy target. As the smoke clears, the Baishan attackers lie unconscious on the floor. Standing victorious, Xu Jingming sighs, thinking that peak Tier 3 Awakeners are just too weak to be a real challenge. The rest of the Magic City team arrives, only to see the fight is over. Shen Dongling complains that Xu Jingming should have held back so they could fight too. Nearby, a dazed Ji Hui stands weakly in front of them. Wanting some action, Kongsha steps up and punches the stunned Baishan captain in the chest. Ji Hui coughs up blood and flies backward, completely knocked out. Feng Lu excitedly announces that the whole Baishan team is down. He officially declares Magic City Ability University the winner of the opening match. The crowd erupts, stunned by the massive power gap between the teams. They chatter excitedly, finding it crazy that a 5-on-5 match ended in less than half a minute. In the VIP area, Xu Ping's assistants are shocked, wondering if an S-class ability could really be this strong. They note his registered ability is Purple Lightning, which doesn't match the golden energy he just used. Xu Ping firmly declares that the destructive power they just saw is way too high for a normal S-class ability. Xu Ping asks if the AI has finished checking Xu Jingming's real power. Looking at a hologram, Liu Wangshan confirms the lightning data and energy levels have been analyzed. The system chimes as the scan finishes. Shocked by the data, Liu Wangshan tells Xu Ping that Xu Jingming's true power is the Dutian Divine Lightning, a legendary SS-class ability. Xu Ping stares at the data in disbelief. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing they are looking at a real SS-class ability. He mentions that an SS-class talent only appears once every decade or two. He is confused about how Xu Jingming managed to evolve his powers to such an extreme level. Turning to Vice Principal Ling Shuang, Xu Ping says it makes sense why the council was so alarmed. He praises Magic City University for hiding this secret so well. Ling Shuang smiles, explaining the secrecy was needed to protect their star student. Xu Ping sighs, noting that this shocking reveal will definitely make rival nations and foreign groups panic. Shifting back to the tournament, Xu Ping asks Liu Wangshan when their Jing University team is scheduled to fight. Learning their match is the next day, Xu Ping tells Liu to gather their captain and team at the villa immediately for an important strategy meeting. Seeing the Jing University staff leave, Ling Shuang guesses they are rushing to create tactics to counter Xu Jingming. However, she remains completely confident, knowing that no strategy will be enough to beat him. In the rest area, Coach Yang praises the Magic City team for ending their first battle so quickly and cleanly. Support player Gu Wan jokes that the rest of the team did nothing, since their captain beat the opponents all by himself. Coach Yang agrees that Baishan was a weak team, but warns them not to get lazy. He reminds them that tomorrow's opponent, Suhang Ability University, was ranked 4th. He tells the team to meet at his villa tonight to discuss their next enemy. Before ending the meeting, Coach Yang mentions that registration for the solo tournament is open. He asks who wants to join, and Xu Jingming, Kong Shi, and Shen Dongling eagerly raise their hands. Coach Yang nods and agrees to sign them up. Vice Principal Ling Shuang then pulls Xu Jingming aside. She tells him that Jing University already knows about his SS-class power, and others will soon find out. She promises the university will give him whatever he needs to handle the pressure once his secret gets out. Xu Jingming is surprised, amazed at how quickly his true power level was exposed to the rival schools. Ling Shuang smiles warmly, promising to personally protect him from any outside threats. Nearby, Yao Feng and Shen Dongling watch in disbelief, shocked to see their usually strict vice principal smiling so nicely. Yao Feng whispers about how gentle Ling Shuang is acting toward their captain. Shen Dongling replies that anyone with a rare SS rank ability would get this kind of special treatment. Kong Shi leans in and reminds them that with the vice principal's high level, she can hear all their gossip. This realization immediately fills Yao Feng and Shen Dongling with dread. Hearing their whispers, Ling Shuang's mood darkens. Emitting a scary aura, she glares at the trembling students and decides to increase their training once the tournament ends. At a private villa, Xu Ping holds an emergency meeting with the Jing University team. He asks for their thoughts on Xu Jingming's combat skills. Team Captain Wang Qi says that while Xu Jingming's combat instincts are great, his real advantage comes from the raw power of his S-rank lightning, not his actual level. Xu Ping agrees that the ability is the core issue but corrects him with a grim look. He reveals the shocking truth. Their scans confirm Xu Jingming actually has a legendary SS rank ability. The whole team is stunned. Wang Qi and his teammates question if the scanners broke down, finding it impossible to believe a student could hide an SS rank ability. Xu Ping examines the scanner data and confirms the instruments are working perfectly. He concludes that Xu Jingming's ability evolved during his study tour last year. Team Captain Wang Qi nervously links this to the Heaven's Mandate sect ambush during that trip. He finds it hard to believe a near-death crisis could trigger an evolution from S rank to SS rank. Liu Wangshan adds that this explains Xu Jingming's rumored battle records at Magic City University, confirming he likely defeated dozens of peak Tier 4 beasts alone. Wang Qi admits the freshman is a monster and would be unbeatable in a year. Still, he confidently notes that because Jingming is only a freshman, he can still beat him in this tournament. Xu Ping pats his captain's shoulder, relieved that Jing University can still rely on Wang Qi to win this year. Before leaving, Xu Ping tells Dean Liu to adjust their tactics to make the most of this year, knowing Wang Qi graduates soon. The news quickly sends shockwaves across the country. In his office, Jiang Quan stares at the holographic report in disbelief, frantically ordering his staff to create a new counter-strategy. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a manager urgently tells his staff to contact headquarters to update their recruitment plans. At the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, the director orders his team to recruit the young prodigy at any cost. The military soon learns of the news. An officer reports the SS rank student to a general, who proudly orders the media to broadcast the news globally so every nation knows Great Xia's power. News outlets and social media instantly explode with headlines celebrating Xu Jingming and his Dutian Divine Lightning, praising the first SS rank in 23 years. Inside a grand traditional estate, an assistant informs two men playing chess that Xu Jingming's SS rank news is trending everywhere online. She points out that foreign factions are hyping the news and asks if they should stop it. Counselor Wang Jun dismisses them as mere bugs that can be ignored. He confidently adds that Great Xia is strong enough to protect a single SS rank student. Counselor Wang Jun asks about the person protecting Xu Jingming. Liu Wangshan replies that the task belongs to Ling Shuang, the vice principal of Magic City University. Surprised, Wang Jun recognizes her as a genius from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with an S-class space ability. He wonders why she is staying at a university instead of rising in rank. Liu Wangshan explains that she offended the powerful Li family and sought refuge at the school. He admires her for reaching mid-rank Tier 8 in 3 years without extra resources. Wang Jun notes her famously stubborn attitude. He points out that while others would dream of marrying into the Li family, she ran away from them like a plague. Winning the chess game, he smiles and concludes that with someone as strong as Ling Shuang guarding Xu Jingming, he can finally relax. That afternoon, at the crowded tournament stadium, host Feng Lei steps onto the arena floor to announce the official start of the individual tournament. He explains that 64 fighters from 10 schools will compete today to decide the top 32, with the stadium's AI randomly generating the matchups. A large holographic bracket appears above the arena. Kong Shi finds himself in the 6th match against Suhong University, which is perfect for scouting. Shen Dongling happily mentions she drew the 12th match against a Baishan substitute. Xu Jingming notes that he is up first among them, scheduled for the 3rd match against Zhou Chao from Jincheng University. Feng Le hypes up the crowd, announcing that the tournament will run 4 matches at a time as the first round begins. Xu Jingming walks onto the arena floor, golden electricity crackling around his spear. In the stands, his friends loudly cheer for their captain, chanting for the Thunder Emperor. Across the arena, his green-haired opponent, Zhou Chao, breaks into a sweat. He curses his luck for drawing the Magic City captain first, but tries to stay positive, knowing that beating an SS rank genius would bring immense glory. Once the match begins, Zhou Chao immediately surrounds himself in a defensive vortex of wind. Using the strong updraft, Zhou Chao flies high into the air. Surprised by his opponent's flight, Xu Jingming notes that no ability user should be underestimated. Hovering out of reach, Zhou Chao taunts his opponent, claiming the Magic City captain cannot hit him before running out of energy. Zhou Chao attacks from above, launching sharp wind blades. The attacks crash into the arena, but Xu Jingming easily dodges them by dashing. Measuring the distance, Xu Jingming realizes his vertical jump won't reach his flying opponent. Ranged spears would also be hard to aim, so he decides to create a strong suction force to pull him down. Spectators watch the aerial bombardment with frustration, complaining that flying is a cheap tactic. Others point out that Zhou Chao is only stalling, as the arena shield will shrink in 20 minutes to force close combat. Down on the field, Xu Jingming decides that passively dodging and waiting for the clock isn't his style. Channeling his power, his body erupts with golden electricity. He crouches down and gathers a dense sphere of crimson lightning in his hand for a devastating counterattack. Zhou Chao scoffs at the glowing orb, shouting that the attack cannot reach him at his 75-meter height. Smiling, Xu Jingming holds the compressed lightning sphere. He challenges his opponent's confidence, knowing his storm's pull could easily drag down a flying student. He releases the compressed energy, creating a massive tornado of lightning that rips into the sky. In the stands, the crowd watches in shock as the storm engulfs the arena. Caught off guard by the vortex, Zhou Chao is paralyzed by the intense suction and panics as he tries to break free from the trap. Below, Xu Jingming summons his spear. Coating it in golden energy, he notes that while Zhou Chao's flying ability is impressive, it is simply his bad luck to face him. Xu Jingming hurls his lightning spear directly at his trapped opponent. Desperate to survive, Zhou Chao summons a large wind barrier to shield himself. The defense is entirely useless. The spear crashes through the barrier, shattering it to pieces before piercing Zhou Chao's chest. Zhou Chao gets absolutely slammed into the arena floor, knocked completely cold in an instant as the announcer declares Xu Jingming the official winner of the match. Immediately after this brutal display, the crowd goes absolutely wild over the effortless one-shot victory, cheering in awe of the monster that is the Thunder Emperor. Meanwhile, up in the VIP stands, Xu Ping admits he expected Zhou Chao's flight tactics to buy more time, but even he is forced to marvel at the terrifying precision of Xu Jingming's energy control. However, our boy isn't the only powerhouse on the field today, as Jing Yu's captain Wang Qi soon steps up for his own match while encasing his fist in massive, spiky stone armor. With one brutal punch, Wang Qi quickly launches his opponent across the arena and easily secures his own victory. As the stadium erupts in cheers for the Jing Yu captain, Wang Qi looks on with a confident smirk, clearly trying to make a bold statement to his rivals. Observing this, Shen Dongling points out that this was a direct public challenge, but Xu Jingming remains completely unfazed, casually declaring that Wang Qi is simply no match for him anyway. But just then, Coach Yang Zhentian pulls him aside to reveal that several top-tier martial arts halls and massive guilds have sent exclusive recruitment invitations, asking if he wants to meet with them privately. Instead of showing any interest in the politics, Xu Jingming immediately tells his coach to reject every single one of them, which doesn't surprise the coach in the slightest. At the time, Yao Feng is totally baffled, wondering why their captain wouldn't at least hear out what these massive organizations are offering, but Xu Jingming simply replies that he has no use for them right now. This is because, secretly, he knows that with his insanely broken Deep Blue system and the elite backing of his university, he doesn't need to sell his soul to any outside faction to get ridiculously strong. Later that night, after the excitement of the arena has died down, Xu Jingming and Song Chu-Q are strolling down a quiet street together. Suddenly, they find their path blocked by a mysterious blonde woman who introduces herself as Irene, a representative from the ultra-wealthy William family of the United States. Skipping the pleasantries, Irene immediately makes a massive proposal. If our boy is willing to abandon his great Xia citizenship and defect to her family, they will give him absolutely everything his heart desires. However, Xu Jingming remains highly skeptical of the pitch, openly questioning if her family actually has the power to back up such a ridiculous boast. In response, Irene smugly drops their terrifying credentials, bragging that the William family boasts 3 Tier 9 martial saints, controls 10 ancient ruins, and holds a third of the global council seats. Hearing about 3 Tier 9 martial saints actually makes Song Chu-Q break a sweat, realizing they are dealing with a faction of unfathomable global power. Sensing her advantage, Irene pushes her luck even further, promising him access to SS rank, SSS rank, and even mythical resources that exist way beyond SSS rank. She then adds that he will understand how vast the world is once his level rises, and casually mentions they can also supply him with as many beautiful young girls as his heart desires. But upon hearing the mention of other women, Song Chu-Q immediately turns to shoot Irene an absolutely deadly, soul-crushing glare. Noticing this intense gaze, Irene playfully apologizes to the territorial girlfriend for being so blunt. However, Xu Jingming doesn't hesitate for a second to set things straight, firmly shutting down the offer by declaring he has zero interest in betraying his homeland and telling her to save her breath and never bother him again. Realizing she has absolutely nothing left to offer, Irene ultimately walks away empty-handed, leaving the happy couple to continue their night in peace. Once she is alone on the street, she lets out a frustrated sigh, thoroughly annoyed that her masterclass recruitment pitch completely flopped. Because of this failure, she immediately calls her handler to report the situation, explaining she couldn't even use her mental manipulation skills on Xu Jingming because his soul is protected by the powerful aura of a Tier 9 martial saint. Hearing this, her handler gets pissed, immediately asking if they can bypass the talking and skip straight to Plan B to take him out permanently. But Irene quickly shuts that down, pointing out that an assassination is completely impossible because the target is being watched 24/7 by a Tier 8 Grandmaster, and sure enough, we see Vice Principal Ling Shuang hovering in the night sky, watching over them like a hawk. With Ling Shuang keeping a vigilant watch from above, any attempt on Xu Jingming's life would be nothing short of an instant suicide mission. So, realizing they have zero chance of getting to him for now, the handler reluctantly orders Irene to pull back and call off the mission. The next day, the action shifts back to the stadium as the announcer welcomes everyone to the 4th round of the team matches, which this time features Magic City Ability University against Suhong Ability University. Shortly after, both teams walk onto the grand stage under the roaring cheers of the massive crowd. Because of Suhang's high reputation, the spectators are buzzing with excitement, noting that since Suhang placed 4th last year, they might actually have what it takes to force the legendary Thunder Emperor to show his true power today. To kick things off, Feng Lei gets the crowd hyped as he counts down and officially starts the highly anticipated battle. But instead of playing it safe against such a top 4 school, Xu Jingming ignores his team and immediately charges straight into the enemy ranks alone. As a result, the crowd is stunned, questioning if he is being way too arrogant by pulling the exact same reckless one-man stunt 2 days in a row. Naturally, the Suhong team takes his solo charge as an absolute insult, and their leader furiously declares they aren't some cheap pushovers like Baishan University. To prove their point, their primary elementalist immediately unleashes his trump card, sending a giant, terrifying snake of purple electricity crackling straight toward our hero. However, Xu Jingming is completely unimpressed to face another lightning user, casually noting that the guy's purple spark is a joke compared to his own golden energy before unleashing his power. The two elemental attacks clash violently in the center of the arena, sending massive shockwaves through the air. But the power gap is just too absurd, and Xu Jingming's golden lightning instantly overpowers the purple beast, swallowing it whole. Seeing this play out, the spectators completely lose their minds, realizing Suhong's strongest spell couldn't even penetrate Xu Jingming's passive defensive barrier. The Suhong captain panics as he realizes they have to go all in, deciding they must take down Xu Jingming immediately before the rest of the Magic City team can join the fight. He quickly commands his support player to cover them with defensive barriers as they prepare for one last desperate rush. Putting everything on the line, the entire Suhang squad charges forward together with their weapons raised. But it is completely futile, as Xu Jingming casually calls down a cascade of golden lightning that instantly shatters their defensive shields to pieces. With the enemy team completely defenseless and in shock, Xu Jingming mockingly notes that relying on his lightning magic is basically bullying, inviting them to show him what they can do in a pure physical clash instead. Refusing to back down in the face of his mockery, the Suhong captain screams for a synchronized full-team assault. All 5 members of the Suhang squad instantly swarm Xu Jingming from every direction, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet, our hero doesn't even blink. Instead, he casually spins his spear in a perfect defensive circle, flawlessly parrying every single weapon at the exact same time. Seeing this, the spectators are flabbergasted, joking that the Suhong team is literally treating Xu Jingming like a legendary raid boss, and failing miserably to even scratch him. Then, shifting smoothly into counterattack mode, Xu Jingming brutally knocks out one of his opponents with a clean, devastating physical strike of his spear. Yao Feng and Gu Wan finally arrive on the scene to back up their captain and wrap things up. Upon seeing the rest of the Magic City squad arrive, the Suhong captain breaks into a cold sweat, realizing their only window of opportunity has completely vanished. Watching the pathetic display from the stands, Wang Qi scoffs in disgust, calling the Suhang team absolute trash for failing to even force Xu Jingming to reveal a single S-class skill. 3 minutes is all it takes for Magic City to completely run through their opponents and lock in another clean, devastating victory. The crowd is shocked by how fast the match ended, with spectators marveling that the Thunder Emperor's absurd power is more than enough to carry the entire team alone. Watching from the stands, the Baishan captain finally feels vindicated, pointing out to his teammates that it was not their squad that was weak. Xu Jingming is just a monster. Fast forward to day 8 of the National University League, and the stadium is buzzing with anticipation for the ultimate clash between Magic City and Jincheng University. Backstage, coach Yang Zhentian gathers the squad to lay out their strategy for the final 2 matches, ordering them to stick to their standard team formation. Knowing his star students' habits, the coach specifically warns Xu Jingming not to underestimate the enemy or run off on another reckless one-man charge, and the captain agrees to play nice. On stage, the announcer hypes up the crowd as he officially welcomes both powerhouse schools to the arena floor. As they step onto the field, Jin Yu's captain, Han Shan, admits that Xu Jingming's SS rank power is legendary, but smugly declares that Magic City has less than a 10% chance of winning a team battle. Xu Jingming casually fires back that they'll find out who is superior once the battle starts, leaving a skeptical Shen Dongling wondering where this rival captain gets his unearned confidence. The official matchup lights up the giant stadium screens as both teams take their positions on opposite sides of the massive stage. However, the crowd instantly notices something highly bizarre. Jin Yu has benched 3 of their main players, deploying a strange lopsided team consisting entirely of 2 supports and 3 ranged fighters. Up in the VIP booth, Jin Cheng's principal Jiang Chuan approaches Vice Principal Ling Shuang, confidently asking if she is willing to place a small wager on the upcoming fight. Smiling as if he has already won, Jiang Quan proposes betting a rare, high-value S-class cultivation resource on which school takes the victory. While Ling Shuang silently ponders the massive bet, Xu Ping watches from behind, amused that Jin Cheng is brave enough to gamble against their SS rank monster. Ling Shuang is not playing around. She immediately shuts down the low-stakes proposal, telling the old man that an S-class resource is mere pocket change and demanding they raise the stakes to a legendary SS-class resource instead. Jiang Quan nearly has a heart attack on the spot, taken aback by how casually she threw out such an expensive bet. Watching the exchange, Xu Ping sweats a bit, noting that Ling Shuang is as aggressively dominant as ever since even a Tier 8 Grandmaster would feel the massive sting of losing an SS-class resource. Ling Shuang gives the old man a cold ultimatum. Either go big with the SS-class bet or drop the matter entirely. Feeling cornered but confident in his team's secret preparation, Jiang Quan takes the bait, staking his own SS-class resource on a Jin Yu victory. Xu Ping immediately spots the trap, realizing Jiang Quan is a clever old fox who would never agree to a high-stakes bet without a hidden ace up his sleeve, making him glad Jing University gets to sit back and scout them out first. With massive fortunes now on the line, the countdown hits 0 and the highly anticipated battle officially begins. Soon, Jin Yu's supports activate their abilities, wrapping the entire squad in a massive, swirling dome of glowing energy. Han Shan smugly boasts that this is his ultimate SS rank technique, life sharing, explaining that it cuts all incoming damage by 60% and spreads the rest equally across the team, creating an unbreachable turtle shell. The spectators instantly realize what Jin Yu is pulling, noting that combining damage sharing with a healing support is a dirty stalling strategy meant to drag the fight out and bore opponents to death. Yaofeng is surprised that a student has mastered an SS rank skill, but Xu Jingming simply tells his teammate to go ahead and test their defenses first. Yaofeng unleashes his A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul ability, firing a deadly high-speed barrage of sharp ice shards directly at the enemy captain. But the massive ice attack gets effortlessly shattered and swallowed up by the defensive barrier, failing to leave even a single scratch on Han Shan. Han Shan brushes off the attack as if it were a minor itch, mockingly inviting Magic City to keep hitting them with everything they have for a full, free minute. Shen Dongling points out that Jin Yu did not just bring life-sharing supports, they also have 3 S-class elemental defense techniques active, making the shield incredibly troublesome. When Kong Shi offers to charge in with his shield to test their limits, Shen Dongling stops him, warning that Jin Yu's 3 hidden ranged types would shred him to pieces before he could even get close. Despite remembering the coach's orders to run their primary formation, Xu Jingming decides it's time to show them a real surprise as his body erupts in golden energy, triggering a berserk physical transformation. The spectators are shocked to see a pure lightning-type mage pull out a terrifying body-forging transformation technique that makes him look completely unstoppable. Even facing this overwhelming energy, a smug Han Shan keeps talking trash, claiming that no matter how much the lightning form boosts Xu Jingming's physical stats, it still won't be enough to break their shared shield. Calling his opponent far too overconfident, Xu Jingming casually asks Guwan to hit him with her best support buff. Guwan immediately obliges, unleashing her healing light buff to supercharge their captain's already monstrous power level. With the massive buff active, Xu Jingming points to the sky, gathering a dense sphere of raw, crackling golden lightning at his fingertip. He calls down his legendary Thunder God finger, sending a giant, terrifying finger of pure destruction roaring down toward the arena and leaving the entire Jin Yu squad sweating in terror. Seeing the apocalyptic attack descending, the Jin Yu squad begins to panic, but Han Shan desperately orders everyone to pour every drop of their energy into their defense. Putting their lives on the line, the entire team raises their hands to fuel the shared shield as the colossal lightning finger slams directly into their position. In a last-ditch effort to survive the massive impact, Han Shan screams and activates his ultimate defensive skill, Life Tide, to try and absorb the shockwave. However, the sheer force of the SS rank attack is simply too much, triggering a massive, blinding explosion that consumes the entire battlefield. The spectators are dumbfounded, screaming that they can literally feel the aura of a god radiating from that single finger attack. As the smoke slowly clears, the crowd gets their answer. Jin Yu's absolute, unbreachable defense has been shattered to pieces, leaving their entire team face down on the floor while Xu Jingming stands tall and completely untouched. The announcer confirms the total squad wipe, officially declaring Magic City Ability University the undisputed winner of the match. Up in the VIP booth, Jin Cheng's principal is sweating bullets, traumatized by the loss and terrified of how absurdly strong Xu Jingming will become once he actually advances to Tier 4. Seizing the perfect moment to rub it in, a smiling Ling Shuang gracefully points out that Magic City University is, once again, one step ahead of the competition. Having no excuses left, a defeated Zhang Quan lowers his head in shame, conceding defeat and agreeing to hand over that precious SS-class cultivation resource. Principal Zhang Quan is forced to cough up his wagered prize, reluctantly holding out the legendary SS-class Red Flame Spirit Fruit with a heavy heart. He hands it over to Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who notes that the precious fruit offers a rare chance to trigger a massive evolution in Fire-type ability users. Watching the transaction unfold, Xu Ping breaks into a silent sweat, realizing Jin Cheng's principal is crying inside. Meanwhile, he notes that Xu Jingming's Thunder God Finger is a terrifying threat they must prepare for. Still, he finds solace in the fact that fortune favored them with the final match slot, granting Jing University the ultimate intelligence and scouting advantage. Meanwhile, back with the Magic City squad, Coach Yang Zhentian is incredibly fired up, promising the team that if they crush Jing University tomorrow, he will personally double their credit rewards. Just as the team is celebrating the massive promised payday, Vice Principal Ling Shuang makes a sudden appearance and pulls Xu Jingming aside. She presents him with a grade 6 Guiyuan pill, a highly coveted S-class cultivation resource. Ling Shuang explains that she won her massive bet against Jincheng University, and this S-class pill is his rightful share of the spoils. Xu Jingming accepts it gratefully, marveling at how Tier 8 Grandmasters gamble with SS-class resources as if they were spare pocket change. Watching their captain secure an S-class resource out of thin air, Yao Fang, Shen Dongling, and Kong Shi are absolutely green with envy. Sensing a golden opportunity, Xu Jingming casually asks Ling Shuang to let him in on any future bets as well, adding that a simple S-class resource as a wager would do just fine. Yao Fang instantly loses his mind, stunned that their captain has the sheer audacity to ask a Tier 8 legend to act as his personal bookie. To everyone's absolute shock, Ling Shuang simply smiles and agrees, leaving Yao Fang completely awestruck by their captain's insane boldness. That afternoon, the individual tournament transitions into the high-stakes second round of the top 8 bracket. Suhong University's Sun Jai steps onto the field, only to hear the announcer reveal that his opponent is none other than the tournament's absolute favorite, the Thunder Emperor himself. Sweating bullets, Sunji realizes he has just drawn the ultimate worst-case scenario. However, he refuses to let fear paralyze him, pulling out his sword and swearing that he will face the monster head-on this time. Watching his opponent steel his resolve, Xu Jingming is actually quite impressed by the guy's raw fighting spirit, hoping he can keep that same energy once the actual beating starts. The countdown hits 0 and the match instantly kicks off with Xu Jingming triggering his Golden Lightning transformation and charging forward like a meteor. Stunned by the terrifying speed, Sunjai panics and immediately activates his A-class enhancement ability, transforming into a savage saber-toothed giant tiger to survive the initial onslaught. Unleashing a wild roar, the transformed Sunjai lunges to intercept his fast-approaching opponent. He channels all of his power into his sword, unleashing a roaring tiger explosive slash directly at Xu Jingming. But Xu Jingming merely grins, effortlessly blocking the massive fiery strike head-on with his spear and triggering a violent clash of pure power. As their weapons collide, the sheer pressure of the impact makes the entire arena shake. However, the raw physical force behind Xu Jingming's defense is simply too absurd, instantly bending Sunji's heavy broadsword out of shape. Seizing the opening, Xu Jingming delivers a brutal physical counterstrike that sends the giant Tiger Man hurtling across the stadium. Slamming violently into the arena barrier, the sheer force of the impact forces Sunjai to drop his saber-tooth transformation as his body shuts down. Coughing up blood, he acknowledges that Xu Jingming's strikes are simply impossible to block head-on, though he takes a bitter pride in having actually held his ground this time instead of running away. With Sunjai completely out of commission, the announcer officially declares Xu Jingming the winner, securing his well-deserved spot in the elite top 8. In the stands, the spectators lose their minds over yet another flawless instant kill, absolutely stunned that Sunjai's high-grade weapon was literally bent out of shape in a single clash. Wasting no time, the announcer hypes up the crowd for the third round, calling Magic City's Yao Fang and Jing University's powerhouse captain Wang Qi to the stage. As they walk down the tunnel, Xu Jingming tries to encourage Yao Fang to secure a top 4 spot, but Yao Fang sighs realistically, admitting that beating a monster like Wang Qi is highly unlikely while promising to go down swinging with absolute pride. Both fighters step onto the battlefield amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, where a highly confident Wang Qi smirks at Yao Fang, thinking he has finally found a decent warm-up opponent. As the match begins, Wang Qi immediately activates his earth-based physical transformation, shouting a direct provocation to Xu Jingming that he isn't the only one who has mastered elite body forging skills. Xu Jingming is intrigued to see a rival fighter utilizing a physical transformation path so similar to his own. The match starts with Wang Qi immediately flexing his strength, unleashing a devastating absolute earth sandstorm that blankets the arena in a suffocating vortex of swirling dust. Yao Fong frantically maneuvers around the field, trying his absolute best to navigate and evade the blinding storm. However, the cover of the sandstorm is the perfect setup, and before Yao Fong can even find his bearings, Wang Qi suddenly materializes directly in front of him out of the dust. Wang Qi swings a brutal, earth-shattering thick earth slash, leaving a desperate Yao Feng with zero time to dodge as he summons his ultimate cold ice barrier to absorb the heavy blow. The clash is cataclysmic, unleashing a massive explosion of earth and ice that shatters Yao Feng's defensive shield into a million pieces. As the dust settles, Yao Feng is left kneeling on the floor in defeat, and the announcer officially declares Wang Qi of Jing University the victor. The stadium erupts in cheers as the spectators marvel at how easily Wang Qi dismantled a top-tier opponent, noting that this year's tournament has produced two dangerously similar monsters: the Stone Lord, Wang Qi, and Magic City's very own Thunder Emperor, Xu Jingming. Smirking in victory, Wang Qi looks straight up at the balcony where Xu Jingming is watching and loudly boasts about securing his own effortless instant kill, confidently inviting him to their clash in the finals tomorrow and warning him not to dare chicken out. Kongsha scoffs at the guy's sheer arrogance, joking that he talks like he has already won the gold, but Shen Dongling quickly reassures her teammates, fully confident that once tomorrow's finals come around, their captain will easily teach this overconfident show-off a painful lesson. An hour later, the grueling placement matches wrap up, and the announcer officially declares the top four semifinalists, Magic City's Xu Jingming and Kong Shi, alongside Jing University's Wang Qi and Zhu Taiji. The next day, a packed, roaring stadium eagerly awaits the start of the highly anticipated individual semifinals. Walking through the hallways, Gu Wan and Shen Dongling are blown away by the star-studded guest list. Gu Wan notices that high-ranking government officials have taken their seats, while Shen Dongling points out that even the deputy commander of the legendary military legion has shown up, leading them both to agree that the caliber of VIPs this year is absolutely unprecedented. Shen Dongling proudly guesses that all these legendary big shots only showed up to witness their star captain's SS rank power in person, before noticing that a truly massive figure has just entered the VIP suites. Flanked by elite security guards, a highly influential and stunning woman slowly makes her entrance, instantly capturing the attention of the high-profile guests. As the woman arrives at the stadium, the staff bow respectfully to her. Confused by her massive security detail, our boy asks Shen Dongling who this gorgeous powerhouse is. Shen Dongling reveals that she is Su Qingyi, the legendary head of the elite Thunder Martial Arts Hall and a Tier 9 martial saint who wields the deadly S-Class Yu King Divine Thunder. Xu Jingming is surprised, remembering that the director of the martial arts hall was supposed to be a middle-aged man. Shen Dongling explains that the previous boss went missing 4 years ago, and Su Qingyi's rise to take his place was massive national news. Our boy awkwardly rubs his head, admitting he was only a middle schooler back then who did not care about the news, prompting Shen Dongling to complain about the painful generation gap. High up in the VIP suite, Su Qingyi asks her manager if they have managed to secure a private meeting with Xu Jingming yet. Manager Sun sighs, explaining that Xu Jingming's teacher has been rejecting every single invitation from outside organizations. He offers to try again, confident that no one would dare reject a personal invitation from her. However, Su Qingyi tells him to hold off, deciding she will simply go meet Xu Jingming face-to-face once the solo tournament wraps up. The manager is surprised, unable to comprehend why a god-tier martial saint would personally go down to meet a mere Tier 3 freshman. Looking down at the arena, Su Qingyi analyzes Xu Jingming's dense, solid energy, noting his freakish physical strength and natural, beast-like aura, thoroughly impressed by his flawless foundation. Down on the stage, the energetic host Feng Lei hypes up the crowd to kick off the highly anticipated first semi-final match, calling up Magic City's Xu Jingming and Jingyu's Zhu Taiji. Zhu Taiji smugly steps up, cracking his knuckles and calling out Xu Jingming. Knowing that Xu Jingming has decent fist techniques, he boldly challenges the Thunder Emperor to ditch his spear and settle the match with a pure fist fight instead. In the stands, the crowd calls total nonsense on this trash bait, laughing that Zhu Taiji is only playing this low-level mental game because he knows he would get absolutely slaughtered in a normal weapon fight. But to everyone's sheer horror and disbelief, our boy just grins and happily accepts the challenge, leaving his panicking fans crying out that their idol is getting way too cocky. Even Zhu Taiji is dumbfounded that the Thunder Emperor actually took the bait, sweating as he asks if Xu Jingming is just playing with him. Xu Jingming merely scoffs, telling him to believe whatever he wants. Secretly over the moon, Zhu Taiji rejoices. He has been training his fists for 15 years and is on the verge of mastering his craft, confidently believing that Xu Jingming trying to box him is nothing short of pure suicide. Watching from the VIP lounge, the rival dean, Liu Wangshan, smugly points out to Yang Gentian that Xu Jingming's arrogance is going to cost him. He brags that if the star student throws the match, his school will easily sweep the top spots, but Yang Gentian shuts him down immediately. He confidently assures him that his student does not know how to lose. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhu Taiji immediately unleashes his beast transformation, roaring as his body swells into a massive, terrifying demonic ape. He launches a ferocious, earth-shattering punch straight at his opponent, but Xu Jingming effortlessly slips the attack, casually mocking the giant ape for having decent power but pathetic speed. Charging his fist with crackling golden lightning, Xu Jingming promises to show the monkey what a real, god-level punch actually looks like. But when he strikes, Zhu Taiji leaps and evades the blow, screaming that matching him in a fistfight is the last mistake Xu Jingming will ever make. Xu Jingming decides to use his newly learned technique, materializing a massive, glowing golden lightning clone behind him that leaves Zhu Taiji utterly shocked. Before the demonic ape can even react, the giant lightning clone unleashes a brutal jab right to his chin, sending him hurtling backward as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Crashing hard onto the arena floor, a battered Zhu Taiji struggles to comprehend what hit him, looking up to see Xu Jingming standing tall with his electric phantom still hovering menacingly. The demonic ape realizes in terror that it was not even Xu Jingming's actual physical fist that blasted him. It was merely his lightning shadow clone. Up in the VIP area, the students are losing their minds, frantically asking the principal if the Thunder Emperor just summoned a fully functional electric clone that fights alongside his main body. Principal Xu Ping is equally stunned, identifying it as the elite A-class technique, Lightning Shadow. He explains that at its basic mastery, the clone only deals 30% of Xu Jingming's raw power. This revelation leaves the students even more horrified, unable to believe that a mere 30% punch was enough to brutally dismantle a Tier 4 powerhouse's defenses. They realize Xu Jingming is not just a lightning mage, his physical stats are incredibly high, meaning he has secretly mastered elite, body-tempering physical combat techniques on top of his magic. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Taiji curses under his breath, realizing exactly what technique he is up against. Xu Jingming, however, just smirks, asking if knowing the skill's name is going to magically help him block the next beating. Refusing to accept defeat, Zhu Taiji claims he was only caught off guard by a lack of intel. He roars, activating a defense-boosting war drum skill to buff his physical stats by another 20% for a final head-on clash. The demonic ape winds up his ultimate strike and charges, while Xu Jingming channels golden lightning into his own fist, leading to a cataclysmic collision right in the center of the arena. As their fists lock, Zhu Taiji realizes with absolute horror that Xu Jingming's boxing skills are not just advanced, they are literally at the legendary master level. Grinning, our boy congratulates him on guessing correctly before striking him with his signature Thunder Dragon Fist, a brutal electric blow that sends the giant ape man crashing violently into the arena's safety barrier. The host immediately confirms Zhu Taiji is knocked completely cold, declaring Xu Jingming the official winner of the semi-final match as the stadium erupts into deafening cheers for the Thunder Emperor. Standing tall amidst the crackling residual energy, a completely unfazed Xu Jingming sighs in disappointment, complaining that his opponent's fist technique was far too weak and that he got his hopes up for absolutely nothing. No one in the crowd can believe that a dedicated spear user like Xu Jingming also has master-level boxing skills. They wonder how many more secret trump cards he has. Coach Yang Gentian can't help but gloat, smugly telling the rival school's dean that their own fighters were the only arrogant ones. Gritting his teeth, Liu Wangshan warns him not to celebrate too early, reminding him that as long as they have their captain Wang Qi, Magic City won't win. After checking on a bruised Zhu Taiji, who only had minor injuries, the rival team realizes they are facing a different kind of monster. Seeing that Xu Jingming held back enough to avoid causing permanent damage, Liu Wangshan respects his control. He tells Wang Qi to win the finals, but to avoid destroying the freshman's foundation. Wang Qi agrees, as he has no interest in a serious grudge and knows that crossing an SS-ranked genius would bring trouble from Magic City's powerful figures. The announcer hypes up the crowd for the next semi-final match, Jing University's captain, Wang Qi, against Magic City's vice-captain, Kong Shi. It only takes 5 minutes for Wang Qi to easily beat Kong Shi and secure his spot in the finals. Watching from above, Xu Jingming smiles, hoping his final opponent won't be a disappointment. Ling Shuang knows that a historic fight between a Tier 4 peak pre-S rank and a Tier 3 peak SS rank will draw attention from all over the world. The media goes wild, with live broadcasts and headlines hyping up the upcoming match to see if the legendary freshman can overcome the huge level gap. While online forums explode with debates, Zhang Chuchuan cheers on her man from her lab, wishing him luck. An hour later, the stadium is buzzing as the host welcomes the crowd back for the main event, the individual tournament grand finals. Feng Luo hypes up the crowd as the two finalists enter. Out comes the Stone Lord, Wang Qi, followed by the Thunder Emperor, Xu Jingming, as the stadium erupts in deafening chants. Wang Qi immediately starts trash-talking, warning Xu Jingming that his winning streak ends today and that Jing University will take the glory. Unfazed, Xu Jingming just smiles coldly, ready to see if his opponent can back up his arrogant words. The countdown hits 0 and the match begins. Xu Jingming instantly transforms, his hair flaring bright as golden electricity crackles around his spear. Wang Qi counters by wrapping his body in heavy stone armor before both powerhouses charge and clash in a huge explosion of earth and lightning. Spectators are left speechless, muttering that this looks less like a student competition and more like a battle between Tier 5 monsters. Xu Jingming goes on the attack, launching a high-voltage thunder spear from the air. Wang Qi laughs it off, bragging that his earth-type defense is the perfect counter to lightning magic. He summons a massive rock wall to shield himself, but the spear shatters it with explosive force. Knowing he can't let up, Wang Qi lunges forward, throwing out his devastating A-class thick earth slash, but Xu Jingming smoothly counters with his lightning-infused thrust. Their powers collide in a blinding flash that sends a shocked Wang Qi flying backward. He can't understand how a basic skill just matched his premium A-class technique. Seeing his opponent's panic, a smug Xu Jingming teases him, asking where all his trash talk went. Taking the advantage, Xu Jingming uses his Thunder Flash skill, vanishing in a streak of electricity before reappearing beside a surprised Wang Qi. He drives a brutal spear strike, forcing Wang Qi to desperately block with his stone-coated arms. The impact is so strong that it forces the rock user to slide backward. Shaking it off, a crazed grin spreads across Wang Qi's face as he admits the freshman is a tough opponent. Refusing to hold back, Wang Qi activates his ultimate A-class technique, Earth Guardian, wrapping himself in a massive fortress of stone armor to enter his peak state. He lunges forward with a punch, but Xu Jingming casually parries it with his spear. The two exchange dozens of high-speed blows in a blur. The spectators sweat as they realize Xu Jingming's spear skills are also at the master level, making his talent absolutely terrifying. High in the VIP suites, even the god-tier Marshal Saint Su Qingyi is impressed by the freshman's perfect combat mastery. Feeling the pressure, Wang Qi knows his Earth Guardian form will only last another 5 minutes and that he has to end the fight quickly. On the other hand, Xu Jingming realizes his energy reserves have plummeted past the halfway mark and his stamina is beginning to fade. He is astounded that he still hasn't managed to bring the freshman down. Wang Qi admits that if Xu Jingming had 1 more year to train, he would be unbeatable, but right now he confidently declares that the freshman has 0 chance of surviving his final attack. Xu Jingming just grins and reveals he also has a secret technique. He challenges Wang Qi. If he can survive it, Xu Jingming will give him the victory. Stealing themselves, both fighters unleash their ultimate moves at the same time. Wang Qi drops a massive mountain-splitting, earth-shattering slash, while Xu Jingming counters with his legendary thunder-piercing demon-killing spear, triggering a huge explosion that engulfs the entire stadium. After their clash, the dust clears to reveal Wang Qi standing in shock, staring at a massive charred hole burned through his torso. He collapses, muttering about Jingming's terrifyingly fast spear with his final breath. The announcer screams into the mic, declaring Xu Jingming the champion of the National University League individual tournament. The stadium erupts in chaos, with the crowd chanting, "Thunder Emperor." Song Shukyu jumps with joy, thrilled her man took first place. Jingming's cousin, Tang Qi, and his friends are equally hyped, shouting about how powerful he has become. In her research lab, his other girlfriend, Jiang Chuchuan, catches the broadcast and beams with pride, resolving to get her level 3 pharmacist certificate so she can join him. With the Magic City squad, teammates Shen Dongling and Yaofang celebrate, praising their captain. Coach Yang Gentian looks ahead, thinking if they win the upcoming team tournament, Magic City will be the absolute champions. Meanwhile, Jing University's squad is crushed. Principal Liu Wangshan rallies them, reminding them they still have the team matches tomorrow. Sensing the power shift, Jincheng's principal Xu Ping congratulates Magic City's vice principal Ling Shuang, admitting Xu Jingming was too good. Ling Shuang accepts the praise but secretly regrets not making a bet with him earlier. As our champion steps out of the arena, he is swarmed by reporters, corporate sponsors, and martial arts halls all wanting to recruit the Thunder Emperor. While reporters scan the crowd for him, the Tier 9 martial saint, Su Qingyi, quietly asks Vice Principal Ling Shuang if she can borrow the champion for a private talk. Ling Shuang agrees and uses her space magic to teleport our boy out of the arena, leaving the reporters in despair. The trio appears in a luxurious VIP lounge. Ling Shuang introduces Su Qingyi to Xu Jingming as the curator of the prestigious Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Xu Jingming respectfully greets her, but Su Qingyi waves off the formalities, revealing she and Ling Shuang are old friends. She praises his performance, impressed that a Tier 3 freshman could beat a Tier 4 powerhouse. She directly offers him a spot in her elite Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Our boy politely tries to refuse, saying he hasn't thought about post-graduation plans, but Su Qingyi laughs, saying he can easily graduate early if he wants. Ling Shuang confirms this is possible, though it requires a strict review. Su Jingye points out that staying in school for 4 years would be a waste of his time, as the university's resources are for students below Tier 4 and he is quickly outgrowing them. Ling Shuang reluctantly agrees. Seeing her chance, Su Qingyi explains that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall has multiple Tier 9 martial saints and endless high-level resources, including a vault with thousands of exclusive lightning combat manuals. Hearing this, our boy's eyes light up. An endless supply of top-secret lightning combat manuals is exactly what he needs to boost his power. Su Qingye lays out 4 amazing conditions if he signs with them. First, 100 million Great Shi coins in monthly funding. Second, entry into the Heaven's Chosen Global Headquarters training camp. Third, free access to all their manuals, including rare S, SS, and even SSS rank techniques. Fourth, she will personally guide him as his direct disciple. The promise of free SSS rank manuals is almost too tempting, but the fourth condition confuses him. Jingming asks why she called herself a magic saint instead of a martial saint. Ling Shuang explains the difference. Magic Saint is the old title for a Tier 9 elementalist, while Martial Saint is for Tier 9 melee fighters. Su Jingye clarifies that a ranged fighter is only a true elementalist if they have mastered elite mental honing techniques, which require a massive mental capacity of 6,000 Hz. Since this power is only achieved at Tier 5, normal universities don't offer these courses. If he joins her, she will personally teach him an SS rank mental tempering technique, the best mind skill on the planet. Stunned, a sweating Xu Jingming asks for time to think. Su Kengye tells him the offer is always open but warns him to find her as soon as his mind power hits 6,000 Hz. As Xu Jingming leaves, Su Qingyi remarks on how cautious and wise he is. Ling Shuang proudly boasts that he is the #1 genius of her university. This annoys the curator, who asks how her best friend could forget her own roots at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Ling Shuang reveals she left the martial arts hall to protect them from the powerful Li family. Su Jingye reassures her she will deal with the Li family soon and pulls Ling Shuang into a hug, confessing she also came because she wants her back. Ling Shuang gently rejects the offer, saying her return would only bring trouble. Su Kengye gets fired up, asserting her power. She admits that 3 years ago her foundation was too weak to protect her friend, but now she dares the Li family to mess with her. As a final incentive, Su Qingyi mentions they recently recruited a space attribute student and need Ling Shuang's help to mentor them. Ling Shuang promises to consider the offer. After slipping away, Xu Jingming catches up with coach Yang Zhentian. The coach is shocked by the generous offer but advises him to wait and hear from the rival Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall first. Jingming asks if the rival hall also has an SS rank God-refining mental technique. When the coach says no, our boy confidently declares the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is the perfect fit. He points out he already relies on lightning spells and asks when he should apply for early graduation. Yang Zhentian advises him to wait until he hits mid to high Tier 4 before graduating so he can use the university's resources for now. Jingming agrees, deciding to focus on the next day's team matches. The next day, the stadium is packed for the final day of the team matches. The host welcomes the crowd, announcing that the team champion will be crowned today. Leading the pack with an 8-game winning streak is Magic City Ability University. The crowd roars for Magic City, but the excitement peaks when their undefeated rivals from Jingjing Ability University enter the field. As the two powerhouse teams face off, spectators wonder if Xu Jingming is at the back of the formation to set up another one-shot Thunder God finger. However, experienced onlookers know a top team like Jingjing will be ready for it. Even Su Qingyi is curious about the strange setup, wondering if Magic City is planning to use their main physical fighter as a long-range attacker. Wang Qi is also puzzled by Xu Jingming's defensive position, but he quickly grins, realizing it gives his team a perfect chance to rush in and crush the rest of Magic City first. The crowd goes wild as the countdown hits 0 and the match begins. Xu Jingming asks Gu Wan for her best support buff. With her green light flowing through him, he fully activates his golden lightning transformation. Zhu Taiji and Wang Qi immediately lead a fast charge, shouting that they are tougher than his previous opponents and that his finger technique won't work on them. But Xu Jingming surprises them completely, skipping his usual finger attack to call down a huge heavenly thunder spell instead. A massive bolt of golden lightning crashes onto one of Wang Qi's teammates, instantly destroying his defenses and knocking him out of the match. The spectators are terrified by the thick and fast lightning bolt, agreeing that such an attack would turn even a Tier 4 expert to ash. Wang Qi realizes they were completely baited, struggling to understand how Xu Jingming is able to cast such a powerful spell with almost no prep time. With their frontline fighter gone, Jingjing's remaining squad panics, but Wang Qi tries to keep them focused. He guesses that a huge spell like Heavenly Thunder must have a cooldown and orders them to block Kong Shi while he rushes to take down Magic City's assassin. But his theory falls apart when another giant lightning bolt crashes down, instantly taking out another of his teammates before they can even move. Wang Qi is terrified, unable to understand how Xu Jingming is spamming such a high-level spell with no cooldown. Before the rivals can think of a new plan, Xu Jingming turns the arena into a thunderstorm, raining down endless golden lightning strikes that wipe out the rest of the Jingjing squad. Seeing the destruction, Shen Dongling and Yao Fang casually walk forward, teasing that their captain is too overpowered and didn't leave any action for them. Back on the burnt floor, a devastated Wang Qi looks at his last defeated teammate, horrified that his whole elite squad couldn't survive a single exchange with the freshman monster. With his team gone, Wang Qi realizes he is the last one standing as Kong Shi steps up, transformed into his fierce, solid iron giant bear form. The bear slams his massive shield down, mocking the lone captain for trying to drag out a hopeless 5-on-1 fight. To make things worse, a transformed Shen Dongling warns him that staying on the field will only lead to more pain. Surrounded, Wang Qi knows the situation is hopeless and officially surrenders to save his team's remaining strength. The announcer declares Magic City Ability University the winner, and the crowd erupts in cheers as the champions celebrate a huge victory. Su Jingyi is amazed by Xu Jingming's incredible magic talent, realizing an elementalist path would perfectly match his monstrous physical abilities. She decides she has to recruit him to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, no matter what. Coach Yang Zhentian lets out a huge sigh of relief, thrilled that his team has done the impossible. Backstage, the coach praises his star captain, reminding him that only the survival tournament stands between them and a historic 3-gold sweep. Xu Jingming confidently tells his coach to relax and leave the victory to him. Secretly, Xu Jingming is thrilled. He has been waiting for the survival match because it is the best chance to kill hordes of beasts and get a lot of ability points. Shen Dongling mentions they have a rest day tomorrow and invites him to join the squad for a trip to the city center, but Xu Jingming tells them to go have fun without him. Yao Fang playfully teases her, pointing out that his wealthy girlfriend has been waiting for him, so he wouldn't hang out with them. Later that night, Song Chukyu applies a valuable A-rank body-strengthening fluid to his back. When she asks how it feels, Xu Jingming admits it is very effective, but says he can't keep relying on her family's wealth forever. Song Chukyu blushes, playfully asking why they should separate what is his and hers, since they are a couple. Leaning in close, she whispers that if he really wants to pay her back, he can start by staying with her tonight. Xu Jingming smiles and happily accepts. While he enjoys his quiet night, a sneaky meeting is happening at the tournament lounge. Jing University's principal Xu Ping meets with Jin Cheng's principal Zhang Quan. Xu Ping gets straight to the point, suggesting their two universities form a secret alliance for the upcoming survival match. He points out that Magic City's momentum is too strong. If they don't work together to take them down, Magic City will easily win the 3rd gold medal. Xu Ping warns that letting Magic City win all 3 events will ruin future student enrollment for both of their schools. To seal the deal, Xu Ping offers a huge bribe. If Jin Cheng helps eliminate Magic City first, he will give them an elite A-rank cultivation resource for every member of their squad. Zhang Quan is stunned by the offer of 8 premium resources, while Xu Ping bitterly admits he has no other choice. As the official in charge this year, Xu Ping knows his career will be ruined if they suffer another embarrassing loss. Unable to resist the offer, Zhang Quan shakes his hand, agreeing to the alliance but noting that once Magic City is out, the final victory is up for grabs. Smirking, Xu Ping confidently concludes that even an SS-rank monster like Xu Jingming cannot possibly fight off 2 elite schools teaming up on him at once. The big day is finally here, and the crowd's excitement is at an all-time high as they gear up for the final, most brutal event of the league, the survival match. Song QQ is worried that their intense all-night session together might have actually drained our boy's stamina and ruined his peak performance for the day. When Shi Dongxia notices her bright red face and asks if she is alright, a flustered Chukyu frantically insists she is totally fine. On the main stage, the energetic host Feng Lei takes the mic to officially welcome the Roaring Stadium to the league's grand finale. He lays out the massive scale of the challenge, explaining that the arena is the Devil's Cave, a brutal, 400 square kilometer zone packed with thousands of high-tier ferocious beasts. 80 competitors have exactly 10 days to survive and hunt down as many of these deadly creatures as possible to rack up points. But there is a massive catch. Player versus player combat is completely allowed, and getting eliminated means losing half of your hard-earned points to the opponent who took you down. Hearing this, the spectators realize that savage backstabbing and targeted player hunts are going to be the real highlights of the match. With the countdown ticking away, the arena's high-precision tracking cameras lock onto the star players, instantly broadcasting Xu Jingming's empty scoreboard to the entire stadium. Already dropped into the dense forest of the cave, our boy is practically drooling at the thought of all those juicy beast points, completely eager for the carnage to finally begin. His smartwatch informs him that all movement restrictions are officially lifted, signaling the start of the brutal survival match. Xu Jingming doesn't waste a single second, dashing straight into the dense forest to find some prey, and his senses immediately lock onto a pack of aggressive wolves lurking nearby. The jungle wind wolves strike first, launching sharp energy blasts from their jaws, but our boy summons a barrier that effortlessly blocks the incoming barrage. He then lunges through the air, his spear crackling with golden lightning as he effortlessly slices down the entire pack in one clean sweep. A flood of system notifications immediately takes over his screen, showing massive point gains for slaying the high-tier beasts, leaving our boy thrilled with how fast he can farm here. With his greed fully ignited, he bolts deeper into the wilderness to keep the slaughter going. Fast forward 3 days later, where we find Jing University's captain, Wang Qi, camping out in the woods. When Jin University's captain, Han Shan, stumbles into their clearing, Wang Qi casually asks why the rival leader looks so miserable. Han Shan admits that the survival match is heavily biased toward combat-type players, so as a support type, just staying alive this long is already a massive achievement. Wang Qi proposes they join forces from now on, suggesting they gather their remaining teammates first before teaming up to permanently eliminate Magic City University. Knowing he stands no chance alone, Han Shan eagerly agrees to the deal, sealing the partnership with a firm handshake. Walking through the woods, Zhu Taiji is still amazed that their deans actually forced their two competitive schools into an unprecedented alliance. Han Shan tells him they had no choice because Xu Jingming is a literal freak, having already racked up over 6,000 points by just day 3. Zhu Taiji checks the live leaderboard on his communicator and is shocked to see our boy firmly sitting in first place, vastly outpacing the runner-up. Han Shan notes that, based on the tracker's telemetry, the Thunder Emperor hasn't taken a single second to sleep or rest since the match started. Zhu Taiji wonders why our boy is farming so hard, but a smug Han Shan points out that it doesn't matter how many beasts Jingming kills. The moment they defeat him, all those points will act as the perfect stepping stone for them. In the stadium, the crowd is going wild over the Thunder Emperor's insane grinding speed. However, the mood instantly shifts to outrage when the screens reveal the alliance between Jing University and Jin University, with spectators slamming them for having zero martial virtue. Seizing the moment, Xu Ping approaches Vice Principal Ling Shuang to arrogantly propose a wager on the survival match, confident his alliance will sweep the victory. Ling Shuang doesn't even blink, boldly raising the stakes to 1 SS class and 1 S class resource on a Magic City U victory, which absolutely shocks Xu Ping. Believing that even a monster like Xu Jingming can't possibly survive a 2-on-1 school ambush, a greedy Xu Ping happily accepts the bet, while Ling Shuang keeps her eyes on the screen, trusting her star student to pull off another miracle. By day 7, the joint alliance finally corners Magic City's vice captain, Kong Shi, smugly ordering him to surrender because he is completely outnumbered. But Kong Shi has way too much pride to roll over, telling them to come and take his points before immediately triggering his beast transformation to go absolutely berserk. Unfortunately, sheer willpower isn't enough to beat the massive numbers advantage, and just 3 minutes later, a battered Kong Shi is officially eliminated as his emergency safety shield activates. Looking at the live tracker, Han Shan is pleased that his third-place points have cracked 10,000, but he is immediately humbled upon realizing that Xu Jingming is in an entirely different league with over 20,000 points. When his teammate asks if they should go hunt down our boy right now, Wang Qi tells them to chill out because once the daily location map updates at 9 o'clock, finding him will be a piece of cake anyway. Meanwhile, arresting Xu Jingming notices that Kong Shi has been eliminated, leaving only him and Gu Wan to carry Magic City's hopes. Our boy opens up his deep blue system panel and decides to spend his massive stack of 51,000 farmed ability points to finally break through to Tier 4. A massive wave of golden lightning explodes around him as he completes the breakthrough, and he notes that Tier 4 is where the real power begins, as the effective range of his Duty and Divine Lightning instantly doubles. Our guy knows that even though the two rival schools have united against him, they have absolutely no idea what kind of monster they are about to run into. Soon, the clock strikes 9 and the system map instantly updates, revealing the real-time location of every remaining competitor. Checking his tracker, Zhu Taiji excitedly announces that they have located the Thunder Emperor just 8 kilometers away, asking if they should immediately launch their ambush. But Wang Qi decides to play it smart, pointing out that Magic City's support player, Gu Wan, is much closer and orders his squad to eliminate her first to cut off our boy's healing and buffs before launching the final raid. Gu Wan's radar suddenly lights up like a Christmas tree, showing 11 hostile signals heading straight for her location. She instantly realizes that the massive joint alliance has teamed up to hunt her down. Knowing she stands no chance alone, Gu Wan immediately dashes through the woods, desperately trying to evade her pursuers to prevent them from blocking her path to her captain. Meanwhile, the tracking alarm triggers on Xu Jingming's end. Realizing the desperate alliance is actively trying to eliminate his last remaining teammate, he grows furious and dashes straight toward her position. Before the alliance can close the gap, Xu Jingming suddenly appears right in front of a heavily panting Gu Wan. Relieved to see her unharmed, Xu Jingming greets her, but a panicked Gu Wan begs him to flee, suggesting they use her speed buffs to outrun the Alliance's overwhelming squad. However, Xu Jingming casually rejects the idea of running, calmly declaring that they are going to stand their ground and wait for the enemy right there. Guwan is stunned by his confidence, quickly realizing that her monstrous captain has zero intention of retreating and is ready to fight the entire alliance to the finish. Moments later, the joint alliance finally catches up, only to find the duo standing completely still. Wang Qi is utterly baffled as to why they aren't even attempting to escape. Han Shan and Wang Qi smugly mock their stubbornness, laughing that the two are simply handing over free kills out of a foolish desire for revenge while saving them the hassle of a long manhunt. Back in the stadium, the spectators watching the broadcast are surprised, calling the Thunder Emperor incredibly impulsive for throwing away his easy lead just to pick a massive, unnecessary fight. As the joint alliance finally surrounds the duo, Wang Qi mocks Xu Jingming for being foolish enough to stick around instead of running away. But Xu Jingming merely smiles, asking why on earth he would ever need to run from a pathetic motley crew like them. Annoyed by his massive ego, Wang Qi warns him that he will regret those words once their group ruthlessly eliminates him. To seal their victory, Han Shan immediately activates his ultimate damage-sharing technique, smugly telling Xu Jingming that their combined defenses will slowly drain his life away until he is forced to surrender. Laughing at the concept of surrendering, Xu Jingming decides it is time to show them true despair, unleashing his newly upgraded duty and divine lightning. The pressure of the golden lightning explosion completely blows the alliance back, leaving a terrified Wang Qi to realize that Xu Jingming has already broken through to Tier 4. Back at the stadium, the spectators can see the massive lightning storm on the screen, but are left completely in the dark, frantically demanding that the host broadcast the audio to find out what has the alliance looking so terrified. Trying to control the chaotic crowd, Feng Lei quickly reaches out to the Grandmaster guarding the survival match to get a real-time update on the situation. Watching the carnage from above, the Wind-type Grandmaster Zhou Qiang confirms that the freshman has officially broken through to Tier 4. The stadium absolutely erupts in pure shock, with fans losing their minds over a 19-year-old Tier 4 monster and realizing that the cheating alliance is about to be brutally slaughtered. Principal Xu Ping is left sweating bullets and cursing his luck, realizing his massive bet is as good as gone, while a proud Ling Shuang smiles on, knowing her star student always delivers miracles. Gu Wan eagerly offers to support her captain with fresh buffs, but Xu Jingming tells his senior sister to sit back and rest, assuring her that he has everything completely under control. He starts gathering a massive surge of golden energy, ready to take on the entire alliance single-handedly. The sheer pressure of his aura leaves Zhu Taiji and Wang Qi sweating, with Wang Qi realizing that this supposed Tier 4 freshman feels far stronger than even a Tier 5 master. Left with no choice but to fight for their lives, they prepare to make a desperate stand. Wang Qi commands all of their ranged elementalists to prepare their ultimate attacks and unleash their absolute maximum damage all at once. A massive barrage of elemental spells rains down on Xu Jingming, but he casually stands his ground, effortlessly vaporizing the incoming onslaught with his raw golden lightning. Wang Qi is left completely paralyzed with terror, unable to comprehend how their ultimate synchronized strike was so effortlessly blocked. Wasting no time, Xu Jingming immediately charges up his legendary Thunder God Finger, calling down an apocalyptic pillar of golden lightning from the sky. Terrified by the insane casting speed of his Tier 4 powers, Wang Qi commands his remaining teammates to brace for impact and desperately defend their positions. But their efforts are in vain as the colossal lightning attack triggers a blinding explosion that completely consumes the battlefield, leaving the once confident alliance face down on the blood-splattered grass. Standing over Wang Qi, Xu Jingming declares that this is not over yet. He mockingly notes that simply eliminating them would be letting them off too easily, instantly morphing his spear into a terrifying golden lightning whip. Without showing a shred of mercy, Xu Jingming starts relentlessly whipping the helpless alliance members, leaving Zhu Taiji and the others screaming in agony as high-voltage whiplashes tear through them. Wang Qi realizes he needs to surrender immediately to save his skin, only to make the horrifying discovery that his nerves are completely paralyzed, leaving him unable to even speak. Giving Wang Qi a sinister smile, Xu Jingming declares that this is the direct consequence of messing with his teammates, promising to take his sweet time as he continues to ruthlessly shred them with lightning. Gu Wan is shocked by the terrifying power of her captain. Back in the stadium, the crowd marvels at how a single level up turned the match into a total one-sided execution as the Thunder Emperor exacts his brutal revenge. Xu Jingming continues to ruthlessly whip his paralyzed opponents until Grandmaster Zhou Qiang intervenes from above, warning him to stop before he goes too far on a live global broadcast. But our boy just shrugs, claiming he cannot stop the beatdown because his enemies still haven't admitted defeat. Zhou Qiang sighs and points out that his opponents literally cannot speak because Xu Jingming's lightning has completely paralyzed their nerves. Realizing he might have overdone it, Xu Jingming watches as the twitching, brain-fried challengers desperately try to make a sound. He tells them to simply nod if they want to tap out, and his terrified opponents immediately begin violently nodding their heads in agreement, Seeing their frantic agreement, Xu Jingming happily steps back and lets them activate their protective safety shields to get eliminated. Once the coast is clear, Guan checks her tracker and gasps, pointing out that Xu Jingming's score of over 43,000 points is higher than the rest of the top 10 players combined. When she asks where they are heading next, Xu Jingming casually suggests they split up so she can hunt on her own now that the major threats are gone. Guan panics, reminding him that she is just a support class user, but he simply smiles, tells her he has absolute faith in her, and leaves her to fend for herself. Guan grumbles at his sudden departure, wondering how on earth she is supposed to survive on her own. She sighs, disappointed that she missed her chance to get closer to her handsome junior. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming hunts down a pack of giant boars, focusing entirely on farming as many ability points as possible before the match ends by unleashing a massive lightning strike to fry them instantly. 3 days later, the announcer declares that the survival match is over and orders everyone to the exit. Standing over a massive dead serpent, Xu Jingming checks his panel and notes his massive haul of over 31,000 ability points. He steps back into the arena, where his final score of 58,214 points flashes on the big screen as the crowd welcomes back the first-place champion. The stadium erupts into deafening chants of "Thunder Emperor," while Zhang Chuxuan and a thrilled Song Qiuqiu celebrate his victory from the stands. The announcer officially declares Magic City the grand champion, awarding the team S-Class battle suits while giving Xu Jingming an extra spatial ring and a grade 6 Guardian talisman, leaving Shen Dongling ecstatic over the rewards. She credits their captain for the victory, though Xu Jingming secretly realizes his farmed ability points are far more valuable than any official prize. The host then calls Magic City to the stage to receive their official trophy. Fireworks explode across the stadium as the victorious team proudly steps up and hoists the Golden Championship Cup together. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang smugly approaches a defeated Xu Ping, asking how he likes the final result of the match. The salty principal reluctantly admits defeat and promises to hand over the wagered S-Class and SS-Class resources shortly. He asks if she already knew Xu Jingming was about to break through to Tier 4 before placing the bet, but Ling Shuang confesses she had no idea and simply trusted her intuition. Xu Ping walks away grumbling about how terrifying a woman's intuition is, deciding he is getting too old and needs a long vacation. Suddenly, Su Qingyi approaches Ling Shuang, praising her unwavering confidence in her student, before bidding farewell and asking her to look after Xu Jingming. Feeling like her recruitment plans are finally paying off, Su Qingyi teleports away using her space magic. Back inside, Coach Yang Zhentian presents the championship trophy, thrilled that they swept all 3 events and secured double the credit rewards from the school. Just then, Ling Shuang pulls Xu Jingming aside. She explains that she won an S-Class resource by betting on his victory and offers him a choice: take the resource directly or let her use it to expand his new spatial ring. Intrigued by the offer, Xu Jingming asks how much she can expand the ring's storage space. Ling Shuang reveals she can upgrade it from 30 cubic meters to a massive 100 cubic meters. Realizing the upgrade is worth way more than a single cultivation resource, Xu Jingming immediately hands over the ring and accepts. Taking the ring, Ling Shuang reminds him that the Civilization Ruins No. 9 pass she gave him during their study trip is about to become active. She explains that the ruins open in 7 days and are restricted to Tier 4 to Tier 6 users, offering him the chance to enter or trade the pass for another S-Class resource, which prompts Xu Jingming to ask for more information about the ruins first. Ling Shuang summons her AI, Eva, to give Xu Jingming a full breakdown of the ruins. Eva projects a holographic map, explaining that the ruins are located in a 30,000 square kilometer pocket dimension in the country of Frosa, which requires traversing a dangerous forest filled with beasts up to Tier 6. When Xu Jingming asks about the monster density, Eva explains it is slightly lower than the survival tournament zone but still much denser than a normal demon abyss. Hearing this, Xu Jingming immediately decides to go, realizing that the massive horde of high-tier beasts is a golden opportunity to farm a ridiculous amount of ability points. Ling Shuang agrees, noting that his SS-Class talent will yield incredible treasures inside the ruins, which leaves him confused. She explains that the ruins feature a special talent test where she once won premium resources, but warns him that other humans are the real threat since his SS-Class status makes him a massive target and she cannot protect him abroad. When a worried Xu Jingming asks how to handle the danger, Ling Shuang points out that while disguising his face is easy, his lightning is too distinctive, asking if he knows any breath-concealing techniques. He mentions he has an advanced one, but she dismisses it, explaining that only a master-level technique can actually mask his elemental aura. Seizing the moment, Xu Jingming opens his system and spends 1,000 ability points to instantly upgrade his breath-concealing technique to master level. He smugly tells her that her advice inspired him to make a sudden breakthrough to master level, leaving a stunned Ling Shuang struggling to believe he did it from a single sentence. To prove his point, Xu Jingming channels his volatile lightning, instantly compressing it into a perfectly quiet, completely concealed orb in his palm. Ling Shuang stares in shock, confirming he really has mastered the rare technique and asking how he could possibly pull off such an instant breakthrough. Xu Jingming shows off his master-level lightning technique, explaining he only learned it because he thought it looked fun. Ling Shuang can't believe that he managed to master yet another high-level skill so easily. She realizes this lightning skill is the perfect solution to their problem, as Xu Jingming can use it to pretend he only has a standard A-rank lightning ability. To help him out, she hands over a smart arm guard carrying some of Eva's processing power and a 9th-rank beast bone that allows teleportation up to 200 kilometers. Ling Shuang quickly clarifies that these treasures are only temporary loans and orders him to operate alone to avoid exposing his identity. She advises him to slightly modify his face, pointing out that enemies will try to recognize him by his energy signature rather than his physical appearance, before telling him to stay safe and teleporting away through a spatial portal. Once outside on the streets, Xu Jingming pulls out the smart arm guard and tries to figure out how to activate it. The device turns on and a hologram of Eva, the AI, materializes to guide him and answer his questions. Curious, he asks her what extra perks he will get if he trains his concealment technique to the Grandmaster level. Eva explains that the Grandmaster level lets him hide his presence and fake a stronger aura up to 2 minor ranks above his actual level. Xu Jingming decides to use his skill points to max it out immediately, knowing a faked power level will give him a huge advantage. Eva is shocked by his sudden power change, realizing he actually mastered the Grandmaster level concealment skill. Xu Jingming just smirks and confirms she guessed right. Next, he decides to test out the Beast Emperor bone to see how well the teleportation works. He teleports instantly, vanishing and reappearing in a flash of lightning. He realizes the move consumes a lot of vitality, limiting him to only 2 uses before needing to recharge, but it is still a god-tier life-saving skill. Before his trip, his girlfriends Jiang Chuxuan and Song Qiuqiu see him off, warning him to contact Principal Ling immediately if he runs into any danger. Xu Jingming assures them everything will be fine. He decides to keep them in the dark about going to the dangerous number 9 ruins to spare them from worrying, planning to disguise himself before boarding his ship. Soon, Xu Jingming successfully boards a massive cruiser under his new disguised identity. He summons Eva and asks if it is safe for her to materialize, and she reassures him that nobody else can see her or detect their telepathic communication. She also confirms his fake identity as Su Chen is completely airtight and registered, informing him that this ship is bound straight for the North Gulf and also carries training camp members from the Thunder and Violent Bear martial arts halls. Suddenly, a staff member approaches him, inviting him to join the ship's temporary defense team to handle marine beasts since he is registered as a strong Tier 4 user, offering a hefty $3 million reward. Xu Jingming happily accepts the offer, and the grateful staff member bows and thanks him for helping secure the voyage. Walking away, Xu Jingming is thrilled, realizing the money is just a bonus compared to the massive amount of easy ability points he will farm by slaying marine beasts. Nearby, 2 elite trainees spot Xu Jingming leaning on the railing and immediately write him off as a clueless rookie who will run away at the first sight of a sea beast. Further down the deck, Lei Jinyang complains to Lin Hui about how arrogant the trainees from the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall are, before asking if their director can successfully recruit Grandmaster Ling Shuang. Lin Hui suggests asking Xiaolan about it, mentioning that their director only attended the league competition specifically to find space-type ability users. Xiaolan quickly sets the record straight, explaining that the director actually went there to recruit the newly awakened SS-class genius. Lin Hui marvels at Xu Jingming's insane talent at such a young age, though the trainees assume a pampered college genius like him would never risk his life in a dangerous place like these ruins. Hearing this, Lu Heng confidently declares that if he were Xu Jingming, he would face any danger head-on with pure power. Lin Hui mockingly dismisses his tough talk, which instantly angers Lu Heng into challenging him to a duel back at the training camp. Watching them from afar, Xu Jingming notes just how intense the rivalry is between the 2 major martial arts halls. The ship's security captain, Liang Quan, steps up to greet and thank everyone who volunteered to join the temporary defense squad. Sensing Liang Quan's power, Xu Jingming estimates him to be at peak Tier 7 and realizes the security squad's pay must be incredibly high to attract such strong experts. The other guards wave off the captain's thanks, pointing out that protecting the ship is also in their own best interest. Liang Quan leaves them to inspect the vessel, while the temporary guards confidently promise to keep the ship perfectly safe. As the ship sails deeper into the open ocean, Xu Jingming notices a sudden surge in the number of marine beasts swimming around them. A massive school of swordfish-like beasts surrounds the vessel, immediately terrifying the arrogant rookies who mocked Xu Jingming earlier. Making up lazy excuses about sudden seasickness, both cowards quickly flee the deck to hide back inside the cabins. Xu Jingming calmly watches the swarming beasts, highly tempted to drop a massive condensed lightning ball into the water just to see how many points he can harvest. Suddenly, a huge wave of the aggressive beast leaps out of the water, initiating a direct attack on the ship. Eva quickly identifies them as flying sea swordfish around Tier 3 and notes that they can only attack using their sharp beaks. The sudden onslaught of Tier 3 beasts throws the remaining trainees on deck into a panic, and they scramble to prepare for a very difficult fight. Thrilled by the sudden threat, Lu Heng draws his weapon, eager to cure his boredom with a fight. Lin Hui quickly ignites his fire aura to show that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall won't be outdone, challenging Lu Heng to a friendly competition to see who can slay more beasts. Lu Heng eagerly accepts the challenge, just as the massive swarm of swordfish launches a relentless lunging attack directly at the deck. Before either of them can make a move, Xu Jingming steps forward, manifesting a colossal hand made of pure electricity that grabs a massive cluster of the leaping beasts out of the air. He triggers a massive lightning explosion that instantly vaporizes the captured swarm, leaving both Lin Hui and Lu Heng dumbfounded by his ridiculous power. Lin Hui can't help but wonder how a mere Tier 4 lightning user could easily outrange him. Meanwhile, Lu Heng realizes that this is the very same guy his martial arts hall had mockingly dismissed as a clueless rookie earlier. The other trainees laugh, teasing Lin Hui for getting his kill stolen, though they confidently expect more beasts to show up soon so they can earn their own points. Unbothered by their chatter, our boy checks his system panel and grins, realizing that wiping out that single swarm has pocketed him nearly 3,000 ability points, leaving him craving even more waves. Suddenly, another massive school of swordfish leaps from the water, charging directly toward the ship. Eager to prove himself, Lin Hui prepares his fire magic, waiting impatiently for the beasts to cross into his 70-meter strike zone. Beside him, Lu Heng grips his blade, determined not to let his momentum be overshadowed despite his shorter range. But before either of them can even twitch, Xu Jingming summons another hand of thunder, instantly vaporizing the entire school of beasts. Lin Hui is left in shock, unable to comprehend how a Tier 4 rookie's lightning range could be wider than his own Tier 5 fire attacks. The other trainees begin bickering, joking that Lin Hui is simply too short-ranged compared to this mysterious genius. Watching from the sidelines, an elite trainer is deeply impressed, realizing they have stumbled upon a rare gem on their way to Frosa. He immediately approaches our boy, introducing himself as Teacher Qin Zheng from the prestigious Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and offers him a spot in their training camp. Xu Jingming secretly chuckles, knowing he has already been personally recruited by their actual big boss. He politely turns down the offer, stating he has no interest, which leaves the recruiter deeply disappointed. When another guard asks if they should try harder to convince our boy, Qin Zheng shrugs it off, claiming that a long attack range is not actually that special in the grand scheme of things. 8 hours later, the ship finally nears its destination, and Xu Jingming stares out at the distant coast of Frosa. The trainees note that over the past century, half of Frosa has been completely overrun by beasts, forcing the nation to survive as a mere puppet of the powerful Laxi Empire. Lin Hui walks over to formally introduce himself to our boy, hoping to establish a new connection. Upon hearing his alias, Lin Hui immediately wonders if our boy belongs to a powerful family in the province. But Xu Jingming smoothly dispels the notion, casually revealing that he is actually just a solo rogue hunter. Lin Hui warns him that surviving as a lone wolf is incredibly tough, making one last attempt to recruit him, but Xu Jingming calmly declines, stating he has no plans to join anyone right now. Respecting his choice, Lin Hui politely bids him farewell and walks away. However, his teammates immediately begin grumbling about how arrogant the rookie is, praising Lin Hui for being far too nice to him. Soon, the ship safely pulls into the harbor, and the female staff member hands Xu Jingming a special bank card loaded with his $3 million reward. With his funds secured, our boy is eager to finally head to Asahikawa City to locate the ruins. As he arrives, the massive, futuristic tower of the Heavenly Limit Martial Arts Hall looms before him, and Eva pops up to explain that this hall holds absolute authority over the entire nation of Frosa. Suddenly, a luxury car pulls up with a heavy security detail, and a striking short-haired girl in a sleek red and black outfit steps out. Sensing her impressive strength, Xu Jingming wonders if she is already a Tier 5 student, but Eva quickly warns him that she is actually Ilinka, an elite S-class summoner and the nation's celebrated holy maiden. He is amazed, noting that summoners are even rarer than space-type magic users, but Eva warns him that Ilinka is undoubtedly in town for the upcoming ruins. She explains that Frosa controls a third of the limited 300 entry passes, meaning he will need to keep a very close eye on their elite fighters once they are inside. Meanwhile, inside the Martial Arts Hall's headquarters, Vice Director Chalef calls an emergency meeting to address the rise of Great Xia's legendary SS-rank genius. He warns his board that the prodigy is likely heading to their ruins, declaring that they must locate and assassinate Xu Jingming at all costs. This announcement sends the board members into a complete panic, with everyone shouting that provoking the Great Xia nation will only bring absolute ruin to Frosa. Sick of their cowardice, Ilinka commands everyone to shut up, instantly silencing the entire room. She quickly deduces that this extreme order must have come directly from the chief director. Chalef smugly confirms her suspicion, explaining that their powerful ally, the Laxi Empire, has promised to back them up and push the beast borders back by 20 kilometers if they succeed. Reassured by the massive political backing and the promise of new territory, the greedy board members instantly change their tune, eagerly agreeing that the mission is well worth the risk. But watching them celebrate, a disgusted Ilinka secretly mocks their stupidity, realizing that expanding their borders means nothing when their leaders are merely spineless puppets of the Laxi Empire. With a sinister grin, Chalef notes that even if Xu Jingming does not show up, they can still slaughter any other great Xia geniuses they find instead. He then introduces William Mark, a blonde elite and Tier 6 expert from the powerful William family of the Laxi Empire, who will be entering the ruins alongside Ilinka. Mark tries to act charming as he introduces himself to the Holy Maiden, but a quiet Ilinka instantly sees through his act. She realizes the Laxi Empire is using an arranged marriage to slowly gain complete control over her, yet she currently lacks the power to resist. The next day, a massive crowd of competitors gathers at the heavily guarded entrance of Civilization Ruins No. 9. Dressed in his disguise, our boy blends into the crowd, but some of the trainees immediately spot him, mocking him for entering such a dangerous zone alone without even bringing a mentor. Suddenly, a luxury car screeches to a halt, and the crowd gasps as the Holy Maiden, Ilinka, steps out alongside her elite guard detail to officially enter the ruins.